There do appear to be translucent bodies up in the heavens. Look into the Kordaluski clouds.
Yeah,
They look like translucent bodies that dust is gathering up against. Like this invisible body that's gathering up dust in the sky. Look up Kordaluski clouds. It looks very plausible.
Lemon.
Lemon's talking. Never mind.
Lemon. Lemon.
Lemon.
Hello.
Are you there?
I'm here. How you doing, Mr. Mabbott?
Yeah, very well, mate. Very well, thank you. Can water support itself?
Water? No. Not unless it's been solidified by freezing.
So having a curve in water then would be impossible, would it?
It would imply a level of ability for the water to support and structure itself that it doesn't seem to have. Yes.
So curved water is impossible.
It would tend to have a flat shape toward the top, barring surface tension and other forces, I guess.
Flower side.
So you can't have curved water.
It tends to lie flat.
Thank you.
So, Lemon, is it possible the moon's a lot farther than you think it is?
No. Sextants and optical geometry place it no more than 3,000 to 10,000 miles away with sextants alone anyway.
What kind of optical geometry? That's a pretty vague bucket that you just put it in.
Well, no. Just look. If you look at the moon with your eyes, you can actually see what they call craters. Can you see 238,000 miles away and determine whether something 50-kilometer crater? Because your eyes can't see that far.
Yeah, they can't see that far. What are you talking about?
That's not the point that I was making.
Wait, the moon is more than 50 kilometers away. You can see that.
A crater at 238,000 miles away. It's impossible.
It's not impossible.
He thinks that there's a limit to how far you can see. If there's
well, even if you base off
you can see forever, can you?
Yes, you can see forever.
All that, you can calculate it all in the size of it, and so they wouldn't.
Just go outside
and see when the
disappear.
I don't need to see the craters on the moon in order to take parallax measurements to it.
No, well,
wait, you just said there's no limit on for us to see. I mean, even in science, they say they can only see so far, and then it becomes a black nothingness. You know,
no, you just gotta magnify it.
Expansion, which is about 13 billion years.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, that.
You just keep seeing it, right? How far can you see? When does it end? Show me the edge of the universe. Where does it go?
Just your eyes know how far you're seeing, and it just shuts down.
It's not that it shuts down. The human eye can only resolve so much.
And so is our technology.
You make better equipment, you can see further away.
Somebody cut a crater off the moon that I think was 50 kilometers across, allegedly, and he pasted it onto Cornwall on England and zoomed out on Google Earth. And at 1,000 miles above the surface, it totally disappeared.
Bad. When you can do the math though for the angular resolution of the eye, which is known to be about 0.02 degrees, and you can do the math for something that would be as far as you just said and as big as you just said, and it's within the range. It's actually just at the edge of the range. So there's not an issue there.
Brian, do you honestly think that fucking Google Earth's going to resolve something that size just for your fucking retarded experiment?
Was my retarded fucking experiment?
Well, someone's retarded experiment. Do you think Google Earth's going to resolve that crater at 1,000 miles altitude? You fucking crazy. Of course, it changes layers from satellite imagery to just
but this is one of your priesthoods, isn't it? You all swear by Google.
Yeah, if you do the math on that, that's the same as resolving. It's the same as resolving like a dime at 100 feet, which you're going to have a hard time doing with the naked eye, but you could easily do it with binoculars. I don't see what the big deal is. It's 47 arc. What you described as like 47 arc seconds, which is under the resolving power of the human eye, but easily resolvable with some binoculars.
You're a bit closer.
238,000 miles. You think?
I just told you it's just under an arc minute.
Google Earth got that right. They also got the fact that Earth's a sphere right too. So you know.
Dude, it's not a big deal at all.
Really close to your mic, man.
Who is really close?
It's okay, the math will tell us everything.
Lale, way to go with the super chats, buddy. You're our hero.
Thank you. You owe me $20 now, Chris.
But Lale, if you continue to make grammatical errors in your super chats, we are going to have to fine you.
So with the very, very cheap telescope, you can easily separate Polaris A and Polaris B because Polaris is a binary star. That's actually a trinary star system, but Polaris AB is very hard to resolve. But those are 18 arc seconds, which is, 3 times or 4 times what you're describing, smaller, which you can easily resolve. You can easily split the pair with a very cheap Walmart telescope.
But what if you don't have a Walmart?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you don't have $100 to scrape together, maybe Goodwill.
And then about it. Yeah, if you don't know, then just believe against the narrative.
Hey, Jacob, I just did the math again. It's within the resolving power of the human eye. This crater.
No. Well, I don't know what crater he's talking about. He was saying something 50 miles in diameter at 250,000 mile distance.
Sure. You do 50 miles, you do 240,000 miles. And the angle you get is, hold on, Chris, it's just under 0.02 degrees.
It's like 0.0144 something. It's actually, it's like 47 arc minutes. Arc seconds, sorry, 47 arc seconds. I mean,
some people can discern that.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, maybe some people do. I mean, the average. Would they say the average person resolving limit's about 1 arc minute? Like for example, if you include the dark area.
But you have to have a decent amount of contrast. It's not just the ability to resolve. You have to have a certain amount of contrast between the edges of the crater for the human eye to detect it.
I was thinking that was with his Google Earth example.
Well, he's talking about something that actually is discernible. It's not debatable. Like it is actually discernible by the eye.
The common one is like Tycho crater. So Tycho crater, if you include the darker areas of it, is right around an arc minute. Some people say that they can resolve it with the naked eye. I can't resolve it with 20/20 vision. You can easily resolve it with binoculars, obviously, but I have a hard time resolving it with naked eye. And maybe some person with eagle eyes can resolve it, but it's right there at the limit.
There's no limit essentially on how far you can see. If it's big enough, bright enough, and have enough contrast, you can see it.
Yeah.
So here's a simple question. It boils down to this flat Earth. If the sun's 28 miles across and at minimum 3,000 miles up, how come we can see that far, but we can't see the continent of Africa from America? Continent of Africa is bigger than 28 miles across.
Because everything shrinks into your eye level. At your eye level, everything switches and smushes and compresses. So if you want to see something, it has to get away from your eye level.
Straight above me. When the sun's straight above me, why doesn't it smush and compress?
It would smush and compress toward eye level.
How it is. If I look at the New York skyline at night from Europe, that should be plenty bright enough, even if it's compressed down to a point.
As we already know, lit objects do not follow the angular size rules expected. They're seen for much longer than they would otherwise be.
Exactly. So you should be able to see the New York skyline at night from across the ocean.
You wouldn't be looking through fog, rain, snow, hail, mist, would you?
Well, granted, you'd need a day when it's clear for the ocean mostly, but you should have a clear shot.
Well, that's what we say about other things too. You guys don't care.
Just look on your app on your phone. It tells you what the distance you can see.
Well, what this kind of boils down to is flat earthers want to reject the sun being a physical object, so they have to make up a bunch of other stuff than just saying, well, we can't see Chicago from LA's highest mountain because of reasons, when it actually is because of the Earth's curvature.
Perspective, not curvature, though.
But LA, I mean, from the highest mountain in LA or in California to Chicago.
Can't see over them Rocky Mountains.
Okay, get on the highest Rocky Mountains and try to see New York.
I just fly above the Rocky Mountains. I mean,
which is a lot closer to us than the sun.
Get on the highest Rocky Mountain you can find.
Yep. Well, you can't even see the Rocky Mountains from California, so there's a problem before you even get that far. And they're damn big. Why can't you see them Rocky Mountains?
I don't know. That John Denver's full of crap.
Rocky Mountain High.
No singing. No singing. BP.
That was really terrible.
Even at short distances,
ridiculous that you think that you're going to be able
where
to
I live, I'm 300 feet above sea level, and it's basically a straight shot of gradually reducing terrain until you get to the ocean a couple hundred miles away from me. I should be able to see those. There are hotels on the coast that are higher in elevation than I am, standing on the ground, and there's no hills between me.
Why can't you see them, Rocket? Oh, it's because you're in Canada. And there's that visible wall.
There's a barrier.
The border.
They're an hour drive from me. What are you talking? I can see them from here.
You're looking through the thickest atmosphere.
Correct.
Yeah,
and not only that, is there any other things in the way where you're staying? I would need to know all those types of things. You just can't claim, oh, I can't see something. I mean, that's not proof that we can give. You want to know exactly our elevation, right? All that, but you don't want to tell us that?
You must have dived into a swimming
Stacey,
pool.
can you repeat that in a coherent, logical manner? All I heard was a bunch of blah, blah, blah. Literally.
You can't.
You tried to spit out so much.
I'm doing other things right now in their songs. If you can hear them tip tapping, and my brain's also trying to conversate with other people talking.
I heard you just find Stacey.
Conversate. Fucking made up word.
So we all know you want to date the flat earthers, but quit hitting on them, please.
Chris, I'm married. Cut it out.
I'm sorry.
You know, it's because some people have some respect, whether they believe in a globe or a flat earth. It doesn't matter. They have respect, and some people don't.
The earth is observably not flat. We have got mountains and we have got valleys and we've got trenches.
No one ever said you wouldn't.
But what we all have in common is the same vertical and the same horizontal.
Nope, totally false.
No, that's false. We don't all have the same vertical or horizontal.
Yes, we do.
We all live at different altitudes.
By saying that, you're saying we all live on a line. There's no one who can have a different vertical?
Same dimensions, vertical and horizontal, are the same for all of us. That's why when you go to Australia, you don't feel like you're up fucking side down.
You are. He's saying space. We have the three same.
So we live in a
space time. Ooh, that's a great defeater right there.
So Brian is claiming.
Brian, if I sent you a video of a surveyor that showed plumb lines are not parallel, would you even give that any consideration?
Deny it.
Why?
You wouldn't know what that means.
Why the fuck would we have the term parallel if they weren't? For fuck's sake.
They're not.
He's got a
There's
point.
like a Bev troll. Is it like someone Bev sent in? It must.
Well, he's an image server a lot, but I think he's got a point. It's like everybody on Earth, we all have the same right and we all have the same left, right, Brian? Everybody's right and everyone's left is exactly the same. Like my left is your left and your left
No,
is my
that's
left.
not true.
No, I never
Yeah,
said
it is.
that.
100%
I never said
true.
that.
If you're facing me, right and left are different.
Level for you is level exactly the same for me. And the thing for me that proves that is a drone. You can buy a drone that's configured in China and it gets shipped halfway around your fucking stupid globe and flies perfect. It couldn't do. It should be flying on its side.
Brian,
It's not
are flat, level, and horizontal the same thing?
Well, he's doing the Bev try thinking.
That's what I was
bullshit.
trying to ask him the quiz for that.
Yeah, we have Brian. We can show that plumb lines are not parallel.
But he doesn't know what a plumb line is.
Go on then, Brenda.
Do you know what a plumb line is?
Show me a fucking plumb line that is not level to another one.
Well,
yeah,
plumb lines aren't parallel level, so
you're talking
a nonsensical statement to begin with.
Well,
Didn't we have the term parallel? So same as we have a little equal sign.
Give them the plumb lines are not parallel. It's right
Who's
there.
Roboting. Right. So we have surveyors who have shown that plumb is not parallel.
Show me then. Show me the evidence.
Voila.
Show me.
Voila, I said. Look at the video.
Yeah. Rocket scientist just posted the video.
But is this guy a surveyor?
Yes, he is a surveyor.
Yes,
the main surveyor. That's why I remembered his name. He is a surveyor.
Are we saying this video
Unlike
shows
Rakia.
two plumb lines that are not parallel? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that is what we're saying.
Brian, it's an 8-minute video. You can watch it double speed, so you shouldn't have nothing to say for at least the next 4 minutes.
Well, you won't shut me up that easy.
Well, if you have any intellectual honesty, you'll actually watch that because you asked for it, and there it is in front of you.
Everybody know
Can I ask an intellectually honest question? Is there a possibility that we're seeing too far?
I said the other way. We should see a lot further.
Our eyes are receivers, so our eyes don't have hands that reach out and touch things.
Sorry, Jim.
Whatever can reach our eyes allows us to see, no matter how far that comes.
Even technology, we could bring stuff back in that's supposedly gone over the horizon. Is it a possibility
That's never
that we're
been
seeing too far, like
demonstrated. That's a
Chicago?
common flat Earth claim.
That is
but it's never been
absolutely
demonstrated.
absolutely ridiculous to say that.
Stacy, how do you explain the fact that plumb lines are not parallel? How do you explain that?
I'm not talking to you about that, and I know what you're trying to play in your games. So you can go talk to Brian and watch the video because I'm not asking you that. We're not. I asked you an intellectually honest question about something totally different, and that's all I asked. Is there a possibility that we're seeing too far? Do you believe that? Is there a possibility that you're seeing
You'd
too
have
far?
to explain the mechanism of why we would see too far, though, because that's not the way eyes work. Eyes just have receptors that are reactive to light. So
I'm asking, even with the technology we have right now, the videos that you have seen, if you've ever looked into anything about flat Earth, is there a possibility, intellectually honestly, Kosher, because I know you've been over debating stuff, Jim Panda has been over debating stuff, is there a possibility that it could be wrong and we're seeing too far, that the globe model is
you
wrong?
mean
Is there a possibility?
It's not possible.
Like the black swan?
Well, no, I actually say that we can't see.
Well, there's many black swans, but that's okay.
I don't see with technology. I don't see with technology. I see with my eyes, and my eyes simply
Correct, and I've
receive
seen with
whatever
my own
light.
eyes too and observe things that we should not see in a globe model. And all I'm asking is there a possibility in this scenario situation that we debate back and forth that we are seeing too far? Is it even possible?
Here's the
give
thing.
it that.
There's light.
Have you got a timestamp? Plumb bobs, because I can't. I've just flicked through it. I can't see anybody using a plumb bob.
Oh shit! Plumb lines. He's not using a.
Have you got a timestamp?
Do you know what a plumb line is?
Yes, it's a piece of string with a heavy weight on the end of it.
Well, there's other ways of establishing plumb. You can do it with a bubble.
Well, that ain't a fucking plumb line, then, is it? You said two plumb lines that weren't parallel.
You can establish plumb with other means, like for instance, a bubble
that
level.
Isn't a plumb line, then, is it?
No, it actually is the dome type where you center the bubble in the dome.
Isn't a plumb line, is it?
I wouldn't talk to him.
Yes.
Yes,
it
no,
is.
it isn't. No,
Yeah,
it
it
isn't.
is.
A
Yeah, it
plumb
is.
line is a piece of string with a pointed weight on the end.
It doesn't have to be that.
Yes, it does. That is a plumb line.
All right.
What
How about
you're
you address
pointing
what's
me
in the
to is a
video
load of
and the
fucking
fact that he
figures that they could have made up in
plumb?
their head.
How about he establishes plumb, not using a plumb bob?
Show me two plumb
Now,
lines
what does he,
that are
what
not
about his
parallel.
measurements? What was wrong with his measurements?
You will never, ever be able to do it because we all have the same vertical.
Any suspension bridge, that'll do.
You guys are
There's also
fucking
the main,
nuts.
Suspension bridge.
the main
Look at the
surveyor also
diagram in
did
the book.
I agree, Jeremy.
the main surveyor also
I
Any
could have drew it.
suspension
You
bridge,
could have drew it.
that'll
Anybody
do.
could have fucking drew it. I want to see
the
two
main
plumb
surveyor
lines
also did
that
the
are
200
not
mile
parallel.
test where he established
Show me that.
8 mile, sorry, a 250 mile
You will
chord.
never be able to do it because
Brian,
they are fucking
it's
parallel.
right there.
That's why we have the word fucking parallel.
Brian, there's the diagram. There's a timestamp in the diagram, and you'll see angle A and B are not exactly 180 degrees, which would they have to be if it was if they were parallel.
That's not a fucking plumb line, is it?
What does it say on the diagram?
It says plumb line.
line. It says it right in the diagram.
Shit.
He doesn't
Show
know what a
me-
plumb line is, though.
Show me a plumb line.
Why
Well,
are we
that's the
jumping
best I
through
have
his
for the
entitled
dumb-
hoop?
There
dumbass.
is no curvature. Water cannot support itself.
Okay.
There cannot be a fucking curve. It's impossible.
Okay, how have you established that to be true?
How have I established that water can't support itself? All right, just turn a bucket upside down that's full of water and see if it holds the shape of the fucking bucket.
Do you think that is a good analogy for the Earth by doing
Yes,
that?
I
Do you
do.
think
Yes.
that-
If
well,
you
I-
think
hold on.
fucking support itself, then it
Well,
should be able to do
Take
it.
a breath, Brian. Take a
building
breath,
sandcastles
breathe.
out of
Well,
water. Do that. You
what
can't, you
is-
fucking idiot.
So, what is the claim that we would make for how the water is staying on the Earth and conforming to its shape? What would we say is the reason for that?
What, you want me to tell you your fucking ludicrous thoughts?
I just want to make sure that you know it, because I think you do.
I don't want to fucking know it, and I certainly don't want to repeat
All right.
it.
All
Water
right, well,
needs to be contained, and
all
it
right.
cannot support itself.
Right.
It has to
So
lie-
our claim would be that because of the gravity of the Earth, the massive Earth, it
Gravity?
can.
Hold on.
Listen, I'm still talking. No, there's no hold on. I'm talking. You hold on.
Fucking mate. That was replaced by the bending of fucking space time.
Right, I've muted you so I can finish what I was saying without being interrupted. So I don't care what you think about gravity. Obviously, you deny it. Our claim is that the reason the water is sticking to the ball, to quote your moronic nonsense, is because of gravity. Now, our claim is that gravity is caused by the huge mass of the Earth, which is not present in your bucket demonstration. Therefore, your bucket demonstration is not analogous to the Earth and demonstrates nothing. Thank you.
What?
Have a look at that GIF I just posted. Do you see that bridge curving?
There isn't enough mass in your bucket to make water stick to it. And our model wouldn't claim that there is. So when water doesn't stick to it, it doesn't prove anything.
I never said it would. I said water cannot support its own weight.
How do you know it can't do that on a planetary scale? And it isn't supporting its own weight.
Of course it is. If it is
No, it's not.
curved,
No,
it
it's not.
has to be supporting its fucking self.
No, it doesn't.
Just use your brain.
No, it doesn't. Well, use yours. Imagine that all around. Imagine that all around a sphere. Where is it supporting itself? Which bit is supporting which bit? How does that work on a sphere?
Have you ever heard of the power words in hypnosis, and one of them is imagine. Were you told this at college?
What are you talking about? I'm asking you a question. Why aren't you answering it?
You have been brainwashed.
Where does the supporting start if it's supporting itself? Which bit is the first bit to do some supporting?
I said it didn't support itself.
Yeah, you're the one that needs to answer that, Jim.
Well,
how's the water?
Well, it wouldn't, would it? It wouldn't. That's the point. It's a sphere. There isn't a beginning or an end to it. That's the point.
So how does the water
cannot support its own mass?
All right.
That's why when you chuck a bucket
doesn't
of
have to.
water
It doesn't have to support its own mass.
What are you yagging about? Holy crap!
I know you're not even making sense anymore, dude.
How's the
But
water support?
I'm not really very interested in your preaching either,
How's
which
the
is
water
what you're doing. You're just.
I know what I live on now.
How do you know though? How do you know this is true?
Because of common sense, which is what you lot haven't got. You've lost your common sense. You are indoctrinated with a complete load of fucking nonsense.
So hold on, before you start
see it.
ranting again, before you start ranting off again. So you're saying that this is common sense. That means you should be born with an innate knowledge of the shape of the earth. That's what you're claiming. It's common. Everyone just knows it. That's what you're saying. So it's not common sense, is it? That's idiotic.
I want to know how the water's supporting itself on your model, though.
Well, it isn't. That was my point, Jeremy. How can it? Where would it? How would that work on a sphere?
You
cannot
which bit would support which bit? How is it supporting itself? That doesn't make any sense. It's supporting itself.
Yes, it has to.
Well, how?
Brian, it's doing the same thing in that fighter pilot video where the guy's pouring water and it's pouring into the cup, regardless of the fact he's upside down.
That's just centrifugal force. He's spinning round.
It's a force, which is the same as what gravity is. It's an It's a force. It's an acceleration, which is the same thing that gravity manifests itself as.
Space-time. We got rid of that old type of gravity.
Except that it still manifests as a force.
Did you not get the memo?
Easy.
They're
Let me try this.
manifest as a force. Did you just say that, man? Manifest as a force? Okay.
Yes. Is there
Yeah,
something
I'm
wrong
on
with
the
that?
yeah,
What's wrong with that? Why is that a problem? Because
I'm gonna manifest right now too. All
Okay,
right,
well,
be back.
that's just repeating the word manifest again. What is your objection to the use of the word manifest?
How does a non-force? How does
That's
a
what does
non-force?
manifest mean? Come on.
Yeah. How does non-force manifest itself as a force?
Can I do this? Please. Ready, please? Oh,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, we say, and we always said that gravity is observed as an acceleration. Acceleration times mass equals a force. Manifests as a force. Any mass you put in it is accelerated, so it manifests a force. That is what we said, and that is what Einstein said, and that is what Newton said. Newton just said.
Force what? That goes
No.
only? What is the force?
No, Stacy, no. Newton said that as acceleration ought to be caused by a force that he didn't know what was. Hence the term the force of gravity. But Einstein said, no, it's just caused by the curvature of space-time. For whatever reason, it is still the observation. That acceleration
For whatever
is the
reason?
observed.
Well, excuse me?
For whatever reason, that acceleration is observed.
Wouldn't there need to be a reason for that?
Yes, curvature of space-time. But it does not matter why
Can
it
you
is there.
prove
It's still
curvature of space-time? It does matter that it's there because you're claiming that it's there, and I can't see it, and I want to know how it exists and how you know it's bending of space-time.
we have a picture of it. So, one. Guys did do the moon thing.
I want a picture.
Yeah, there you go. Look, light curving by acceleration. Pretty, ain't it? Now we're done.
So when you spin a bucket of water with a rope, you can keep the water in the bucket, and the force that keeps it in there is centrifugal force, which is a pseudo force. It's a non-force force, but it keeps the water in the bucket.
Yes. And Brenda, to be more exact about how it's a pseudo force, that spin is causing an acceleration, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. An acceleration, same as the thing we observe on Earth, and we observe it as 9.8 meters per second squared. But spinning a bucket, it can be anything we'd like it to be. Hence, G-force thingies or carousels.
Here's the test I'm going to do. I'm going to fly my drone for about 15 miles. I'm going to zero the altimeter from takeoff point, which will be on a canal, and I'm going to land it 15 miles away on the same canal and see if there is 150 drop in the altimeter.
That is a nonsensical.
You're kidding me.
You're
telling other adults. You're admitting to this in public, out loud. You're telling people you're doing this.
Yep.
And you expect to not be mocked for this.
Why would I be mocked?
Because it's idiotic, sir. To put it politely, it's idiotic. If you want me to tell you how I really feel, we could go into another room and I could do that. But right now, this is just ridiculous. It's absurd. Why would you even think that would be a valid test?
Because it zeroes itself when it takes off, and when it lands, it should read 150 feet below where it took off from, shouldn't it?
No, it shouldn't, Ryan.
Why?
It shouldn't. Why?
Tell me why. No, if the Earth is a sphere, why should it do that? Why are you alleging that it should do that? Why do you think this is a definitive test?
There is a thing called drop.
You don't understand.
You don't know what you're answering because you couldn't wait for me to finish asking.
It's droppity
You're too busy, you're too much of a hurry to talk, to listen, and answer the actual question.
Let Curve get it out, please. Let's try and keep it ordered. Go ahead, Curve.
Very simply, if the Earth is a sphere and you're setting this up at your altimeter for it to fly at X feet above whatever level, how are you going to fly the drone in such a manner that you're checking to see if there's this drop from horizontal, which is not level, by the way? How are you checking to see it?
If there is drop from the takeoff point, the altimeter will show it. I've just posted a video where it shows when I put the altimeter onto the floor. No, that's a variometer. So I'm going to have an altimeter running and a variometer running. And it shows when I put it down from its position where I zeroed it, it showed 2.5 feet of drop. Is that not good enough?
So how is it flying? What determines its path?
With propellers.
I added more to the question, smartass.
Sorry, I never heard it.
What determines the path that it takes? How do you know if you're flying at a constant altitude above the Earth or if you're flying in a straight flat line? How do you know what you're doing? How can you tell the difference?
The question that I have is his altimeter is basically a barometer that's measuring the pressure to establish the altitude. That's why you're not going to see any drop, no matter how far you fly it out there. You want to use GPS, now we're talking.
Yeah, except that the GPS would be basing that off of WGS 84, right? It wouldn't be giving you the raw Cartesian coordinates.
But wait,
If you,
did he
that's
answer?
okay. If you hacked it, you could do it, but yeah.
I'm going to have 3.
Let's not overload the guy with information. We just want a simple answer from him as to what he thinks he's doing with this.
It will show if there is drop from its takeoff point.
How so? Explain it. How would it show?
Didn't you just say they had GPS that would be possible, though?
Yeah.
Okay, so anyway, how will it show?
Oh, so anyway.
We'll get back to the GPS.
Watch the video. Watch the video.
No.
The point is, would it not be there, whether you want to use GPS or not? Would it be? You're not answering the question.
Who are you talking to saying not answering the question?
What was the
He
question?
needs to
begin
answer
with?
a question, yeah.
Well, no, because you're acting like what he's trying to do wouldn't be able to exist and happen, but now not the way he's stating. But now you're saying GPS will work and it'll happen like that. But now you're saying, no, what? It's not going to happen like that.
But
What
he
is
isn't
it?
talking about. He isn't talking about GPS. We're talking about what he thinks.
But
he's
even if
doing.
you do on GPS, will I see it?
Yes, you will, dear.
See what? I don't know
If you
what.
do it the right way, yes.
So there's a lot of people here.
How
One more second.
will you see it? How?
This will blow your globe to pieces.
But I can definitely say that you cannot use an altimeter, which is based on air pressure, to
There
measure
should be a
altitude.
drop.
to
You're on
do
a
this.
ball.
Look, all right. Let me explain it to you simply. The drone figures out where it is in the in space partly using an altimeter, right? It figures out how high it is off the Earth's surface. So if you set it going at, I don't know, 100 feet for 15 miles, it will stay at 100 feet above the Earth's surface for 15 miles. Now, if the Earth is curving, it will still stay at 100 feet above the Earth's surface for 15 miles. It won't gradually get higher and higher because the Earth's curving, because it's calculating its distance from the surface of the Earth.
So I'd see that, then curving round, would I?
Well, how would you see that?
Exactly.
I mean, exactly. How are you going to? You're going to fly a drone for 15 miles. How are you going to see it curving round? What's your vantage point going to be for that?
Oh, it's got a black box. It records everything on board.
Right, but all it's going to do is stay 100 feet from the ground all the way. It's not going to get.
So there's no drop, there's no ball, there's no curvature?
No, look, elevation is not curvature. They're different things. This is calculating its distance from the surface of the Earth. Right? If it flies over a big hill, it will go 100 feet over the top of the hill, won't it? It won't just fly into the hill.
You're just jealous that Quantum Eraser proved the Earth is flat using Google Earth and sea level.
Right. Well, it is that same silly argument.
Yeah.
And I'm not so Cleary and
Why
Bev.
is it silly? The world is mainly made up of water, Jim. I mean, we should be seeing a damn load of curvature over water.
We do.
Hilarious.
That's what an horizon is.
Oh, what was that again? So the horizon again? Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
So that's what the horizon is.
What is the horizon? A place at a parent place that you don't understand where it's at?
That's us seeing curvature, right?
Seeing the horizon is seeing curvature.
Yeah.
Okay, so can you please ping where that horizon is and tell me where the curvature exists then?
Can I ping it? Why do I need to do that?
Well, the horizon is too far for that ball. Sorry, way too far for that sphere.
Horizon? Are you denying?
So you're telling me that the horizon when we're seeing at 50 miles, that's okay for that sphere model?
When are you seeing a horizon at 50 miles?
Right, watch that video I've just put in then, and you will see
the
ground.
What do you mean, oh my goodness? When specifically are you seeing an horizon at 50 miles? What elevation are you?
Okay,
Because you
first
won't be
wait,
at
stop
sea
here.
level, will you?
When should we see the horizon, Jim? You know this.
What do you mean, when should we see
Observed
it?
feet and height, 1.225. We know all that, right?
When you have a clear view to see an horizon. Not very often in my experience.
What horizon am I seeing?
Are you denying the
one you're
existence of
looking
the
at.
horizon? Why are you objecting to
I'm
the
never
horizon?
seeing at 1.225, am I?
Is that? Let's just
Jam,
start with.
You know what she's doing. She's doing the bullshit geometric versus horizon.
Right, but let's just start
There
with.
is no verses. It is the same.
No,
Let's
it's not.
just-
You stupid bitch.
Well, I think it
Holy
is the
fuck.
same. It's just in a different position. I think you're still seeing the physical horizon. You're just seeing it
Different
shifting.
position.
Determined,
I'm
just say
shifting
bitch.
it now.
It's
Yeah,
still a result
Yeah,
of.
it's okay. I get called worse. It's okay, honey.
It's still a result of the physical Earth being.
Oh,
How can you prove that? You've never
indoctrinated
seen anything but something of an apparent location that changes on a constant basis, right?
So what?
Yeah, because it's subject to another physical phenomenon called refraction.
Okay, so every single horizon then, right, is suffering from refraction. So therefore, how do you know the radius and how do you know where that geometric horizon ever exists then?
Stacey, all of these things are true in your reality, and you still have a horizon. So what's your problem?
So do
I don't
you.
get it. The horizon exists,
Because
whether
you
you like it
see
or
it
not.
at different places and you never see the one that you're supposed to see supposedly for that ball.
No one has ever in the history of mankind said the geometric horizon is where the sky meets the earth. No one has ever said that.
You've been lied to, lady. You
And I
bought
don't
it.
Where is
Hook,
the
line, and
geometric
sinker.
horizon?
I don't think you do. You said you don't see the one you're supposed to. Well, who says you're supposed
Where
to?
is because
Hold
because
on.
they
No,
measured it
Nico.
right for your sphere.
Well, what? Yeah, but what was the idea of who told you what you were supposed to see and where you were supposed to see it? Where is that written?
Oh, Jim.
No, not old Gem. Where is that written? You're making the claim that this is a supposed
So
thing.
geometry, you're telling me that I'm not supposed to with that sphere. How did you come with your sphere, your whole sphere and radius in the first place
Not
then?
by how many times? Not by measuring to the horizon. Just not by doing that ever.
But that's exactly what happened in the beginning.
No, well, one thing it's not. Eratosthenes had nothing to do with the horizon, right? He was 1,500 years before Al-Biruni. 2, Al-Biruni was 1,000 years ago. If you think we haven't done it again in 1,000 years, then this.
Oh no, you have.
Well, do you
talked
think
about
we
that,
have?
the surveying?
So why do we care about Al-Biruni then if we've done it again since?
Because the problem is, wait, and I've explained this, and you guys don't want to take it on board. I agree that it's surveying, but if you read into that surveying, it still goes by presupposed dimensions of the Earth,
That's
which
not
then came
true.
from where?
That's
It
not
does
true.
too. It says that.
That's
How
not
did
true.
you?
Again?
That is
Again,
correct.
Stacey, but I'll give you the example for the 3rd time that I've told you about this. Okay, the French-Spanish geodesic mission specifically went and measured a degree of latitude at the equator, but specifically to determine if the Earth was an oblate spheroid or whatever the opposite of that is, where it's taller at the poles. So,
Jim, was that the-
so they went to settle the question of the shape of the Earth by measuring it. So they
Was that the-
cannot possibly, let me finish this, please. They cannot possibly have had some starting point provided by Al-Biruni 1,000 years ago because they were trying to answer the question. How could they do that if they were already working on the premise that the Earth was spherical? They were specifically working on the premise that the Earth was not spherical, but they didn't know in which way.
Was this the thing that we talked about from the 1700s?
Yes.
Oh,
And no geodetic measurement since when they did the first ones, they start by getting an average sea level and they start at the coast and work in. None of it has anything to do with Al-Biruni. You've been lied to, Stacey. Quantum Eraser is a liar who is making
Then
shit up.
Please,
Listen, I'll
please
finish
explain
this.
to me. That's
I'll
fine.
finish
I'm
this.
asking you a question.
I'll
then.
finish this.
Go ahead.
Quantum Eraser is a liar about this, lying to you. This isn't true. We do not rely on a measurement 1,000 years ago, which I might add does not rely on knowing the distance to the horizon, only the angle to it. Thank you.
We went over this. We went over this, though. The guy used the theodolites, right, and didn't account for refraction.
I don't care. It's 1,000 years ago. Who gives a fuck? It's
No, the guys in
irrelevant.
the guys
Stop
in the 1700s.
pretending that we only know the size and shape of the Earth because of Al-Biruni. That's
Jim, I was
you're
talking about the guys.
pretending.
Jem, I was talking about the
Jem,
guys
calm
in the
down.
17...
You'll wake the whole house
Well,
up.
it's fucking annoying. This idiotic nonsense that you idiots have just believed because Quantum Eraser said it.
Jem, I was
It's
talking about
idiotic.
the guys...
It was 1,000 years ago. Think about it.
I was talking about the guys from the 1700s. Holy shit.
Go ahead.
I was talking about the guys in the 1700s. All right.
Okay, so to the guy, getting back to the drone, to the guy who was talking about the drone, you understand that these drones, they all use an internal barometer to set their altitude, right?
Yeah, and GPS.
They can determine it. The problem with GPS altitude is it can vary by 20 or 30 feet, and because of the FAA regs, they have to be, or depending on what it is in your country, they have to be more accurate than that. So what they're going to do is when you're starting at your starting point, they're going to know that as the 0 point on the barometer, because the barometer is very sensitive to within less than a foot. So there's an internal barometer which is keeping track of the elevation. And on the sphere Earth, in the sphere Earth model, the barometric pressure is going to be consistent around sea level within that within the range that's there. Other than local weather phenomenon, which you'd have to travel large distances for, the local barometric pressure is going to be pretty consistent. So as you're curving around the Earth, it's going to be the same pressure when you're a certain distance above the ground. The barometric pressure will curve with the Earth, is what we're saying. The barometric pressure will be curving with the Earth, so you wouldn't expect there to be a difference in elevation. Now, if you were to use GPS, hold on a second. Now, if you're to use GPS, now most of the GPS that you're going to have in a situation like this, it's going to be plotting that against the WGS 84 datum, which is a sphere. Okay, so it's going to be plotting the elevation above the sphere. However, surveying equipment like what Jesse Kozlowski did on Lake Pontchartrain can do the raw Cartesian three-dimensional coordinates that can map out the shape. And when they drove across that bridge, guess what? It was curved exactly as much as you would expect it to be over that distance on the raw GPS coordinates.
Right. Of course, they couldn't fake them, could they? But watch that video I've just put in. You'll see me flying down a bank. So from the takeoff point, I fly quite a steep decline down a field, and it goes to -8 meters on the reading.
Right, because when you take off the drone, it sets a 0 altitude point at your takeoff location. And then when you go below that, the internal barometer is going to read an increase in pressure.
So if I took off water and at the curvature rate of what you think the Earth curves at, would that not still read that? Because it did on there.
No, it would be different though, because you are actually changing the height of the gravitational potential of where you're flying, as opposed to the curving water. It's the same gravitational potential. You're the same distance from the center of the Earth.
We're not talking gravity, because that's 105 years out of date. We're talking bendy space-time.
Which manifests as an acceleration, which manifests as a force, which is what creates the atmospheric pressure to begin with. Otherwise,
this is really going to be painful.
If that's not the case, if that's not the case, explain to me how you have a pressure gradient on the flat Earth. What creates the pressure gradient on the flat Earth?
I'm not talking about that.
Wait a minute, but you're just saying that this is all a joke, right? We can create a pressure gradient in any direction we want by accelerating it. If we take a can and we accelerate it in any direction, we create a pressure gradient in the direction of the acceleration, which is exactly what we see on Earth as an explanation.
No, we didn't want to go there.
So if you're going to throw away that there's an acceleration,
that's not true.
If you're going to throw away that there's an acceleration, you need to come up with a flat Earth dome explanation for why there's a pressure gradient on the flat Earth.
If there's a bottom of the Earth, you're trying to say the only thing that would fill anything would be the bottom.
I'm talking about gradients and pressures. I'm talking about level.
Well, why are you going to run away from the question? Why can't you explain why there's a pressure gradient on the flat Earth?
That ain't the question at hand.
Yes, Brian. Brian.
You're just asking why wouldn't the barometer show?
you're using an instrument that relies on the pressure gradient to tell you its altitude. So evidently you are talking about the gradient.
So please explain to me why I go down a slope there and it reads I've gone down -8 meters.
Because you get to a higher pressure at the gradient. You're using a pressure gauge to tell you how much pressure is outside. And when you're lower, that pressure gets higher. So literally you are below where you start at. It's not that hard, but you're using the pressure gradient to tell you where you're at. And by using that pressure gradient that we say is essentially uniform around the sphere, you will never ever get an altitude change on a travel.
How do you think your drone determines its altitude? This is getting back to really what Curved asked, I think.
Yes, it is. Very much.
It's got an altimeter and it's got a GPS.
Yes.
Right.
On it, a variometer, which is most accurate altimeter.
Yes.
Right. So how do those things work? How do they figure out how high it is?
Like you say, one is done by pressure and one is done, two are done by pressure and one is done by GPS.
Right. So you won't prove anything, will you? Because the pressure curves around the Earth, along with the land. So it won't demonstrate anything, will it?
Well, is that not assuming that it's curved?
Well, your aim is to prove that it isn't. So you need to have some feature of curvature that you're disproving, right? That's the whole point.
What? Where did you guys see the curvature to even think you were on a ball in the first place?
Well, look, he's doing an experiment that he's claiming is going to destroy us, and
it's not.
So we're dealing with that at the moment. We're not dealing with why
the
we think
curvature that you saw that made it a ball.
Well, again, a horizon, ships going over the horizon.
There and something that wasn't based on the horizon. I thought. Then now it is. How did you get the radius?
Hang on. I said measurement to the horizon. God, Stacey. I said measuring the distance to the horizon. Listen. For once, we're talking. I said that we didn't determine the size and shape of the Earth by measuring the distance to the horizon. You asked me just now how I know this curvature. That's a different.
Now you're saying that it's both.
Listen. That's a different question. It's a complete. How I know this curvature, not how did humanity measure the size and shape of the Earth. Can you see how they are two completely different questions?
Okay, then answer the question.
So why
how do you know there's curvature?
Why try and pretend that I'm making a contradiction when I give a totally different answer to a totally different question?
You won't ask about and talk about what you know and the radius that you think you know. Please explain.
At the moment, that isn't the subject of the conversation. The subject of the conversation.
You're expecting him to show you this curvature to say, you show us the curvature.
No, I'm not expecting.
You said that.
No, I did not. Did
he not ask you to show the curvature at one point?
He is trying to disprove the curvature, Stacey. Try and keep up.
And I'm asking how you saw it in the first place.
How is that relevant to Because
how can you believe in a ball if you've never even seen curvature?
That is not what we're talking about at the moment. We're not talking
about curvature.
Stacey,
how did you get to curvature?
No, we're not. Stacey.
We're on a ball. We're talking about Earth.
Fucking hell, I'm going to have to mute you. Stacey. Don't anybody else speak, because you're going to get muted. Right, Stacey, the conversation at the moment is this drone experiment and whether it does whether it does or does not prove curvature. The question at the moment is not why I believe this curvature. That's a different conversation. If we want to have that conversation, we can have it, but we're going to have it after we've had the conversation about the drone. Do you understand?
It's the same conversation, though. Did you understand that?
We're not in 24/7. I'm not here to jump through your hoops or prove things to you or bling you anything or show you anything or demonstrate anything to you.
Thank
At the
you.
moment, we're talking about this drone experiment. Please stop interrupting if you haven't got anything to add on that subject. Thank you.
Yeah, GPS based on what? This is what we're talking about.
Right. So how is
Your
it gonna...
coordinates where you're getting it from surveying. We talked about all this, and you also got away from that.
So how is his experiment going to prove it's flat then? That's
because
the
there is
point.
no drop. The whole point is you're talking about why you believe it is because of boats in the horizon.
No, we're not.
However, we can bring it back into perspective. Then how?
No, Stacey.
Can I just interject for a minute?
Sorry,
Stacey,
Stacey.
we're literally talking
Again, that is
about
not the subject of the conversation. I've just spent 2 minutes telling you that's not the subject of the conversation. We're talking about the drone.
Jem, can I interject?
Go ahead.
Listen, mate, talking to you man to man now. We are all here because we are passionate about this subject, aren't we? Because quite frankly, there is better things to fucking do in life, isn't there?
I don't know. At the moment, I don't have anything better to do.
Well, she's as passionate about it as you are. So
No, she's not. She's just saying the same old stupid 24/7 crap where I've got to prove things. At the moment, that isn't the subject we're talking about.
No.
And I've been through that with her probably 50 times. She hasn't remembered a single word I've said apart from odd fragments of things that she's totally misconstrued into something else. It's completely pointless. It's infuriating.
Okay, just...
You know, she just called me out for a contradiction when we were two completely different questions. Oh, it was the horizon. No, it isn't the horizon. You know, fuck off. You think.
No. Chill pill. I love everybody in this conversation, in this arena, if you want to call it that, because you're all passionate about where we live. You know, you wouldn't be here if you weren't.
But do you think about what you're saying. What you're saying is that somehow, right, if the Earth was spherical, somehow you would use your drone in one place and you would set it, you say, I only want it to go 100 feet high. And then it would, somewhere else, you would have to give it a different number. How would that work out? You have to understand that if you're going around the surface of a sphere, right, 100 feet above the surface of the sphere is 100 feet above the surface of the sphere, wherever you are on the sphere.
Right. So what we
and that's what your drone will do. It will fly around 100 feet above the surface of the sphere, wherever it is, and that will be what we claim it is doing when you finish your test. Ergo, your test will prove nothing.
Well, why didn't you tell me? I've just ordered 2 new fucking batteries for it. Cost me 96 quid.
Well, I can't see how you can't see that.
I mean, drones are pretty cool, man. Just enjoy it, you know?
I'm on the understanding that these drones, when in autonomous flight, you set the altitude and it flies straight and level.
But why?
Because
it flies level. It doesn't fly straight. Those are different things now. And it's using the barometric pressure to determine that level.
Brian, if you're interested,
when I went down that hill with it, it showed a drop in
Yeah, because when because you actually went closer to the center of the sphere where there's an increase in atmospheric pressure due to the pressure gradient.
Brian, if you're interested in doing something to prove if water's flat on top or not, I got a room just dedicated to it.
You understand that though, right?
Yeah.
There's a pressure gradient above the surface of the Earth all the way around. It's the same pressure near sea level all the way around, except for there are local altimeter settings because of the fact that there's local higher and lower pressure because of weather systems, right?
You can't deal with these people, Brian. Holler at me.
But if you're flying within
Come
the
on,
same
Jeremy.
general area,
Jeremy, you understand this, don't you? You understand how this experiment doesn't prove anything.
Oh, he
right?
doesn't, Jim. Come on.
I'm for using drones. If you could make a drone just fly straight,
See,
not
he
worrying
doesn't
about
understand.
its distance from the ground or anything.
But
If
you
can make a
understand.
drone,
You understand how you can't do that, right?
I mean, I'm not a drone person.
Well, all right. How you currently can't do that with a regular drone that you just go and buy. You understand why it won't do that and why his experiment doesn't work, right? Surely.
In fact, Jim, I'd like to interject a little here because we have some excellent video of people playing with those drone gyros and getting readings from them.
This is what I'm talking about. A drone could be valuable to us if you can make a drone just fly straight.
Right, but
That's
now
all
we're
we need.
modifying the drone. Right?
One of these excellent
Whatever
videos
it takes.
was made by our friend Bob Nodell, by the way. It does read, an odd curving spin of things as that gyro is just sitting on the table. You see how that works, Jeremy?
I tell you, listen, we're talking about drones.
Yes, we are talking about drones. We're talking about the gyro that makes that drone fly straight and level. Well, one or the other.
All right. Well, Brian, if you want to get in my room, send me a DM or something. I'll send you the link. Drones could be valuable in this. It's possible.
Somebody bring up that video with Bob and Nathan the idiot playing with that gyro. It's a wonderful little clip.
I've just posted now in the chat a video I've done, 2.5 kilometers out, 2.5 kilometers back. And if you look at the graph on the right-hand side, which is the black box data that it records, and then you can upload that into a graphics package, and it overlays a dashboard with your speed, your altitude, your heading. And if you look at the altitude, it is perfectly flat.
Amazing,
And?
dude. You proved it. What can we say?
All I'm doing is trying to find the truth.
Brian, but
I know, but dude,
Brian, we're having a polite dialogue about this, right? On the globe, there is not like somebody stated that sea level where I'm at in Denmark is elevated above wherever we originally measured sea level. Sea level is going to be sea level, and it's going to be zero height, right? So staying at the same height, globe or flat, is going to be the exact same.
But water can't curve. It can't support its own mass.
No, Brian, that is an assertion. And I know.
Not. Try it.
It is an assertion, Brian. It's literally just an assertion that you're making up.
Where are you, did you say? Where are you?
No, Brian, I'm not trying to mock you here, but you do not have a measurement that shows that water cannot curve. You simply do not have one. You have no degree of accuracy, scale of measurement of water cannot curve. It is just an assertion. And I'm not saying right or wrong, I'm just saying that you simply have no evidence one way or the other.
Where are you?
I'm trying to understand this conversation. I apologize because I just got
it. Using Sweden.
Is there like an argument that because you could go ahead and fly a drone over like where the horizon should effectively end and your altitude does not change, that therefore the Earth is flat? Is that
what's the basis of it? Believe it or not, I know difficult to believe, but that is.
Brian,
can you fly relativity? Because relativity plays a pretty big role in the reason.
God.
Brian, can you fly?
I don't think we're up to relativity, dude.
Yeah.
Brian, can you fly a drone straight without worrying about its altitude? Like, you know what I'm saying? Can you just fly a drone straight?
You can if you hack the gyro.
Level, as in a level altitude.
He's not saying
No,
level
not
altitude. He just wants it to travel
forget.
left to right
Right.
in one continuous.
You'd have to
straight line.
hawk. You'd have to hack the GPS so that it just flies within a straight line within 3-dimensional Cartesian coordinates, which is actually be possible if you wrote your own software for it.
That's
If you
yeah.
hack gyro, yes, it can fly a straight line. I'm pretty sure the gyro will do. Just get rid of it.
No. But there's only an accelerometer in there. There's no inertial gyro in there that would be sensitive to like the Sagnac effect.
Did you look at
It's
the
just
video I
accelerometer
just
in there.
posted where it's got an altitude graph on it?
I'm not sure why you're not understanding that the altitude is the barometric pressure. That's all that it is, and the barometric pressure is consistent when you're the same distance from the surface of the Earth, regardless of the fact that the Earth is curving. It's the same barometric pressure, which would mean it's the same altitude reading.
And let's try this a different way. I'm in Denmark. I'm an hour off from you. It's late in the night here. And I believe you're in the UK, right? So you have 1 a.m. and I have 2 a.m. 2:13, whatever, Right. What happens is if I for some reason saw a map that said I was below you, my sea level was below yours, I would absolutely go bonkers. That would be insane. My sea level is 0 and your sea level is 0 on the globe or on the flat plane.
He doesn't understand that.
It's going to be 0. If I go up a meter, my elevation will be a meter. And if I stay up a meter,
That cannot be true because we have tides. And
he doesn't understand that at
tides
all.
are all different all over the world at different times. So that cannot be true.
It can't be true.
It's going to be tides, right? But within a decent amount of meters, it's going to be accurate, right?
Well, mean sea level is set at Newlyn on the Devon coast. That's mean sea level.
Right,
Your sea level will be higher or lower than that.
Right, but sea level is
be the
0,
same.
right? It's 0 elevation. Would we agree on that?
Yes.
Depends on the
Yes,
time of
we'd
the
agree on that.
tide.
So it would be 0 elevation wherever you are on Earth, right?
Well, depending on the tides, you
There
will
we
actually
go.
get a minus or a
So we're
plus.
talking about mean sea level, and that is an average. Taken at, I think it's taken at high tide. I think.
Yeah.
It's an average taken at high tide. So the tides are already accounted for.
Yes.
So you would agree that our starting point for elevation, wherever we are on Earth, is 0.
Sea level.
Yes, sea level is an elevation of 0, right?
That's what they.
Now what?
Right.
Watch him lie. Watch him lie. Go
Yeah.
ahead, Brian. Lie.
I don't know. I don't know how small to make the next step in this. I mean,
very small.
What have I got to lie about? I
All
agree
right, so-
that sea level is 0.
Great, and that would be true. You understand how we at least claim that to be true on the sphere, right? You understand that all over the Earth we say sea level is a 0 elevation.
Yes, I agree
Right.
with you, except I now know water can't curve.
Well, forget about water can't curving for a minute, okay? Forget about your catchphrases. We're just dealing with what our claim is, however deluded we are, okay? So if 0, our starting point at sea level, it has a 0 elevation all around the Earth. Imagine if you have a 100 foot above sea level elevation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that will be 100 feet above sea level where you are and where I am.
And where I am.
And where Sort is. And where
No, I'm
everyone is.
I'm about 324 feet above sea level here.
Right. Okay. But if you were at sea level and you launch your drone and you told it to go 100 feet high, it would be 100 feet above sea level. And if I did that, mine would be 100 feet above sea level. And if Sort did that, his would be 100 feet above sea level. Right?
You have to have the drone fly straight and not worry about keeping its altitude or height above the water.
And
or
if
whatever.
if you were flying your drone to me, if someone was halfway between us and they launched their drone, that would be, and sent it 100 feet up, that would be 100 feet above sea level.
That's why. Can you make the drone
So-
fly straight without worrying
Hang on, nearly there. So 100 feet above sea level is 100 feet above sea level all around the Earth. And that is what your drone is going to be doing. It's going to be determining its height above sea level as it flies around the curve. Do you get it? Please say yes.
I just want to know if you can make the drone fly straight.
Oh God.
Hold on. I was grabbing a picture. Sorry. Yes, I agree with your thinking, but that's what we've got to try and prove wrong, isn't it?
But do you understand how your drone flight won't prove that wrong because of what I've just said? Please say you do. He doesn't.
He doesn't understand, Jim. You can't force it on him.
The only way it'll prove something is if he can make the drone fly straight, not worrying about.
Okay, well, here's a better question for him. You understand that?
Hold on. Don't go any further. I've just posted a picture that I've just snapped out of that video. The graph on the right is the altitude. Is that straight and level?
Right, but think back to the example where all over the Earth, different people are launching a drone and sending it 100 feet in the air. And it's everyone's drone is 100 feet above sea level. Well, that's true of your drone at every point along its journey in exactly the same way. It doesn't start with 100 feet above sea level and just say I'm gonna stay at that level because it was my starting point. It keeps redetermining its height all the way along its journey, and it does that and makes itself 100 feet above sea level for its entire journey.
So why doesn't that graph show it's curving?
Because that graph is just showing barometric pressure. You could replace that elevation with what's the barometric pressure, and the barometric pressure hasn't changed. And on a sphere Earth, in our model, you could go all the way around the Earth, and that barometric pressure would not change, at least not substantially, right? I just said there would be local changes over large distances due to weather phenomenon, higher and lower pressure zones, but more or less, it's the same pressure.
So how can we calibrate it so we know it is going flat and not?
That's what I
think you just clicked.
That's what I've been saying, Brian. We need to make.
Yeah,
the drone
you wouldn't
fly
be able to do it. You wouldn't be able to do it with a barometer. You'd have to do it either using GPS or a very sensitive inertial system that would be sensitive enough to pick up the slight change, which most inertial navigation systems will drift. So it's going to be very hard to do it using that system. The easiest way to do it would be GPS, which can plot your actual position in 3D space.
Brian, essentially, we have to make the drone fly straight. Not
like I said, GPS is capable of doing that. But even if you're using a GPS altimeter and you're following the geoid, if you're following the WGS84 datum, it's going to still, and you say fly 400 feet, it's going to just follow 400 feet over that datum. It's not going to be flying straight in a straight line within 3D space.
You know what, though, Jake? Yeah. You know what'd be real cool? Is if you
I have an excellent idea for something.
All right, I'll let
You
Sort
can
and
do with
everybody
the
else
drone.
wants to say their shit go first.
I think Kosho was trying to speak. So
sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I made it clear that was. Yeah,
Well, Jeremy was speaking.
yeah, well, I said it was just pertaining to what they were saying. It has to do with what Jake had said and the GPS thing. Couldn't you? Because before they translate it into GPS coordinates and they're just using the XYZ coordinates, like the latitude and longitude, before they do that, couldn't you use the XYZ coordinates? Let's say you had access to it, and get it to fly directly along one of those axes?
That's what I just said, and that's exactly. By the way, that's exactly what Jesse Kozlowski did when they measured Pontchartrain. He has the Excel files for you to download that has the 3-dimensional coordinates that are the raw GPS data in 3-dimensional Cartesian space that aren't plotted against the datum. They're not plotted against the WGS84 datum. They're raw 3-dimensional coordinates, and they use that to measure the curvature of the bridge.
I'd like to see that because I talked to Soundly about that for trying to use that data, but it's hard to get access to that data.
Now, I have an excellent idea for what you can do with a drone that will be, fairly accurate. What you do is you get a water level, get a long one, say 100 meters, 300 feet, whatever. Get a long one. And you level that thing out at a decent altitude, say, do 1,000 feet or something at a decent altitude, not at sea level, but, somewhere high, reasonably high for a drone. And then when you have that straight from those two, you take a regular green laser, cheap one, point it directly from one to the other, right at that tip of the water, and let it point out into, whatever it's going to point at, right? Into nothing. And you put that drone in the air and you fly it out. And now and then you turn it around and look for that laser dot. Every time you have it blinded by the laser, it's going to be on that line. You read the altitude. You go further. Fly further out. Look for the laser.
Right, mate.
And read the altitude.
What's up?
Do that.
Hey?
That'll be reasonably straight. I'll tell you if you're going up or down.
Interesting point.
I got a real quick question for Sort. Do you smoke weed by any chance?
Not at the moment. It's a good idea. Come on.
I was just wondering. No, I was just wondering. It's cool if you do, because everyone was yelling crazy in here earlier, and then you came in with your very calm, you keep your composure like constantly. It's impressive.
I'm from Viking stock. We're not impressed by screaming and shouting.
I don't smoke weed, but I feel like I should be.
Why?
Yes, that would help you.
It would not help you.
It would. What about that paper?
It would
you
be
gave
bad
me about
for
Corona?
you.
What about that paper you gave me about Corona and weed, Verbal?
And what did the paper say?
It said it basically cures it.
No, it didn't.
Are you sure?
It does?
Yeah,
Oh,
I tried
Thanks,
reading it.
Thanks,
What
VD.
was the title of the paper? Because that's the only thing Jeremy read.
I know.
Jeremy, I had a great idea when I was using the bathroom just now, thinking about what I had just said before I went to the bathroom. And it has to do with the same GPS. We talk about these straight lines.
Here, I will share the link with everyone.
Dude, we're not
using
we're not using GPS.
Yeah, the thing is, the GPS will give you a relatively straight line, accurate within a few meters or so, which is not that straight of a line. But if you were to measure that over the length of a fucking long distance, a couple of meters means nothing. So if you talk about like the length between, I don't know, like I don't know, from the English Channel, use the English Channel. That's a good example. From France to England. You're trying to make a straight line above that using GPS. The error that you'll get for a couple meters should be it should be a lot less than what you would expect to find that the Earth would be curving through that distance.
Bro, we're not using GPS. We're not doing GPS. We're not doing GPS, bro.
Actually, Jeremy, I hate to say it, but you could actually replace your line experiment with the drone experiment.
Can we make a drone? That's what I've been asking this Brian guy for like an hour now.
But you gave you the answer like 9 times in a row. Like, how many more times can you give it?
You sight the drone from a horizontal, like an optics scope, when it has a crosshairs. And when it gets then you have somebody way the hell down there. I don't know however far you want down. Then they take a measurement to the drone at the exact time where it's in the crosshairs.
Can't you just lock the drone? Can't you just lock the drone into a level position and then just make it fly straight?
Were you not paying attention to anything that's been discussed for the past 60 minutes?
No.
That's the exact thing that they do. They fly straight and level.
No, forget level. Listen, dude, stop using the word level because no one knows what that means. It could be curved or horizontal. These maniacs think level is curved. So,
Jeremy, I'm here. Don't talk like that while I'm here.
Yeah, Jeremy, if you're looking for level around a curved surface, that line is also curved.
Yeah,
Jeremy, is not going to work like you think it is.
And also, again, the article I sent you says synthetic cannabinoid drug for COVID-19 approved for phase 1 clinical trials. It doesn't say that cannabis
basically,
cures COVID.
essentially, we should start smoking more weed.
No, not at all.
Are you sure?
Read
'Cause I'm
the
ready to-
title. That's all you do. Just read the title out loud.
Okay, anyways, Brian, what we need to do is make the drone fly in a straight line, regardless of, like, you need to lock it into a level position and then just have it go straight.
No, Jeremy, you're not paying attention.
Genius.
No.
We know that. How do you do it? How do you accomplish that?
That's what I'm asking Brian. He's the guy with the drones.
Oh, you think Brian knows? Okay, good luck with that.
Well, Brian, a response to that laser idea I had. What would be wrong with that? In fact, anyone,
Lasers refract.
Yes, but 1,000 feet high, it's not going to be overly refracted if you can fly it for 50 miles now, is it?
Dude, you're not flying a drone 50 miles, though. I mean, these things are probably even 15 is pushing it.
Yes, but not 15.
30 miles per hour for 20 minutes is like less than 15 miles.
Yes. Well, okay, whatever distance you're going to make it, right? Brian's claim was if you fly at 50 miles. Wasn't that?
Well, you got 2 extra batteries, though.
Yeah, decent range. I've seen these things fly pretty far on their own.
So the only way to make the drone fly straight is with GPS. You're saying there's no other way.
I just told you could have it follow a laser beam, and if you did it,
How many times do people have to repeat the same thing over and over again?
if you did that at a decent altitude, you wouldn't have much refraction. I wouldn't. Generally speaking, when you show me a picture that's taken at sea level, and you say, "Oh, look at this," I say refraction, right? Well, I would go along with
Well, you say
so much refraction at 1,000 feet.
You say refraction unless it matches the globe. Then you don't say refraction.
Yes,
of course. Yes.
Jeremy, look at this. I'm gonna say refraction. That's a knee-jerk reaction. I'll admit. It's even to the degree that I'm not even thinking about it. But
to add to what Sword said, like it doesn't need to fly straight along the laser, so long as at the end you can establish that it is horizontal to your starting position. Then you can take a measurement at that point.
Yes, exactly.
Unless you wanted exact measurements along the entire trajectory, fine, I can see that.
No, we need a starting and ending point.
Jeremy, the reason why I said it like not the laser, but because you could do that with a drone and like a piece of some optics on a tripod that has a scope on it, and you need a buddy down at the other end at the max range of the drone.
We need more than a starting and ending point. I think we might need 3 points in the middle. You want to be measuring when we're.
You can do that, yeah. I'm just saying you want for battery time. You want to get downrange as far as possible.
This horizontal thing, you don't. I don't think you want to just be measuring drop. You want to be measuring the sagittal. It's safer that way.
Where's a sagittal for a drone flying in the air?
It's safer because, yeah, that's true. You have to go one way and then all the way back the other way. All you need to go is like 2-3 miles each way. You go 2 miles each way, you're good. You need to go 2 miles one way, then go 4 miles in the exact opposite direction. You just
Jeremy.
You smoke a bowl, Jeremy?
God damn it!
What's up?
If you go 2-3 miles, you're gonna have a drop of a couple of feet. If you have a laser that's that focused, it's gonna fry the freaking camera up close, isn't it?
What laser? Why did you bring lasers into this?
Because they're gonna be fairly straight.
What are we using the laser for?
To fly along a straight line.
Well, then why are we even using the drone if we got the laser?
Because you cannot observe a laser that we claim is gonna go into space now, can you?
Into space?
Yeah.
We're going along the see, why are you shooting it up?
Jeremy, in our reality, in our claim, if I set up a laser,
now, Jeremy.
If I set up a laser to be level,
What the fuck is going on here?
and it's not, if I set up a laser to be level and it's not hitting some mountain or something, it's gonna be pointing into space. And if it's pointing into space, you need to get, well, not space, but up to it at some point to see how high it is, right?
We're not going anywhere near the height of space.
No, you would have to catch it before it went to space, i.e. at a couple of 100 feet or.
I think he just means empty space.
Yes.
It doesn't mean space.
No, not space.
It doesn't mean the final frontier.
We're not shooting the ISS with our freaking handheld laser now, are we?
Can't we just send the drone to the moon?
Sorry, I need air quotes for that. Can somebody supply air quotes?
Can't we just look at?
Tell you, lads, drones don't work in a vacuum. There's nothing to push against.
God damn it! Why are people so stupid?
I could design a rocket thruster to go onto there.
The rockets don't work either.
Yes, they do.
I thought they
did. Push off air. Oh no.
Kind of counting on the rocket thing.
Yeah, you need that rocket thing, Jim. I know.
Really
That's your
did.
whole-
I like the rockets.
I used
don't
to
like
them,
the
so
rockets.
It's okay.
The rockets or rockets? Just clarifying.
Oh wow, yeah.
We like both.
Yeah, I think I remember the rockets. Curved, a rocket.
Jen,
Please.
picking your brains then, how can we calibrate this to fly flat as opposed to around the curve?
Best thing to do is look at pictures from space.
They want to use They want to use GPS coordinates, which I'm not okay with. Are you? Are you okay with using GPS coordinates?
Well, I don't think any flat earther should be happy using a system that is literally called global positioning system.
Yeah, we're not doing GPS. So what's the other way? Without this laser, forget the laser beam thing. We're not going into space and shooting lasers all over the place crazy.
For fuck's sake, Jeremy.
If we have the calm down, don't get triggered.
Triggered.
If we're shooting the laser beam, what the fuck do we need the drone for?
To observe the laser.
The problem is the laser will bend with refraction and all the shit that's in the atmosphere. That's why I don't do observations. I will never ever point at an observation because everybody knows it fucking bends all over the place.
Yes.
If we can't see the laser, hold on. If we can't see the laser, how we shoot? We're gonna make the drone fly with the laser.
Jeremy, to be honest with you, the best thing you could do would be to get a laser that you could shoot down the drone with.
Sort, if we can't
Jeremy,
see
you're
the laser,
ridiculous, man.
Sort, if we can't see the laser, how are we gonna fly the drone straight with the laser?
Why can't we see it?
You're the one that said we can't see the laser. That's why we have the drone.
Yes, you cannot.
Hold on a minute. Hold on. If we find a piece of Earth that is flat, like say the Bonneville Salt Flats, if I flew across a strait, would it still follow the curvature of Earth and end up planting itself in the ground?
Or how do we make the drone
It would follow the curvature of Earth and wouldn't plant itself.
And the Bonneville Salt Flats, unlike its name, is not actually flat.
Well, it's pretty flat then.
It's flat as in consistency with the curvature of the Earth.
Hold on, everyone stop. I just stumped Sort. I want this going in my record.
You did not stump me. I'm just thinking eventually you will get it.
Bro, we can't see the laser beam. Okay, we got a drone and a laser beam we can't see, but we're gonna fly the drone
You
straight
go,
with the laser beam.
Jeremy. You go up on a hill. You set up a water level. You point a laser at both tips of that water level. You have them pointing out into the sky, right? From hills, if you go level from hills, that will be sky, right?
Sort. I said, why are we using the drone if we have the laser beam? You said we can't see the laser beam.
I did not say we cannot see it, for fuck's sake, Jeremy. I said if you point a laser level from a hill, it's going to point at the sky, isn't it?
Yeah.
To go to that place in the sky, you use the drone.
Why do we need
Jeremy,
the
I have
drone?
a brilliant idea.
Why do we need the hold on? Why do we need the drone if we have the laser beam? We could just see the where the laser is.
Did you not listen? No, you didn't. Well, how would you see the laser beam and tell me how high it is at any given distance?
My earbud died. Guys, hold on. No one speak.
You say airbud like the dog?
Earbud is
Jeremy is so
AirPods, whatever he's talking about.
Earpod.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's the airbud. That sucks.
Yeah, I'm back.
Jeremy, I got it.
No, I want to hear.
Hang on. Let me go. You take your drone, you tie a string to it, you fly it straight out along your wall, and then you snap the line horizontal.
No, Sort knows this makes no sense. We have a laser
come
beam.
on.
We
That
have a
was
laser.
fantastic.
As soon as Sort concedes, we will move on. We're not going anywhere. Let's hear it, Sort. Concede.
Right. Hold on a minute.
Can someone summarize what's going on? Because this has been going on for a long time, and I'm
Well,
lost.
there are some mentally ill people here who think that the Earth is flat for some unknown reason.
Jem, I don't think the Earth's flat. I know it's not flat. We've got fucking mountains and valleys.
Oh God! Don't do that.
No, that's true.
Do you think? Hold on.
I just
do you
asked for a
think-
summary.
Hang on. Do you think then, when people say the word flat Earth, when people have talked about flat earthers, when they say people used to think the Earth was flat, do you think they're talking about what they mean, an Earth with no valleys or mountains? Is that what they're saying? Or are they making a reference to the general shape, as in flat, as opposed to spherical? Do you think they might be saying that instead?
I like to call it a level Earth.
Regardless of what you like to call it, what do you think people are generally referring to when they say flat Earth? Are they making a comment about the shape of the body itself, or are they saying they think it's, they think, or people who think think it's got no mountains and valleys?
No, obviously not. We all know we got fucking Mount Everest and Snowdon and
So why did you correct me then?
I'll give you that point. I'll give you that. You are.
Have you ever seen Mount Everest? How do you know it actually exists?
This is true now. Everything else.
I mean, you believe a picture and geologists who say that it's there, and you believe people's experiences who climb it. So why don't you believe anything else about space? If you believe Mount Everest, you believe that humans can climb 5 miles into the air and breathe off tiny little oxygen tanks when it's -40, yet you don't believe in space.
Who said I don't believe in space?
You just said the Earth is level and not round.
So, what?
Why? My question to you. Okay, my question to you is: why do you believe Mount Everest exists?
Good question.
It is a good question, and I can only point to video clips that I've seen of people climbing it.
Okay, so have you ever seen a video clip of people doing a moonwalk or a spacewalk out of the ISS?
Yeah, but that's in a.
Wait, why but? Why but?
It's in a, because if you look at what they say, it's a fucking vacuum. Or low pressure, if you want to call it low pressure, but they call it a vacuum. Okay. You cannot, anything cannot live in a fucking vacuum. It's impossible.
Brian, you're right. Which is why we create things called spacesuits to alter the environment.
Yeah, have you seen that? He's actually got a zip for his flies on it. Yeah, that made me laugh. That did. No,
but Brian, you're starting to conflict.
Beyond that, what I do know is anything that is known to be neutrally buoyant is supported by its medium that it's in. Now, if there is no fucking medium, i.e. a vacuum, what's supporting the Earth, the Sun, the Moon, and all the other alleged planets?
The lack of gravity. Lack of gravitational acceleration.
What about the bending of space-time?
Okay, Brian, you're getting off. I want to focus on the fact that you believe Mount Everest exists, right? And I want to use the reasons why you believe it exists to show you, or at least suggest to you, that the Earth is a sphere. So we're going to break down why you believe this exists and transform it to why you should believe the Earth is a geoid.
No, you're not. I'm not going there ever again. Don't get me wrong. You will never, ever convince me that we live on a fucking ludicrous spinning ball again. Nobody will. I've been there. I've got the T-shirt, and I am not going back there.
Okay, so Brian, let me
I live on is
Don't monologue. I don't care about your life. So I don't want you to ever say anything ever again unless you have verified it with your own eyes. You have not seen Mount Everest, therefore it does not exist in your reality.
Oh God.
Okay?
Is
that fair?
Snowden. I've been up Snowden.
Snowden, the man? I don't know a mountain range called Snowden.
Mount Snowden is the highest hill in Britain.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
It's not very tall. In England, I should say, I think.
Okay.
Or is it in Wales? Is it in Wales? I can't remember.
Okay. So, Brian, you can use Snowden then, but you cannot say Mount Everest. You've never been there. You've never seen it. So you cannot claim any evidence from it.
Okay. Wait a minute. Does that apply to you as well? Because you've never been to fucking space, have you?
It does not apply to me because I believe Mount Everest exists because I've seen. Wait, let me finish. Don't overtalk me. All right, listen.
Let him finish. Let him finish, please, because he's making a point here.
Hey, don't straw man my argument by saying I believe in space and in geoid and in Mount Everest because the way I believe in things is from data, personal experiences, and videos. So that's why I believe all of them exist, not just one of them. Right. Science, geodesy, right, shows us that the Earth is round. It's a study in science behind the Earth is round in the gravitational field. And then, I don't know what the scientific name for space stuff is. Rocket scientists can step in if there is something. Yeah.
Bullshit.
Astrophysics.
Astrology.
Astrophysics, cosmology, all that stuff.
Astrology is what Miss Cleo does.
Riley always calls it astrology.
Damn, you guys are all rocket scientists? That's nuts.
So Brian, here's the thing, right? Like, don't claim you know how the computer works when you don't. Until you build a computer, you don't know how it works. And I just want to move forward with this idea. You're not allowed to say anything unless you can explain every detail about it or you've seen it. Okay? All right, I'm going to silence myself now.
As long as that applies to you as well.
How does it have to apply to me?
Oh, wrong.
It's like a double standard if it doesn't.
Well, it is. Look, you have a different standard for these things. That's the point. He isn't saying that he needs to have things personally shown to him to believe them to be true. He can.
How many people have gone to Mount Everest?
He can derive a truth. He can derive a truth from. Can I finish what I'm saying?
How many, brother?
Why are you interrupting me?
How many people have gone to?
Well, maybe not.
He can derive a truth from a body of evidence, is what he's saying. You deny that. You want stuff personally shown to you. That's the point that he's making. And that's why it's two sets of rules, because you're setting the rules.
No, just the mountain, the body of evidence.
But Jim, he said believe. Belief entails faith, with no evidence, right?
Believe. Who said believe?
He said that he believes.
Well, I don't think so. Because I think that knowledge is a subset of belief. I think that you You cannot know something to be true unless you also believe it to be true, right?
So you believe that the Earth is spinning, right?
And I know the Earth is
Fucking ain't
spinning. Both of those things are true. I believe it and I know it.
You've got no evidence, sorry, mate.
Rotating, I would rather say.
This ain't helping.
I
Right,
know.
it does
I
help
know.
because here's the thing, right? So the main issue of flat earthers is that they pull evidence selectively. Oh, we believe this test, right? That's on YouTube, yet we don't believe the overwhelming amount of evidence that shows that the earth is a sphere. But what
Right.
I'm saying is that you have to set a guideline for yourself and follow it. Do not show me evidence of anything unless you've conducted it, verified it, and then sent it out for peer review. Okay? The reason I don't need to do this is because I fuck off. Yes, all right. Drool on your keyboard, you caveman. All right. I
Let
actually
him
know what I'm
finish.
talking about.
Let him make his point, please. Go
God
ahead.
damn. Fuck off. Yeah, what I'm saying is I don't need to perform the experiments myself, as Gem Panda properly summarized. I can take a table of evidence and data and come to my own conclusion. I trust experts in the field. You're not a physicist. You've never even studied physics, so I have no reason to believe you over the thousands, if not millions, of physicists who properly exclaim that the Earth is a geoid.
Good luck. Hope you're happy on your spinning ball. Anyway, so if
Hey, please respond to me. I just want to make sure you understand our
In
agreement.
one ear and out the other.
Got no evidence. Sorry.
I told you, I will not ever get into
No,
that.
Brian, I don't care. You're a lost cause. I'm just saying, do not use evidence that you've not verified no longer in this chat. It's a new
Lost
rule set for
cause?
yourself.
Do you think I'd spend all fucking night here if I was a lost cause?
Well,
Yeah.
Well,
Yes.
you're telling us that there's nothing that can change your mind, which doesn't sound like you've got a very open mind.
The missus was begging me to go to fucking bed, and I turned her down to talk to you lot.
Well, we're
Which
honoured.
means-
We are honoured. Thank you.
Thanks,
I'm
Brian.
happy you're not screwing
It's true,
the
you're an
missus.
idiot.
Yeah, I think you could be right. Right, hold on. I'm going to post another video in here. Tell me what's going
No,
on.
Brian, you're not allowed to post a video. Have you conducted this study?
you are allowed to post a video.
Have you been to space?
Come
yourself?
on,
I
Gem
know,
Panda.
I know it's annoying. I know. What
Have
can
you
I
been
say,
to
man?
space yourself?
He
Tell me
doesn't
what's going on
understand
here.
it.
He's special.
Tell me what's going on here.
Gem Panda, you're not allowed to use this. That's the whole conversation we just had, buddy.
I know,
This is not
I
your.
Jem,
No.
I want your feedback on this.
What is it?
I've just posted it.
He's talking to himself.
Curious what you're trying to show here. What are
Have
we
you
looking
not
for?
been on my show?
What are we looking for here? Can you let us know?
You're making me want a big milkshake.
Yeah, I fancy a milk banana one. The
Brian,
plan
I do have a question for you. I need your advice, right?
Hold on a minute. Let me
No,
just
we're
get this
okay.
out of the way. The plan was to fly to my daughter's, who's having major building works done, and I was going to give her some aerial footage of what they're doing there, extending the side of the house. Oh, she married a builder, for fuck's sake. Extended the house by 2 meters on one side and putting this and that and the other up. And I was going to give them some footage. They live about 3 or 4 miles away from me. I set the drone to 50 meters from its takeoff point, thinking that would be fine.
So you flew a drone across a residential area?
I know, this just can't be legal, dude.
Yeah,
Aren't
I'm
you
pretty sure
supposed
that's illegal as shit, dude.
There's-
You can't-
I think
you
you're
can't-
supposed to
You're an
keep
idiot.
it in sight as
Yeah,
well.
it has to be away from people, in line of sight.
Where's the fun in
Yeah,
that?
it's okay. He hit a tree because I guess you just flying to the waypoint and you didn't set the altimeter high enough.
I set it to where it took off as 0, and then I set it to fly at 50 meters.
Right, but it's actually it's just holding. The problem is, you have topography there, and if your topography rises up, 50 meters may not be high enough to clear the obstacle.
Aha, so why didn't, if it does what you said,
It must be moving with the topography, surely.
No, it doesn't, Jim, because it's not using a ground altimeter to measure the distance over the ground. It's just using a barometric altimeter, so it's just following the sea level above elevation above sea level. So if you start moving up towards a hill where the houses are 10 or 20 or 30 feet higher up, then what you thought was going to be a safe enough altitude to clear obstacles is not going to be high enough.
What I'm saying is, your fictitious thing about the pressure, why would it stop at the same pressure?
Beautiful. Because, don't you understand? It's going off of mean sea level pressure, which means that if your topography rises up, you're gonna if you have a hill in the way and the hill is not high enough from your starting point, and it's higher than you say. Okay, 100 feet above my starting point, and then that hill is 200 feet above your starting point, you're going to hit the hill.
Exactly.
Which is exactly what you'd expect because it's going off of barometric pressure, which is not going to be based on the topography. The topography is not going to affect the barometric pressure. The barometric pressure is affected by how far it is from the surface of the earth, of the sea level.
And it's getting closer and closer. So surely the barometric pressure should have gone up and told the drone what you're saying. The barometric pressure is not changing on a local level. Okay, it's fairly uniform around the whole planet. That's the reason why every time you go up high altitude, even though you're on the top of a mountain and the ground is beneath your feet, you're still struggling to take a breath. Oh, hold on, bring them fucking goalposts back here.
That's unbelievable that you did that. Dude.
That's what we've been saying this whole time. It's basing it on pressure above sea level, and it's pretty consistent around the whole Earth. The local topography is not going to change the barometric pressure above the ground.
So then, the other way round must be true as well.
What's the other way around?
As your ball Earth drops away, why would it follow the ball Earth?
Because the pressure follows the ball Earth. Because there's a gravitational vector, which is how you have a pressure gradient.
Why doesn't
like I said,
go up then? You can't have it both ways.
We don't have it both ways. We're consistent in what we're saying.
We only have a round heliocentric model. We don't have a flat model as well. We're not going to create that for you too.
I think, Brian, are you saying that what I'm claiming is that the pressure should be? Are you making the claim that if the ground is higher up, then the pressure should go up with the ground? Is that basically the claim you're making?
Are you saying if the ground goes down, the pressure goes down with it?
No, I'm saying that the local topography is not going to change the pressure at any given elevation.
No, but
it's still going to be, the pressure is going to be consistent above sea level.
I think he's asking you.
Cannot have it both ways. It's either going to fly straight and level like it did there and the ground come up and meet it, or it's going to follow the curvature of a fucking Earth. And it didn't follow any curve or the topography.
I don't
Brian,
think
if you did it,
understanding that the atmosphere is also curved.
I did what?
No, I said if you did it, if you did it go the other way instead of rising in altitude, but you lowered in altitude, from like let's say somewhere in Colorado all the way down towards the ocean, and you're going down in elevation the whole time. Instead of the opposite of what happened here would happen there. Like if you kept it at a certain, if it was maintaining its certain pressure, the ground is gonna go away from it. It's gonna appear to be higher up.
Yes, thank you. And that's what
I'm saying that would happen to you, but that's not what you were describing. Was the opposite of that? You're talking about the Earth curving away, but it's not staying in a straight line. It's staying in a line that's relative to the curve of the Earth. So it's curving around the Earth. It's not making it like a straight line through the Earth.
It's slammed into a tree.
Okay. Yeah, that's because.
And so what you're saying, right, is if you chose to fly 50 meters above
him in a way he can understand. Is anybody going to do
Well, Tommy, I think I got this, right?
You really think
Jeremy?
You get one shot.
I think so.
Kev, do you want to say something, Kev?
So you set the altimeter.
I'll get a drink. Hold on.
All right, never mind.
Yeah,
You got to put another.
From what I hear,
we need to simplify this a bit more.
This guy is saying he set his altimeter 50 meters above the ground, right? That's what he's saying. It's set on barometric pressure, as the others have stated. So this guy literally thinks that if he were to fly against Mount Everest, the drone would consistently just fly up along it, never crashing into it, because he set the altimeter to be 50 meters above the ground, correct?
I believe that's what he's saying. I believe he thinks that we're claiming that in our model, if what we're model is true, then the barometric pressure should vary with the topography, rather than the gravitational potential. But reality, the barometric pressure varies with the gravitational potential, not with the topography.
You mean the bending of space-time?
Oh, we're not talking about space. Oh, is the example I gave that accurate?
Any kind of sarcasm right now, Brian. You need to listen and listen good. Now take your shot. Take your shot, Raku. This is the one you get. This is it. Make it count.
I got this.
Listen,
so much pressure.
Good.
Brian, did you set your drone to be 50?
Go.
All right, Brian. So you set your drone to be 50 meters above the ground, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you believe that if you were to fly your drone against Snowden, it would just continue to be 50 meters above the hill all the way to the peak?
No, you do.
I do not.
You do, because you expect it to bend round a fucking curve. So why would it not go up over a hill?
Right. So I do not believe that, so please don't state that as my argument. I was asking what you believe.
No. The drone flies straight and level.
Right, but what I'm trying to say is you set it at what setting? 50 meters above, 50 meters of altitude, correct?
Above its takeoff point.
Above its takeoff point. Okay, so when the others have said, what it does, it measures its barometric pressure, and it stays 50 meters above that area, right?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So you do realize that you crashing your drone was a result of your own misdoing, correct?
Oh yeah, I know. I got it wrong. I'd done a perfect one, set it at 90 meters, I believe, and it flew there and flew back. Piece of piss.
Yeah, Tom, I don't think he's going to understand that.
And when I checked the elevation, my daughter's property is like 20 or 30 meters above ours.
But what if you only set the drone at 20 meters or 10 meters? What would have happened?
It wouldn't have got out my back garden, so I got trees higher than that.
There you go.
What do you mean? There I go.
The misunderstanding.
You have to have it elevated high enough to miss the topography and the. Okay.
All right. Well, let's go back to this mountain example. I think this is going to help you. Do you believe the pressure on the top of Mount Everest is the same pressure that we have at sea level?
Don't know. I've never been there, and you said I can't say anything that I don't know it exactly what I'm talking about. So no, I don't know.
Let's do Snowdon because you've been there.
I've been to Snowdon. I could breathe all right up there. Mind you,
but I'm asking, do you think the pressure on the base of Snowdon is the same pressure on the top of Snowdon?
I wouldn't have thought so, but I didn't take any measurements, so I can't be definitive.
How
but
high
speculate.
is Snowdon?
I have no idea. Apparently it's a hill. But speculate for me.
There's a beautiful scenic route, by the way, you're taking.
Beautiful what?
I mean, feel free to jump in.
Raku
I'm trying.
taking the scenic route.
Scenic route? That was a straight line to my daughter's house.
You know, not everything is about you, Brian, and I specifically said Raku. I did make it clear. He's taking the scenic route. in this goddamn explanation attempt to you, which is not going to work because you don't get anything. I don't even know why people are bothering to try to explain this to you.
Did you ever watch
shit?
Hold on. I don't know you from Adam, to tell you the truth, but did anybody watch the Muppet Show? Did anybody watch the Muppet Show?
What's that?
And the two old geezers up in the gallery.
Brian, I have a question that you can actually help me with.
Much more of a geezer than I am.
By the way, Rocco, Snowdon, if I look at the right one, is about 3,500 feet.
Maybe
so
somebody
that'll
should be
probably
doing
help you
something
out
about
in
her
your
while you're here. You arguing with us.
I couldn't hear you, buddy.
Just chill out. Why
the
do you
mountain,
get
the
so
hill is
angry?
3,500 feet.
Why all the negativity?
The negativity is from you. It's your IQ being negative, causing the
That's
negativity.
it, one on the right. The one on the right.
Brian, look, like I said, very nicely, you're thick as pig shit. Okay? We try to explain these things
Wow, that's
to
a
you.
nice version.
And not
Can
get
you
through
build
that
a drone from scratch?
years. You
Can you
are
build a
hell
drone?
bent on not understanding anything we tell you. And your
you-
debts. So that doesn't help.
Can you build a drone from scratch?
I'd have a better shot.
No,
you would
you
probably.
can't. When
And
you
what does,
can,
that
come
have
back.
to, what does that have to do with Penny Pink? You don't
You wouldn't
understand
have
television.
You called me a thick as pig shit.
Well, you know, your refusal to be quiet until the other person is done is not helping anything. Now, very quickly, you do not understand the difference between elevation and curvature. And you will always fuck this up. You understand that? You'll always fuck this up until you learn the difference between elevation and curvature, and you'll keep correcting your fucking drones probably because you're thick as pig shit. Have a good night, sir.
Look, Brian needs to learn what the difference between landscape and portrait with his video
It
as
goes
well.
away, so the drone should have got higher and higher, not fucking lower and lower. And I
It didn't get lower.
Thick. I told you. Keep proving my point, man. Keep proving my point. You're backing me up.
Brian, what they're saying is that what they're saying is if you set your drone to be 50 meters above the ground, right, it's not going to just stay 50 meters above the ground regardless of the elevation. It's based on barometric pressure.
And topography gets in the way.
I mean, elevation will stay the same.
Whether the earth goes up or down, what you're telling me is the drone flying flat and level, or is it following the fucking curve?
It's staying the same elevation above sea level.
Look at the picture of where it's sent.
Straight, flat, and level.
Flat and level.
I have another question for you. So I have a German Shepherd. He drools a lot. I know you're a drooling caveman yourself. What rags do you use to clean it up?
That's not necessary.
Went above my head, mate. Don't worry about it.
No, it wasn't necessary.
I don't care. If they have to resort to that, you know, they're really struggling as far as I can see.
You know, a better question is how you have the pressure gradient on the flat Earth, which would help you understand why you're misunderstanding this. What creates the pressure gradient on the flat Earth?
What's the problem with that? Why do you think that should be a problem?
You having sex again, Jake?
Dude, I just hiked up this huge hill to get this thing that behind my house.
Every time
I hiked down the hill behind my house.
Dude, it's always the hill, Jake. Pushing a stroller up the hill, climbing a hill to get a frisbee, going up the hill.
Wait till after sex.
What's he going on about?
I want to know what creates the pressure gradient on the flat Earth.
Well, probably the same functions that create it on your fucking ludicrous spinning Earth.
Right, that'd be gravity. Acceleration.
No, not gravity. What's this fucking gravity? What is this?
Well, you can call it you can call it dropity if you want. It's still acceleration.
No, it's not.
Well, there must be
Great,
something
then,
different.
explain the pressure gradient on the flat Earth then, because we can artificially create pressure. We can artificially create pressure gradients by accelerating objects.
What are you talking about? Things that drop in the medium of air. Is that what you call gravity?
No, they drop in all mediums.
Do they? Oh, right.
Yes, we do.
Okay, so it drops in all mediums. So let's just change the what's it here? Let's put Newton's apple tree underwater.
No, let's not put Newton's apple tree. We're using
Take the apple from the tree. Which way is it going to go?
It's going to go up likely as the water goes down, it being heavier.
So
meaning
not
of
go
gravity.
down, not
Gravity is causing that density to
because the mass of the water is greater than the mass of the fucking apple. That don't take fucking PhD to figure that out, does it?
Yes, it does. It proves gravity. You see, when we take that, Brian, just a second. No. When we put Newton's law apple tree in the water, and we're gonna use a big bucket for this because we're gonna have some real fun. What we're gonna do is we're gonna drop that bucket at 9.8 meters per second squared, and you now tell me, where does the apple go now? Up or down? Relative to that big bucket that's falling. Where's it going, Brian? Come on. Up, down,
Hold on, I was getting an image. What did you say? Sorry.
We'll put that apple tree in a big bucket, and we drop the whole thing, accelerating at 9.8 meters per second squared. And you tell me, where does the apple go relative to the bucket? Up, down, or stay where it is?
Is that the sort of world you live in?
Answer the frickin' question.
I don't fucking know. I've never fucking done a ludicrous test like that.
Well, I have. And it tells me 9.8 meters per second squared nullifies your density. So, mine is better than yours.
Right, here's one for you. Shut up, shut up, shut up.
No.
There's the density tower. There's milk right in the very middle, right?
Yep.
That is milk. If we drop milk in the top, which way is it going to go?
Probably down.
If we inject milk into the bottom, which way is it going to go?
Probably up.
So we're not done with this laser beam drone.
No gravity.
Only if there's
density.
It would only do
Now,
under an accelerator.
I have a little video for you of that thing being dropped the way I explained. Want to see? Here you go. It's going to be pretty. Ooh, look what happened to that density tower when I drop it at 9.8 meters per second squared. The whole sorting goes away. How did that happen, Brian?
Because the whole thing is going down, looking for its density.
Down. It is down. There's an interesting phenomenon. What causes down, Brian?
It's mass. It's
What?
mass.
No, mass does not cause down. Mass is not down. Mass is literally inertia. That is how hard things are to push on ice or something. No, that's
everything
not
on that plane is going downwards.
Oh, down. What causes down, Brian? What causes that direction of down, Brian?
Shut up. That liquid in its different layers is trying to find its density level.
Yes, relative to down. What causes down, Brian?
The mass of the object.
Mass attracting mass.
It's weight. It's weight or it's mass.
Well, then why is it attracting some mass?
But then, Brian, why is it
greater than the medium it is fucking in? How stupid are you?
Well, I just nullified your weight and your density. So I'm pretty clever, aren't I?
No, you're fucking not, because you don't understand. If you change the medium, everything fucking changes.
Yes, Brian, but you see, when we add a little something to that plane right there, if we put that density tower they got in a centrifuge, and we do that same little dive that you call falling, it is essentially falling. We do that same thing, but we have that density tower in a centrifuge. It's going to stay sorted in that centrifuge because of the acceleration that we are applying by centrifuging it. You see how acceleration is
Go to the furthest. It will push the lighter materials out of the way because its mass is greater. There's no fucking force.
By acceleration, Brian. You need acceleration for that to happen. It does not happen without acceleration. It's that simple, Brian. I just proved it, and even added the extra, me making that acceleration just to prove it for you.
Yeah, it don't work, mate.
Yes, it does. You need that acceleration.
We don't live in a fucking free fall situation, do we, you twat?
No, we do not. We live in gravity, where we have down caused by mass.
Has found its density fucking level.
Density fucking level. You got nothing, Brian.
Okay, answer me this one. If air was more dense than water, where would we be?
Underwater.
We would be at the Kármán fucking line, wouldn't we?
No.
Yes, we fucking
What?
would.
We would be at the bottom of the sea.
The air that we're in. You're just fucking stupid.
Hold the fuck up. What? Kármán line.
How would we be at the Kármán line?
What is that?
You got me beat, Kurt.
How does that work? How did that all that air, some of it just incidentally feel like being denser? How does that work?
That was just a mind experiment to prove that there is
mind
no
experiment. Yeah.
Mind experiment referring to a place in the skies? How does that work?
Some people shouldn't experiment with their mind.
You know what I fucking said.
Places in the sky.
We know what you said, but we don't know what you mean by it.
If the air we live in was denser than water, we would not be down here.
We'd be underwater.
Yeah, we'd be underwater. Good.
No, we can't be underwater, can we? Because we're less dense than water. That's why we fucking float.
Oh, not if the air is heavier.
Yo, shots out the shroomy sandwich.
There is no gravitational force.
No, there isn't gravitational acceleration, Brian. We always said acceleration. I know, that level.
What can accelerate? Tell me what accelerates.
Everything.
Right. How many elements are there lighter than fucking air? 11.
7.
No.
11?
11.
My bad.
11.
11.
So, what about them?
And they're going upwards all day long.
Yes.
You don't fucking see them because they're transparent. We can't see all this fucking helium and hydrogen going upwards, can we? We can't see it.
Brian, don't be like that. Let's try another funny experiment. Brian.
Lighter than fucking air and go upwards.
Yes,
Where's your gravity then?
Lighter than fucking air. So, Brian, how is that helium balloon going to work in that plane where we just saw the density tower not work? What's going to happen with that?
I don't give a fuck. I don't live in a plane that's doing a dive down to the fucking ground.
Oh, come on. It's a physics experiment. Go on, tell me.
But it means fuck all. We don't live in a plane diving towards.
Brian, if you cannot provide an experiment to prove your assertion, then you have nothing now, have you?
I've got no assertion. I know.
You definitely do. Your assertion is that density is just magically there, and down is just a magic direction that comes from nothing. That is an assertion, Brian.
It comes from your fucking mass, or the mass of your phone, or your keys, or this bottle of water.
Comes from mass attracting mass. Is that what you're saying, Brian?
No, it doesn't.
Yes, Brian, that's what you're saying. You're literally saying it comes from math.
The most
What does math do? What makes it down?
For fuck's sake. This is so easy if you just open your mind.
Oh,
Brian.
Brian. Prove
Or
your assertions here. Come on.
less denser objects. Now, it doesn't matter.
If you cannot provide experiments to prove your assertion, you do not have science on your side now, do you? And your assertion is just, I think down is a direction. Why is it a direction? What makes it a direction?
Is there elements that go up every day of the week?
Yes.
Thank you. There's your gravity. Totally fucking blown out the water.
But helium doesn't go down in a vacuum. If you take a vacuum chamber and you inject helium in it, it doesn't go down to the bottom.
We don't live in a fucking vacuum chamber.
Or it doesn't go up.
No, that means they don't mean anything, right? If you don't live in it, it doesn't mean anything.
All right, guys, can I say something here? I got to.
Yeah, go on.
All right, so Brian, I'm going to grant you that density is a very important factor that will dictate a lot of times whether an object will indeed fall or whether it will indeed float. But density in and of itself is simply a variable. It is not a force. Can you describe the force that acts on an object's density? What is that?
The force that acts on what?
Like, what is the force that's actually pushing the object down? Because it's not density. Density is a variable. It's not a force.
It's the object's mass finding its
That is also a
level.
variable, Brian. That's not a force.
You want me to jump in, Brian, or you got this?
I feel like I'm fucking wasting my time here.
Brian, we're
Brian,
the
just
ones
go get
with the
laid.
act. When it comes to this relative density space time thing, we're the ones with the real science. They have pseudoscience.
You know what, Jeremy? Just
Nailed it,
stop.
yep.
I already showed you how you cannot take relative density and make it into an acceleration.
We're the ones with the real science here. We can
Jeremy,
control
no.
the medium.
No,
We
Jeremy.
control
No.
Give me
we
your
control
science.
the independent variable. They
Science,
can't control
Jeremy.
theirs.
Jeremy, I showed you dimensional analysis how it doesn't work. You want to see it again? I'll post it for you.
238,000 miles away with a sixth of our gravity can lift trillions and trillions and trillions of tons of fucking water up 30 or 40 feet and doesn't affect anything in between.
Here's a good question for you, Brian.
And they don't get slammed against the fucking side of the fucking ISS, do they?
Brian, I asked a simple
What are you
question. What
talking
is
about?
the force that brings the object down? Like, can you name that force?
I'll name that in 2.
All right, I'm sorry. What is it?
See, Brian, when we convert mass to weight, we multiply it by 9.8 meters per second squared. You know that, don't you?
How do you calculate mass?
Mass is not calculated. Mass is a measurement of inertia.
And how do you come to that figure of mass?
Oh, you see how hard it is to push, essentially.
You weigh it, right?
No, you do not.
You could calculate it by accelerating it. You could calculate it by accelerating it and measuring how much force it takes to accelerate it.
Exactly. That is inertia. And that is inertial mass. But mass is not weight.
That's what they
It
do. in the
becomes
ISS
weight
anyway.
when accelerated.
Brian, why don't you have a look in chat? I posted the problem you have with your relative density in terms of dimensional analysis. The units don't work out. That's not even taking into the fact that you don't even have a vector quantity yet. You can't even get the dimensions of the units to work out into a force.
Sorry, mate. I got somebody shaking their booty in front of me.
Yeah, that is distracting.
Why is she wearing shorts?
Yeah.
Just the short shorts.
In porn, they're always just naked.
Oh dear.
Brian, to some mass and density are scalar quantities. It's just a value. There's no directionality to them whatsoever.
The relative density it's because it's relative. It's not. They want to
Jeremy,
just take.
be quiet, okay? You don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Why can't I white knight this guy?
Jeremy, because you don't know what you're talking about. You've demonstrated you have a lack of understanding of these principles to even try to come in a white knight, Brian, on this.
You want to just.
The adults are speaking, Rocket. The adults are speaking.
Answer me now. Answer this truthfully. I don't want lies. Are you paid to come here and fucking brainwash us?
Nah.
Me, yes. I don't know about the rest of the guys.
Well, I'm paid in giggles, so there's that.
You know, I'd be curious to know if Brian thinks. Brian, do you think a helium? Do you think a helium tank that you could buy at a party store? Do you think it's heavier when it's full, or do you think it's heavier when it's empty?
You can only weigh gas with a container.
Brian, do you think that a helium tank is heavier when it's full, or do you think it's heavier when it's empty?
It has to be in a container.
Can you answer that question for us?
I could tell you, I could go and buy one, then empty it all out and weigh it.
Right, but what do you think is going to be the answer to that? I mean, you know, lots of people buy helium tanks. It's like at every party store and any place that makes balloons, right? I'm sure people know whether it's heavier if it's full or empty, right? What would your guess be?
If it's a liquid gas compressed down to a liquid, it'll be heavier when it's full.
Yeah, but when you buy it at the store, it's not a liquid. It's a gas. You need to get to a very low temperature for helium to become a liquid. So it's a gas in the container. It's not a liquid in there. It's just pressurized gas. So tell me, what do you think? Do you think it's heavier or do you think it's lighter when it's full versus empty?
You can only weigh it in the container.
Jeremy, stop. Let him answer the fucking question.
You're talking about what the container would weigh, I would imagine.
No. We'll weigh the container. We'll weigh the container empty, and then we'll fill it with helium. And do you think it'll be heavier or do you think it'll be lighter?
All you guys get to go against him, but if I try to help,
it's a question directly related to it because his claim is that helium somehow defies gravity. So I'm curious to know if that container is going to be heavier or lighter when it's full of gas.
I honestly don't know. I've never done it.
Okay, well, I'll tell you right now, it's heavier. You can tell how much gas is in the container by weighing it.
I think the big fuck up he's done is by saying it defies gravity. It only appears to defy gravity because relatively it's the lightest. It's lighter than everything else, so it floats up on the way.
It gets squeezed out by the heavier. Right. Do you understand that helium balloons float because they're less dense than the atmosphere? It's the same as if when you have your condom full of jizz and you get your hand and you run it up the condom and it squeezes all the jizz out. That's exactly what the air pressure is doing to the less dense balloon, which is why it ends up rising higher until it gets to a certain elevation where it's the same density and it stops rising. That's why helium balloons don't go up forever.
Terrible analogy, though. Terrible.
On an interesting side to that with helium, the Earth is actually losing helium from its atmosphere because of how light it is. Basically,
why do we
doesn't actually disappear
on destroying the fucking conversation with our goddamn resume? Let me tell you how smart I am. Introducing shit, it's just not part of the conversation.
So you should at least try starting with fun fact.
Chat. So what you're saying, when you compress helium, then it becomes heavier.
Not quite.
Not quite.
The molecules itself does not become heavier, but the cubic volume of it will become heavier because it's denser, because it's under pressure. The molecule doesn't change its weight.
Here's a better example. If you take that helium tank and you draw a vacuum on it so that there is no, very little gas, as close to little gas as you can draw with your vacuum pump on that container, and then you weigh it, and then you fill it with helium, do you think it's going to be heavier or lighter after you filled it with helium? Even if you fill it with less helium than you would have at atmospheric pressure.
Well, funny you should say that because, hold on, oh, pardon me. I heard some American football teams were filling their footballs, weren't they, with helium?
That's not true. That's an old wives' tales from the '70s with the Raiders.
Is it?
Yeah, it's a bit of a myth. It's like an old wives' tale. That's not to say it's not a good idea, but yeah.
They were getting more hang time or something.
Oh, the ball would go further when you kick it, I think, or throw it was the main gist behind it. So, like, it's like cheating.
Roger.
But a football has a regulation weight, and if it's not that weight, then it's not going to be played. How is it?
Well, wasn't there a big deal in baseball a couple of years ago about the technology
Did we
in
just
bats?
prove it to them? Someone just said something amazing. What's his face? Brian. Do you know that balls, like the balls that you play with, weigh more when you pump them up with gas, right?
See, I've never had the inclination to weigh me balls.
Well, you can just tell.
The point of this is to demonstrate that you have a profound misunderstanding of the way that gravity works. And your claim that certain gases, these 8 gases that are lighter than air, that somehow they defy gravity, which is nonsense, because if you stick them in a container under a vacuum and you fill them with that gas, the container gets heavier. It doesn't get lighter. So the gases are not defying gravity, right? The way that we claim buoyancy work is that the heavier gases will push up and displace the lighter gases, just the same way as your hand running up the condom and squeezing out the jizz.
Well, he's certainly chosen his wording bad. Like, it appears to defy gravity relative to air, like to what we experience as air. It appears to, defy gravity, but really, like you're saying, it's just because
it's the same reason why if you take a beach ball, the beach ball doesn't float in the air, but if you stick it on a denser medium like water, it floats above the water. It doesn't keep going down, right? Why does the beach ball float at the top of water, but yet it still doesn't float in the air?
That's caught my. Why the fuck would you want to squeeze your jizz out your nodder?
For science.
Here's another thing.
It was quite the analogy, Brian. I will give you that.
Maybe because you're giving your girlfriend an extra tasty treat at the end. I don't know.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
It was just an example.
That oil and shot, yeah.
I love how the British called a nutter.
It's better than I've heard them. Some of the things I've heard them call it, including a spaff.
So does everything that's lighter than air always go upwards?
Until it reaches the same density as the higher elevation air, which is why things don't rise up forever.
It's also why planes can't fly above a certain height, and like helicopters can't fly above a certain height, because you get to a point where it's thinner, the air. It's like same thing as why when you climb Mount Everest, you have to take tanks with you because the air is thinner and you won't get enough oxygen. It's not as thick.
So if you had a helium balloon, just a small helium balloon, and you put it in a very much larger balloon full of hydrogen, would it still go up?
A helium balloon in a balloon
Helium
full of
balloon
hydrogen
would sink inside of the hydrogen.
Why would that be?
It would, because relative to hydrogen, it has a helium has a higher atomic weight, so it weighs more.
So the density, yeah.
It's not
somewhat. Density is more so. Density is more so the amount of molecules present in a given area, and that's like from pressure. Whereas like what we're talking about right now is like the element itself and its atomic weight. So how much a single molecule of that element weighs.
Yeah, that's called density.
No,
density is the amount of molecules.
Brian, what you're really missing here is, even if we were to give you the idea of, let's say, of things sorting to density, that doesn't give you any sort of direction. Things would sort to densities in every direction simultaneously. It's a matter of the fact that, that the masses are being accelerated in a downward direction.
Do we all know there's no such thing as pull?
It's a nonsensical statement and untrue.
Are you trying to ignore non-contact?
Show me a pull then.
Show you a pull.
Go take a magnet off your fridge.
That's not pull, that's attraction. I'm talking about pull.
Well, there's attraction.
As you're taking it off that fridge, what is it doing to the fridge?
That is attraction, not pull.
Attraction and pull are indistinct.
Nonsensical word game. It's obviously pulling.
No, it's not. It's attracting. It only does it to metals, and not all metals, does it? You can't attract a cabbage with a magnet, can you?
We're not trying to attract a cabbage with a magnet.
No,
We're showing you
there's no such thing as pull.
Sure it is.
Every action we do here is push.
Brian,
what does tugboats do then?
What do what?
Tugboats.
Tugboats?
Yeah.
Stick your finger up and put the rope around your finger, and you'll find the rope is pushing from the back of the peg.
Yeah, see, Sword, you're getting
Yes,
into...
you will find that, but that is not pushing the rope now, are you?
Sword, you're
Nobody
getting into...
ever pushed the rope.
When you tow, even when you tow a car, you drop the hook of the rope around the haulage, and it pushes, the haulage pushes on the rope, which transfers it to the other eye that you've put it through, and it pushes from the back of eye. Everything is a push.
What about vector points? Yes.
What about a magnet? Two magnets. Don't they pull each other?
Magnets are man-made. We don't. I'm talking about how we interact.
No, you can get naturally occurring magnets.
You're going on about your throne for hours, and now you say magnets are man-made. Also, they're not. No.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
But so what? Your claim was there's no such thing as pull. Now you're saying
that is not pull. That is an attraction.
Well, how is it not pulling? What's the difference between that and what we normally describe as pulling then?
Pulling is what you're doing is you're pushing something towards you. Like,
why do I even bother? Dude, I'm sorry. You're a nice, cheerful guy, but you're impossible to talk to. You aren't listening to anything that's being said.
Just listen to what I've got to say. When you open the door, you put your hand behind the hand.
I know Dell's retarded argument. Listen, shut up. I've heard Dell's retarded argument 100 times. It's retarded when he says it. It's retarded when you say it. I'm sorry, but it is.
Try it for yourself.
You should just be mocked for saying something so idiotic. That's all there is.
It's not. It is true. A piston engine works on push.
If you say so.
And a rope works on pull.
No, it doesn't. A rope.
How do you climb up a rope without pulling?
That's it.
There's a reason there's a saying called pushing a rope. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
It does work. We all push. We can only react with anything in this realm we're in with a pressure.
Jeremy, so when you climb a rope, what are you pushing against?
Your hand is pushing against the rope, is it not? Are you gripping the rope?
Now, what's the rope doing to hold you up?
Are you gripping the rope?
Jeremy, answer that guy's question. So if you tie the rope to the ceiling and climb the rope, right, the weight on the rope is what against the ceiling? Pulling
No,
or
not
pushing
even against the ceiling, within itself. What is the rope doing within itself to hold itself up?
If it goes through an eye, it is pressing on the back of the eye,
No.
which is...
I'm not talking about the connections, either your hand gripping it or the other end tied to something. What is happening within the rope?
What's happening within the rope?
Yes. How is the rope holding itself together?
If it's Hessian rope, it'll be twisted together, I presume. Everything's a push. Even that tug of war there, watch what they're doing. They're pushing with their feet. They're pushing with their hands on the rope.
They're not pushing with their hands, are they? That's silly. You know they're not pushing with their hands. They're
Can I
pulling.
address some of the things said, please? Okay, so
Yeah,
the
go
rope
ahead.
is being pulled on, okay, and the reason why the rope doesn't break is because of the bonds between the molecules. If you make enough pressure, force, by having, like, for example, being fat enough, that you exert enough, like, pressure on those bonds will break, but it's pulling on the rope. Now, furthermore, I want to address two things. I didn't realize I was muted. You have tried to state that attraction through, like, gravity and pulling are mutually exclusive. You're trying to say they're two separate things when they are one and the same. That's what they are. Then they're simile. In this case, you can pull is just a shorter word with less syllables, and it means the same thing as attraction. And the other thing is you've already said too that magnets are man-made. That's simply not true. Otherwise, why do we have a magnetic atmosphere if we don't have a giant iron core that is a giant magnet? And you can prove this by using a compass.
Here's a question: would you say pulling creates tension and pushing probably like creates less tension?
No.
Do you think even tension exists? Because what is tension but a measurement of pull?
Yeah, materials have different restriction and compression.
It's a measurement of push.
Oh no, that'd be compressive strength, not
Yeah,
tension. Tension
materials have a difference between compression and tension, right? Otherwise, they'd have the same properties, right? Some materials are very strong in compression, but have no strength in tension.
There's a reason we use concrete for foundations, not for holding, not for hanging things.
There's a reason. Hang on. There's a reason why we use steel inside concrete, because concrete gives us that tensile strength. The steel gives us that tension strength, and the concrete gives us the pressure strength. So both of them together is great, and that's why when those cables can fail inside a building, they tend to fall down in like a pancake structure. They don't just tip over. I'm bringing up 9/11 now.
9/11 was a conspiracy.
But yeah, if tension was just push, then why do we need the iron with the concrete? Why not just the concrete?
You're gonna fucking destroy his brain if you ask him to think of complex shit like that.
That's kind of the point.
I'm telling you, everything we interact with is push. I've gone through this.
Unless it isn't, and then you give it a different name that's not pull.
Tires push on the ground. A piston pushes the crane down. Then the piston pushes the crane.
Here we go. Okay, here we go. What is drag? What is drag? Is that a pull or a
let's get
push?
this out real quick. Brian, we do not give a fuck. We do not give a fuck about this Dell argument. We don't care that you've relabeled pull. We don't care that you've said that you've done all this shit. We don't fucking care. Answer the questions and stop going back to this pull-push nonsense.
Right.
Well, you
It
should
is silly.
care. You're here because you care.
It's silly though, dude. This is just silly.
It's an argument about push.
It's just renaming the word push to also mean pull. Nobody else defines it like that. We know what pulling is. I gave you an example of magnets, and you immediately just said, well, that's attraction. It's still one magnet pulls the other towards it. No one would deny that.
Well, no, because there's no contact, is there?
Oh, you fucking
Why does
idiot.
there have to be?
Why does there have to be?
How can you pull something without contact?
Well,
With something that doesn't require contact.
According to you, you can't pull something with contact. So why are you now arguing that you can, but that makes no sense?
We apply a pressure to everything.
You're just going to say the same stupid shit again. Why do you reject magnets?
Think about it. Stop.
No, think of it. Stop and think about the magnets and explain to me how they're not pulling.
They're attracting.
How is that not
hang on.
pulling?
What about when they're opposite poles facing each other and they don't want to pull together?
Oh, really, dude? Do you think that's helping the argument in any fucking way?
I'm sorry.
All it does, Crusader, when you come in with shit like that, all it does is allow him an avenue to try to get away from the point that he's going to try to run from. Now, let's get back to attracting the magnets.
I will be now because the missus got up. Oh, she's She's looking at me daggers now.
I think it was said before. This conversation is just going to go in circles. You know, no one's going to convince each other they're right or wrong. Because
we're not trying to convince him right or wrong. We're trying to get him to not run around the circle. We're trying to cut off the fucking ring.
Oh, yeah.
Stop letting him get access to the fucking ring.
Don't get wound up. It's only.
Did he say don't get wound up? He spent half the time yelling into his damn mic.
True.
Doesn't count though.
So I've got to change the
Just
phrase.
pushing
pull me
against
leg
his
now
mic.
so I've got to change the phrase now from pulling me leg to push me leg.
Pushing your leg, yeah.
Hey, you go out and push a bird, not pull one now.
man, I can't wait to move house with someone and then be holding their fridge and be like, no, you know, pull it towards me or push it and just like end up dropping it down the fucking stairs.
So I'll go to the pub and the barman will pull me a beer. No, he can't. He'll have to push me a beer. Okay.
Yeah, he puts his hand behind the lever and pushes it towards himself.
You have such a rudimentary
a
sense
fight-
of understanding.
Okay, so after the barman has pushed me a beer and someone comes up and tries to start a fight with me, do I say to them, hey, don't pull me in the chest like that after he's like knocked me over? Because he's
Yeah, but
pulled
then
me
you
over,
jump
right?
on your pull bike and pedal away.
Yeah.
Jeremy, I have a question for you. Not Jeremy, Brian.
Yes, mate. Quick, make it quick. She's going fucking mad at me.
How does the apple fall to the ground? What's the apple pushing against as it falls to the ground?
What pushing against is it would have some air resistance, wouldn't it?
Well, obviously the tree is pushing it away because it doesn't want it anymore. That's why it gets pushed to the ground.
If the apple's going to, that's a good question, Brian. Now, see, if the apple is falling down, what is pushing it that direction?
Its mass is greater than the air.
Okay, I'll ask it again. What is pushing that apple to the ground?
Buoyancy and density.
Its mass is trying to find its equilibrium.
Did he just say the
Okay,
apple's
so-
mass is greater than the air?
So once again, what is pushing it, or what is it pushing to go down?
Is this tree underwater? Because they go up if you're underwater.
No, this tree's on land, Bucky.
Come on, just say buoyancy and density. That's what you guys always claim.
So why does it go up in water then?
You're not
going to stay on the topic. We don't live underwater. Trees don't grow underwater. We're on land,
but
buddy.
answer this question.
Yeah, please
Brian.
answer this question. This will really be
Is
helpful.
this
in
tree
the
on
work
the
of
moon?
new
Hold on.
I fucking said the same thing 3 times. It's
Tree on the
dense.
moon?
It's more
Tree's on the moon.
dense than the medium that it is in.
Exactly.
And
So, right, so if that's the case, what is it pushing on?
What do you mean? What's it pushing on?
You said everything's a push.
He's only only now he wants you to clarify the question.
We have done it. We have showed him his ignorance.
No,
You showed your own ignorance.
halfway there. Yeah, keep going.
Shown my own ignorance. That's a bold statement.
Well, what do you
Yeah,
mean?
you guys are
what's
acting
it
like
pushing
fucking
on?
hyenas.
But
That's
really
what we've been
not.
asking you, dumbass.
He's been
Yeah, if
he-
movements
he's
are
been
only caused by
doing his
push.
bit quite nicely, thank you.
Hey Brian,
Yeah.
what do you think your muscles do? Mine pull.
They push. They push.
Wait! Don't let him
Well,
get
that's
away.
backwards.
We don't.
Oh
let
no!
don't
Wait.
let him-
Let's.
Fair enough.
So, Brian, you say that
Brian.
you say that everything is caused by every motion is caused by a push. Well, the apple is accelerating downwards. It's moving. What is it pushing against to move downward?
The only thing it can be pushing. You're talking about the apple. is being pushed down. Is that what you're saying?
Is the apple being pushed down, or is the apple pushing something down? Tell us, walk us through the mechanics of this push-only world.
Wait, is the tree underwater? Hold on, I just want to know.
Oh God!
If the tree was underwater,
Brian, the tree's not underwater. Oh my God, Brian.
I was trying to
Tree's
get
on land.
Look, when the fruit is ripe, it insults the tree, and the tree pushes it away. That's what happens. Science, man.
Little
Science.
birds get
There you go.
pushed out of the nest.
Explain for you.
Brian, are you telling me that trees throw apples at people?
It's the Wizard of Oz physics.
Wizard of Oz. Yeah, it's about what you live in. I think is fucking fantasy land.
Can you answer the question?
talking
If
about
not,
the
just
world you
concede
live in.
that it's not a push-only world.
No, I said whatever we react with, not fucking apples.
You've never eaten an apple?
I never said I haven't eaten an apple. I haven't.
You've interacted with an apple, so you interact with it.
Wait,
I got another conundrum we could run through with this push it pull thing. If you fly in a plane and the instructor says to you to push the stick back, and you only do pull, you're going to be in trouble.
It's the other way round. The other way round.
Brian, what? All right, that actually is a good idea. Brian, when you jump out of an airplane, right? What is pushing you down?
Well,
I don't tend to jump out of airplanes. There's not much.
When I jump out of airplanes, right? When I jump out of airplanes, what is pushing me down?
Well, you have to pull the ripcord.
No, but what is pushing me down to Earth so I can turn into a pancake?
No, you put your finger in the loop and you push the ripcord from inside the loop.
Brian,
him down.
What?
Your mass, I've told you this 1,000 times. Your mass is greater than the air, atmosphere, whatever you want to call it, that we live in.
So what is pulling me down?
Try and find its density level. Now,
Brian, what you're saying, let me just understand this. Hold on, Brian. You're saying that my mass is pulling me down, right?
Your mass is greater than the air that you live in.
So I'm being pulled down by the weight that I am, yes?
Your mass is finding its density level.
Right, so I'm being pulled down, yes?
I never said pulled down. You did.
How am I going down?
There's no such thing as pull.
Brian, there is.
By what mechanism?
No, there isn't.
By what mechanism, be it attraction, pull, or push, is he going down?
Density.
That's not a push. Is that a
pulling
push?
me down.
Is that a push, a pull, or is that an attraction?
That was a good answer.
How does
It's what we call an equilibrium.
Is it a
Well, an
push?
equilibrium is two different forces, well, that we would say are a push or a pull, that are balanced. So which one is it?
That's a good point.
It's two pushes. It's two pushes.
Well, then what's the pushes?
Equalizing.
Yeah, but I mean, what's doing the pushing if you've got at least two pushes that are canceling each other out?
Yeah, a bit like putting your two fists together.
But what's doing the pushing?
Well, you would be, wouldn't you?
No,
No.
in the thing falling from the fucking sky.
Put your fist
What is
together
doing
and push.
what things are doing the pushing?
There's no such thing as fucking gravity. Don't try and get me to.
Brian, who cares about gravity? What is pushing me to the center of the Earth?
Prove there's a center of the Earth.
What is
All right,
pushing
Brian,
down?
when you
Better
jump
better
off
question.
the edge of a bridge, when I jump out of the plane, right? Why am I going down?
How many fucking times? Your mass
once
is
again,
greater
Brian.
than the air that you live in. Just shut up.
Okay, Brian, I get it.
Shut up.
I'm being nice to you.
If you
Right.
were
I'm
on
being
the
very
fucking
nice. I'm being
bridge-
very cordial.
If you were on the bridge and you were underwater and you jumped, which way would you go?
No, we're not. I don't care about your bridge. Right. What I'm saying to you is, okay, I'm denser than air. I'm fine with that. Because air is a fluid. I'm denser than the fluid. That's fine. What mechanism is pushing me downwards? I know I'm denser, right? I know that. Air is a fluid. I'm denser than air. Why am I going downwards? What is pushing me that way?
And why only down? Why not sideways? Why down?
Don't give him an escape. Let's hear this.
Your mass will take the easiest route to its density level. Now, whether that be downwards, sideways,
Brian, I
depends
get that.
on what material, what
But then that would mean that if you jump off a building, you'd be pulled towards the building because the building is really dense and it's closer to you than the ground.
What are you talking about?
He said that you would go towards the closest denser object, right?
Well, go and jump off a building and find out.
Okay,
And
hold
if
on.
you go towards it, I don't know. I've never done the
Stop yelling. Stop telling people to hurt themselves. This guy brought up a great point. When I jump out of an airplane, right, I'm surrounded only by air. Why do I not stick to the airplane? The airplane weighs more than I do and weighs more than the air around it. Why am I not suction cupped back to the airplane? If the airplane's denser than I am, and I'm attracted to the densest object around me, why am I not stuck to the airplane?
Do tell.
Because you don't live in a push-only world, Brian.
Yes, you do. Look.
Okay, Brian, you're not explaining a naturally observed phenomenon. Right? I'm telling you something that is naturally observed in our world, and you're laughing and telling everyone that they're idiots and to shut the fuck up. I'm asking you a very straight question. When I jump out of an airplane, why is it that I go down to the ground? What causes me to go down to the ground? And why am I not suction cupped to the airplane?
Why would you be sucked to the airplane?
Because the airplane
It's
is
denser.
denser than the air around it. And I'm less dense than the airplane, right? And you said that I'm gonna be attracted to the densest thing around me. The airplane is denser than me.
No, I did not say that at all. I said your mass will try and find the easiest route to its density level. Now, whether that be downwards or sideways depends on what medium you're in.
I'm in air. That's a medium we're talking about. I don't want any other medium. We're talking about air. Explain to me why. No, don't question any other medium. Why am I going to the ground? What is pushing me to the ground? Is God's thumb on my head squishing me down?
I got the answer, but I don't think I'd want to do it because it'll only confuse people.
No, I think his brain is starting to malfunction a little right now.
He's told you the answer like 10 times already.
Yeah. This is giving me a bollocking, actually.
I truly love that he keeps shouting an answer that doesn't remotely address the question.
That's why I've asked it 10 times, Brian. You haven't answered anything. You just keep saying depending on the density. I said it's air. I mean the medium. It's air. It's the medium. Okay? No one's going to talk for the next 30 seconds, so you have the floor. Precisely tell us what is pushing me towards the ground.
I don't know if you figured it out, but I don't think these guys are capable of understanding this.
Says who?
What?
Are you willing to at least agree that your push only world can explain everything that we see? Can we just agree on that? We don't have to agree on anything else, but can we just agree that there's some things that we do and observe that cannot be expressed by pushing? Can we agree on that?
Oh, what the fuck are you trying to say?
I thought I was really clear, man.
No, man. No, it makes no sense whatsoever.
Okay, let me say this again. You told me that we live in a push only world, and I provided it. I asked you to explain what is pushing me to the ground, and you haven't told me yet. So can we just say for this one particular instance that the push only world does not work? Just for this one instance. Can we agree on that?
No, I didn't say we live in a push only world. I said every action that we do is push. That's what I said. I didn't say anything about the rest of the fucking world and all the physics that go with it. I said what we interact with is push.
Okay, I'm interacting with the air.
I think he's pulling her leg.
No,
he's pushing our leg.
No,
Pushing my eyes. I'm pushing my fingers through my eyes right now.
pulling your leg and pushing your buttons.
Would be a bad idea.
I know you can push shit up a hill. I know you can push shit up a hill, or was it the other way around?
Up a hill, up a hill. If you've got a cup in front of you, just try
Oh,
and
Brian, I don't. Okay.
without pushing it from the back of the cup or inside the handle.
Yeah,
What's
you're
your
talking
question?
about a vector point. That's different.
No, it's not. It's a push. You're pushing from behind towards you.
Yeah, at that particular vector point.
It's pressure. We apply pressure.
Brian, why does rain fall? That is pushing rain downwards.
Oh my god.
Does the cloud just fart, push rain down?
Rain, just like you jumping out your plane, is more dense than the air that it's
Okay,
coming.
perfect. Okay, cool. The rain is more dense, right? We're only talking about water and air right now. It's a very simple idea. Saying water is more dense than air. Okay, cool. Tell me the force vector that is pushing the water down. Name it. Define it. Calculate it. If you cannot do this, I will do it for you and show you that it's a pull. Don't laugh. Calculate it. You're so smart. You build drones,
I'm not
do
smart.
all these
I'm
things.
the thickest cunt here. I know that. But what you
Prove
lot
it.
do, you get
Prove
so
it.
fucking clever, you lose common bastard sense. That's what it's all about. You have been mind controlled to sort of forget common sense and oh no, it's got to be an equation and all that shit. It's all bollocks.
Ryan, the only
We
reason
don't
your
have to use
drones
equations for
fly,
everything, you know, Brian.
the only reason your drones fly is because some Asian man with lots of brains and equations designed it to, and you just assembled it. You know this, right?
You mean a computer designed it?
And who programmed the computer?
A computer programmer. Probably another fucking computer.
Ryan, like you didn't make your own blades. Someone calculated how long those blades need to be, at what angle those blades need to be, at how fast they need to rotate to lift the mass that is the drone body. You didn't provide any of those equations. You assembled it. You didn't build it. Okay? So, yes, equations explain virtually everything. An equation can explain love. I agree. An equation can explain why rain falls. If you cannot provide an equation to, or just provide speculation as to why rain falls, then let's move on to a new topic because it's not a push only world.
Yeah, I went through this with Vandy over on my channel with the push pull. He's gone beyond it though for now.
As you go through your daily fucking routine tomorrow,
Yes.
whatever day that is for you, wherever you are in the world, or some of you are probably already in tomorrow. Just analyze what you do.
Dude, you're in tomorrow.
Okay, so Brian, I will walk you through my day.
Yes, I am.
I'm going to be woken up by my alarm, which is using calculations, right? My phone is connected to my Wi-Fi, which uses calculations, right? I'm then going to get out of bed and use an electric toothbrush, which uses calculations, right? Then I'm going to use a microwave, which uses calculations, and a coffee maker, which uses calculations. Should I go on?
No.
That sounds like a fucking boring life, man.
Waking up, brushing your teeth, and having coffee is a boring life?
Know all the calculations that go with it.
Man, tell me what you do in the morning. Do you make coffee?
No, cup of tea. I'm English.
Okay. Do you watch the telly?
No, I stopped watching telly 8 years ago now.
Okay, but you use your phone or your computer or whatever you're on, right?
Sometimes, yeah.
Okay, there you go. You use calculations. All right, enough said.
So what are you trying to say?
Everything you interact with, whether or not you see the calculations, there are calculations behind it. Your house was built using calculations.
Roku, keep this going. I'm trying to fall asleep. Keep this going.
Into this situation because the people who live in the jungle don't have any of this. Don't have no fucking coffee percolator or fucking phone waking them up. They don't have your calculations.
Disagree. The Egyptians used calculations to build the pyramids.
Yeah, but he's right. These South American tribes that are just living in the jungle, they don't use these calculations, and that's why they don't build iPhones and they don't build space shuttles either.
And that's why they don't have Netflix.
Yeah.
Or Pornhub.
And I'll tell you what, I bet
Wow, that's what I was really going to say. But, you
we are.
I bet you Brian made a quick calculation of whether to go to bed or stay up talking on here.
No, I can't. She's just giving me the fucking death look, mate.
All right, Brian. You go to bed tonight, right? Make sure you push the covers onto you, right? Not pull them. And push a kiss onto her, right? Push her away.
Why would you pull a kiss on her?
I was thinking
Fine,
you pull your honey cloak and you kiss her.
She's been looking at you for a while.
She's gone to work.
Yeah, we've got a delivery business and she's fucking looking after it.
And then we get to hang out with you all night.
No, do your fuck. I've got I had a van with a cam belt go, so I've got to do that tomorrow. So
okay.
Get up
early. Have fun using calculations.
So you gotta push the cam belt off to replace
I hope it's not an interference engine, because otherwise those pistons would have pulled those valves all in.
Yeah, well, I've got a spare engine here, so I'm expecting the worst.
You know, Phil just wrote something interesting in the chat. If I tape my hand to the desk and lift my hand, right, is my hand pushing the desk away?
If you do what?
If I tape my hand to a desk, right?
Yeah.
Then pull my hand up. Is my hand pushing the desk away or pulling the desk up?
Well, you would be pushing against the tape that is attached.
What's my hand?
You would be.
What's my hand doing against the table?
He just said to you, but you interrupted him. He said it's pushing against the tape.
The tape. I said the table.
Which is attached to the table. So, yes, it's a push. Everything's a push.
What if I use double-sided tape between my hand and the table? Huh?
Why do you think a cycle is called a push bike? Not because we fucking push it everywhere, because the mechanism is push.
All right. That's why a pulley is called a pushy, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the pulley. It's a pulley.
Right? Just if we're going off names, Brian, a pulley, if a push bike means that there's push, a pulley means that there's pull. Okay, buddy?
Yeah, logical.
There is a term pull, but we actually push things towards.
Brian.
We are taught to call it pull. That's all.
Brian.
Because that's what you do. That's your vector point of which way your direction you're going.
You just used the name of a bike to defend your argument, and I said pulleys is the name of something, right?
Mm.
Now what?
Brian, just a question. Do you push your pud or pull your pud?
What's a pud?
I stopped that years ago, mate.
What's a pud?
Exactly what you think it is.
And apparently you push it.
I've got
So
another one.
I'm confused now. Am I pulling my luck or pushing my luck by saying that?
No, you're pulling your luck.
Huh?
Oh dear. Anything else you need to know? Oxygen. Is oxygen flammable?
Wait, Brian, when you use a straw, right? Are you pushing the water out or pulling the water in? You use a straw. Are you sucking it in?
What do you mean?
Blowing it away?
There is no suck.
Are you talking about sucking on the straw?
Yeah, buddy.
Well, your diaphragm is being pushed down to create a intake of breath, isn't it? Your diaphragm pushes down.
No, your diaphragm pulls down.
No, but
None of your muscles push.
Push it. Muscles can't pull; they only push.
All right, Brian, let me make it
That's
simpler
backwards.
for you because you don't understand the human body.
It
When
is.
you have to, Brian, when you have to fill up a syringe, right? Like when you fill up a syringe, you fill it up. What do you do to the back of the syringe?
Right. Well, your fingers would go over the.
Let's focus on the syringe. I don't care.
Listen to what I'm saying. Your fingers go around the plunger and push at the back of the. It's sort of splayed out on the top. Your
Yeah,
finger
no problem.
push
Okay.
back on it to
Yeah, that's
bring
fine.
the fluid up into the syringe.
Yeah, that's fine, Brian. That's fine. When you draw the force diagram, when you draw the force diagram, right? You're pulling the plunger.
No, you push it from the back of the back of the plunger.
So wait, how do you draw blood? How do you push blood from the arm to the syringe?
How do they do it? They do it now with vacuum containers. I know. I have my blood done every month. So the container.
Oh, we can go back to the muscles.
They put a
The other thing
cannula
he's not wrong about that. Force diagram.
and then they put these vacuum tubes on that go on and draw the blood out.
You stay with something elastic like the muscles. So the thing that
Is it vacuum
has that
pulling?
force.
Is that vacuum pulling or pushing?
That's a bad
Vacuum
example.
lets
Too.
other stuff push. That's not a good example.
Bad examples. Just use something that
All right,
has
so let's
elastic.
go back to the muscles.
Yeah.
Let's go back to the muscles. All right, so let's go back to the straw, right?
Dear.
Tell us how it works, right? That you drink, use a sippy straw, yeah.
How about we look at this diagram?
Kosho, take over. Kosho, go for it.
We were talking about the drone test. Who got onto this fucker anyway?
Your moronic understanding of reality causes us great enjoyment.
I ain't moronic.
I got another one.
I've never worked for anybody for 45 years. I'm not moronic. I've had 3 businesses. I've got 2 houses. I'm not fucking moronic.
So why do you
just
find the
completely
flat
off
Earth?
base on this topic?
Yeah, you just find the flat Earth to be such a great explanation for things, except it can't explain why the sun and moon sets. It can't explain why they don't change angular size. Can't explain the angle of Polaris. Can't explain where the sun rises and sunsets. Can't explain solar lunar eclipses. Can't explain meteors. What a great thing to believe in.
Do you live in the sky?
So Brian, when you go to pick something up, like in that diagram, are you not using your bicep or are you using your tricep and pushing? Normal people pull with their bicep
How
in
do
that
you
kind
pick
of
a bag up, did you
configuration.
say? How do you pick a bag up? You put your hand through the handle and you push against the handles and the bag lifts up.
No, but what's happening in your arm?
Mate,
Your bicep is pulling your forearm up. Your bicep is pulling up on your forearm.
Barely a fucking human.
Slacker, just say flex your arm. That way he has none of this.
Everything you react with in this realm is push.
Everything my body does is pull on one side or the other of a muscle, of a bone.
No, it is push. Just like a hydraulic ram. You've seen a JCB work. It is pressure.
Well, my muscles don't work by stuff hydraulic rams.
It's pressure.
They're fibers that tension.
To push it away from it. It's all pressure. That's all we can do.
Nah. When you pick something up, are you not using your biceps?
Not if I pick it up with my teeth.
No, with your arm. Don't be silly.
I've got another one.
Work by blood pressure. Blood pressure.
No, they don't. That's just the only body part that you've got that works by blood pressure is between your legs. The rest of them work differently.
Yeah. I would stay
Brian,
on tension.
Yeah, I was going to ask Brian, when you expand a spring, what's the resistant force called that wants to make that spring return to its original shape?
If what? If you compress a spring?
No, I said if you expand a spring, what is the resistant force called that wants to return the spring back to its original shape?
Right, has this spring got hooks on the end of it?
It could or it could not. It doesn't matter.
Okay, so what we've got then is let's say a 2-inch spring with 1/2-inch hooks on either end, and you're going to expand it.
We're talking about the internal forces of it.
You're going to put your fingers into the hooks and push it apart. And then the opposite action is the spring is going to be pushing against your fingers to move it back to its natural state. Yeah, push.
Why is the spring doing that?
It wants to return to its natural state.
Why?
Perhaps it don't like being fucking stretched out.
Springs are so emotional.
Why?
Everything we interact with is push. Everything. I've been over it for 4 months and he's dead right. Everything is.
Yeah, but can't you say it's true that all those examples, there was something different going on internally? In the spring, there's it didn't
have to have an eye on the end of it.
That has to do with the
We're
tension.
talking about the spring,
and it's all pulling. Doesn't matter what it's pulling on the outside. It itself is pulling back together.
Well, Brian, why do you suppose that in material sciences, why do you suppose that materials have a strength and compression and a strength and tension? Why would there be two different strengths if it's all push?
It's just how the force is. We can have, like I said, when we're what we call pulling something towards us, we're actually pushing it.
Well, all you're doing is changing the definition, and definitions. So basically, you're just changing the definition because words are used to describe things, right? We don't define words. They're not. Words have usages.
Reality, right? This is too
stupid.
In our usages, we can tell the difference between a material in tension versus a material in compression. When it's in tension, it's pulling on something. When it's in compression, it's pushing on something, right? So those words have meaning and they have value in engineering. When we talk about whether this material is pulling and it's
you just have to be honest with yourself.
Can't we just all agree?
But Brian, we have these words because they're useful. We use words to make useful distinctions. And if we're doing like an engineering analysis on an aircraft part, we're going to talk about whether this part is under compression or whether it's under tension. And then that's going to determine the material that it's made of.
and how much material we need to use, because the material will have a different strength in compression or tension, right? Like carbon fiber has no strength in compression.
I totally agree with you. I'm not saying there isn't compression and what I'm saying is
tension. Say the word tension.
And compression. I understand that. What I'm saying is both forces can only be applied by a pressure. Now, if you look at a beam with 2 bolt holes in, now if you're pushing, you will be, if it's under compression, they will be pushing against the outside of the bolt. If it's under tension, the pressure would be coming from the inside of the bolt. Do you understand that?
That's fine, Brian, but the problem is the tension or the pulling isn't happening in the bolt holes. It's in the rest of the beam. And that's the part that you're always ignoring.
Yeah, you're talking about the way an object is interacting with other objects around it versus the material bonds within the object itself.
Yeah.
Now you see that? I think that's a stress gauge there, is it? Or something that's what we would call...
It's measuring Young's modulus on a stress strain plot.
Yes, that will be an hydraulic press that's pushing that apart, won't it?
Are you out of your fucking mind? Watch the goddamn video. It's pulling at you, idiot.
What is...
Are you so incredibly... I've listened to this dirt for fucking 45 minutes now. You're out of your ever-loving fucking mind.
What is causing it? It's pressure. It will be hydraulic pressure.
There are units of pressure involved, which is why your idiotic mind is going this way.
It is pressure from underneath the fucking piston.
No, it is not. Absolutely fucking not. No fucking way. What Jake said is absolutely true.
Unless it's on a screw thread, but even a screw thread is pushing against the male.
Okay, fine. Hang on. Explain this to me. Hang on, explain this to me.
How do you understand it?
Shut up for a second, Brian. When this test takes place, there's a phenomenon called necking. That what happens is a section of that bar will get thinner. If it was pushing, that section would get wider, and it doesn't. It's because the damn rod is in tension.
Yes, I totally agree with you. But what is causing that tension is a pressure.
You're a fucking moron. Seriously. Like, there's no other way to say it. You are you're fucking lost.
He's redefining the word.
Hold on. Fucking hold on now. Are you telling me that rig is not hydraulic? Is it hydraulic?
That doesn't matter.
What has that got to do with it?
Is it fucking hydraulic?
It could be mechanical or hydraulic. It doesn't fucking matter.
Then it's a fucking pressure, you fucking idiot!
No.
Yes, it fucking is! You're a fucking moron if you think it's a...
Keep going. Maybe you'll get a fucking...
pressure!
Let's get your blood pressure high enough so you kick off. You fucking idiot.
It's a pressure!
Keep yelling.
Causing...
Go ahead.
Just because pressure is somewhere in the system doesn't mean that's the only thing involved.
Like, think about a car. You have car cams that are direct actuation.
Think about
I think something's under pressure.
Well, my daughter yelling at me.
Seriously,
Here you
he really
go.
is.
Thank you, Daddy.
So yeah, you think about a car cam setup, right? Like some cams have a rocker and a lifter, and they're gonna pull the valve, right?
Pull the valve.
Yeah.
Whereas other ones are direct actuation. They'll press against it.
No.
There's pressure somewhere in the system, but there's a difference whether it's getting pulled or pushed.
Now you're in my field because I build race cars. A cam pushes down on the valve, and the spring pushes the valve back up. Unless you've got the Ducati system that has got no valve springs, then it's got a lever that goes underneath the head of the valve, and is it pushed down by the cam, it's pushed back up from underneath.
So
what
when
happens
the piston
during
goes
the
down
Ducati
to draw air and fuel into the system, it's not pulling it in to the combustion chamber?
No, it's pulling it in, buddy. Don't you understand? Everything is a pull.
The piston to draw the air in is being pushed downwards by the crank.
Here's the thing, guys. I think he's actually philosophically right. He has some like validity to his argument.
Nah.
Thank you.
At some point, right? He'll
Real
be
quick,
like, well,
if you want to know what he's doing, I can tell you exactly what he's doing. He's determining a difference between push and pull, saying there is no pull when it comes to contact forces, and then he completely acknowledges that there is such thing as a non-contact force, and he'll refer to that as attraction, but he'll refuse to allow you to say the word pull when it comes to attractive forces, and refuse to allow gravity to be anything other than a pull on the basis of a definition. That's what he's doing. It's an old Dell argument, and it's really dumb.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
When
it's
you get down
changing.
to it, there are no contact forces.
It's getting rid of a perfectly good word to describe a perfectly valid thing for no good reason. I mean, pull and push have value, do they not? There's a reason why we don't just replace everything with push.
Well, isn't there why there's words that are always meaning an opposite? If we're going to have other words in the English language, what we're going to change all other words that have opposites and just have one word for every opposite?
I'd just be curious to know, Brian, should we just get rid of the word pull? Should we just not even have that in the English language anymore?
Well, when I explained this to my mate, and he's a lecturer in a college, and he was telling me the same, but you're fucking mad, you're fucking mad. He actually,
Lecturer in what?
unlike you lot, for a split
Hold on.
second,
Let him
stopped
talk.
and thought about it, and he come to me and he says, do you know what? We don't say pull in any of our equations. We say apply a force.
Yeah, but the force will have a vector, right?
So
It's got
this
to be
guy's
a push. It's got to be.
All right, Brian. I want you to go to your friend tomorrow and tell him that you glued your head to the door, right? And have him explain how you're pushing your head off the door. Okay.
Well, I mean, I think Rocket's example.
Do what?
So Rocket's example, where you take a material, you take a bar of steel, and you either put it in a press and you compress it, in which case it becomes wider, it pancakes out, or you can take it and put it in a hydraulic puller and you can put it under tension, and then it'll thin out. It'll become thinner and longer. There's a difference there. There's a difference in how the material behaves, because a material can be stronger in compression or stronger in tension. That's why we use different materials for different applications, right?
Yeah, I totally
so
agree
why
with you.
are
You
you
are
saying, okay, great. So then why do you think it's useful to make a distinction whether we're pulling on the material or we're pushing on the material? Because when we say pushing, we know it's in compression. If we say pulling, we know it's tension. So why would we just replace pull with push and then have no meaning and have no way to tell whether the material is under tension or compression? Why would we do that? What's the value in doing that? What?
Don't panic, right? It is not going to change your world. All I'm saying to you is, and I totally agree with what you just said, the force to pull that bar apart is done with a pressure. Now, how that pressure reacts on the material you're using, it could be, like you say, squadging it down, or it could be stretching it out. I agree with you. But the actual force is pressure.
No, you could build a tension machine with no pressure involved.
Force is not pressure.
Yeah. See, pressure is force over an area.
Pressure doesn't have a direction. Force does.
You could put something in tension with no pushing anywhere in the system.
How?
You have to realize that you're using his
Hang it from
ridiculous.
Because
put a helium balloon on it.
material that you needed to pull apart, you would have to drill 2 holes in it and put fixings through those holes, and that fixing would be pushing on the outside of the hole, wouldn't it?
Or I could weld it, and then there's only tension.
Really, what this is coming down to is he's trying to take away all force. He's trying to take away all contact forces, call them pushes, be super technical about it, and say that you cannot design something to where there is not something pushing against something else when you say you're pulling something. It is a worthless argument. Can you get to a point with this? What if we give you that pulls or pushes, and we have that technicality out there? What do you do with that point?
I don't want you to change your thinking whatsoever. What I want you to do is
That's not going to happen.
I want you to tell me what the point of what is the point of this pushes versus pulls? What's the point?
Just realize we were never taught this, were we? And yet they fucking
gives a fuck?
Because it's nonsense.
Calm down.
No, it's not nonsense.
Okay, here's an example. Brian, how about this example? Hold on a second, Brian. We take, you know that steel gets longer when we heat it up, right? It has a coefficient of expansion, right? If we take a metal bar and we get it really hot, it's going to be longer when it's hot, right?
Yeah.
So now imagine we get that bar really hot, and then we clamp it into something on each end. We clamp it into position while it's really hot. Now that bar starts to cool and it starts to shrink, okay? And it's going to start pulling on whatever it's clamped onto, right? What's creating the push in that scenario? What's pushing on what? That's making the bar pull on the ends of whatever it's clamped into.
Well, your problem is, you see, you've clamped it to what? A vice, let's say, between 2 vices, yeah?
Sure, we can say it's clamped between 2 vices.
Right.
Okay, and
the vices now are bolted to a bench, yeah?
Sure.
The bolts that hold the vice are going to be pushed by the vice inwards towards the other vice, yeah?
Okay, but what's putting the force on the vice itself to put the force on the bolts?
The steel reducing back to its original size.
So what in the steel itself is pushing? What part in the steel is pushing? Because it's the steel that's pulling the vices. It's the steel that's pulling the vices together.
He just said a key word, Brian. Back. Now, back is an opposite of forward. So pull is opposite to push. There you go, Brian.
I just want to know what in the bar, Brian. What in the bar is pushing? That's grabbing the 2 ends of the 2 vices, and pulling them towards each other. What in the bar is pushing?
The contraction of the steel, contracting back to its original size, or maybe even smaller, is creating the pull between the 2 vices.
Oh, so there is pull.
There you go. There's the pull.
Which is creating a push against the outer edge of the bolts that are holding the vices.
Okay, so is contraction. So is contraction push?
Contraction's the energy, let's say, a bit like pressure, isn't it? A bit like a hydraulic ram.
But in the other direction, right?
Hydraulic ram can go in or out because it's fed oil either side of a central piston, isn't it?
Okay, so where's the oil being fed in the bar that making it get smaller?
No, I'm just saying that's the action we're observing. Now, whether it be a heat from a bar that's contracting back to its normal size, or whether it be a hydraulic ram.
Right, but you just said everything is pushed. So I want to know, in the bar itself, where can I go to visualize where things are being pushed?
And you can't say contraction because contraction is opposite to expansion, Brian.
Why can't I say contraction?
Yeah, Brian.
Contraction is pull.
Sorry, for fuck's sake.
conundrum, huh?
No, listen, it's not. You're not getting the gist of it. I'm not saying heating a bar up and fucking it shrinking is pull up. It's the action between the forces. Now, the action there is where the vices are bolted to the bench. Now,
It doesn't have to be bolted to the Brian. The vice doesn't have to be Brian. The vice doesn't have to actually be physically bolted to the bench. You can have a freestanding vice and do the same thing.
Then
you don't even have to have a vice. Just weld your steel rod onto 2 steel blocks on the end.
And what you've got is an expansion and contraction.
Yeah, and what's that contraction doing? It's pulling.
Against what?
Whatever's on the end, where it's pulling against the rest of the bar.
You just said you just welded a plate on the end. The plate would just move back with the contraction of the bar.
So it's pulling on the plate. One bit of bar is pulling on another bit of bar, which is pulling on another bit of bar, which is pulling on the end of the bar.
You don't even have to weld the. You don't even have to weld the bar to anything. You could just have a steel ball, and heat that bastard up. It will expand, and when you stop heating it, it will contract. It doesn't have to be mounted to any fucking thing.
There's one bit of the object pulling on another bit of the object.
You could have scales on either end or one end of it and watch it contract and pull the scale.
See, like I said a minute ago, you're too focused on the connection between different bits, not the internal forces of a single object. That one bar has one bit of bar pulling on another bit of bar.
I'm not going on about the forces. I'm going on about what we interact with.
Well, that's right. You're ignoring part of it. That's the problem.
Mechanical. Every damn thing mechanical is a push.
Well, you're not. Every mechanical function in your body is a pull.
No, it's not. It's blood pressure causing a push.
You're not a spider.
Yes,
spiders work on blood pressure. Human muscles don't. Mammal muscles don't. Yeah, that's why they curl up when they die, because they don't have any more blood pressure pushing their legs out. You don't curl up like that when you die, or humans don't, I should say, because your muscles don't work on blood pressure.
All right, let's leave that one there. Just to end this, is oxygen flammable?
Well, that's a completely different topic, but no, it would be an accelerant. It's an oxidizer.
Anybody else?
I agree.
Concur.
When I asked them this on the after show, they all told me it fucking explodes. I said, well, you've never handled an oxyacetylene welding torch then, because you cannot light the fucking oxygen.
Duh, you need the fuel. What explodes?
I'm glad you're a bit above them. Anyway, lads, that's been a good night. Thanks. And
yeah, come again, Brian. It was enjoyable.
Good on you, Brian.
I'm sure you won't forget me.
You fought a good fight.
Forget who?
Listen, we're all in this together. For me, anyway, I like Nathan goes off on these fucking rants and starts calling people morons and fucking all. I'm not into that. I don't want to get into that.
And yet you've told people to go die, called them fucking idiots, and screamed at them.
We did that too. Come on, let's not beat him up.
No, we've all done it. I don't think we should, because we're all passionate about this, and I'm sure we all want the truth. Don't we?
Well, that's. And we may not have the same. We may not have the same verbal explanations for things. So.
But there is only one truth, isn't there?
Well, that's
depends
what
on,
I was just saying.
Depends on which school of thought you talk to.
I'll tell you what. I'll take my truth and be able to design aircraft, rockets, and giant computer networks. What does your truth let you do?
Exactly the same. I live where we live. You know, nothing's changed.
Based on what you described, you could not formulate a process to actually do that. You can't write down you couldn't write down the physics equation with your relative density or your so-called pushy force or anything like that whatsoever.
Do I need to?
Actually, yes, you do. You want to come to the table and you want to shit on what the existing methodology is in science and modeling and engineering. You need to bring up something that's of equivalent value, or sit down.
You don't have to talk to me.
Dude, you're right. I don't have to talk to you. You're annoying and you're incredibly ridiculously stupid. But if you want me to take you seriously, you need to do that. You need to bring something to the table that's of equal value what already exists instead of your derp.
Like what? Give me some sort of target.
All right, tell you what. Use your so-called pushity force to calculate a ballistic trajectory of a ball across the room. Tell me how long it's going to be in flight and where it's going to land.
What, you're telling me a bullet goes by pull?
You can describe it however you want. I say a ball thrown across the room. You weren't paying attention.
You said ballistic, didn't you?
Yeah, throwing a ball across the room is a ballistic trajectory.
So you throw it by what? A pull?
No, you're misunderstanding. He wants you to describe its path using mathematics that are only pushes and no attractive or pull forces. Go.
You put the ball in your hand.
No, stop. First of all, it's a rhetorical question. You're missing the point. You need to come to the table and do it. Don't give me your derp. Don't give me your nonsense. Don't give me your relative density. Give me your math to back it up.
No.
Then what? Everything you've said is just useless for the past couple of hours if you can't do that.
You know as well as I do, if you put a ball in your hand and fuck it across
this
the
is
room,
all I hear now. When
go
put to the
down.
test, you can't deliver.
Deliver what? A load of
put you
fucking
to the
numbers on a
test,
piece of
you
paper.
can't deliver.
Do you think that is fucking reality?
Brian, Mr. Brian, here's what you are completely not getting out of what he's asking. He's asking you to provide him mathematical descriptions that are helpful to engineering. He's not asking you to sit there and describe you push and you push and you pull and you push. He's not asking for that bullshit. He's asking for an actual mathematical description and a way that it is useful in engineering and technology. That's it.
Why?
Because that's kind of necessary if you want to advance society.
Or you could just go out and do the cunt, eh?
Everyone's just gonna. If nobody has any ability to kind of gauge what they're gonna do, does that make everything trial and error, and you just kind of take the thing that works, and you don't have a way to actually get that knowledge out to people? This is about having something that is repeatable, something that is descriptive, something that can be transmitted.
How do you think we got to this fucking point? Do you think we've always
We
had calculus?
wrote shit down and transmitted it.
Do you think we've always had fucking calculus and all that shit? No, we've gone out there and fucking done it. Like the right...
Yes, and you know what they did? They wrote it down and passed it down.
Yes, through a process of learning.
Yes, I'm asking you to start the process.
And what you lot are doing is sitting on their fucking numbers. And I need numbers for this, I need numbers.
But
no,
the
you fucking don't.
work.
Just go and fucking do it.
Work. Yes, please go out. And with no tools, no instrumentation, no numbers, nothing, and build me an airplane from scratch. Go.
Building a what?
Build me an airplane from scratch without setting on anybody else's tools, numbers, or knowledge. Go.
I've got one in the garage.
No, I said build me one from scratch. You can't use anyone else's tools, anyone else's methods, anyone else's technology, anyone else's numbers. Go.
Yeah, dude, not full size. I do model aircrafts all the time.
You're missing the point. That would still be using somebody else's materials.
It is up to you to create your own materials, your own technology, your own machining methods, your own numbers, your own designs.
So I've got to build all the fucking materials as well. Do you?
Absolutely. If I can't rely on anybody else's numbers or anybody else's knowledge, then material science goes out the window, and I'm sitting here with my thumb up my ass trying to figure out how in the hell I'm going to make something I don't understand.
So when you project something, you don't source the materials, then you go and fucking make all the aluminium yourself, do you?
I don't, but, but you're the one who's setting up the worldview where that would be necessary.
I can't believe what you're saying. I have built scratch.
No, it's what you said. Brian,
with no plans whatsoever, purely, completely out of my head. Worked out the CG, where the CG's got to be. 2/3 of the chord of the wing.
That's a number.
Yeah, that's a number. That's a number that you got from somebody else, though.
1/3, then. That's a lower number. So no,
still doesn't matter. You're missing the point of this. You've set up a worldview to where you say we're sitting on their numbers, we're sitting on their tech, we're sitting on their equations. They've shown utility, which is why they're useful. If you want us to abandon them, you're going to have to show us that abandoning everything about what we're doing is useful. Now, I want you to do something useful without using that's advanced technology, without making use of anything else that's connected to anyone else's discoveries.
That might take a day or two.
I'm sure. And when you come and bring the plan and you've got everything together, we're damn bound determined to figure out something wrong with it. Much like if you used a pencil to write it down, that's someone else's fucking technology.
Where are you going? I don't understand.
No, this is where you led us.
You led us down this garden path.
You say we're sitting on their tech, we're sitting on their numbers, their equations. Yeah, throw everything out the window that someone else has done. See how fucking far you get.
No, I didn't mean it like that. I'm saying before
you said it.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. I apologise for that. I said it wrong. What I'm saying is we are at this point now because our forefathers and their forefathers have gone out and fucking done it. They never had all the equations that you've got now, computers and fucking CAD designs and 3D printers. They didn't have any of that. They went out.
Yeah, but you know what they did? They built off of what they had. They had something. Someone created something. It got transmitted down. So it's like, hang on a tick. If that's true, that means I'll be able to do this with it. That got passed down. And the knowledge was accumulated. That's how we get to this point. You act like there's no new knowledge being added at any point in time by using somebody else's equations or using somebody else's materials. That's simply not the case. You assume the way that you say that we're sitting on things. Do what?
You know what else they had, Brian, the whole time? Deductive reasoning.
And actually inductive reasoning more than deductive. But here's what it comes down to.
Trial and error.
We're just sitting on top. Yeah, just to say that we're sitting on everyone else's stuff and we're not making improvements, or there's not modifications that are made, or we don't use these old things to create new tech is just wrong. And to say that you don't need it or that it's wrong to rest on it is also incorrect.
Well, if I did say that, and I don't think I did, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that. What I'm saying is we are sat on the technology that people way, way before us have gone out and done this. So now we've got all the machines and all the figures to work with. But prior to that, they hadn't. My dad used to fucking re-rivet brake shoes. He never used to go to the motor factors and buy new brake shoes. He used to physically fucking fit the lining to the shoe. And dynamos, they never had alternators in them days, were reconditioned with new brushes and things. You didn't just take your dynamo in and swap it out. You would fucking rebuild that.
Isn't it amazing that someone took that idea, someone found a new idea, applied it, it worked better, and we retained the knowledge?
Yeah, and that's progress, I suppose.
Yes. What you would be having us do
would be to get rid of all progress and start the fuck over.
That wouldn't be a bad idea, though, would it?
No, it wouldn't be a good idea, actually.
You might have hit on something there.
Okay, next time we talk, we'll use 2 tin cans and a piece of string.
I want you to start. I want you to start from progress from square one first. I need you to destroy your computer. Never target anybody else with your language. Get rid of your English language and go back to grunts. Matter of fact, take away human sociality. I want you to become an ape again. How about that?
Actually, with that,
let me just do a little experiment here. Who knows about 2 cans and a piece of string?
Everybody?
Well, I just invented it. I just thought about it. I thought, maybe sound propagation could go across a taut bit of material, and a can could echo the sound waves and concentrate them.
It helps if you wax.
How did I get all that knowledge figured out in that short space of time?
What I'm saying is, mate, me and you used to do that, didn't we, as kids?
I'm pretty sure our parents told us that, dude.
None of these young
No, I
kids have ever done
actually did
anything
it
like
when I was
that.
a kid. I'm old enough to have done that.
Hey, Brian, if what you're saying is true and great, then why don't you delete Discord from your server, create your own Discord, and see how well that does? You shouldn't use prior people's knowledge. You should just build it all on your own.
When did I ever say that? When did I ever utter anything like that?
That's basically what you're suggesting.
Sounds like what you're saying.
No,
If you're saying
it's
something
not.
else,
I've never.
if you're saying something else, we have no idea what it is.
That's the whole reason I went on the tirade with you that I did.
Like that. All I'm saying is,
hey, Brian Moffat, Brian Peck just made the point of, like, for examples, the computers in the 1960s, one hard drive would take up an entire bedroom or an entire building. And nowadays you can buy a portable hard drive that's 50 billion times the size of that. So what and then your response to that was, well, wouldn't it be nice to start over? So my response to that is, why don't you get rid of Discord off your system, reprogram it without any of the knowledge of the prior people, and see how well you do. That's the exact thing you were just telling Brian Peck to do.
you know what? I used to scorn it, sort of. I don't know what you call them. We call them sort of.
To run from what I just said, like all.
No, listen.
Go ahead.
I used to scorn at we call them tramps over here. People that live rough and don't have any of the communications we've fucking got or anything. But of recent times, I've looked at him and thought, he ain't got a fucking care in the world. He does not know what's going on around him. And he just lives from day to day. And I'm thinking, that'd be so terrible.
But then he wouldn't get pictures like this.
If you have such a problem with what we're doing today on Discord or anything else in the world with technology, then stop using it and go live like that guy. Go do it.
I think you'll find, and I think if you do that, you would find that he has a lot more worries than you could ever possibly imagine.
Well, he might have, but I don't know.
Isn't it nice that my only claim to you, Brian, is that the world is not flat? The planet.
I know the world's not flat. I've never said the world's flat.
Here we go.
That's
He
it.
knows
No,
his
Lale,
mountains
you
and
called it now.
valleys, and he's going to try and pretend that people mean that.
He's a bev earther.
Go on, say stupid shit again.
No, what we live on is obviously not fucking flat. You know, everybody.
Did we mention drones, Jim, or are we running on around that stuff?
We already went through this earlier, and he actually conceded the point.
I did say that it wasn't flat.
No, you conceded that you were using the term incorrectly and in a way that most people don't use it. Remember?
I don't use it at all.
Just like talking to, a melon.
Yeah. Steve, so what do you want us to call your position then? Should we call you a level earther? Should we call you a bever? Should we call you a fucking moron?
Yeah,
What should we call you?
Well, he's got flavors of Bev, hasn't he? And Dell, obviously.
Yeah, Dell. Yeah, Bev.
Brian,
Am I Bev
So,
and
so
Dell?
in that case, I'm going to call you. In that case, I'm going to call you a Delver.
Child, am I?
parent wants to describe to a child what a level table is, they say it's flat. But that doesn't mean when they're describing the Earth as being flat, or a portion of the Earth being flat, that it's level like you're saying. Like the complete Earth is not level; it's a spheroid.
You see, that's where I struggle.
What? Why is it hard to understand a parent
It's
telling a
not.
child
It's just the way that Bev uses to frustrate a conversation that he's copied. To try and pretend that when people say flat Earth, they mean an Earth with no mountains and valleys. When he, of course, Bev and this guy know damn well that that is not what people mean. And he admitted not 2 hours ago that actually that's right and that is not what people mean. And to object in this way is wrong. But now he's doing it again because it's part of his script, and all he can do
No, it's not.
Pull these little. All right, well, let's go through it again then. When people
when I go get a coffee,
when people say flat Earth, do they mean the Earth with no mountains and valleys and it's all completely flat, or are they making a comment about the shape of the whole Earth that is flat as opposed to spherical? Which do you think people usually mean when they say flat Earth?
That the Earth's flat.
Which, that wasn't one of the choices, was it?
Say it again.
Okay. When they say the Earth's flat, what are they meaning? Do they mean the Earth has no mountains and valleys and it's all smooth? Or are they making a comment about the shape of the entire object? That is, it's flat as opposed to being spherical. What is it that people mean when they say the term flat Earth?
The latter one, I would imagine.
Right. So why are you pretending that it's the former one?
I mean, I'm pretending. I haven't said anything. All I said is I know the Earth where we live is not fucking flat.
Yeah, and by that, you mean the former. No mountains and valleys, don't you?
No, because I see mountains and valleys.
Right, and you're
Why
saying
would I see that?
because you're listen, moron. You're saying it's not a place with no mountains and valleys. It's a place with mountains and valleys. In response to a question about flat Earth, which you have just agreed is not a comment about mountains and valleys, but a comment about the shape of the whole Earth. So why are you pretending it's a comment about mountains and valleys?
Now, you had this exchange almost verbatim, not an hour
I know, and he conceded the point.
Listen, I might have
It's funny, isn't it? It's funny, but the point is, what I said is true. This is why it's funny, because this is just a way of frustrating a conversation. Not a way of having a conversation. It's not a way of being a reasonable adult. It's definitely not a way of getting to any kind of truth. It's a way to prevent a reasonable conversation happening. Why are you doing that?
Now, I'm just curious, Brian, do you remember having had this exchange just not 1 hour ago? Or did it entirely slip your mind?
Short memory loss.
I mean,
I think your question felt back.
Jem is right. Jem is right. Jem is right. I'm not arguing that point.
We know that.
The
I'm just wondering why you do
flat
it.
Earth, let's say the term flat Earth means that we don't live on a planet.
Holy shit, dude. We get that part. We just
that,
covered
Jem?
that.
We will continue to use the definition of flat Earth that we were using.
Are you happy
now,
with that, Jem?
Wait. Now, will you catch up and use the definition we mean?
Jem?
Yes, I'm happy with that. Please, can we stick to it and not just try and prevent a conversation happening by hanging it up on a silly, idiotic point like that, when we all know what is meant by that term.
Is this guy a bumpy earther? Is that what we're talking about?
A what?
A bumpy earther, yeah. I mean, there are many words and phrases in the English language that have where there are two meanings. We don't always have to specify in advance which meaning we're using. We hope that the people we're talking to will have a little bit of nous, a bit of general knowledge, and understand their native language.
Jen,
Thank
can I
you.
ask you a question?
Can I
Yes.
ask a
What brought you here?
Brian, let me ask you
Hold on,
Mad
let me
people.
just ask Jen a question.
This is his server, dude.
There was mad people here.
What brought you here?
Because I think it's
Leo, they're
fascinating.
talking.
I
Leo.
think it's fascinating that people in the 21st century, given the body of evidence available to us, I think it's fascinating that people believe the Earth's flat and crazy. But
It's not flat, it's bumpy.
It's bumpy Earth.
But but you know, I'm not unusual in that, am I? Because you know, if you think about it, every major media organization in the world has covered flat Earth in the last couple of years, haven't they? Everybody's had a flat Earth story because they know that people are fascinated by the idea that other people think the Earth's flat.
Right. Ask me the same question.
Let me ask a
I know why you're here. Somebody sent you a YouTube video and you thought it was silly and you just ignored it at first, but then in the end you watched it and it said some stuff about the flat Earth. And at first you tried to debunk it and you spent all your time trying to debunk it, but you just couldn't debunk it. So here you are. Is that about right?
No, nowhere near. Go on, ask. What was you going to say? Whoever was wanting to ask a question.
Go on, Chris.
I was going to ask a question to clarify. When you say the Earth is flat, or when a flat earther says the Earth is flat, are they talking about the land masses on which humans live, or the entirety of all the land masses and the water on the Earth?
Yeah, I think we've covered that. It's the whole of the whatever it is we're living on, I think.
So it's not just land masses, because I've talked to some flat earthers that believe the land masses we live on are level and flat. Do you believe the same thing?
Leo, we've already covered all this. It's already been done.
Yeah, it's not, is it? We've seen the difference in elevations all over what we live on. It's where we don't live is giving the most problematic.
Do you think the ocean floors are the same contour as like land masses, where it's not like completely level, but it has hills and valleys?
Well, I've never been down there, obviously, but I would imagine so. Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it be, uneven?
Hey, Brian.
Okay, so why would like an ocean appear to the eye to be level if the hills and valleys are in the ocean and there's deeper parts of the ocean than other parts? Why would it cause the ocean to appear to be level?
Well, because one of the things in physics that we know is water always seeks to find its own level, isn't it?
What does that mean?
No. I mean anything.
It don't.
It sinks to find its level, but it doesn't sink to find its flat.
Well, I mean, what do you mean? Mean it seeks its level? I don't know what you mean by that.
Yeah, it sounds like you've given water an anthropomorphic power, and now it's acting like a consciousness.
Wasn't you trying to interject?
I just want to know like what Brian means by the water seeks and finds its level. What do you mean by that, Brian?
Is that not self-explanatory?
No, it's not, because it sounds like you're saying that the water has a consciousness and it's acting.
It was
the physics of the water without a consciousness is to find its own level.
Why?
At what point in time does water find and seek its level?
When it's in disequilibrium.
What? No, I have a question, Lyle.
Another word for rest?
I need a rest.
Right, Brian. The question is, why does it do that? Why does the equilibrium? Why does it? What causes the disequilibrium?
It's a good question considering disequilibrium is an
Easy for
economic
you
term.
to say.
I'm just wondering, like, can he show me a portion of the ocean that it's at rest so it can seek and find its level?
Yeah. So I'm getting tired now.
Perfect. Show me that portion of ocean that is completely at rest so it can seek and find its level.
Yeah, I'm sure there is. I mean, I've seen oceans that are absolutely flat as a mill pool when there's been no breeze. The tide's probably on the turn, and
Well, tide would assume that it's not at rest because tide means it's moving.
yeah, well, there is when the tide turns, isn't there? There's that very short period where it's either not going out or not coming in.
Not really.
But
Not
then
really.
you
No.
got to account for all the other time when it is coming out and going in. It's still moving.
Is there a time when a piston stops at the top of the bore before the conrod goes
Yeah.
I mean, the answer that changes directions. Sure.
It's called top dead center.
When it changes directions, yeah, it's still accelerating though.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it can't be, can it? If it's come to
You
a dead
don't understand.
stop, where's the
Yes,
acceleration?
things that stop are usually accelerate through their stop. That's especially if they're changing directions. Yeah, that's what's happening.
You've got about on the road, depending on the throw of the crank and all sorts, you've got about 11, maybe 8 degrees before top dead and after top dead where the piston doesn't move at all.
Can you give me an example, like in the middle of the Pacific Ocean when it's completely at rest? Can you show me that? Anywhere on the middle of this Pacific
Yeah,
Ocean from North Pole to South Pole where it's like that?
I'll book us a tour, mate, a boat, and we can go out there and sit there for fucking months on end until there's no wind, shall we?
I don't think you'll find a day when there's exactly no wind on the center of the Pacific or Atlantic Ocean.
Right. So what you're saying is because there's ripples, waves, or swells on the ocean, it cannot be flat. Is that what you're saying?
No, it can't be at rest, which means it doesn't. The way you guys term it, seek and find its level, it does that when it's at rest. But flat earthers are walking away from that terminology because people have asked them to show them a portion of ocean that's at rest, and they can't do it. It's impossible to do.
Well, you're probably right. But the fact of the matter is, you can have a perfectly flat surface with a complete set of ripples and waves on it. But the surface is generally flat.
The surface having ripples and waves would mean the surface has ripples and waves, and therefore it's not level.
Right. Okay. All right, you win that one.
Just like you going up and down one side of the mountain to the other, you have to go up the mountain. A ripple is a contour in water. A ripple in water is a contour. That's a better way to put that.
Yeah. But if them contours are all the same height, if them ripples are all the same height.
Really, how waves aren't always exactly the same height.
And you took a measurement from the top of the waves then, and instead of it being a perfectly flat mirror image like you get in them inland pools in Sweden, when you've seen them, absolutely mirror image on the water. You've seen them, haven't you?
Talking about in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah, I'm just saying water. I'm just saying
at rest.
There's probably never a time when all the sea is completely at rest. But what you've got to do is just be honest with yourself. And if you can't be honest, stay in the line, mate. There's no problem to me. Stay there.
I am being completely honest.
Well, no, you're not, because the top of them peaks of the waves, if the waves are all the same caused by the same force of wind, then if you took a measurement off the top of them waves, you will probably find it's fucking perfectly flat. But you ain't going to do that. You're going to find a nitpick. Oh, there's a fucking 2-inch wave there. It can't be flat, can it? No, because the fucking 2-inch wave makes
a 2-inch wave is not flat. And plus, waves, have you heard of the term shaving the curl? They curve. Waves are curved.
And?
Well, if waves can curve, why can't the water itself, who doesn't care about the conformity of what it's trying to conform to, not conform to the shape of a sphere?
Are we talking a wave that just creates itself into a big hump, starts falling over itself, and then stays there? Is that what you're talking about?
No, water itself does not water does not care what shape it is forced or put into. Like, you can put it in a cup, you can put it in a square box, you can put it in a circular box. It doesn't care. It doesn't care what shape it is. So why would it care that it's conforming to the shape of the sphere?
Because like I told you at the beginning, water can't support itself. A wave would not stay there, would it?
No, it falls. Of course.
Exactly, because it
Have to
cannot
do with
support
water not
itself.
caring about the shape it's in. It can conform to any shape, like a square, a circle, a diamond, trapezoid. If it can conform to those shapes, fine. Why can't it conform to the shape of a three-dimensional circle, which is a sphere?
Because it would have to have a hump or a curve, whatever you want to call it, and water cannot support itself. You can make a curve out of some aluminium and the aluminium will support it. You can make it out of steel and it will support it. But if you try and make it out of water, it will collapse. Water cannot support a curve. It is physically impossible.
Wait a minute.
If you blew a dam, do you think the water would just stay there? No, it fucks off.
The ocean floor has mountains and valleys. It doesn't. The water on top of that doesn't care about what shape it is. It conforms to the shape of the ocean floor and follows that shape.
What?
Why can't you also do that to a sphere?
What, the surface of the water follows the shape of the floor?
Water on the ocean floor does not care that the ocean floor has mountains and valleys. It just conforms to those and goes over the top of them and rolls over them and stuff. And when you get higher and higher, the water just appears to be level, but it's actually conforming to the surface of the ocean floor. It doesn't care what the shape is. It conforms to whatever it is.
I don't think I can help you, mate, to tell you the truth. I think you cannot step up. No, stop fucking over-talking me. I can't help you because you cannot stop away from the absolute fucking nonsense you've been rammed down your throat with. I can. I had all your beliefs, don't forget. 7-8 years ago, I was you. I was space fucking mad. I really was. But I had the open mind to look at this and discern for myself whether the government...
you were just stupid enough to believe it. Just gullible
you may have been
enough
a
and
fan,
desperate enough to want to believe it.
Believe what?
It's nonsense.
I could have someone engineer a fish tank that has a bottom that it has hills and valleys and stuff, and close it on the top, and the water conforms to entire fish tank, I can fill it up to the top and it will conform and not spill out. The water doesn't care what shape it's in.
And?
Well, that's an example of water conforming to the shape of whatever it's put in.
The surface will conform to the...
I'm talking about the water, of the entirety of the water, not just the top of the water. It's conforming to the shape of the fish tank.
Right, okay. A bit like a swimming pool. I mean, we had an Olympic swimming pool here, and one end was like 6 meters deep and one end was like 3 or 4 feet deep. But the water didn't go down a fucking slope.
Did it just drop off like a straight edge? Or did it slope down?
Into the deep? No, because it was an Olympic pool. It was a diving. They had fucking 30-meter high diving boards.
On the deep end, yeah. What about on the other end?
The floor came up from the lower level, and the water, believe it or not, and I know you find this fucking hard, was level on the top. It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, it probably leveled out on the bottom because it conformed to the shape of the bottom of the pool. And it conformed to the outsides of the size of the pool that it was in. And if it was a circular pool, it conformed to the shape of the circle.
No, it was an Olympic swimming pool, so it was, I don't know, there's a set size from 100 meters.
Water
No,
itself
not 100
conformed
meters.
to the shape of the pool. The pool was generally, Olympic-sized pools are generally rectangular. It conforms to the shape of the rectangle. Just like if it was a circular pool, it would conform to the shape of that. Or a triangle-shaped pool, it would conform to the shape of that.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I totally agree with what you're saying. Water does find its own level and conform to the container that it's in. Now, whether that be a swimming pool, a bath, a bucket, or a fucking load of seashores that end up as the container, it will conform to the shape of its container. But the surface will always be fucking flat.
If I fill up a beach ball with water, does the water inside the beach ball conform to the shape of the beach ball or not?
You're filling it right to the top, so there's no air in there.
I didn't say that. I said if I fill it to the beach ball up with water, does the water conform to all of the beach ball?
If you fill it up internally, it will take the shape of the container. But if there is a surface, unless you filled it up right to the very top. Sorry, I was talking. I didn't hear you. I don't see where you're going, mate. I really do not see where you're going.
You just said it's common sense. You just said if I fill a beach ball up, the water should conform to the exterior, the shape of the beach ball. If the Earth is a sphere, the water would conform to the shape of the sphere and curve around the sphere, just like it does with the beach ball. It doesn't care what shape you're putting the water in; it just conforms to it.
But you're not putting it in something, are you? You're placing it on the outside of a sphere. Now, that's physically impossible.
Really, when I dunk a basketball into a pool, submerge it, and I hand that basketball to you, surface tension keeps the water on the ball. Is the ball wet?
Yeah.
So, if the Earth was rotating, could that cause surface tension in the water to prevent it from, let's say, splashing out of the atmosphere of the Earth?
Do you think so? 15 degrees an hour? What's that? Over 1,000 miles an hour at the equator? I don't think so, mate. I think, knowing centrifugal force, as we all know, I don't think water would even be on here. We wouldn't fucking be on here. It's very painful. It took me probably a good 18 months to realise that all of my life I'd been lied to, and this is a deception worldwide.
And what makes any individual on YouTube promoting the flat Earth the source of truth, like Huey or Nathan Oakley or Nathan Thompson or Bob Nodell or anybody else like that? What makes them the source of truth about the shape of the Earth over anybody else?
Why do you think I'm doing my own drone test, or was going to do my own fucking drone test?
Yeah, we know.
But you
how
haven't.
you're gonna
Yeah.
do
Answer
that.
my question. Great, you're doing your own test. What about before that?
What about it?
Well, why do you believe the Earth's flat now? What makes the
My one thing is, I know water cannot support a curve. I know it. I know that 100%.
how do you know?
I do, because I can fucking test it myself. Water cannot curve. It is physically fucking
It
impossible.
doesn't have to support a curve, though.
Hang on a sec. In all fairness, you haven't seen all the water, have you? How do you know it can't do that?
Well,
He's looked at a little bit of water and guessed.
Do
And
you
lo and
understand
behold-
why it
lo and
works
behold, his
on
guess
a
confirms
planet
his
with
bias.
gravity?
Actually, it's more like water can't not curve. I've never seen water not in a state of some kind of flux and curve. Never. This placid pool you're talking about doesn't exist.
It comes down to your own personal observations, right? Is that right? You haven't observed all of the water, so you're just jumping to a conclusion.
Well, I just pose a curved water in the chat.
Grabbing a video. Hold on.
I mean, we've never seen curling waves, huh? That's the natural state of water. The natural state of water is actually, viscous
Wow,
blob.
look at that image I just posted. Look at that water bending.
No. Why is it pink, Rocket? No, you're just funny.
Why?
It's like water seeks its own level. No, it crashes in waves.
What?
You've heard of the term shaving the curl before, right, Brian?
Chris, can you not talk about what you do in your personal time, please?
Shaving what?
Didn't you
Shaving
already
the
do
curl.
this?
A surfer shaving the curl.
Their grooming habits.
That is represented in a surfer going underneath the wave so that the wave is totally encompassed over the top of them. They're in the middle of a curved wave.
I thought that was sort of running the tube or something, weren't it? I don't know. I'm not a surfer.
I thought that was gleaming the cube.
But that's not... Oh, I may have the terminology wrong, but the point is still the same. The curved, the wave, the water is curving. That is what a wave is curved water.
Yeah, but it doesn't stay there, does it? That's what I'm trying to say to you.
Okay, hang on. Let me try this. Brian, what I posted is water in a fish tank. You keep it spinning at the right rate, and it will stay in that curved state. Just like water on the earth is subject to the forces that act upon it.
Yes, that's very good and very true. But is it inside a container? Your seas are not inside a container.
Sure they
it's
are.
sitting on top of a ball.
No. Actually, if you look at the Earth with the water removed, it's basically a container. You want to try again?
So let's say that fish tank you've got is our. Let me just pull the thing down. let's say that's our shorelines. Could you imagine how high your shoreline would have to be to stop that from fucking happening?
The rate that the Earth is spinning, yeah, it's totally easy.
Yes. There's math that can do that for us.
The shorelines would have to be hundreds and
No.
if not thousands of feet high.
No, they simply wouldn't.
Brian,
Holy crap!
what?
Look at that bending water.
Brian, do you know what the acceleration due to the centripetal force of the Earth is?
Chris, go shave yourself. Stop talking.
Sorry.
I'm just kidding, dude.
No,
Sorry,
mate, I'm
I
sure you're
interrupted
going to tell
somebody.
me.
I apologize.
It's really, really, really fucking small compared to anything you're used to in everyday life. It's like 0.003 meters per second squared.
Right.
So
That video I've just posted, I took that shot. I went and seen my sister and we went out to this pinnacle. I took that video. This is not something that I've fucking picked up off YouTube. I shot that video.
How can we determine that it's actually 120 miles that you're doing, and not you just saying that it's 120 miles? But besides that, look at the picture I just posted. Look at how that water is bending. Wow.
I want to get back
Have you
to
ever heard of a tsunami before? They
Water
travel
can't
miles
fucking
and
go
miles
into a
in curved
wave.
waves.
I never said it can't go into a fucking wave. What I'm saying is the wave don't stay there, does it?
You
It
just said it
collapses
can't
because
hold a
it
curve.
Tsunamis before? Have you heard of tsunamis before? They stay in a curved water format for many, 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 many miles.
The same piece of water.
Yes, all the water in a tsunami stays in a bent fashion for many, 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 many miles. It just
The
doesn't start
same
right at the
water, or is it just a wave that's going through the water body?
you're right. It is a wave.
You are deluded. I'm sorry. You are fucking deluded.
Dude, you can't handle truth. Tsunamis start from miles and miles out before they hit land, and they are curved water. Period. Fact you can't deny.
Right, watch that video. That's not just a picture. There's a complete 180-degree pan there. Well, no, probably just under, probably 170, 160-degree pan. And the two bodies of land from the left to the right, I checked on one of your Google Earth shit things, and they say it's 120 miles from that bit of land on the left to the bit of land on the right. Now, in that scenario, in your world, there should be 6,680 or over 6,500 feet of curvature from left to right. I'm not talking about it going away.
Google Earth is based on the sphere. You can't use a sphere to prove the flat Earth.
I'm not using a sphere
You said on Google Earth.
But you used Google Earth.
I am going
You
on
said you used Google Earth to show that
they
it was
said
120 miles.
the distance was
and
between them two pieces
but
of
you
land.
use Google Earth to get that distance, and Google Earth is based off a globe. You can't use the globe to determine the distance on a flat Earth. Is a globe?
Can I just say one? Can I just say one thing? Can I just say one thing? You're at ground level. Nobody believes 120 miles. Nobody. That's just astronomically stupid. No way. Even Nathan Oakley would go, dude.
Yeah, the fact you used Google Earth to get your measurement, good job. Nice globe proof.
That's what I'm saying. You can't use.
Because I've got a fucking measurement between two pieces of land.
Nobody believes you.
What the fuck has that got to do with the fucking globe?
What measurement did you do?
You used Google Earth. It's a globe measurement, for fuck's sake.
It obviously didn't. How's anything within sight of ground level 120 miles? Even Nathan Oakley would blush at this.
Oh, I don't know. You are beyond help, Paulie. I'm sorry to say. You really are.
No. You gotta write that paper and
I can't offer you
for me
anything
a Nobel.
else. If you can't see what is smack in front of your noses, I'm sorry, you cannot be helped. I'm sorry.
Well,
Pictures from space.
You honestly think the route to this help is to just keep insisting this thing about water? That every other human that's ever existed just hasn't noticed this, that you and Dell have? I mean, does that seem like a likely scenario to you? Nobody else can't, everybody else just ignored water. Nobody else thought about it. I mean, really, dude, is it us that needs the help?
Surely
Really?
it's one of the most abundant substances on our realm.
Right. Everybody experiences it all the time. And we've had the idea of a globe with water on it for 2,500 years. But your idea is that no other human out of the billions and billions of humans that have existed, nobody else thought, hold on a minute, how does this work on a sphere? It was just you and Dell. I mean, really, does that seem likely to you, dude?
It isn't just me and fucking Dell.
He's the only one that makes the water argument, isn't he? He's been going on and on about it for 5 years.
Well, I think we know the physics of it.
Do you think other people might think that they know the physics of it? Why do you think you're right and everyone else has either got it wrong or just not noticed? Don't you think that seems like really arrogant?
Maybe so, yeah, maybe. But until somebody shows me fucking water supporting its own mass, then
And haven't they? There's loads of pictures of the Earth from space where you can see exactly that. They have shown you that.
The thing I'm
come on,
confused more about,
come on,
Jim,
for fuck's sake.
Well, come on, isn't a very good argument, you know?
Jim, the thing I'm more confused about is this. We can all concede and say the world is flat just for the sake of this discussion, even though we may not believe it. But that doesn't mean that waves and tsunamis aren't examples of water bending.
Right.
On a flat Earth, there could be tsunamis, and as an example of water bending. On a flat Earth, there can be waves, and that's examples of water bending. It's just a matter of how they are created on a flat Earth is the question.
Careful, Chris, you're approaching the Brummy zone.
Rakia, how do you expect somebody... Oh, Rakia's not even in the voice chat. Never mind.
He was a little while ago.
What's funny is Brian was like, it's just under your nose. But that's the same thing about the sky, which you refuse to acknowledge. I mentioned all this stuff about the sky, and you're like, but that's the sky, as if the sky is something you can't talk about, like your pedophile relative or something.
Hey, come on, man.
I don't live in the sky, mate. That's why I never mention it. I do not live in
What do you mean? Half of everything we see is the sky.
Right.
When we're looking straight ahead, it's part of our reality. Why are we going to ignore the top half of our reality and just focus on the bottom half?
Well, I don't take it into my reckoning because I don't know what the fuck it is. And what I do know is anything
might be
I
able
can
to figure it out if you look at it.
Have you ever been on an airplane before, Brian?
Oh, hold on a second. But we can figure out what we're on by looking in the sky, because it's half of our whole experience in life, right? And it changes in very particular ways. When we walk around, it changes in very particular ways.
Right. Okay.
Just confused. Brian,
Explain.
Huh?
Brian, have you ever been on an airplane before?
Have you ever watched gladiator movies before, Brian?
No, this is a serious question. Have you ever been on an airplane?
Yeah, my partner had a Cessna. I used to fly that. Actually,
you have to account for the sky when you're in an airplane or not?
Actually, it's the most boringest thing I've ever fucking done, other than the takeoff and the landing.
That's not my question. Whether it's boring or not is not the question. The question is,
He wanted
does
to
the
get me
airplane have to
PPL
account for the
before
sky?
he rolled.
Do you have to account for the sky when you're in an airplane flying?
I have to what?
Account for the sky when you're in an airplane flying.
Yeah.
Well, then why can't we do it when we're figuring out the shape of the Earth?
Because you're not going in the sky, are you? You're going to fucking space.
What if I'm in an airplane flying and I want to figure out the shape of the Earth while I'm in the airplane?
Well, just look ahead of you, mate. It's flat as a witch's
But that's
tit.
sky. Sky, though. I'm in the sky looking at sky. And the surface of the Earth or the surface of the continents are below me.
Not looking at the horizon, then.
Well, is it not true that when you're flying, let's say at 35,000 feet, that everything below 35,000 feet is actually below you?
No, we never went above about 5,500 feet, I think.
Okay, so everything, when you were flying at 5,500 feet, everything below that is below 5,500 feet, true?
Yeah, presumably.
Okay. So if the surface of the water is below 5,000 feet and it's level, then there would be never a time when you were flying across that water at 5,500 feet that you would touch the bottom of the airplane would touch the surface of the water, correct?
Well, your 5,500 feet is taken from mean sea level.
Okay, so that's my question still holds then.
So why wouldn't we crash into the sea if we were at 5,500 feet? Because we're flying straight level. He's trimmed it out. He's got the horizon level. He's got his nose about 2 or 3 degrees above that, and we're flying straight and level. And then the sea, believe it or not,
And then the ocean or the land masses are below
straight
that.
level underneath us.
And so
Sorry?
when we're looking out at the horizon, which is the apparent line where the sky and the water or the sky and the land meet, unless it's a mountain right in front of us, we're never, ever going to hit anything below 5,500 feet. And the water is below that.
Sorry to interrupt. Any
Yes.
mods? Red Car is new to the room and he needs rolls. He just messaged me. If you could possibly hook him up.
I need a roll.
Yeah, mate.
A roll is a roll and a toll is a toll. Rocket.
Oh, Lyle, go and have a shave.
Yeah, go shave yourself.
Shut up, Rocket.
You started, and now it's going to be a thing.
Hey, Jem, you did really well with Super Chats today, mate. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it wasn't a bad one.
Did you buy another Coke?
No, I need to go and get one though now.
You did really
But
well.
Jem, just quickly. Sorry, Leo. Jem,
la-
just quickly. Yeah, if you read out the Super Chats when they come in, they do make more sense, because I said the one about the camper van after you were talking about Dursbury.
Right. Yeah, sorry, mate. I've got a lot
That's all right,
going
mate.
on, you know what I mean? I'm trying to keep a lot of plates spinning when I'm
yeah.
doing that. And...
Yeah, hanging out on Discord all week. Yeah, lots going on. Yeah. Just having a dig, mate.
I agree with Jim. It is kind of hard because if you are a slow typer like me, by the time I'm done typing, he may have moved on past that point like 3 or 4 times further.
Right.
And
I'm the same,
Yeah.
Chris.
And then he harasses you about your grammar.
Yeah, and then he turns into a grammar police. What a meanie.
But that was a brilliant show today, Jem. I loved it.
What's
that
that?
last comment I made was purposely not grammarless.
Sorry, it just seems all the Davids
Well, you would
had
say
on,
that, wouldn't you?
But Jem, all the Davids you had on your show today, they've all got podgy.
Yeah.
Well, David
what other
Icke,
Davids were
fat
there?
strut. Yeah, and David Murphy looks like a bloody pear that's pregnant.
Yeah. I like to see me said he looks like a kidney bean. I thought that was funny.
So
we're protesting masks and lockdown, but hang on, we've got to talk about abortions.
Fuck's sake. Jem, how long have you been in this?
5 years.
It's about when it started, huh?
And what's your
Pretty much.
opinion on is flat Earth theory, let's call it, growing or declining?
Sorry. When I heard theory, just
Hypothesis. Not even that.
I don't know. There's certainly less content than there was a while ago, you know.
Yeah, we know why that is.
Well, no, I mean it's still, you can still find it. It's just people aren't producing it.
Well, they get their fucking channel shut down every week.
Yeah, but
'Cause
even
they
on
spread
BitChute,
bullshit.
Periscope, there's nothing. Twitch, there's nothing. There's fuck all with flat Earth anywhere.
I have a question for Jem. Do you think the flat earthers will ever be able to supply a finished and complete model of a flat Earth that explains all
No,
phenomena?
never. They're not, and the thing is, they're not even trying anymore. You know, 5 years ago,
Really?
they were racing each other to see who could be the first to get the model.
Mhm.
And now there's not even any effort to do that.
Chris
I mean,
Monk was figuring it all out for them, Jim.
and there was the Globebusters one, wasn't there, that Cammy was doing, and you know, she popped up a few months ago and started talking about it again, but you know, it was 2 years ago when they announced that, 2.5, maybe 3 years ago. They'd made no progress, and at the time that there was a big hype around it, and then when they actually came to it, they said, "Oh well, it's just a prototype, and we're forming a working group to figure out the model." But like I say, that's
Special
2-3
ed
years
study
ago.
buddies.
Nothing's happened. So I don't think they'll ever come up with anything.
Right.
Rumpus might have it all in the bag soon.
You never know, mate.
He says he's going to jump in the canal if it's fucking flat.
I tried
Well,
deriving
that's
one,
not gonna
and
happen.
it's just not. Okay, Rumpus is going to jump in. I said I was going to wipe my ass with my degree. That's my thing.
I'll tell you what, that's
There
the
is
most
a step-
useful thing you can do with it.
Try modelling
There is a
bloody
step towards
tectonic
making a model for
plates.
flat Earth, but you have to change all the physics as we know it.
Yeah, but try doing tectonic plates on the damn flat Earth. The thing breaks in half when you try and insert the actual distances tectonic plates go down the crust.
Yes, but you're assuming what they've told you. Now, maybe this fucking thing we're living on could be quadrillions of miles
Quadrillions?
that we don't know about,
Really?
and it
fuck
might
is
go
that?
on for fucking ever underneath us. Who
Trillions?
knows?
Trillions?
No,
It's
it's
like-
only 1.5 billion miles to bloody Jupiter,
They
right? Is
are-
Earth that fat?
They are hiding a lot of land. Trillions of miles.
Brian, you saying we shouldn't
I mean,
trust
you know what?
people that know about how to do geodesic surveying and things like that, but yet we trust people that build computers?
Did I say what about geodetic surveyors?
You said we shouldn't trust the science that proves what shape the Earth is, because you said we shouldn't trust what we're being told.
I don't trust any cunt now that tells me anything. Nobody. Literally. Fucking nobody.
What are you
Is that a
doing on
good
the
way to be,
internet?
though? Does that really reflect your life experience? Have most of the hang on, let me make the point. Have most of the humans you've interacted with in your life, have most of them been trying to fuck you over in some way? Or have most of them been just trying to get on with their day and really not just honest in their approach.
No, I would say the latter. In
Right.
my
So
immediate.
why would you have the default position that most people are lying and can't be trusted when your experience is the opposite of that?
Not most people. Don't get me wrong. You're not lying. You honestly believe what you're saying. But I asked you your journey and you told me. What you didn't do is ask me mine.
Please, we could tell
Go
you.
on,
Hold on. Let me just make a guess. Here it is. I thought the flat Earth was a complete joke. I mean, I thought it was the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. But my mate kept telling me, watch this video. And I'm like, hey, this is stupid. And I watched the video and I couldn't debunk it. And then I tried for weeks studying it in detail and I couldn't find a single flaw with it. I couldn't debunk it. That's when I knew it was real.
That's exactly what I said, Jake. And he said, no,
That's exactly what Jem says. And you cannot be further from the truth.
Neither could you.
Go on then, tell us your story, dude.
Well,
You've got to hear it now.
I bet you it'll be the spitting.
Can I get another cup of you?
Yeah, I think you do. Come on then, let's have it.
I mean, this is a bit of backstory, but it'll fit in what
the
happened.
backstory is let me predict. The backstory is going to be some entry level conspiracy.
No. I used to race motorbikes in the 70s and the 80s, and I smashed my leg up and very poorly put back together. And growing up, it started giving me problems. And I went and seen the doctor, and he said, yeah, it's set at 17 degrees off and it's knackered your knee up and blah, 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 blah. Anyway, we decided to re-break it and reset it. So we'd done that. That was one operation. And then I went back because I was supposed to have this nail took out the middle of the bone. And then they were going to re-break it further up because that left it 40 mil too short. They were going to re-break it and put another one down there that ratcheted itself out 1 millimeter a day when you do a certain exercise or something. And he says to me, sorry, but the pins have been took off the market because the ratchet systems failed and stuff. And I said, what can I have done then? And he went, well, the only thing we can do is shorten your other leg. So I used to be 6'1" prior to this. And instead of fucking arguing it or talking, I just went, yeah, we'll do that then. So I went back in, they took the nail out my leg that was smashed up and they took 40 mil out my other leg. So I was on the settee. I couldn't go up and down the stairs, obviously. And I got all the indoctrination that you lot have got in your heads, exactly the same. And I was sat there, I thought, oh, fucking, I've got 3 months of this. So got my laptop out. And I thought, I've heard a little bit of rumblings about 9/11. So I've just done a bit of investigation work, if you like, on 9/11.
Okay.
And from that, I ended up ringing Boeing themselves. So I just go straight to the source. I don't give a fuck. And I said,
and obviously, you did this all through YouTube, and your notifications for recommended brought up other videos to do with other conspiracies, and that led you down a rabbit hole to what led you here today. There you go.
Is that what happened?
This cannot be true. So I rang up Boeing UK and I said, look, I don't know if you know do you know what the VNE is?
No. Yeah, velocity never exceed.
Vector never to exceed, yeah.
Right, I know this argument. Yeah.
And I said to him, listen,
it's not vector never to exceed, it's velocity. Okay, vector is just a direction.
Velocity. All right, you might well be right. I've read the NIST report, and they've got these 747 600s or 400s, whatever they were, I forget now, doing nearly 600 miles, 583 miles an hour, and they hit the building and vaporized. And I said to him, "What's the VNE of that plane like?" And he went, "Well," and these were his exact words, "we've never flown one to destruction, but all our modelling and calculations show that around 300 mile an hour, the wings will rip off at what we call sea level."
Come on, that can't be true. It must fly at about 300 miles an hour.
No, not down at the air's so dense down here, mate. They can't go over 250 miles an hour. He told me there's a clacker in the cockpit that
Right.
it's a siren. Overspeeding. It's not until they get up into the higher atmosphere that they can actually do 600 miles an hour. But obviously, well, let's not take anything in. And
okay, dude, this is just a backstory, remember.
Well, you know, it's just giving you a bunch of false information there.
Stay with me.
This is just the backstory to the flat dude.
You'll learn something from it as well. And he said, apart from that, it's fly-by-wire, and the flight control computer won't let you overspeed. And I said, well, how come the NIST report has got the planes?
Yeah, that's nonsense. All this stuff is false. Everything you've said so far is false.
And he said, impossible, absolutely impossible. So that sent me on my journey.
Okay, well, I don't know. The story is sounding very fake now because, first of all, the VMO on a 757 is like 360 knots, which is 400 and something miles per hour. You know, that's what it's rated for. After that, you start to experience flutter. You could have control surfaces coming off the plane. No one says that in a dive that you're not going to be able to easily exceed that, and the aircraft is not just going to blow apart. Although it technically could if you get it going fast enough. There's always a margin in these things.
Also,
in fact, there was an incident. There was an incident with a 747. I think it was an Asian airline. I can't remember. But anyway, they got into this uncontrolled dive, and the airplane actually started to go supersonic, and it tore quite a few pieces off of it, but it remained flying. Not only that, they actually were able to land, even though there were major pieces that flew off of it because the plane started to go supersonic. And then if you look up the supersonic 747, you can look that up.
Jake, just something about Boeing. They say do not exceed. They say do not exceed 250 miles under 10,000 feet, but that is due to controls at under 10,000 feet. It doesn't say the planes can't do over 250. It just says do not fly.
Oh yeah, that's over the U.S. Yeah, that's an FAA reg. That's an FAA regulation.
Oh no. That's the Boeing's international reg, 250 mile, yeah, or 220 knots, I think it is.
That's what you told me.
I don't know about that. I'd have to see the documentation on that.
But that's got nothing to do with. Yeah. I'll find it for you. I'll link you to it. It says nothing about structural integrity.
So that's what started me off, and then I've done a bit of research on the footage, and the plane's 71 meters long, I believe, and it was videoed at 30 frames.
By the way, if you had said the VNE to them, they would tell you that they're, on a jet plane you wouldn't say VNE, it'd be VMO.
Well, that's what I said.
And
he's not a pilot.
VMO on a 757 is 360 knots, which is like 410 miles an hour. That means that the airplane is fully rated to operate up to that indicated airspeed. That's not the point at which it starts to fall apart. And then there's engineering margin on top of that. And then you start having localized flutter that can cause certain parts of the plane to come apart, but it doesn't necessarily mean the whole plane is going to rip itself to bits.
No, probably not. But what it done, it sent me on my journey.
Yeah. And the part that doesn't make sense, is if you take any jet and you put it into a dive, you're gonna exceed its maximum speed. There's no computer on there that's gonna keep it from exceeding its maximum speed if you put it into a dive.
Well, at 35,000 feet, you probably won't have a problem because you won't get the drag factor, will you, that you do at below 10,000 feet?
Well, at 35,000 feet, you're going to go supersonic. There's going to be bigger problems. So you're going to start having a shock wave developing on all your surfaces there.
So what's that? 760 miles an hour.
Yeah, I mean, if you put it into a dive at 35,000 feet, you're going to go supersonic pretty quick.
Yeah. Anyway, that's what sent me on my journey. I distrusted from doing a little bit more research and finding out that when the plane speed was measured with the footage they showed us, it showed up to exactly 250 miles an hour, which was what I was told was their sea level VNE. So I don't know. So that's where I am today.
But quick question for you, Brian. How do you know bits and pieces weren't falling off the planes prior to them hitting the buildings between 400 and I think it was 586 mile an hour? So how do you know bits weren't already falling off them?
Watch the footage.
What, you've got footage of the plane through the entire flight where it may have been losing bits and pieces below 10,000 feet?
No, I said watch the news footage.
Yeah, so you don't have evidence.
I never said I had.
Right then.
I said what sent me on my journey.
So do you think
also, here's the
planes
thing.
didn't hit the towers then?
No, if you look, you can see all the squibs coming out the side. I know a demolition guy, and he explained it all to me.
Did he ever tell you about explosions that are completely silent explosions in his industry?
Yeah, and of course, Building 7 just collapsed with no structural failure at all.
Oh, piss off.
Yeah, that's not what Jim asked you. Jim asked you, do you think no planes hit the buildings at all?
No, it was all CGI, all of it.
What
You're a fucking
what do
idiot.
say
Fuck
to-
you.
Hold on. What do you say to the 1 million witnesses?
No, 1 million.
Yeah,
Watch the TV.
excuse me, myself being one of them. What do you say to the 1 million witnesses, including me?
You witnessed what?
I witnessed the second plane because the first plane hit while I was having breakfast.
Right. So you actually witnessed the plane go into the building.
Hello. Yeah. So did 1 million other people.
Right.
Yeah. Right. I'm sorry. Do you have some comforting? Hey, hold on. You have some comforting words for us to tell us how we didn't see what we saw?
Was there any parts of the plane that didn't go through the building?
Dumbass! I saw a plane go into a building.
Was there any?
And you say there was no such
wings
thing.
Made of very thin aluminium, hitting 10 inches of concrete, and
yeah, I know what a plane looks like, and I know what an impact looks like, and I know what a building looks like.
Yeah. So
and when they all come together, I now know what that looks like.
Knocked down 6 fucking lampposts.
Hey, dumbass! I saw a plane go into a building.
You
Tell me
are
what I saw then.
absolutely
Tell me what I saw
dodging
then.
the point,
Hey,
Brian.
retard! Tell me what I saw.
Stop dodging the point, Brian. He saw it. What do you say?
I don't know what
I
you
saw,
saw.
dumbass.
What you didn't see was a
He told
plane
you what
go
he
through
saw.
a building.
Sorry, I saw a plane go into a building. I know what planes look like. I live in the middle of a three. I live in the middle of a 3 airport hub. I know what planes look like.
Rex,
Yeah.
did it look anything like what they the video footage that we have shows?
Oh yeah. Oh
What
yeah.
did
We
he
have
say,
the TV
Brian?
on
It looks
as well.
just like what was filmed.
So that's what we call cartoon physics, where there's no impact.
Come on, mate.
Yeah, except I know what it saw.
You think you know what you saw?
I'm sorry. Oh yeah, because you know what I saw. because you know better than
physically
me.
impossible for an
Brian, you think you know what
So
he's
it's
doing.
not. You
straight
fucking
through
idiot.
concrete and steel
The point, Brian, is you
building
think
without
you know what
some
he saw.
sort of
Dude,
debris
shut up.
being on the outside. Would you not believe that?
Dude, just shut up. What were you, 6'1" at the time or 5'8"? How tall were you at the time? Because I don't even believe that story. What doctor says let's shorten your other leg? Wait a second. What medical industry stops manufacturing pins for bones? Bullshit. Why are you just such a liar? That was the dumbest story you ever had
I've
to
lost
lie
my
about.
sound.
Why would anybody lie about something like that? Oh, we don't make pins for bones anymore. We don't screw bones anymore. Motherfucker, I can go down to the drugstore and get some of those pins.
It's lucky he didn't tell the doctor he wanted his dick to touch the floor and he chopped both legs off.
I was
Yeah,
like,
and they'd normally
exactly.
give you.
Oh, you know what? We'll
Rex,
just
they'd
shorten
give
your
you
other.
footwear. They'd give you footwear for the leg that's short,
Yeah,
not
you
short
just-
the other fucking
You
leg.
just get one platform heel, dumbass.
Yeah, but
What an
if you talk,
idiot! Who would?
if you talk to Nathan Thompson, if you talk to Nathan Thompson, he can tell you how to gain those inches back.
Oh, and increase your myelin sheath. Don't forget your myelin sheath because he's got MS.
You know, they don't make screws for bones anymore. Sorry. You've never seen any X-rays. Why?
So since we got to listen to Brian's story about his pins and his bones, can we hear a little bit more about your story, Rex, with 9/11?
Do you not know what happened?
I think it's a bit
No,
insensitive to get into too much detail for an event that happened like that.
I know what happened.
We were
I
on
just
the Upper West Side, and I was at my father's place. I was just getting up, and so my father got a phone call, and we had to turn on the TV, and we were like, holy shit. And then we went outside to the terrace and we looked downtown, and sure enough, there was a billowing smoke coming out. We kept the TV on. We tried to call my brother. He was a lieutenant in the fire department at the time. And within the hour, the next plane hit, and that one was witnessed by me. And then there was nothing else we could do, so we went outside and got on foot and started heading downtown. And the throngs of people coming uptown, we were heading downtown, and then we could not get below Chambers Street. And then we hung around a little bit more, and then we got below, and it was just havoc. We went to my brother's firehouse, and they weren't there. So there's that story. Then there's more starting the next day.
You don't need to say any more, Rex. It's enough.
Yeah. Thank you. I just find this really fascinating, so that's why I asked. Thank you.
Also, just a quick thing. What I hate is all these 9/11 conspiracy people who have got not a single shred of engineering experience.
This is entirely anecdotal. I was in college at the time. My college was in Troy, New York, which is near Albany. And I watched 9/11 happen on TV, but I woke up that morning pretty much exactly the same time that one of the planes was flying over my campus. I woke up as it was flying over my campus, fell back asleep, and woke up maybe a half hour later. I have no idea why I woke up as the plane was flying over. It wasn't flying low at that point.
Did you see the plane, like from your window or anything?
No, like I don't even remember hearing anything that would have woken me up. I just know I woke up, I looked at the clock, I was like, I don't need to be up this early. I went back to sleep. Maybe a couple of days later, when the timeline of all these things was made public, that was when I realized, hey, that plane was flying over Albany at the time that I was awake. Like, I didn't look out my window. I just like got up in bed, looked at the clock, said no, and went back to sleep.
Do any of you remember, for those of us who were here. Do you remember like what day of the week it was? Because I can look it
It
up.
was a Tuesday, wasn't it? It was a Tuesday.
I thought Tuesday as well. That was in my head.
Okay.
I know it was a weekday because I was in school.
I remember sitting in the class thinking this is a very strange movie we're watching and not understanding why the teacher had stopped teaching.
What did you do at the time for like work or school or whatever that you didn't have to be up at 8 a.m. on a Tuesday?
Yeah, I was watching it at night time. Turned the TV on. I thought it was a bloody movie. Didn't realise what was going on.
Yeah, it was Tuesday morning.
Yeah,
I ended up not going to classes that day.
Yeah, I was watching a live camera feed when the second plane hit down here in Australia, and that I just my jaw dropped to a what the actual fuck, and yeah, then all the reports started coming
the
in.
thing
that
is,
it
all
was-
the
it was just
while, in between the first and second hit, the first hit we thought was just an accident. All that while, we just thought it was an accident. It's like, holy shit, blah blah blah, and this and that. We're just making phone calls to everybody, and then the second plane hit, and the first words out of both of our mouths was terrorism.
I was in a
Yeah,
news agents at the time, which I don't know. Do you guys have news agents? Like whether they
Yes.
sell
Yeah.
newspapers and sweets and stuff. And
Yeah, we got news
I was in there and they got the radio on, and I heard it on the radio, and I thought, "Oh, this sounds interesting." And I finished my shopping and got in the car and went home with the purpose of finding out what was going on. And I put the TV on and was glued to it all, well, for the, I don't know, about the next month.
I didn't hear about it until because for us it was a Wednesday. Well, it happened during the night for us, but I didn't hear about it until the next morning on my way to work. And then I thought something's going on, and we tuned into a radio station in the car on the way and didn't catch any of the first bits of it, what had happened, but we knew something had happened massively, and we're like, what's going on? And I got to work, and like no one was doing anything. Everyone was glued to some sort of media displaying device, watching what was going on. I was working in a big company at the time, so it was really unusual for the building to have stopped doing what we were supposed to be doing. And I ended up turning around to the guy I worked with, what's going on? He said, someone's flown a couple of planes into the World Trade Center in New York. And I was like, what the, like Dav said, what the fuck? And yeah, no work was done that day at my company, basically.
Yeah, well, that was it. I worked for myself then, and I had regular work. I used to work from home, and I thought, right, that's it. Down tools. I'm just gonna watch telly, and that's what I did.
Yeah, well, I was what 25 at the time when that happened. Fuck, I feel old now.
Yeah. Thanks for that, whoever brought it up.
What,
20 years
being
ago.
old? Well, yeah, I am 44, Terry. I'm not one of these spry young bucks anymore, you know.
Ah.
I was
Getting
about your age,
old.
actually, then.
We're getting older.
Well, I am a grandfather, so like stick that in my cap.
Oh wow.
See, now that's what surprises me. I could not believe you when you first told me that.
What? Told you what?
That you were a grandfather. I was like, wait a minute, wait, you're what?
Okay, so blended family, right? But my youngest son has a 9-year-old niece.
This is getting a bit too confusing.
Numbers.
Okay, so my missus, right?
You're a
her daughter got
granduncle.
pregnant. Yeah. Just listen. So my partner's daughter got pregnant at like 16, right? But then my missus wanted to give me a child, right? Anyway, when she got pregnant, 51 days later, her daughter got pregnant again. So when my son was born, 51 days later, his nephew was born.
I know a guy who's got an uncle that's 10 years younger than him.
Yeah. It's crazy, eh?
I'm my own grandpa.
What, did you name Philip J. Fry?
Yeah, I was about to say that.
You just doxed yourself, Philip.
Well, it's better than being a boy named Sue.
Is there a way you can do that without time travel? I forget that riddle.
Oh yeah,
Pretty
so
sure there's a song that lays that one out.
Yeah,
It
there's a
sounds
song.
funny, I know, but it really is so. I'm my own grandpa.
Yeah, so the son married a widow who already had a daughter, an adult or late teenage daughter. His dad then married the daughter.
All sorts of weird, but makes
Jared,
sense.
seriously, the fact that you remember that makes me think you've had personal experience.
No, no, my grandparents that I used to spend the summers with would play that era of music the entire time. So I got to know some of the lyrics a little better than I wanted to.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Jared, quick question. How's your mate Jason Smith going?
As batshit crazy as ever.
Cool. So everything I see on Twitter is correct then.
Oh, well, if he's saying it, of course. I mean, didn't you know he's always telling the truth? And he's never wrong.
Oh, never. Never. That's why myself and Cypher got ousted from his inner sanctum.
Who? Uni cuck? Who's that?
Some douchebag who the criminal
Nah,
douche who
what?
siding with it.
I
Twat.
regret ever knowing him.
I hate to gloat, but I called it early. I was like, this guy's like suddenly...
No, gloat away.
He insinuated himself into the community. So he started calling it the community, like he was like I even know who he is. I showed up at his channel and went, oh, hey, look, it's Astro Rex. Oh, man, I got to give this guy a wrench. I was like, who the fuck is this guy? What's going on around it? He was ingratiating himself left and right. And
yeah, he did that with me. It worked with me, though.
I mean, it's like he wasn't awful, but I was like, something's a little off around here. I don't know what it is. He was just like looking for a new audience.
Right, I think so.
That was about it. Like, no, but he just started acting like he knew everybody. Like,
Right.
Dude, nobody knows.
But
I mean,
Rex.
Say hello. We'll get to know you, but.
Yeah, but now he hides on Periscope and Twitter, and yeah, he hasn't touched his YouTube channel for 8 months.
Well, I bet he's still streaming a Mixer.
He doesn't stream to Mixer. He does his most controversial
Mixer
stuff.
was closed down.
Yeah.
No, Mixer was closed down. That was the joke with that.
Yeah. Well, so he does his most controversial stuff on Periscope. He still does regular-ish stuff on YouTube, but it's on Unirock 2 and Rock a Lot. He does not touch the main channel at all whatsoever. Last video he did there was a year and a half, almost 2 years ago now.
Jesus.
But,
that guy's seriously.
I mean, he wasn't the worst guy, but then he was like debunking things as he was talking. I was going, that's not a debunk, and that's absolutely he was debunking what are those the moon waves, the shock waves across the moon,
lunar waves, yeah.
They were pretty much the wake of a pressure wake for air pressure wake from a passing airplane.
Right.
And he thought it was the ground, the guy stomping on the ground and shaking the camera. I was like, well, that's not it. And then he was calling Robbie Davidson's room during the.
Oh, I remember that one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was, except he put on a fake voice. I was like, I'm like in the side check going, dude, why do you have to put on a fake voice? He doesn't know your voice.
No, two more. Tell more of that.
And he put the things he put on a silly fake voice.
Yeah.
Like kids do in movies. I was like, just
he
use
put
your
on his
regular
busy
voice.
voice.
Use your regular voice. He doesn't know who you are.
What was the harassment about? What was all that about?
He wanted to. Apparently the cops got called to Robbie Davis's room during a Flat Earth conference, and he wanted to pretend to be a local press or something.
Yeah, it was the one in Dallas.
Oh man.
Yeah, it was last year, late last year.
That's more like sneaky than.
Oh
pranky,
no!
You know what I mean?
Listen, what he did was he used one voice for the front desk at the hotel, and then the second voice for when he got connected. I was like, what's wrong with you?
Oh, journalistic integrity, mate. That's what it was. I think that's what he called it.
Oh God! If you want to tie that to him, then his bedfellow of KJ frickin' without a crystal ball is right there with him.
Drama queens will hang out with each other and create drama. So yeah.
Well, then I
Yeah,
stopped.
that's why Kyle's his best friend.
Then I
That's
stopped
why
paying
Kyle's his
attention,
best
and
friend
2 weeks
now.
later, he was kaput. I was like, what happened?
Yeah.
I'm waiting for Kyle Curtis to move in with him.
McCray doesn't talk to me anymore after I said, maybe it's you, Steve.
A number of us have still been telling him, Steve, stop.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Exactly.
It's like, and they've had a falling out with this one. Oh, you love that one. Now you've got a falling out. Oh, you two are in love, and now you hate each other. There's only one common denominator here, Steve.
Well, to be fair with this recent one with Kyle, he was overly trusting of someone with a dubious criminal record.
I called Kyle too. I called that bastard shady like a year before they broke up.
Yeah, as soon as I found out that Kyle had spent time in jail before for B&E, that's a red flag to me.
What's B&E?
Breaking and entering.
Breaking and
yeah.
That's not white collar at all.
No, but there's also white powder on the list too.
Oh well, there you go. That's semi-white collar.
Yeah, we won't talk about the home detention he had for that either, will we?
Oh.
All right, sleepy queens, wake up. Sorry to interrupt. Hit us with the drop.
No, I was just gonna say, Rex. It was rather interesting how butthurt he was that you were on the panel and he wasn't.
Yeah. Well, he know because I admonished him like sometime he was on when he had Scott Cy Brudenkate on his show. And he agreed with him on something, and I never let him hear the end of it. And
he's not the brightest. I mean, for someone who a number of times has claimed to be quite the flat Earth debunker, let's not forget he said that the phases of the moon were caused by Earth's shadow.
Oh
crap! That's where I picked that up from.
I know that's a tough one to take. No, this was like some time ago. It's why I first didn't like Kyle.
Now I feel even dumber having listened to him on that.
Yeah, so Cy Bruton Kate. They were talking about baking cakes for gay marriages, right? And then Cy goes, well, some they're saying either it's a slippery slope or it isn't. I for one think it is a very slippery slope. Next thing you know, what if you don't want to give Muslims a health insurance? Well, yeah, my religion says I don't have to serve Muslims. And next thing you know, it's who wants to keep going from town to town to see who serves who. That's not the way it should be in America. In any case, Burton Cake goes, well, would you ask a Jew to bake a cake for a Nazi? And I was like, motherfucker, I don't recall when gays exterminated 6 million Christians. That's not an equivalent. So I never let that's when Kyle was like, he was already kind of skeezy for me. So that's when he was on my shit list. And then Steve goes, well, there's a good point. I was like, motherfucker, what? That's a good point. So,
that's the only point.
Well, it's like what?
So I never shut up about it ever since then. And and Steve never wanted to be in the same room with me ever again.
Well, I've just remembered one of, if not the last time I was actually on NonSec, it was for the reparations discussion, and it was really telling when no one really wanted to touch my question of, so should I punish you for something your 3 generations prior did?
No, I thought we turned that leaf years ago.
Well, have you been watching the news? Apparently, some people are not as accepting of their own agency in things anymore.
Is there anybody here who is a religious person and also believes in the globe?
Yes, I am a Catholic, and I believe the Earth is a globe, and I believe the Earth is 4.5 billion years old, and I believe in evolution, etc.
It's because Catholics aren't like super fundamentalist Christians.
There are some. There's a Catholic who's a geocentrist, for example, Sunjanus.
But I'm saying, like, in general, the Catholic Church in general accepts modern science.
Right. Yeah, I'm well aware. How does it make you guys feel when you are presented with the quote unquote religious models, or the flat earthers?
The flat Earth religious or the globe Earth religious?
When you encounter the people who are religious and believe in the flat Earth model, you guys share
they're sinners and they're lying.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, they're either deluded or they're very bad Christians. I actually have my own conspiracy theory is that a lot of the Christian biblical literalist flat earthers are not Christians at all. They're atheists who are trolling Christianity to make the Bible look stupid.
Oh, that's in the range for sure. That's definitely in the range.
You don't need anyone to make the Bible look stupid. You just have to read it.
One other thing I'd like to point out is that Bob Nodell at one point said he'd like to get flat Earth turned into a religious, registered as a religion. I don't hear of many people that believe in the globe religion, and that's all in air quotes.
But no, they
trying
call
to turn it, trying to turn it. Yeah, I don't see anyone trying to get a church of the cult of the globe of something.
You know why
registered.
Bob wants to do that though? There's only one
Religious
reason
protection.
not just
protections.
religious protection. It's not even that. It's more specific. No requirement for taxes.
Wow, yeah, I forgot about that. Scientology, yeah, yep.
Sorry,
Yeah.
yeah, the Church of Exemption.
Yep.
The Church of Perpetual Exemption.
But yeah, my point is, I like how many of us that believe in the globe, or believe it to be a globe, how many times do you hear someone say, "Let's make it a church, so we can get exemption for everything," or avoid persecution on YouTube videos to stop people from coming in the comment section and being mean.
Prior to you floating it as this question right now, I've never heard it.
Right.
I'd say I feel awkward about it. I like the reservation to hold some sort of legitimate organization or money community thing as a religion in a more, flexible, like if you would want to call it a tax loophole type of situation, but still righteous, but taking advantage of the thing. But this makes me feel more awkward if you guys are following what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah,
it may
absolutely.
have crossed the line of the reservation for that, you know what I mean? Making a few bad apples ruin it for the bunch type of thing, or
Yeah, I understand what you're saying there, yeah. And you're like, I think the idea was laughed out of, or I don't know if it's still going around or if they're actually trying to do it, but Bob did say that. So, and I think it was on a Globebusters episode. By extension, it's that group that would like to see it done. I
Guys,
think.
you hear about the moon rusting?
I don't know what they would what organization they would put forth for filing. I think
FECOR, I think it was.
Yeah, but I think
they're going to use FECOR.
I think FECOR is. Somebody correct me. I think they're down on their luck with funding.
Oh yeah.
Gee, I wonder why.
You guys hear me?
If there's no functional organization,
the moon is rusting.
Wait.
That's what the science said. The moon
Only
is
if it's
rusting.
got an atmosphere. Only if it has an atmosphere.
Well, listen. That's what this
moon
fucking
rust is
thing.
no big deal.
The moon is rusting. Scientists just find out. I don't know. So supposedly they think it's some type of metal or something. I don't know.
Some kind of like a.
This is 12 years old, though. It's really old.
I've never heard this before.
So what's the
sounds
moon
like a
if
bunch
it's
of
rusting? I
nonsense.
didn't hear it before either. It was just a thing today that popped up. I don't know. I mean, they must have found out.
Can you
more about
share?
it.
Can you share some link or something that says that? 'Cause-
Somebody else.
Yeah,
somebody else showed me on
you'll
their
get
phone.
it from page Google. You'll get it. When my wife was telling me about it, I knew it was
Yeah, same
the
here.
old thing rehashed.
I always thought it was like some phosphorus or something. I don't see. I mean, does it look like it's fucking rusty brown, rusty?
Space. Well, no. Rust is a very general term for oxidation. It doesn't always turn red. To turn red, it had to be.
Oh, okay, like the outside of a battery cable terminal or something.
Yeah. So it could be green. It could be the color that the moon
like
is.
a patina.
Gray.
Oh yeah.
I think they're dramatizing the image with the orange coloring. There are some images with orange coloring, like towards the poles or something, I think, but I think that's dramatized.
It'd just be wherever. If there's iron on the moon, then it would turn red. But
there's a little iron in the moon's core, but there's not much surface iron.
Wouldn't that have to
It might
be
be just
humidity up there?
conditioning you for the soft end times, guys. Soft end times. Just flow with the conditioner. That's my only angle on how it's a conspiracy. That's the only I would see.
So there's iron nitrox on the surface near the poles of the moon that match hematite from the spectral images.
Hematite?
Hematite, whatever it is. Yeah.
Hemoglobin, that's blood. What?
Hema just means iron.
Well, iron in the blood, yeah.
Yeah, Ag for iron.
Yeah, hemoglobin, yes sir.
It's
Isn't that
Fe
weird?
for iron,
For
guys.
blood, hemoglobin?
Fe is iron.
What does? Oh, it does
It's
mean blood.
1:30. It's
It's well,
1:30 a.m. for me. So yeah, my brain's
That's
dead.
flat Earth
Yeah,
for
it
you
would be at the
guys who don't
poles
know.
because that's the only place where there would be any water ice. There would be in like in recessed areas that the sun absolutely never touches.
Could it be? Oh, we did discover water on the
Hemophiliac.
moon. Interesting.
That means you can't stop bleeding that easy.
Yeah, I remember. I looked it up. I was dumb.
No, you just thought wrong. It doesn't mean you're dumb.
No, I knew hemo meant blood. I just I said something dumb. That happens a lot.
Yeah, I often
That's
say
how you
dumb
learn.
things.
That's how we learn.
Yeah, reading through one of the articles I found, not the CNN one, but a different one, it actually is reasonable with the iron core structure being exposed at the poles, the perma ice that is water based. Well, there's your oxygen, there's your iron. What happens when you mix the two? Rust.
Is there an iron layer, or I thought the core was like
No.
hollowish or something?
No. The moon, the actual mineral structure of the moon is exceedingly similar to Earth, which is predominantly iron.
Doesn't the moon also have like a? It used to have a liquid mantle, right? Well, obviously at one point, but
At one point, its entire structure was liquid. If you go off of the collision theory, but
see.
but then
liquid is in molten.
But then you also have the surface. You have the surface bit that definitely was molten due to the impacts during the heavy bombardment periods.
So right now we do scientists do believe that the moon has some liquid layer, a liquid layer. It's not very big, but there is a liquid layer.
A liquid layer of what?
Of rock on the moon.
Oh,
I thought the core was liquid.
I'm pretty sure it's pretty desiccated.
Well, they do have moonquakes, so I mean there is some form of cracking underneath the surface, but whether there's anything magma-ish like that.
Well, it's really, really, really deep compared to the Earth, right? It doesn't have like it doesn't have like mantle plumes like we do.
Well, that's because it's really fucking cold. See, there you go. Good job, Andy. Cheers.
You can have moonquakes just by the fact you're circling this large planet.
Forces. You get the
forces,
gravitational tidal forces, which are similar to actually one of the moons of Jupiter has plumes, and they think that the internal warming is not necessarily because of the core of the moon itself, but because of the tidal forces it gets from being in Jupiter's orbit.
You talking about Enceladus?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah,
I couldn't remember the name, but
the water geysers that come up that like you can see on with a fucking telescope. I mean, fuck.
Sure. Europa's pretty darn cool too, if you ask me.
I still like Titan.
Is Europa the one that they actually suspect that there might be a warm
Water
enough liquid water underneath that might actually have microbial life?
Correct.
Yeah, well, they're trying to. They're still currently in testing phases through a couple of companies to actually build a subterranean submersible that can drill through the ice of Enceladus and get down to the water to check for microbial life. That would be cool.
The Flirts don't believe it's real, though. They think it's just a lot light in the sky.
It's just a luminary.
I don't believe Flirts are real anyway, so it doesn't matter.
The no true flurf. The no
Yeah.
true flurf.
Yeah, the no
postulate.
true flurfman.
There you go.
We don't have. Do we have any in here right now? Is everybody gone?
Here, flurfy, flurfy, flurf.
Oh,
Speak
Jake's
up.
here. Jake's a flurf, right?
No,
Jeremy's
he's
here.
not. He's just very good at being contrary. Aren't you, Jake?
For Jeremy.
Where's Drew? Oh, Drew Rummy's
Jeremy's
here.
here. Jake on the
Well-
plane. That
well,
sounds flurfy to me.
What truly is the difference between a contrarian and a flurf?
Contrarians will sometimes agree with the globe.
Right the hand.
Flurfs will too until they realize where the line is leading them.
Flurfs want
but-
to use stuff like gravity and just rename it.
The density
The
gradients.
pushatrons.
Hey! Don't forget. Yeah, there's pushatrons
I
and
like the
pullitrons.
word potential.
Don't forget. There's
Because
potentially a good
if you
word.
have one bucket of water, it can be a certain dense, or one apple, it can be a certain denseness. But once you put 52 of those apples, you can't say now they're more denser. They're all dense apples, the same as an apple. They have more potential now, right or wrong.
That sounded very.
That's
dense.
right.
It's kind
That
of a
sounds
weird.
very potential. Yeah. So if I have a bucket of water that's 18 gallons, and I have a bucket of water that's 1 gallon, they both have denseness of water, but one's going to push down because of the potential. That's a greater potential.
They both push down.
No.
What are
The
you-
potential's
16
still the
gallons
same.
or the whatever gallons. No, the potential is not the same, you idiot.
Yes, it
Depends how
is.
spread out the water
No,
is.
it's not. Because the more
does
water is
potential
going to
work?
do more work, it's going to move more things. It's going to have more force. What the fuck are you
gotta
talking
give them
about?
a weight.
Are you
then.
an idiot?
You got more means weight.
Nah, to you, Granny.
I
Fucking
guess.
put your words
yeah.
in my
I mean,
sentence.
4 Lego blocks.
Don't put
weigh
your words
more
in
than
my
2 Lego
sentence.
blocks.
Yeah, but
Listen,
I'm saying
potential.
you're giving them more.
Potential.
You have the
Yep,
equal
that means
density,
more.
but you're giving them
Potential.
more.
You're
Yeah,
talking
but
about potential energy?
One question. Why do
Yes,
they both
sir.
Have why do they both have
Potential
the
to
same
do
downward-
work, mofo.
Oh, dude, why do they both have the same downward acceleration?
You're telling me if you
9.8
put 14
meters per second
apples
square.
in one
I'm
thing?
sure
Listen,
am. Same
retard.
downward,
Are you dumb?
the
Are you
same
done?
rate of acceleration.
Hey, retardo. I don't see no fucking rate of anything falling.
So
Are you
total
stupid?
mass, but you're saying
Go on the
total
Eiffel
mass is the
Tower and drop a
variable.
feather in an
Dima.
apple and see if they drop at the same rate again.
They
Drop
will
your
drop
All right,
feather
just so we all
from the
agree, though,
Eiffel
you're saying
Tower
total
and
mass
whatever you
changes
think.
sure will.
scale.
It changes the potential,
Apples,
Still
50
gonna
not
be
the
apples.
intensity of each object.
9.8 meters per second per second.
Man, no
That's
such
given.
thing, retard. The fuck out of here.
Where's the potential stored?
Same
You know,
fog,
fucking
different
9
scale.
the only
Same
retard
That's
is
the
fog,
the
different
goofiest shit I ever
name.
heard. 9.8.
9.8 meters per
So,
second per second.
Hang on.
Fact.
Wait. So if I've got 1
So
gallon
you
of
go jump
water
off a
on my
building and
left, wait. If I've got one gallon of water on my left in a bucket and 18 gallons of water on my right, and they're both sitting on the floor, they've got no fucking potential apart from me getting wet.
But now, if you put them both 10
What's
feet
your
in the air
point?
and
Where's
drop them at the
gravity at?
same time, they're going to hit the ground at the same time.
No, go to the Eiffel
But
Tower and do it,
magically,
son.
they'll read different on the scale.
It's not potential energy, though.
Yeah, that's not
2 foot.
potentiality.
Stop dropping
Wait.
stuff from 2 foot and declaring it science, idiots. Drop it from a
No,
height that
Dima, you
matters.
just have to acknowledge the separation of variables.
I dropped something from 5 kilometers. Does that count?
Where did it store all that energy to fall that far?
He wants you to drop something from more
carried
than
it up
just
in a
2
drone.
feet. He wants you to drop something from more than 2 feet, and then you tell him you've dropped something from 5 kilometers, and he's going to say he doesn't believe you. You're going to give him the evidence he wants, and he's going to reject it because that's what he does.
That's Dimok.
Yep.
I dropped a
was
copper dart
Dimok.
and a lead dart.
Oh, it is Demok.
You should probably be more careful.
They both hit the
Yeah,
ground at the
dude,
exact
what's
same
wrong
time.
with you?
But
Does it have to do with temperature,
but did you hit your
resistance,
target?
potential, or what? Listen, when you had those 2 buckets sitting on the ground, what was pulling them down? Nothing,
call it
idiot.
gravity.
Gravity, you fucking retard.
No, not a fucking thing. What was pushing them up? not
The
fucking
ground.
things, so they don't
The
need to
ground
be
is
pulled
pushing
down.
it up.
idiot.
Gravity's
If
pulling
I'm
it down.
not
Ground is
pulling
pushing
you
it up.
up, listen, retard. If I'm not eating
Gravity,
your
you
food,
fucking
nobody needs to
retard.
stop
Have
me.
you ever heard
If
of
I'm not
fucking
lifting you up, nobody needs to put you down. Fucking idiot.
Gravity, you fucking retard.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that makes sense,
you
doesn't it?
fucking retard, dude?
Tooth Fairy. The Tooth Fairy keeps you down.
Oh, that's how I get
I
financial
checked
support.
gravity.
No, that's the Tooth Fairy.
So,
The
Demic,
Tooth Fairy
Close
picks
in
the
here.
object up and it puts it down.
Demic, why
That's
do you
all
feel
the
pressure
Tooth
on your
Fairy.
feet while you're standing?
I don't, Tooth Fairy. I feel
You're
Tooth
fucking
Fairy.
stupid. You don't know what you're talking
Well, I
about.
feel Tooth Fairies.
Just
You just
making
can't
shit up.
measure it. Yeah,
Yes, you
wish,
can.
dude. You trying to
If you
deny
can't
Tooth
feel your
Fairies
feet,
exist?
you may want to get that
there
checked
he is.
Are
out.
you trying to deny the 9.8 meters per second that Tooth Fairies cause? Huh?
I like that.
Well, I'm
I
asking
recorded
you.
that.
Yeah, are you trying to deny the Tooth Fairy rate? Huh? 9.8 meters per second for each tooth that you get that falls out?
So you admit that the rate is a real thing.
Okay. What's the experimenter effect that it starts with an S or something, which
Hang
was
on.
the plum next to a mountain? What's that?
Schehalion.
Schehalion, D-Mock. They have the Schehalion, they have the Cavendish, okay? That's what they want to go with.
I've done the Cavendish experiment with 62-inch diameter lead spheres.
I don't care.
Hang on one sec, guys. There's Hanselez.
I don't care
You've got
what you
something
did.
going. You've got a hot mic going on. There's something going, like sounds like it's rubbing up there.
I need to see what gravity's supposed to do. Gravity claims to center mass towards the center. I want to
Gravity
see
doesn't
that.
claim anything. Gravity
Oh, it
doesn't claim
doesn't?
anything. It's just the emergence
Oh,
of
then stop talking about
matter.
the lie then. Stop talking about
You
the
hear me?
non-claiming thing then.
Do you hear me, Sunny Bubbles?
Yeah, I mean, if we wanted to hear about something that
Gravity can't
not
hold down
intelligent,
bubbles.
if we want to hear something,
Gravity can't
being
keep my
claimed
soda
by
from popping
something-
outwards. Why is that?
uh,
How come everything acts the opposite of gravity? How come it all pops outwards and goes outwards? And
it's almost like there's an inverse proportional
centrifugal force.
relationship due to
You spin
mass.
something, it goes away. No, nothing to do with that, son. It's all the opposite of what you say.
Really?
Everything's the opposite of Newton,
Th-
opposite
then-
of Einstein,
then
the
why-
opposite of everything you
then
say,
why
opposite
do-
of everything you
Then
thought.
why do
Why do you
all
think
of
gases
the
are what they
mass?
are?
Why
do you think water is what it is? You think water is H2O. That's wrong.
What
No,
the
it's
Not
not.
my fault you've been taught wrong.
Oh
Yeah.
my
By
god.
hydrogen monoxide. You can be poisoned by it.
Yeah, I don't
All
think
you
so.
gotta do is not
By
know how
water?
to swim.
You can be poisoned by it?
Yeah,
If you don't know how to swim,
Hydrogen monoxide.
Dihydrogen monoxide. Yeah.
You can be poisoned by that? What is that? How do you make it? How do you make it, funny boy?
Burn some hydrogen.
Dude,
Burn hydrogen
You
with
burn it
oxygen.
with
You
your
make
lungs?
water.
The
How
Burn
you do it? You're
fuel.
breathing in, he said.
Pretty
He
much.
said you're breathing it in water.
Hey, you know, every time you burn fuel, it makes water.
Yeah.
Every single time you burn
I don't
anything, it
think
makes
so.
water.
Also,
I don't think so.
the
Not
recipe,
everything, but
the
I don't
recipe
think
is in the
so.
title.
I think you're fucking wrong.
Oh, I think you don't know what you're talking about.
No, I don't think you know what you're talking about. Show
Just-
me H2O in water. Show me two H's and a fucking O in some water. Don't use a fucking vacuum. Don't use heat. Don't use electrolysis.
So don't
I
use
really
any.
think
Hang
Use
on,
your fish
hang
gills.
on,
That's what you
hang
guys
on,
like
hang
to
on,
say.
hang
Use
on,
fish gills.
hang on,
That'll work for
hang
you.
on.
Can't
You-
use heat because
hang
heat
on.
is the energy.
Shut
Heat
the
is
fuck
oxygen.
up for a moment.
No, you
and
shut the
listen.
fuck up. No vacuum. No electricity. No motherfucking heat.
Shut
You
the fuck
get
up,
me air from
motherfucking
water.
How
and
do,
fill
how do
up
you
my
want us to
tire
separate
with
it without electrolysis?
Hang on,
I want a
guys.
tire filled up with
now
fucking
that
air
I
from
locally
water.
have him muted, I can actually talk when he can rail all he wants. But he wants us to break apart the atomic structure.
Yeah, you think it's
the
happening, you dumb
molecular
lying
structure,
If you
structure
can't
of
produce it,
something
you know
without
what the fuck
using
you're
the
talking about.
processes
Well, fuck on
required
with that
to
bullshit.
break the molecular
Fuck out of
bomb.
here. You ain't breathing air
talking
either.
over each other.
And you're not breathing air either.
What the
You
fuck do you
haven't
think we're
solved the
breathing?
Because dude's
problem,
got me
you
muted.
just
And you're not breathing air either.
Stop being a dickhead and you won't be muted.
We're not breathing
Air's
air.
not going
muting
into
thing
your
doesn't-
breath.
it just-
Nope, you're not.
The muting thing just doesn't work that way because he's not going to hear you. He's going to keep talking, and it's just cacophony. It seems like it would work, but it just doesn't.
What
you
are we
have to solve,
breathing?
you have to find a solution where only one person talks at the time.
You're not breathing in
It would be
anything.
nice if Dimong would let someone
You're
finish
using
a
a
point.
pump to get electricity.
Denmark, you've got to
Yeah,
let
what about it?
Shut up and let
I
everyone
got
else finish
14
their
people
point.
asking me questions, guys. What am I doing? Who am I
No, you
talking to?
don't.
Which one?
No, you don't.
14
This
or
isn't a
15? Who?
question.
You're just
It's
not.
let
You
someone
don't
else
hear
talk.
So there's
Stop
not
lying.
14 people asking you a question. That's ridiculous. Hey, Shadowcaster, hold on, I'm talking. There's not 14 people talking to you. There's 14 people trying to get a word in edgewise, and somehow you're boxing them all out, which is impressive. But let's just take our time, and people don't jump in on each other. You're going to get your chance. Demonk's not going anywhere. Everyone just relax. I'm going to unmute him now.
Moderate.
Right.
I just have one thing to say before everybody starts. Demok keeps saying no heat, no electricity, no vacuum. Is he describing his house?
Right.
How would I be talking to you on a phone if that was the case?
You don't need electricity to talk on your phone.
How do
You
we
need
know
to
you're
have
at
money
your
to pay a
house?
fucking bill, idiot.
Shut up, broke ass.
Your mama.
All right, guys, come on.
Ever seen those
So
hand
the person-
crank torches?
Anyway, you have a circulatory system if you want to know anything, and your lungs are a pump, right?
Your
A
lungs.
magnetic pump.
The fuck
Yep.
does that
What?
have to do with anything?
Your lungs are a magnetic pump.
Yep. Yes, sir. Yeah. Yep. And your heart is too. Yeah.
I've
And the air
actually
goes in.
mastered
You
biology.
compress the air.
Oh my god.
You pull the kinetic energy out. That's why you have dye when it comes out. It's what it is when it goes in, and it's dye when it goes out. You just
What?
compress it. You take the energy out of it and breathe it back out right into the fucking
You don't
air.
take that.
Does
Oxygen
it
and
doesn't
energy
go
are
in
not
the system.
equivalent.
You don't need it in your system.
Ignoring the fact that you have everything about how it works wrong, that still
If you
sounds
needed
like
it in
breathing.
your system, you would drink air and never have to let it out like water until you piss it out.
Man,
You need
this guy won't
water
let
in your
anybody
system,
fucking
therefore
talk.
you drink it, you contain it, and you piss it out
We're
when you're
not
done and you
listening to
sweat.
you because you're mouthing
You don't
on.
sweat out air, motherfucker.
You don't
No
sweat out
retard.
your water either.
Hey, retard, we know you don't fucking sweat out air. Use a
sweat's not
fucking
water,
brain
buddy.
and think before you talk.
That's
That's what I'm trying to
presupposing he
tell
has a
you,
brain.
dumb
But
bitch.
then he
You're not
wouldn't
breathing
get
in
the
air.
attention he wants.
When you die, you get electrocuted to start, motherfucker. Electrocution to pump
guess
your
what?
pump, to start your
Not
pump, idiot. That's an
necessarily.
electromagnetic
Not fucking
kinetic pump.
necessarily.
Then you get your oxygen,
Actually,
I
bitch.
saved someone's
defibrillation,
life once
you've
by
got that
not
fucking
using
wrong.
current.
Yeah.
Guys,
Yeah, you
guys,
got it wrong.
Moderator.
this doesn't work. Just don't
Okay,
call
so
moderator
Demok-
Don't
or
use
else
the
they'll go away
retard
and
so I
never
can
come back.
explain to him
Yeah,
exactly
just a
how
quick
it properly
question.
works.
So if I put
Class,
What's a
can you
pump
guys
do? How does a
just
pump work, guys? A magnet.
Can you guys just tone it down a little bit? And I'll give you a little hint. Like there are times in which I mute Demok. If I mute Demok and I hear one of you guys immediately start calling him names, I immediately unmute them because they're not in the business of muting people so you can insult them, right? So if you want the muting to work, you have to refrain from taking that opportunity to start calling him a retard and an idiot and all those things. Just FYI. I know you guys probably aren't aware of that, but that does happen.
As long as you don't attack me.
Yeah, you got to address the argument.
Yeah, the argument.
Well,
Whatever
yeah,
it is.
they
Don't ask me what it is. Don't ask me
Show
what it is.
me,
But whatever
show
it
me
is, you gotta
fish.
address it.
Show me fish get air out of fucking water, and I want to see a certain amount produced from it. Right?
Well, so
Yeah,
now we're
it's the
fish-
same. It's the same principle. The fish do the same thing as us. We don't have
Who
to
said
take the
fish
fucking
get
air into our
out of
system.
water? Who said fish get air out of water? They get oxygen
What do
out
they?
of the water.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
They get oxygen
That's
out
your
of water.
fucking air. You call it oxygen
Okay,
air, whatever you want.
exactly
No, they
what
don't.
they do. Who
No,
said
they don't. They get
air
water out of water. There's
Shut
water
up
in
and
the
listen.
water.
They get oxygen out of
Demok,
water.
how do you know
No,
so
they
much about
don't.
so much? How are you such an expert on so many different
No,
things?
they don't.
I've been
It's
studying
common
since I
sense.
knew
They
how
get
to
electrical
study.
energy.
Hey,
You better
Scott.
That's
restudy,
been since I was a
motherfucker.
small child.
Yeah,
So that's
don't let your
40
schooling
years.
interfere with your learning. That's all I can tell you.
Men, you're trying
Do
to be
people-
so fucking insulted. You no wonder you're being called a retard. When you
Don't
fucking
let your
insult people
schooling
that way,
interfere
you're gonna
with your
get called a
learning.
retard.
Use your own brain. Don't let some retarded person
I
that
wish
thinks
you would
something
turn yours
tell
actually
you how it
on.
works.
Turn yours
Right?
on and
Okay,
actually
guys,
That's
fucking
what you
stop
did.
resisting
You let a
someone.
2,000-year-old
Guys.
retard
Yeah,
tell
you
you how
like run
things
over
work,
someone,
and you're
bitch. You're
still
gonna get
stuck on
fucking
it.
ran,
And
bitched
you're still
out.
stuck
Demok,
on
can you just
2,000-year-old
tone it?
history.
Demok,
Fuck, you're
Science.
can you
stupid.
just tone it down?
Class.
Can you tone it down just a
2,000-year-old
little bit,
science.
Demok? Take it from 11 to 10. That's all I'm asking.
Hey, I got
You
an
know how
idea.
you know how he knows all this. You know how he knows all this?
Yeah.
It's called
2,000-year-old science. Why am I using my eyeballs and looking? You guys got 2,000-year-old science that says something that you can debunk in 20 minutes. That's real fucking funny.
But like,
Show
is
me
there any
some
part of science
particles
that
and
you're not
waves.
an expert in? Is there anything you still have to learn, or do you know it all now?
I just see that fish are pumping like a pump.
Yeah.
They're getting the kinetic energy. That's what I see. I don't know about knowing everything. I don't know what that means.
Okay. Well, I was going to ask you about dark matter because is that real? Not
No,
real?
I know
What do you
about
think?
white matter. No, I know. I think
Okay,
white
what about
matter
it?
is going to be discovered.
What about colored
What is
matter?
it?
I've talked about white matter
What's
since
white
I was
matter?
like
What's
10.
white matter?
I don't know.
What
It's the
is it?
opposite of dark matter.
No.
The opposite. Whatever
Okay.
dark matter is, white matter is the
Matter
opposite.
doesn't have an opposite.
It's air. It's heat. It's energy. We live in it.
It's
We
air,
breathe
heat,
it.
energy. Okay.
Yep.
Cool.
The shit you put. The shit you
Just so
put
that Mark
onto a
knows, I
pan.
just said his volume super
The shit you
low, so
put
I
in a
can barely
pan.
hear him.
All right.
So
Okay,
if
Glass.
he
Thank you.
wants to talk, he can have
It's
it.
really not. It's really not important. You didn't need to interrupt to say
how
that. I
you get
promise.
air
I
out of
promise
water.
you didn't need to.
I think is white matter something you snort?
No,
yeah,
it's
white
like
matter is great.
it's the radiant heat that goes through a
I
pan
love that.
when it gets
It's
resistance
weird.
from
I
water.
can't get enough of it. I
And you
don't know
see
why,
that
but
you
it's
see
like
the air.
the more I have, the more
You
I
see
want
the
it.
air or the kinetic energy. The air or the invisible kinetic energy rising up from the water. That's your air. That's your oxygen. It's just kinetic energy. That's all it is.
Crush it up and
That's all
snort
it's
it.
ever
It'll be
been.
fine.
And
Dude,
water
what's the
turns
next
to
breakthrough
steam.
going to be in physics? Like,
Water
what do you
turns
think
to
Nobel Prize for
steam.
Physics is going to be next
It's
year?
not that hard.
What's the next breakthrough,
Huh?
Demo?
I don't
What's
know
the
what they
next
give
breakthrough in physics
fucking
thing?
retards these days, Scott.
No, I'm just asking.
Yeah.
I'm curious to know what you think future is going to hold.
It
What are we going to
depends
figure
on
out
what
next?
it is or whether it's feasible or not for humanity.
Yeah.
It depends on whether they give
Right.
it to some old guy who doesn't need it or little kids who need it, by the
Well,
dozens.
let me put it this way: what's the next thing that should be the winner? Like, what's the next breakthrough we're about to see?
My hoverboard, the idea that I'm telling you about kinetic energy and you don't have to actually take the oxygen out of the air and breathe it into yourself. You don't need that. All you need is a function of breathing out and in to keep the circulation going, to keep your heart pumping, to keep all your shit flowing right.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. That
Well,
should
then why
be
can't
it.
you
The
just go
new
dive
thinking.
into a balloon and keep breathing in and out of that same balloon? How come that doesn't work?
Do what? Because that same
If you
balloon
go
doesn't have
diving,
new energy. That shit you done spent. It's dye. You can't get dye.
I thought you
You
said
have to
you
get
just had to
new,
take.
fresh. You breathe in fresh. You breathe out dye. Get it? Don't say you thought shit. I told you right now.
Okay.
You get it now.
Well, I'm just going by what you said. You just
You
said you
take
got to
the
breathe in.
energy
You just got to
in.
breathe
Once
in
you
and
take
out.
the energy out of that air, you can't reuse the energy if you put it into a balloon. Does that make sense to you?
Got it.
Okay, so there is something more to
So
it.
if you
There is
put air
something
into a
in the
balloon, what do
air
you
that
get
we
out?
consume.
Listen, hold on. If you blow air up in a balloon, if you take H2O and put it in a balloon,
All
what do you get out of that
non-plant
balloon?
life takes in
H2O.
oxygen
If you put helium in a balloon,
and
what do you get
puts
out?
out carbon
Helium.
dioxide.
You don't
All
get fucking
plant
dihelium.
life
You don't
takes
get
in
dye
carbon
anything.
dioxide
Whatever you
and
put in
puts
the
out
balloon, you
oxygen.
fill a balloon with
I
water,
know he's
and you dump
ignoring
the
every
balloon
word I
out,
said,
you get
like
the
a
same
little
exact
kid,
shit.
but
Hey, hey,
that's exactly how it
that's
works.
not true
Everything
though,
you
bro.
take in,
Exactly how it works.
when you
All
pour in water
No,
into
you're
a
wrong,
balloon and
buddy.
plant
you
There's
let it out,
plenty.
it's
There's
takes
water.
in
plenty of
oxygen.
animal life deep in the ocean that doesn't
You
need
need you again.
oxygen.
Don't need light either.
Glass.
Crystals
People,
grow, all
everybody,
kinds of stuff.
stop talking over each other.
Mold,
So, Dimmock,
fungus,
we can agree that there's something in the air that we consume, and then we let out some kind of waste, right? Regardless of what those specifically are, we can agree on that much, right?
in and out.
He doesn't want to agree because it breaks his
Yeah.
little world bubble.
I said
It's
yes.
that simple.
So then we can find out by using some sealed containers that plants breathe in the stuff that we breathe out, and they live off of it.
That is correct.
I don't
All
need you.
plant life.
So,
I don't
Dimmock,
believe
what do you
that.
think of
How does the plant circulatory system work? Tell me that.
Well, let's not get into the details. We're just talking about what the gases are. And
No,
what
you have
uses
to
them.
get into the details
What's in
because
the
that's what
air,
I'm talking about. I'm talking about
We'll
getting
get
in
to that
detail of how
detail.
it pumps.
We'll get to the details later.
Listen, it's real simple.
Talking about what-
Circulatory system, guys.
If we
Circle.
could keep him silent, I could actually take him and clear through it.
I agree with you. Said you take something
We
in.
really want you to
If you
do
take
that.
it in, you might be able to
So awesome.
come.
Dimmock,
You're not going to
anyway,
convert it to
Dimmock,
a whole different thing.
If I take a drink of water and spit water out, I'm spitting water out. I'm taking water in, guys. I'm not adding really much to it. I might add a charge or a potential to it. That's what I'm talking about, the dye or whatever. Like I said, take something in. It might have a convert to something else.
Okay, well, that's fine.
No,
but
it's not nonsense.
But what we notice is that the stuff that we take in is the stuff that plants let out. And the stuff that we let out is stuff that plants take in.
Correct.
So there's something in the air. It's not as simple as just alive and dead, because plants take out what we give off as waste. Correct. Apparently.
That is correct. Exactly correct.
I wasn't asking you. I'm asking Dimmock.
Yeah.
Have you put a plant in a thing and just stuck it with a closed tube to where the only?
He'll have to.
Can you shut up for a second, bro?
We're not gonna let him run us over.
Anyway, can you put your
By
mouth on a
everybody else
tube
in
every
the
day
place agreeing,
and have like a plant
except for
closed
him,
off to
the
where
odd
the
man
only
out.
thing it ever gets is
Dude,
what
you're
you
just
breathe out?
talking over him. You're making this a
And
nightmare.
yes, Dimmock, you can.
Turn him back up, for God's sake.
Yeah, that's what I would do. I would do a little bit more research into it because I just don't think that's exactly how it's working. And if it is, they're doing the same thing as us. They got a pump. They have a pump, an electro-hydraulic pump. That's what the plant's using. That's how it's getting its water where it needs to. It heats up a certain degree. That lets it go where it needs to. The same way shit's activated with the heat in our body. We eat it, we activate it.
Where
the
is
heat.
this pump?
All right, so there's stuff
The
in the
pump
air
is
that
in the
we
plant.
use, and then we
Chlorophyll.
give off
It's called
something
Where?
else.
Show me.
It's
Find
the
pump.
nerves, the roots. What the fuck you talking about?
Yeah,
The roots, the
a
leaves,
pump
the
is a
plant.
singular thing, like a heart.
They're
Show
all
us.
pumps.
Oh, the whole thing is
Show
a
you
pump.
a
Got it. Why don't
heart.
you just say
You
so?
want me to show you a heart? Okay. A heart,
Yeah,
you just named it.
Show
Are you fucking
show me
retarded?
a plant heart. A plant heart.
Show me a plant have chlorophyll in it, or aloe vera, or liquid. It has to do something to get it there, doesn't it, idiot?
Dude.
How does that seed get fucking leaves in a stem? It pumps it.
Hey,
Yeah.
botanists know how plants work. Okay.
I don't fucking think they do.
Down.
Get the fuck
They
out
got
of
this
here.
down. Oh yeah, but
You
botanists
stick
have no
whatever
idea
you
how
want you
plants
think
work.
you got up your
It's a
ass.
form of
I'm
passive
me.
capillary action for plants.
I think for me, you think
Hey,
for
dude,
you,
up the
motherfucker.
xylem, down the
Hey,
phloem.
dude's
That's the way
dick.
the water goes.
Yeah,
Correct.
right. Yeah, okay, cool.
All right, well, Dimmock,
Yeah,
one of the
that's
other
the
things
way
that we
it
can
is.
note.
Dude, you could cut a plant
Don't
apart
tell me
and
what
look
I can
at it.
notice, man. I'm not talking to the other guy.
You can
talking
cut a
to the,
plant
yeah.
apart and never find a heart ever.
Plants don't have
Not one.
hearts.
Not one. Not 20.
Wait, I thought artichokes had hearts.
Don't give them any ammunition.
So do palm stalks.
Is the seed not the heart? Is he saying this?
Yeah, that's something different.
It's so no. The seed is only developed in the flower late in the bloom.
It's basically a reproductive organ.
Yeah. Listen. Fine. But if he's saying there's a pump mechanism and there's a heart of origin, I don't know, the fucking seed.
There's not. No, seeds are ovaries.
And then there's fucking made new hearts for the other fucking plant. I don't know. I'm just trying to.
There isn't. No,
There isn't a heart.
It's pretty much done by capillary action.
That's it. I mean, does it have lungs too? Kidneys?
Mammals, maybe, but not plants.
And a brain.
Mammals, not plants.
Hey, how do jellyfish work?
That's an animal, not a
They're,
plant.
they're some of the laziest creatures ever.
Yeah, they don't have to go to work.
But like in terms of like circulatory systems, like do they have one?
Jellyfish?
Yeah.
Kind of, but it's not like a circulation system. It's not like the circulatory system that we have by any means stretch of the imagination. It's different. But there is actually animals that don't have hearts. There's actually quite a few species of animals.
Yeah, there's atheist
don't.
Rex.
And some of them are quite large.
Roasted.
I'll accept that.
Yeah, fair. Jellyfish do have a circulatory system.
Yep. But it's not like ours. Yeah.
Well, wait, you're telling me jellyfishes are different than us? Yeah, I guess now that you say that, I can see it. I can see it now.
System works.
Mom makes a good point.
I'm still laughing at it because then he goes, and it's in the root.
Well, in the
Scott
debate
and
chamber,
Beach
Global Mom
is a
made a good
box
point about
jellyfish.
Moving the goalpost of where the heart was.
Yeah,
Well,
Scott's a
that's the
box.
point Global Mom's making. Where are the main pumps located in plants?
Isn't that?
Do plants have a heart?
Yeah, but they use sort of like a capillary system that helps
Yes.
bring the moisture
So-
up to the top
so
leaves,
that's
don't they?
exactly
How plants work? Yes. I can't talk right now.
Capillary.
Oh, sorry for saying words wrong. Jeez, what are you, Jem? The word police?
I'm just saying, it's just annoying to hear the same word said wrong over and over and over and over
It
again.
don't bother me
What capillary action?
because I can get over it. Thank you.
It's artillery
word.
action.
I think it's aluminium action.
Nah, it's aluminum.
No, it's aluminium for those who don't live in North America.
And circulatory system. Have you guys seen the new episode of The Boys? And who didn't know that when Homeland was being nice, what the fuck was about to happen to that blind dude? And did y'all think that was some capillary action there, or that's some like major like
artillery action? No, major artillery action.
Some of us
Americans pronounce it lead. Americans pronounce it lead. The British pronounce it plumbum.
They still call it that?
Where do you think we got the word plumbing from?
I know what plum means.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, it's perfectly vertical. It's plum.
That's what I should start calling it.
Plum jam in my fruit.
Plum, like the crack of your ass. That's where it came from. Plums have the butt crack. Crack of your ass is vertical.
The joke was so lame, I forgot to laugh.
Wait, that was a joke?
It's for real. Your boy is back.
The joke
On
is
top took
between
another
your
one down.
legs.
Oh, is someone doing jokes?
I think that joke is on life support.
No, it was not.
They seem to think they are.
I'm listening. I haven't heard one.
That's what I thought. That's what it's mean. It's so lame it didn't even count as a
It
joke.
was the Earth's
Tried to
flat.
make it be.
It's not a joke. That's what's so funny. You guys. That's why I got the Flat Earth Champion logo right here. You guys.
Hey, Waz, I've got a knock-knock joke for you.
Don't ask me to start, but go on.
Hang on, what? Jeb,
That's the
quick
Irish
question.
knock-knock joke, Terry.
Sorry, just a quick question for Jeb. Why do people who think just because they're tagged champion flatty makes them think they're the best?
Yeah, it means they're the top flatty of all the flatties. Except they've all got that.
They've all got it. Yeah.
It just means.
See, but again, you can't read. I'm postulating.
Okay.
What am I postulating? I'm the best at though. What seriously? What am I?
You're the best. You are the best at being a nong.
No, he's the best at rules learning.
No, Dimong. Dimong is top mong in here, I think.
Rules learning.
He beats Kimmo at the top mong.
I'm the
Dimong.
best at you thinking I'm bluffing when I'm serious. That's
Yeah.
No.
You're the worst at you're not the best. They're the worst at recognizing when you're not being serious. They take you seriously when you're joking so often it's painful.
Wait, I have a question.
Yeah, well,
I want to make
you know
sure
what
I
we
heard
think of-
something right. I want to make sure I heard something right. Did someone say that Skidmark was the best at being on top? I thought he was a power bottom.
There's so much to unpack there. Not even gonna start. But
Jared, just so you know, Chemo is a fat bottom girl. Okay.
Well, they make the
So,
rocking
Don,
world go round.
Good one.
So Don, you
Nice,
know
Jim.
you know what we think about flatties, Don. You're the champion of that.
Don's not a flatty anymore.
Well, you know what, Jeb? I think maybe you should make a new role for champion of the flatties.
The guy who got out.
well, apparently plum comes from the word lead.
Yeah.
Yep, it does.
You know, sorry, can I just backstep a minute here? Did you say you're no longer a flatty?
And it's the
Don?
root of the word we use for plumbing, as in plumbing and pipes in your house.
You're getting the
Did
quiet.
you say you're no longer a flatty, Don?
From the Romans.
Is my
Dude,
mic
I've
working?
only ever
No, we
like,
can
dude,
hear you.
I like to do this for.
Was
I'm
trying to say
I'm
something.
trying to talk with Dom, man. I'm trying to answer you, man. So I think it would be cool, guys, if we like went back over my Facebook feed, maybe over like the past 4 years, and seen like the types of stuff I posted, and if it was like assertive, like, hey, I believe in the flat Earth, or like, hey, if it was more inquisitive, like, what do y'all think about this? Because I haven't gone back over it, but that way it would make me at least be honest as far as the journey of progression, But I don't know, guys. Like, I've always just asked questions, and then you're called a flat earther, just if you haven't had the first.
But you said you're no longer a flatty. That suggests that you were once.
Someone else said that.
Did you say that wrong?
Weird. How do you label? They get weird with labels, man.
No, you said that.
Yeah, but it's only because we're forcing labels on him. I mean, he's always been kind of like, I don't know how you would say it, Don. It's like friendly to the flat Earth perspective, even though in your heart of hearts, it's almost certainly low. Something like that.
Well,
I think that's not the Poe.
To be fair, that's pretty much most.
No, that's very different. That's not
it ain't no Poe.
It's pretty much most of it. It's not like the laws of physics change one day and you become a glober. It's just because I had this with what's his little G. What's his name? Sean G. He just got sick of lying.
No, he didn't understand.
No. He got sick. I remember 2 weeks before he announced he was no longer a flat earther. I was grilling him, and he says, "You know what? I just can't. I don't know." And I was like, "You're sick of lying. You've given up on lying, haven't you?" That's what.
Well, I believe that 100%. I do believe that. Yeah, I do believe that. But I also saw him. During that time, and he was coming in here every day, and doing like asking Cordis and some other people like hard questions about orbits, and they were giving him the answers, and he was listening, and he'd scratch his head, and he'd struggle with the math, and he'd do the math again, and he'd come back an hour later. I mean, he was really like shocking me with how hard he was working, and that was going on for a good 3 weeks before he announced it. And so I think it's a little bit of everything. It's like you know what I mean? It's like he really didn't understand it. Then he's starting to understand it. Now he's sort of realizing he's sort of been lying, or maybe even starts to realize he's been lying longer than he even realized. You know what I mean? It all sort of happens in an organic way, I think. So that it's true. I believe you that he got sick of lying, but he also finally had a breakthrough in understanding some of the more complicated aspects.
Yeah, it seems like some people have a hard time thinking that this can be honest. And it's like, guys, I don't have my eye on the astronauts' information. And it's funny because we'll go through hour-long arguments, and I'm sorry to say, but there's certain things I've asserted that I've gotten pushed back on or conflicted about with some of you guys that I've still stood on, like this whole, without extra caveats of Cavendish and the Sahelian and the mass-to-mass thing. I mean, I'm sitting here arguing for a program for the density of being the source of the constant. And it's like I'm the biggest idiot in the world. But to be honest, at the end of it, Scott, didn't I have a little bit of some logic going on? You know what I mean? It seems when you're fought there and you're like, hey, why am I getting fought here? And that's what opens the door. And then you're like, okay, maybe these Glovers are not as smart as they think they are, and you're like, okay, like, I'm sorry, guys. You guys are awesome, but I just don't have my hands on the info, and you do, and I appreciate you sharing it with me.
And you're still wrong.
Definitely not. I could be.
Yeah.
I'm not thinking it's.
Well,
I have seen no evidence. I always admit there's no flat Earth evidence either. There's none.
Yeah,
Well,
but Don, having spent. Hold on a second.
Yourself a whole bunch of time. I could have told you that in the beginning.
But I have the flat Earth label. I'm sitting here saying that. That's my kind of point. Like,
Don, having been in here all this time and having listened to the Globers talk, and then having listened to guys like Chemo and the freaking British guy that was in here and Jeremy and all these other flat earthers that come in here, don't you notice though how ignorant they are, how poor their arguments are, how they can't answer any
You're
questions,
posing
and
the
they
best
just
Glober
assert things from
against the
ignorance.
worst flat. Yes, I
No,
do.
no.
I do.
Who's
I do.
who's
but
the
you're
best?
posing
Who's the best flat
Globers
earther that's ever been in here? Who's the best?
Me, obviously, me.
No, come on. I mean,
See what I
seriously.
mean? So it's like, see what I mean? So it's
Seriously,
like
of all the people that have been
you're
in here,
posing
who's the best?
Can I say something, please? Any person that always says that they themselves are the best, if they happen to be religious, they realize that they're committing one of the biggest sins there is in the Bible, self-glorification.
I'm
It's the
very
quickest
humble,
way
dude.
to hell there
I'm
is.
saying that.
A direct ticket to
Look,
hell.
Done. No. Who
I
has?
respect.
Who do you think has the best
you're right.
arguments for the flat Earth that's come in here that you see?
That's truth. The Globers would be able to be the ones that argue it the best because they actually listen to each other.
I don't think the question was for you.
I would like to point out though, real quick, just before we move on, that I am almost, I mean, not almost, I'm perfect when it comes to not self-glorifying. I'm basically godlike in my ability to not glorify. I would probably embarrass him. That's how good I am at not glorifying myself. So I just want to be clear about
Scott, is your OT level 10 in Scientology? Have you gotten there yet? 9?
I'm actually at 0 because I went to the top and then like Space Invaders, the score, it just flipped over to 0 again.
Godlike, truly.
Boom. No, I didn't mean to come off cocky like that guy. I was just trying to say, like, why would you pose your righteous range on one side versus the,
I'm an atheist.
No.
I'll let you know that now.
Yeah,
I'm an atheist. I have no belief in a deity of any sort, type, or form.
Okay.
But I mean, Don, you have to admit though, you gotta admit, even if you take the best freaking flat earthers that you've heard on YouTube Hangouts or on 24/7 or in here, you gotta admit though, they're fucking dumb. Like they got the dumbest arguments. They're completely logically inconsistent, and they don't make any sense whatsoever. They can't explain anything. They throw away perfectly good explanations for no good reasons. And they somehow think that they're smarter than the millions of people out there that have been looking at this stuff for centuries.
You know what they say? If you don't recognize,
well, fuck those dummies, dude. I'm the one saying show.
Can I finish this? If they say if you don't recognize the con man, you're the mark.
I mean, think about who are the pillars of the flat Earth. We've got Bob Noto and Anthony Riley, right? Fucking Quantum Eraser. These guys are the pillars of the community.
Slappy the Clown.
Nathan Oakley. Seriously, the Morgal.
All right, well,
with his wife knocking on the window, calling him a drug addict.
Good one, yeah. Then you got CC, whose wife says.
And there ain't no
you're a
evidence,
fucking
dude. There's
idiot.
stuff I'd like to see. I'd like to see more on couplings of Antarctica. I'd like to see more mapping. I'd like to see more in the field
Blasted them
of
out.
satellites and non-perpendicular.
Yeah, go find all that. We're not going to bring you that. Go find.
I'm using a satellite right now. Sorry to tell you. I'm using a satellite this very second.
People that care about the map are smart. People that just talk shit without evidence are stupid.
Well, he just said he's using a satellite to talk to us.
That's correct. I'm out in the fucking middle of nowheres. I'm using a satellite in order to even work this system.
Amazingly nonsense.
And the thing is pointed basically straight up. It's just slightly off vertical. I think 3 degrees off.
So it's funny that it's like fast, right?
So it's pointing
Your
into
satellite
into
isn't
space.
Is your satellite always right there, or does it orbit?
They call it geostationary.
Why you
so it's funny. Let me tell you guys something. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you
I know that.
I want to hear what Don has to say.
Learn that.
Yeah, Don, go ahead. Tell us something.
All right, so generally, I go like, hey, Globers. They go, satellites. Tell me your magic of the satellites, Don. And I say, well, maybe it's electrostatic tethering. and they go, okay, maybe, but
No, they don't
how
say
would it go
maybe,
17,000
but
miles an hour? Then
nobody says that.
hey man, let me
Nobody
finish.
says, yeah,
Let me
maybe that's
finish.
I
what it
mean,
is.
you're just going to throw out a buzzword, but if we really drill down to it,
Can I finish?
No, you
Yeah,
can't
guys, come
finish
on. Just
lying.
let him do his thing. Come on.
Let me get to the punchline.
The sections
So
of the
anyway,
satellite
they go,
electronics,
okay,
they
maybe
have
the
a
Last one
transmitter,
second. Last
they
one
have a
second. Let him finish. Come
receiver,
on.
how
and
would they
two
be
separate
traveling
banding
at such a
systems.
high velocity? Well, guess what? Maybe now they're not traveling at such a high velocity. So don't you feel stupid when you pose me that question?
No.
Different satellites are in different orbits. Different orbits have different velocities.
That's
I know
how
you
we
guys.
know we're not stupid. That's how we know who the stupid one is. Dude, you're the mark.
No, you're not. I want you to feel humble.
Sorry. You're going to have to do a lot better than that. You're really going to have to embarrass me to make me feel humble.
Processed
You
by
have
the
nowhere
thing.
near that, approach that level. You don't know what you don't know. That's the whole thing.
I ping them all the time. It's fun.
I know my logic's pretty high, dude. I know
No,
that.
not really. No, your logic would tell you there are so many things about this you don't know.
And I'm not going to self-glorification logic. I state the facts.
Why would you not glorify logic? Start glorifying
logically
I
facts, bro.
don't have to glorify myself either. I just state the facts, and I can electronically demonstrate them.
So are you saying that you're better than us because you state facts?
Don't state fiction, like the flat earthers.
Oh, so you are. I see. So you're self-glorifying. Great.
Call it what you wish.
Hey, what's the difference between geosynchronous and geostationary for an orbit? Anybody know?
They're both
geostationary means that you're over the same spot.
One's that
Okay.
explain.
Means you're over the same spot. Geosynchronous means you're just over that spot the same time every day.
Correct.
Okay.
Kind of. Yeah.
So it does go all the way around.
You can have a geosynchronous orbit where the satellite is in a different place all the time, but it's the same place, the same time of day every day.
So yeah, cellular communication satellites, television communication satellites, the ones for internet and so on are all geostationary because you're not out there moving your dish all the time to point at it.
Okay, so what's the ISS's orbit? What would that be known as?
It's not stationary; it's traveling.
It's low Earth orbit.
It's moving. And yes, I've seen it too.
It does have a periodicity to it. It does have a predictable deviation, but it is not stationary. It is not synchronous. It's just orbiting, similar to the GPS network.
Gotcha.
Yes, they are orbiting. Yes, they are moving. You're correct. But most of the communication ones are not. They're static. They have to be. So that people don't have to go out and move their dishes to watch Star Choice or Bell or whatever you've got for satellite where you are.
That's pretty funny, you know, because when you think about it to be static, right? They have to be at the perfect height with the speed, right? But then the orbit's elliptical, right?
Yeah.
So how is perfect, but it's an ellipse, not a circle. It's kind of interesting.
Geosynchronous,
No.
geostationary has nothing to do with an exact height variance. As long as it's over the same spot on the
Well,
ground.
you can argue that bullshit if you want, but it's definitely a truth of
You know,
what I
a
said there.
geosynchronous orbit though is going to have very low eccentricity, which is what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, very low. It doesn't matter. It has to be damn near fucking perfect.
Yeah. But geostatic or stationary is, as the name implies, stationary.
Oh, geez.
Right. I don't think you get it though. What my point is, maybe.
Yeah, because their orbits aren't eccentric at all.
There are eccentric orbits, but there's not very many.
Planets, and some satellites. But if we want them in stable circular orbits, we put them there.
There are stable elliptical orbits that we have for some satellites.
Yeah,
we have
they're stable circular orbits.
The Tundra orbit. There's one. It's a really interesting one.
You could have a halo orbit over in one of the libration zones. Plenty of orbits. We know how to achieve them all.
Yeah, and a lot of the photographic satellites, the way they orbit, they never really go over the same place twice.
Y'all know how to achieve them all. I mean,
they're basically scanning the whole planet.
We've been doing this for over 50 years.
What's the milestone for the halo orbit?
I would say probably the Gaia Space Telescope is in a perfect halo orbit.
Okay, was that the milestone? Was that the first one ever?
What do you mean by that?
Was that the first one ever?
No, I think I think the Genesis probe was also in a halo orbit.
So did they have to work on this before they got it right? Did they just, we got it, boom, first try? Good.
Once you work out, once you know what the gravitational, the gravity well of that area is, and this is a libration zone because
great
it's a
cheerleader.
neutral gravity area.
Hang on. To answer the question, the first use of a halo orbit was in 1978 by ISEE-3, which was part of the International Cometary Explorer missions, and
the ICE. That's it.
Yeah, ICE. And what preceded it was an entire decade of planning and work to make sure that it could be achievable.
Okay, so the planning and stuff, that's cool, but did they actually test it or did they get it right on the first fire? And also, is it possible that this is just
all satellites have station keeping fuel?
Second part of it, is it possible that
all
this is
satellites have station keeping fuel?
Oh my God.
What are you talking about,
like
man?
he just said.
Yeah.
They can correct themselves.
So they could correct
they're
their
up.
orbits. They could correct their orbits if they don't get it right.
All orbits drift over time because there's constant gravitational perturbations. That's why they need station keeping fuel, which is what determines a satellite's useful life.
So the answer is yes. We got it right on the first try.
Okay, that's awesome. That was the soft part of the question. The second part was going to be, and do you think it's possible that they just sold you this new type of orbit because they wanted to put a probe in a different zone and they thought it would look funny?
No.
Can I weigh
That would be
in?
silly.
Yeah, go ahead, Rocket. Let Rocket talk. He knows about this shit.
Don, you're an idiot, first of all. The Halo orbit.
Well, no shit, dude, but okay, I enjoy your company.
Let me explain this to you because this is what I'm graduating my PhD thesis was partly on. The Halo orbit are the third order analytic solutions of the circular restricted three-body problem. Everything everybody else said was right. They're station keeping fuel, especially because the L1 point is unstable. So asking a question like, did we get it right the first time is a bit ridiculous. You should also look at what the actual trajectory of the Genesis mission was. It'll blow your mind. It's by Martin Lowe from JPL. It was a free, after my rant, I'll post it so you can see how insane it is. But it was all calculated numerically to do this.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Well, I wouldn't expect anything less. Of course.
Yeah, and since the Genesis probe actually sent back samples. So yeah, we know that worked. All the others sent back.
You guys are just like, yeah, we know it worked.
Yeah.
It's so awesome.
Yeah,
though.
I know.
It's so awesome.
And what do you know? What can you say you know for sure?
Why are you asking us these questions if you don't want answers?
Don't tell me.
Who said I don't want the answers? Why
Because
are
when
you
we give you
reading
the
this so
answers, you refuse
poorly?
the answers.
You're reading it terribly. You're reading this so badly.
Yeah,
Don, you see that orbit that I posted?
Don't sit there telling me what I know for sure. Okay.
I'm sorry
That's a
that came off
numerically
that way.
calculated
when you're not sure
free
about
trajectory.
shit, when you don't even know the shape of the Earth, don't tell me what I know for sure.
Just slightly off a perfect sphere. Just minutely off being a perfect sphere.
Thank you.
Is the shape of the Earth.
Awesome.
It's not
Awesome.
exact.
I'm
I'm glad you've been part of the Borg collective. I'm glad you assimilated your brain and you feel comfortable like that. I mean, okay.
They're cubes.
You're
Not
confusing
spheres.
us.
There's a difference. Cube
Don,
has
what
six
is your
sides
problem
and
with this? The
square.
Halo orbits exist and we've calculated them and we put missions to the L1. James
I'm
Webb's supposed to go to
sorry.
L2.
I'm just a dude asking questions. Like, I'm serious, guys. Like,
it's the way you ask the questions.
Oh God,
That's what it honestly is.
The question is It's not how you ask the questions. It's that you do make some snarky. Like if they say something like, you'll say, "Well, do you guys know?" And they say, "Yeah, we know." And you go, "Oh, you guys know." You sort of mock them a little bit for saying we know, but you ask them if they know or not.
You're
Yeah.
right,
That's
but I
what
want them
happened.
to feel it. You guys, when you say that, I say that. I want you to feel that it sounds like to me, even a person who like cares and trusts you, that
then
it sounds
stop.
like you're kind of just
Then-
taking it for
then stop.
granted without really knowing it
Then-
yourself, though.
Then stop. Hang on, Rex. Then stop acting like a dick, and you'll stop
my
being
God,
treated like a dick.
Yeah, let me
Right.
take the opportunity to tell you your
Oh,
questions are stupid.
Jesus.
Hey,
And they
when you act
display a
that way,
profound
all I
ignorance
see
about a
is
lot
a
of things.
selfish child.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
I don't
you
ad
also
hom
do.
Yeah, now
nobody,
go
dude.
fuck yourself.
Rocket
How's
gets
that
on the
work?
mic to literally
Stop
call me
acting
an
that way.
idiot. Like, seriously?
Yeah,
The dude
seriously.
opens
Grow up.
and it's
You
love, and I
are.
know it's love, but it's like, come on, man.
It's not
Earn
love.
it
It's not
from
love.
me.
Guys,
Oh, it is
Earn
Last
love, or you
monster.
would not be
Last
talking.
monster. Just hush for a second.
By my definition of love, it definitely is.
Well, you're used to being hated then.
It doesn't bother me.
Rex.
That crap don't hurt me.
Exactly.
Well, don't sit there
Everyone's
saying,
such a
"Oh, I want
meanie.
them to feel
That
it."
garbage
because then I
doesn't
want you
bother
to-
me.
Dude, you really? Don't say, "Oh, I want them to feel how stupid I think they are." Well, fuck
I
you.
didn't
You're
say
ignorant.
that,
Dude,
though,
you're
man.
profound.
That is how it sounded. That is how it sounded a little bit, though. I did
exactly
hear
what
that a
you
little bit too.
So let me
You-
take
I
the
don't know why
opportunity
that
to
is
tell
so.
you.
But Rex, the
But
number
if
of
I'm
times you
somebody
told
that's
somebody how
full of
stupid you think they are,
love,
it's like
stop taking the negative context.
Okay, but Don, let me say something. Why we can't be more, I don't know, resilient to some pushback? I don't know,
Sorry,
like people. Yeah,
I never started. You know that. I
7
wait till-
billion
I wait till they
globers,
cross the line, and it ain't
100 million non-globers. Do the math.
Glass Monster, you are a piece of work. I'll tell you what.
Thank you.
I
Sorry.
mean, no, I'm serious, Scott. You know, I wait till they cross the line, and it doesn't take long for them to cross the line.
No, you're chill, Adrius.
You, I'll tell you how incredibly ignorant you are.
Your voice is strong, though. Like you have this kind of confident voice, man. But you're polite.
You're an asshole. I'm confident in that.
Awesome. What the fuck, dude?
Yeah, go fuck yourself. That's it.
I'd rather be an asshole than
But
wrong.
why? Why?
Because you're a cunt. What
I'd
more
rather
do you
be
need?
There's just why, Rex? Why do you have to double down and triple down every time?
If he wants to, he wants to know apparently, so he's asking. So I'm telling.
I haven't learned anything from that. I'm willing to.
You know what? Who gives a shit what you learn? Just stay ignorant. Nobody needs you.
Okay,
No,
awesome.
I
dude.
don't think that's true. I don't think that's true.
Hang on. You want to learn? Maybe this time you'll listen to me. You are being treated commensurate with how you are treating them. If
No,
you want
it's
to
not,
be
Glass
treated better,
Monster. You're wrong,
it's not.
Glass Monster.
It's
You're
not
dead wrong.
Glass Monster.
No, that's not glass. That's satellite.
Oh. Huh?
Greenwolf.
Isn't it?
I'm sorry.
Oh shit!
Greenwolf.
It's
They
me.
sound the same. Sorry.
You know, I
Well,
joke
the
around
Glass Monster is
sometimes and all
like,
this, but I
oh.
caveat and disclose all my stuff, dude. I'm full of love. I'm for you. I'm for cooperation and
You're full of shit.
power and unity, guys. I don't know why.
Don
this-
doesn't come in here calling everybody
Seriously.
fucking idiots.
Yeah, he does.
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't, but he still deserve. He still deserve when I fucking call him one.
Yeah, he does.
No,
I don't know
other
where-
people
I don't
call
know
him
where
an
you-
idiot all the
I
time.
don't
He
know where
doesn't
you've
do it
been.
back though. He does not.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
So,
he does.
What kind of point is that? I'm supposed to feel guilty about it?
No, I'm just
I
saying
don't.
like
No,
there's
maybe
no.
we
It
could just
doesn't.
communicate.
You say he's.
Clarification.
You say you guys are doing it because he does it to you, but he's not. He doesn't act like that.
No, he doesn't. You know what? He doesn't use the word idiot. He doesn't use the. But he's still a condescending POS.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Oh
I still
my
see the
God.
condescending, but
It's that shit. That's the communicate. Like, I don't actually believe I'm smarter than any. What the fuck, dude?
Oh, we
Like,
know
come
that.
on. Like, come on, though. Condescending and shit, dude. It's just a fucking tone of voice. It's
Because
not
the
a
way you ask
fucking
it,
judgment.
are you
I
sure
don't
that it
judge
worked?
nobody.
Did you
I
get it
don't
right the
judge
first time? Is that a condescending?
Didn't you just say, "Oh, you have
See,
your
you take that
collective beliefs
personal
before?"
because I said it like that. That was a truly inquisitive fucking search of
Does everybody else think
information.
that was just a truly inquisitive, innocent question?
Oh my god!
I know for a fact that I'm not smarter than everybody else. I always get my friends to proofread my schematics before I build the circuit. so I don't blow hundreds of dollars.
Can I talk to Don politely for a few minutes? Just a couple
I'm
minutes.
saying that in general to whoever.
Please do, Jeff.
That
Okay,
wasn't
Don.
targeted.
Don. Do you happen to know how far the moon is from the Earth?
Yeah.
How far is the moon from the Earth?
242,000 million miles, 1,000 miles.
It's about 240,000 miles away. Yes.
Yeah.
You know
Oh,
that
so
that.
no, if you say miles, it's Ks. No, that's Ks. It's like 56,000 kilometers. Miles, it would be like 180, wouldn't it?
Excuse me. It's 240,000 miles away.
Okay.
I
Now,
was
do
close
you
enough, I
know
guess.
why? Do you know why the moon being that far away is incompatible with the Earth being flat?
The viewing angles don't reconcile.
Absolutely. Therefore, you know the Earth isn't flat. So,
if those things are, yeah, whatever. If you say so. Yep.
no. Not because I say so. Do you know that the moon is about 240,000 miles away? Yes or no?
I know that's the general consensus.
Do you know how you can figure that distance out on your own?
I've seen people do it from different locations and then comparing foreground images. I've seen them do it just
It's called
with
lunar parallax. It's how you can determine the distance to an object. Okay, so lunar parallax. The technique of parallax is a reliable technique. It shows that the moon is about 240,000 miles away. It tells you that Mars is about 1.5 times away further from the sun than we are. It tells you Venus is about 3/4 of the distance from the sun than we are. It tells you these things. These things are mathematically known, and therefore the Earth isn't flat. So,
do you know it also told us though that the sun used to be 50 million miles and then it was 85 and 90 and then 93. So stuff changes, you know.
The technique of parallax didn't change. The equipment with which the measurements were made changed.
Yes.
If I give you a shoe and I tell you how many feet long is this sidewalk, all you have is a shoe. You have to approximate that the shoe might be a foot long. But if I give you a tape measure, you can tell me down to the inch how long the sidewalk is. Correct?
Right.
Okay. So as the equipment gets better, the measurements get better. The end.
Yeah. So you're saying right now, though, for us to accept the numbers that you're using, the equipment has to be the best that it can be.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. I didn't say that at all.
No.
I can tell you.
I
can tell you within
summarize for me.
5%. I can tell you within 5% how far the moon is away from the Earth by using 2 simultaneous photos and Photoshop. Or
why do you
GIMP.
put margin of error at 5% only?
Because that's the equipment I'm using. I'm not using the best equipment I could be.
Okay, so last night I was looking at a lava lamp.
Equipment that even you could purchase is what he's using.
Well, hang on.
Last night I was looking at a lava lamp, and one of the bubbles looked like the moon because it had dark spots. And I looked up close, and it looked like the bubble. And then I backed up, and the bubble, I wasn't looking like at the physical bubble. It was just on the glass, and it was like a lot bigger. You know what I mean?
They call
like
that
the image of the bubble was on the glass. It wasn't.
They call that refraction.
Okay, wait. I'm still talking to him.
This goes to a point that I was going to make. And my point is real quick.
But let Jeffy finish this. You know, let him get through it for a little bit. If you're really quick, you want to say, go ahead and do it. But
yeah, I'm going to finish this up, and then I'm going to go to bed because it's 1:30 in the morning here. The reason we know refraction is not a problem is because the moon is the same apparent size all over the Earth. If refraction was really a factor, the moon would be wildly different because you cannot claim that the refractive effect of the firmament and the atmosphere is so perfect so that the moon always looks the same size no matter where you are.
Have you ever tried to work on that model and not been able to make a perfect refraction bowl? Because I bet it's possible. I bet that if
like wherever I was walking around my room looking at that lava lamp, that ball was, if that ball was in the center column of that cylinder, therefore the distance being the curve edge, you know, being the same distance from whichever direction I go around that room, it would have looked the same.
I don't care what you bet. Take the pictures at different distances and show me. I don't care what you bet.
I understand. Listen, I
Citation
don't
required.
think it's. I think it would be radical, but I bet it's possible to model it that way.
Well, do it then.
By the way, I fired a laser at the moon, and not the silly one they showed on that YouTube video. I fired a 750-watt laser at the moon, hit those reflectors, received the pulse back on my telescope and a photomultiplier, and was able to calculate the distance of the moon using light reflection off the reflectors on the moon. And the distance he gave was the distance I got.
Yeah,
cool,
so
bro. Cool. So, okay,
and my
so
timing circuit isn't as absolute as precise as it could be because it's very old technology I was using, and the circuitry is probably getting on its way out of ready to die, but it still functioned and gave me that measurement.
Now, if you want a method that is more accurate than the photos, but not as hyper accurate as a laser, get a hold of your local ham operators, your local amateur radio operators, and they would gladly help you perform an EME bounce, an
also,
Earth
I've
Moon.
seen people
Earth
do
bounce.
it. Have you guys ever done things like how accurate does that get? Like to miles or to feet or thousands of feet? How accurate do those
It
things
all
get?
depends on your timing.
Okay, my man who said his was on the last leg. Like, how accurate do you think yours get?
Mine, if it was a piece of brand new equipment, it would probably get within feet.
Okay, so if it would get within feet, have you guys ever like done it at one elevation at same longitude latitude and then like went up 50 feet and done it again and seen if you got a 50-foot difference?
With my equipment, I have actually done that.
Dope.
But remember, my machine is 42 years old.
Hey,
yet,
dude, I don't. It
within
sounds
the
like you're
tolerance of the
condescending to me. It sounds
anti-
like you think I'm dumb by your tone
No,
of
let
voice
me
or
finish.
something. I just
Let me
want to
finish.
share that.
You asked me the question. I'll explain. Within
No, I'm kidding.
considering how old my equipment is, I had tolerances of only about 40 miles, which is pretty darn good, considering just how bad a shape that old equipment is in, and how in need of reconstruction it is. And I just haven't gotten the money to fix it. I know the crystals are damaged. I know it needs completely recapped and re-resisted, and it probably needs several new tubes.
All right, bet. So I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. I hope you guys do know. Like I'm in the awkward position where it's like, hey, I can say, okay, I can trust everybody and believe that it all makes sense and know it all is it's absolutely, it would have to be crazy for it not to be. But then I'm also in the other position of you're like, hey, well, tell us what other crazy shit you could come up with. So of course, I'm just trying to satisfy the thirst.
Now, can I tell you something? You came in on me hot when I first came into this chat room, and the way you came in on me is, of course, going to get me to come back with insults.
All right, no problem.
When you talk to me just like this,
okay,
I won't insult you. If you can talk to me just like this and let me explain what I'm explaining, I will not come at you hot. I will come at you calm. As you can hear, my voice is settling.
Yeah. Are you talking about tonight?
All you gotta do is come at me without coming at me hot, and you will get good reaction out of Glass Monster. But if you come at me hot with the insults,
is this the good glass? Is this as good as it gets? Just curious.
I'm trying to talk to you calmly. Okay? I'm still.
Are you meeting tonight? Is this the first time we're meeting?
Probably.
Okay, well then, yeah, man. You don't know me, man. Give me a chance, bro.
But you came at me hot. You insulted me. You're gonna get it back. You've stopped. So far, you've stopped. Keep it that way, and we'll talk, and we'll have a good talk without coming at each other. Okay? That's all I ask. You don't insult me. Don't call me degrading names, and I won't do it to you.
Hot soup, motherfucker! Hot soup!
Hang on.
Hot soup!
He did say he was kidding, though.
You guys, I'm sorry again. Like I'm in that position, man. Y'all put me. I'm on that roll. That's how it is.
Shut up.
You know. Shut up. Whatever.
What is there, 30 odd of us in here now? I'm sure we can get along.
Sorry if I'm running people off.
I'm sure we can get along. All we gotta do is not blast each other. And that goes for, what's his name there? Gem Panda 2012, or I think is the one that was going off like I don't know what. If you guys can just talk like this, we'll all get along.
I don't sweat you guys.
Thank you, Glass Boss. That was well said. Thank you.
I don't like
Scott.
blowing up.
Who is this guy, Scott?
Yes, well, I have no idea.
I'm so glad you're here,
Jim
dude,
Panda,
because
Jim Panda, if you just, he's pretty sure that you can get along with Panda if you would just.
Hey,
yeah,
You're
you're
welcome. Can you please
been
slow
warned,
it down
Jim.
a bit, please? We'd all appreciate it.
and he's here to confirm that we're correct about things so often as well, which is so useful because before we just none of us knew what we were talking about, but now Glass Monster is here to confirm each thing so we can be more confident in what we're saying.
I don't know everything.
Okay.
I know a lot
Scott,
less
take the
than I
night
know.
off.
I thought you did.
I'm curious to hear about this laser. I didn't realize that consumers had lasers that powerful.
Glass Monster. Do you hold a small pair against two? Do you hold 2 overcards against a small pair at 6-5 or even money all the way?
I don't play gambling games of any sort.
Gambling games. What's your definition of gambling? What's the predominance of skill over luck have to be before you qualify
Luck
as
does not
such?
exist.
So it's a gambling game, but luck doesn't exist. Boy, I'd love to talk to you some more.
It is absolute pure random numbers, random chance. If you're talking, say,
Okay, I respect how you. Thank you. I'm hearing you clearly. So, at what threshold do you qualify the chance being predominant over the skill to qualify as gambling?
if you're not cheating, the chances are going to be exact same on every single throw.
So a poker game is guaranteed skill then, because it's not the same.
A lot of it
So
is skill, but there's also luck.
Why do we support oppression? Why every law qualifies this as gambling, except Texas is standing up now? Would you stand with me to say that these bans should be lifted and poker should be considered a skill game?
I don't go
Poker's
into
still
this
gambling, bro.
No, but the laws are written as such of predominant chance or skill. That's how the laws are written.
I don't know how you would define that in poker, but dude, I mean, there's nobodies that win the World Series of Poker.
Dude, no, there isn't.
Really? When? Yeah, like when? What year does nobody win the?
You're a fucking idiot.
Yeah, there was like 3 years ago. No, like 3. God, there was someone that came out of nowhere that won the World Series of Poker. Just
He
some
still
show that
has
no
a
one had
little
ever
bit of
heard of.
skill, bro. He's
years,
got
there
a
was-
little
there was
skill.
one time-
Trust me.
There was one time an online guy, like last week, but it was a news item. It's not like it happens all the time. It was a big deal when it happened. It was like 7 years ago. And, an online guy just kind of swept and then disappeared. So he clearly got lucky that day. But
And
it was a big deal when it happened.
And even then, when you're looking at Hold'em, when you're looking at the Texas Hold'em style of poker, you're more playing the people than the cards themselves. You're reading.
I guarantee you are.
The deck.
I could give you statistics that could prove it. By any means, you could say 50% threshold, 60-40, 70-30s. I could show you 80%, 90%.
What are you
There's
talking
no
about, poker?
arguments. Consistent,
Poker is all skill.
consistent above average, whatever you call it, result. It's not even a question. But we're oppressed, guys, and I want all you 30 to stand with me.
I've seen people get dealt the best hand of the night and not know what to do with it.
So they suck. They're not skillful.
Is what I'm saying.
Yep.
You just
And the
confirmed
thing
what
was-
he said.
And this is a testament to the skill around the table. Everybody else knew he had the best hand.
Right.
And still beat him.
Yep. I was playing good and running hot tonight, guys. Beat out 50. Said new place been shut down for COVID, and they finally opened back up. And I went in there and ran 55 of them other boys out of there. Again. Cold reads, X-ray vision.
By the way, physical impossibility, biologically.
X-ray vision?
Physical impossibility, biologically. Complete physical impossibility, biologically.
You were saying that we can't see with X-rays.
From your own eyes, from a biological source.
Right. It's not doesn't have
God.
They'd have to be different eyes, huh?
But technologically possible. Would you want to operate such a thing close to your body? No. You would be dead within minutes with you put out in that kind of radiation.
But think of how cool it would be.
And only if you made a really radioactive one.
I wouldn't want to be within 200 feet of you when you turned it on.
Well, for X-rays, yeah, you got to go with the ionizing, and even then, kind of makes you wonder, why did people survive so long around Superman?
Comic book character.
Well, I think
he was
that's
real, bro.
one answer.
sound
Sure.
Yeah, I'm one of them ones that really had the fiction beat the hell out of me.
Say what?
I want to hear more about his laser because that sounded pretty interesting.
It's just a high-powered pulse laser.
I know. I didn't realize that you could get an amateur laser that was like, what do you
not
say,
an amateur
750
laser.
watts?
It's not an amateur laser. It was a surplus laser that I basically had to recommission. And the highest pulse I put out of it so far was 750 watts.
Is it a chemical laser?
Yes.
Did you how did you get it the first time you tried it? Did it work the first time?
No.
No. How many
I
times
was
did
4
you?
years before I got that thing to actually operate.
Yeah.
Are you jabbing? Are you needling?
What are you
What's
talking
the
about, Tom?
What's the manufacturer of it? Is there a model number or?
Well, I just thought it was rude to ask if people got it on the first
No, just
try.
curious. No, I was literally curious. Like how? Like did he like? Did it magically work the first time I tried it? Because I know it's pretty difficult. But I know Glass is a pretty smart guy. He does shit like that. So
I think you're needling.
no, I've talked to Glass before.
I'm not exactly sure the term you're using for needling, but if it's referring to illicit substances, the only thing I touch is
No, Glass wants
He's asking if I'm like
referring to
jabbing
illicit
you, if I'm like
substances.
making fun of you, Glass.
Remember when
Jesus
Rocket
Christ.
said I was asked did it fucking work the first time, and he's fucking telling
I'm
me how
Logic.
disrespectful.
See, I'm Logic, so I will miss a lot of puns.
I've talked to Glass before. He knows me. He knows I'm not gonna be mean to him.
It's a legit question. It's a hard thing to do. A lot of people do it and they don't. It doesn't work out. He's just curious if he got it to work the first time. That's it.
Like I
Because
said,
I want to try. I want to try to build a laser. But
I wouldn't try to build a laser.
I want to try to
would
build like
acquire-
that. Sensing
I would
apparatus,
try
right?
to acquire one somewheres. Don't bother trying to
Did you
build
have to? What about like the software for sensing it and like determining the distance? Where'd you get that
Made in
from?
19 It was made in 1960.
So
No
it wasn't
software.
like something you engineered.
So yeah, so it's
I rebuilt it, reconstructed it, re-engineered it to get it functioning.
Okay.
So is it analog?
It's chemical.
Well, no, it's the sensing. The sensing.
The sensing aspect of it to measure the delay.
Oh, the
is that
sensing
analog?
It's all
counter.
analog. It's all valve. My camera's
That's
off, where
analog.
I'd actually show something to you.
We got to see your mic too, Glass. That you haven't showed it to us tonight.
The cameras are locked out on this page.
Oh, I
But
didn't
yeah,
realize that.
my mic is driven by valves, tubes, glass electron tubes like they used in the 1940s and stuff. And all the electronics for the laser are all valve. There's probably 50 valves in that thing.
But you said it's a chemical laser. Which reaction does it work on?
What are you doing? Like, what is this? John wants to talk to aliens? What do you guys do with this shit?
He's trying to do the distance to the moon, basically.
I figured out the distance to the moon.
Oh, that was what that one was for. Oh, fucking dope.
Yeah. I've managed to fire the thing 10 times.
And how many times did you get a signal back?
Huh?
How many times did you get a signal back?
8.
Wow.
I knew exactly where the reflector was because I could see it with the telescope. Barely.
What do you mean you can
but
see
I
it with the
could see
telescope?
it.
What do you mean?
That's just boom. That's awesome.
Wait. Hold on. What do you mean you can see it with a telescope?
Aim a telescope at the moon, you can actually tell where it is.
How?
Look up the information on the internet, look up the coordinates on the internet, and you
Dude,
aim the telescope.
now we know you're full of shit. Now you just, by the way,
Jake, stop yelling at him, please.
Yeah, he just exposed himself to be a liar.
No, actually, I believe him. It depends on the power of the telescope you have.
You can't see.
What are you talking about?
On the moon.
You can't resolve a little 1 foot, 2 foot wide object.
Maybe not with a P900.
Now with the P900, but you can certainly resolve the topology, like he said, the ground area.
Yeah. Why don't we run the Dawes limit on that? What's the aperture of your telescope?
Fucking structure of the mirror.
No, this guy's full of it, man.
The one I was using.
We don't need to be
This
dicks about
guy's
it.
full
We
of
don't
it.
need to be dicks about it.
Well,
No, look,
I
we
mean,
don't need to be dicks about it, but we can
he's
just
coming
explain.
in here and
Whatever
lying. He's coming in
Okay,
here
that's
and
fine.
lying,
It's
so
fine.
he's going to
people
get
do
called
that.
on.
So people, it's fine, but we don't need to. We can call him on it without being dicks. Is all I'm saying, because we can explain about why it is that we know that you can't. Now, whatever he may have seen, he may have thought that he's looking at something that told him it was the retroreflector, but we can just explain why it is that this is impossible. We can explain that you know, the way I always do it is do the math with the Hubble and show that we're talking about something that's the size of, you know, an eighth of a pixel. I mean, the 2 football fields, if you turn the Hubble to point at the moon, a single pixel,
no pixels.
A single pixel
Analog.
is just I get you, but just to put it in perspective, a single pixel in the Hubble
size, man.
is 2 football fields essentially. So when you think about something as small as the retroreflector, which is about what, the size of a car?
But no, it's like a couple of feet, 2-3 feet.
It's not very big now.
I think the biggest ones are a meter across.
But if you know the general spot where it is, you're hitting the moon with a flash of light. You're hitting the moon with a flash of green light, half the size of the town by the time it hits the surface of the moon.
That's what
Right, but you said you could see the refractor through your telescope.
So you're only getting milliwatts back at the best. But with a photon multiplier, you only need a few photons to actually hit that tube, and you're laughing.
Yeah, right. Yeah, but you can't see it through the telescope with your eyes.
You aren't going to see that green light back with your eyes.
No, they're asking how you saw the retroreflector with a telescope because it's too small to see with a telescope.
I aimed at the general topology where it's supposed to be.
So, no, you claim that you actually saw it with your own eyes?
Not the actual reflector, just the topology, the area.
That's what it sounded like. So
That's
that's
what I
why we
meant.
were
Sorry.
confused.
Yes, you
Misspoke.
said it first.
The area.
That's right. Don was right here keeping it real, even though I don't know
He just
shit.
changed the story.
Right? Yeah,
That's fine.
He just changed the story.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I said.
Why don't you
it's
tell us about the
249.
chemical reaction that drives your chemical laser?
Why
Tell us
bother?
about it.
Why bother? You're calling me a
Tell us
retard.
how long does the burst last?
Milliseconds.
Okay, what's the chemical reaction that your laser runs on?
Why do you ask?
Because you're a liar. We just
He's not a
caught you,
liar,
right?
Jake.
I mean, dude, he's full of shit.
Jake, why do you got to be a dick though? Why don't you probe?
Yeah, because I don't like it when people come in here and then they make shit up.
He is a dick by doing what he's doing. I agree. He is being a dick. I'll agree with whoever
Now,
said
look, if you're going to come in here and bullshit us like we're a bunch of morons that are going to believe your bullshit stories about your 750 watt homemade laser that you acquired or whatever.
You didn't say it was a homemade
We're not
laser.
that dumb.
Well, he said he acquired it, but he's doing it. It's all analog circuitry, whatever.
Yeah,
Give me a
my
break.
friend Shitlord has the world's second most powerful electron microscope in his private collection too.
I don't know. It's Tony.
Scientific
I
Shitlord.
don't know the info.
He photographed the fucking coronavirus,
Whatever. Yeah.
and he's
This
got
guy's full of
photos of
shit.
that thing.
Can I ask, why did you make it sound like maybe you saw the actual reflector and then you backed off to the topography a little bit? It did sound like you were actually going to say you saw the mirror with your eye.
Because
Hello?
as far as I was concerned that day, it looked like I could see it.
Thank you for being, that's fine.
And
I'm
like
not
a
just gonna
normal
call
human,
you a liar.
you want to see things badly. I know where the topology is on it, so I aim for that topology.
Topography. Or topology, maybe. I don't know.
Topography. Topology is a math thing.
A study here.
Just aim for the correct spot. Hope you got a bright enough flash of green light, and hope your PMT is working correctly. PMT stands for photomultiplier. It's a special electron tube that sees light. You open that aperture in the middle of the day, the tube is destroyed. Hello?
Yeah, we're still here.
Okay.
Sometimes
Yeah.
it just gets quiet. Every once in a while, it's a thing.
Yeah, it's
just
incredible.
and we're arguing, and then it's
Yeah.
just fucking silent.
Yeah. But no, I have no reason to bullshit 35 fucking absolute strangers on the internet that all have discords of their own. Why would I do that? That would be completely fucking self-destructive. That would be completely self-destructive.
Did I miss something?
Jake was calling Glass Monster a liar. That's all.
What happened this time?
Oh, he just claimed that he's got a high-powered chemical laser that he does a moon bounce with using 1960s technology, and that
What's wrong with it? I don't see the problem with that claim at all.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, typically we're talking about a satellite imaging or just a telescope, which isn't firing photons, right? If you're talking about a retro,
he also said that he could see the location of the retroreflectors on the moon with his telescope.
Yeah, the location.
With
the
his
topology,
eyes?
the ground.
Oh.
He was able to figure out where it was.
He was saying that he could see the retroreflectors, then he changed his story when he called him on it.
Do you know how an analog telescope works? Yes or no?
Of course, but you don't need to even look at the general location. All their positions are very well known.
Right. And you can get pretty damn good zoom in with a great big old 8-inch monstrous fucking telescope.
Dude, 8 inches is nothing for a telescope.
Was it the last
What are you talking about?
We found the Lunahod 1?
Huge telescope.
Huh?
An 8-inch aperture telescope?
Correct.
That's really big. That's really fucking big.
What are you talking about?
Oh,
No,
for a civilian like hobby telescope, that's really big.
Dude, it's like an entry-level hobby telescope.
What, 8 inches? 8 inches, it's...
If that's a hobby level telescope, what the hell have you got for a telescope?
See, how much does one of these things cost?
How much did I pay for it? I got it used.
Oh,
and it
yeah, I'm
cost
just
me
looking.
$4,000 for the scope alone.
$1,200. There's one Celestron, $1,200. You can plug in like coordinates and stuff to it.
Not digital, mine. Mine
Yeah.
is full analog, no electronics at all on it. Or a few valves.
But they're not like cheap.
Wait a minute, what do the valves do?
Not
What
like
do the
a
valves
$200
do?
telescope.
I was using the valves to amplify light so I could actually see the reflection back from that damn laser.
What do you mean by valves? Because when I think of valve, I think of something like a
Yeah, he's
hydraulic.
talking about a vacuum tube.
Okay.
I work with old stuff because it's
Yeah.
easy and enjoyable. And I like to be able to save the life of a lot of this old antique stuff that someone else would just throw away. Something that someone else thinks is worthless, I got new life out of it. Like you say, like my funny microphone I use.
Your microphone's awesome, Glass.
Who do you know on Discord uses one of these?
I mean, I don't usually see people's people don't usually show their faces from my experience. So
There's a reason I'm called Glass Monster, and my icon happens to be a valve.
Oh, that's
a valve. That picture I use, that blue thing, that's a tube.
It's like a light bulb.
They do look like light bulbs, yes.
Okay.
It's basically where they got where they actually came from. The very first incandescent light bulb.
Because they were good vacuum tubes, yeah.
Well, somebody accidentally, what they were trying to do is create a photography bulb, and they had a reflector mounted behind the filament so that they'd focus the light forward, and the reflector was, of course, inside the envelope. And a worker literally got half electrocuted by a connection that should have had no connection. And what had happened is you had a hot filament with a high voltage charge on it. And if you put that in a vacuum, electrons will jump from the filament, hit the reflector, and come out the connection. So they accidentally created the first diode without even meaning to.
Yeah, I mean, I'm inclined to think that you did what you said you did. You just kind of thought you
At
saw
all,
something
do we?
you didn't
It's
see.
a question. I have no idea.
To be honest with you, that's what I'm kind of inclined to think.
See, I don't care what other people think.
Well, I'm just, you know, I'm trying to
insulting.
have your back a little bit, right? You're in a room with 30 people, strangers. Most of us know our shit,
Yeah.
so
It's
I'm just trying to help you out a little bit.
insulting, but I don't really give a shit what you think of me. I know what I do. I know what I enjoy do. This type of a thing is what I enjoy doing. I don't play video games very often. I don't gamble. The money that would be wasted on gambling and cigarettes goes into my hobbies. So if you think about what a person spends for a day on cigarettes, just imagine building that up against electronics instead of cigarettes. Was it $10, $12 a day a typical smoker would spend?
Yeah, now imagine if you didn't use heroin, you'd have so much more money.
Huh?
Imagine if you didn't do Formula One race car driving. Imagine how much money you'd have.
Oh, you didn't gamble?
I don't gamble. No reason to.
No, I mean it's kind of adorable saying it's like
I just don't see
I
the
have all
fun
this
in it.
money because of what I don't do.
Yeah.
Like,
can we see your setup?
I plan on maybe sometime next year I'm gonna start doing YouTube and actually filming a few of my experiments.
I'm just saying, like a snapshot.
You heard me. I'm gonna start doing some YouTube videos sometime next year, and I'm gonna start showing off some of my experiments.
You know who Styro Pyro is?
No.
It's some kid on YouTube who's a chemical engineer, but or a chemist, not a chemical engineer, but he's got a channel dedicated just to lasers, and he does really nutty shit with lasers.
Yeah. But I have learned a lot of my chemicals by watching Cody's Lab and NARAD.
Now read the shit.
Huh?
Now read the shit. Cody's Lab is good too.
Well, either one will teach you if you just pay attention.
I forget the other guy. There's another guy who used to do it who was really good too, who kind of adjusted his voice.
Yeah.
A
And of
bit.
course, Thunderfoot isn't exactly stupid. And me and him are both working on the zirconium experiment together.
Yeah, what university does he work at?
Thunderfoot?
I
Yeah.
don't say. I don't say.
It became public information a while ago, and it kind
Right,
of
but
got
I
out.
don't say. I leave it.
Okay.
I leave it for Thunderfoot to divulge that directly, or you find it on your own. I don't say where Shitlord works either, and I know exactly where he works and exactly what he does. Both of them.
Oh, yeah, you just Google his name, he comes up right away. Or
Right.
Google Thunderfoot, he comes up right away.
Right, but I'm not going to spray it myself.
Yeah.
But you probably know about the zirconium experiment.
I have not heard of that one.
Okay. He's trying to figure out what the true cause was for Chernobyl's explosion. And as far as we're both concerned, it was no fucking steam explosion. And it was not a hydrogen explosion. That's bullshit.
Have you heard of SL1?
I think I have, yes.
There's it's a small experimental reactor that the Army had, the U.S. Army, and as far as we can tell, it was also a steam explosion, and it was ridiculous. But it was it was like it was a small experimental reactor that was meant to be like portable on like a truck, basically. And the power from the steam explosion caused the entire reactor to jump in the air, like pretty high. I don't remember the exact numbers. And one of the control rods pinned somebody to the ceiling. So
yes,
I can believe
powerful.
that
it is powerful, but this was too powerful.
The power of steam can be pretty underestimated. Like,
I know, but the containment vessel couldn't have been strong enough.
They didn't have a good containment vessel in
right.
Chernobyl.
It wasn't. That's right. That's the problem. That's why the steam explosion was too powerful, because the containment vessel wasn't strong enough to be as powerful as it was. It had to have been some kind of a chemical reaction. There's no way in hell it wasn't.
I mean, you don't think just an immediate like giant influx of heat energy turning all the water into steam at once?
No.
Like that seems big enough. Like
there might have been a few small steam explosions, yes, and there was a couple small hydrogen reactions. One of them blew the top off one of the buildings. That's obvious. That's as plain to see as day. But one of those explosions was far too powerful to be steam. We're both suspecting something known as a Coulombic explosion.
Coulombic? Yeah, I've heard of that before.
It's how
I've heard of that before.
It's how sodium explodes in water.
I just like I
But in this case, the fiscal material was zirconium.
Zirconium's pretty inert, though, isn't it?
It's the metal that not at 5,000 degrees. It isn't.
So no.
5,000 degrees is just as it's just as reactive as sodium, especially with water. We're just trying to figure out exactly how it did it, because that's a phenomenal temperature, and there had to be a good, quick connection between it and water. So we're using my big induction furnace, vacuum, argon atmosphere, nitrogen atmospheres. We're trying different conditions to try to figure out what the fuck happened. And then once I get a good idea, I'm building a miniature machine that will actually perform the experiment, and I'm going to send it to them.
And I'm assuming you're using zirconium because that's the fuel cell cladding.
I'm personally now using miscellaneous metals to try different metals along with zirconium, yes, but mostly trying other metals because that reaction was a little uncomfortable for my lab. So
yeah,
the full size reaction ain't going to take place here. It was too big. You know what I mean? My kit wouldn't take that hit. No way in hell. It's all I can do to take a sodium reaction.
I mean, it was a liquid sodium reactor, right? So.
And it wasn't sodium reactor. No,
What
it was just
it?
regular nuclear reactor, just like
No, the Chernobyl reactor was not a regular nuclear reactor.
Not
it was
completely
not a
regular,
water-cooled, water-moderated
but
reactor.
it wasn't using the metal sodium.
What was
or
it?
lithium.
I'll find it.
The casings were, in fact, zirconium. The structure.
Oh yeah, I believe that the casings, the cladding on the fuel cells was zirconium.
Yes, it
But
was.
no, I know it. I know that's how nuclear
Yeah.
reactors work.
Yeah.
I'm just questioning. It wasn't a normal water cooled reactor.
No, and there's zirconium, or if there was sodium involved, which I don't think there was,
I'm pretty
it would have been burned off long before that. Long before that melted down.
Let me find it.
Because zirconium, or as you know, sodium will melt just above room temperature. Or did you know that?
Zirconium does not melt above room, just above room temperature.
No, sodium does.
Sodium.
Yeah.
RBMK reactor.
Doesn't have to be very warm to be liquid. Basically, like cutting butter, actually, is what it seems to be.
Let's see.
What a fucking annoying metal to get a perfectly clean surface on to experiment with. That's where the vacuum chambers and the argon atmosphere come in. You can't have any atmosphere around it when you cut it, or it'll just form a film on the surface immediately.
Oh, they're graphite cooled. Graphite moderated.
Yeah. I knew it wasn't sodium.
Yeah, I couldn't remember.
Yeah. Graphite's no big deal either. That's just about as inert as most flat earthers' brains. That's pretty inert.
Really? Graphite is? It's carbon. Doesn't it react with freaking everything?
Graphite, not it's not going to react like other materials. It's pretty safe. That's what's in your pencil. Graphite. Standard number 2 pencil. It's graphite.
There's still 10 RBMK reactors in operation?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
They did last a long time. One of
surprised.
Chernobyl's reactors is still going, if I'm not mistaken. Or did they finally shut that fucking thing down? They decommissioned that bastard.
Probably find it. List of RBMK reactors.
I hope they cut it
Chernobyl.
down. It is still going.
They're all shut down, yeah.
Good. I was hoping they did, because it's a piece of
No one
fucking
lives there anymore, right? Or no one's supposed to live there anymore. No one's supposed to be there.
They're supposedly encasing the whole thing in concrete. Well, last time I heard over in Chernobyl.
And when it comes to the elephant foot, it's lost about 90% of its radiation. Because anything that's really hot like that, I mean, not thermally, but hot, like highly radioactive, is going to have an extremely short half-life.
That's depends on what's going on.
It'd be no big deal for you to have a 10-pound chunk of uranium sitting on your desk. It ain't going to be a big deal. No, it wouldn't. Look how long.
I know. I was a nuclear operator in the Navy. I know a bunch of nuclear theory.
Okay. I might not be a nuclear operator, but I do have a.
I'm not anymore. I used to be.
No, I said I'm not, but I have been studying the materials because I'm trying to figure out what the problem was. But I'm one of them ones that I see as a problem. I got to find the solution. You know what I mean?
From my understanding,
my induction furnace doing this, but I'm still going to try. I can fix it if I blow something out.
My understanding is that steam can contain an enormous amount of energy, and and because of the temperatures reached, I can 100% believe that it was a steam explosion.
Yeah,
just because
when you reach a lot of very high temperatures, your pressure goes up too.
Right.
So the vessel will rupture before it gets to that level, which is a steam explosion.
Right, but if it happens so fast, it doesn't need to be contained. If you
but there's still a limit. There is a maximum, and allowing for the maximum, the most powerful one you can think of, it still seems a little big. And as you know, the type of radiation they had there don't make sense for what they were running for fuels.
Actually, I haven't looked that much into it.
Yeah. That's why we're suspecting some of the zirconium actually reacted.
I mean,
Remember that
zirconium
big-
will absorb neutrons, but
Yeah. But you can also get it to react. You get it hot enough in water. You get it far enough past molten, and then introduce it to its enemy, water. You can get a interesting reaction. I don't have high-speed cameras, but I know for a fact I've had several little physical reactions from putting, not radioactive ones, but like reactions from putting it in the fucking water. Well, dropping it. You know what a levitation coil is?
no.
Huh?
Are you talking about like something that like a coil that uses induction to hold a chunk of metal in the air?
Correct. And you can melt it within the coil. And then once it is fully molten, you change the signal pattern going through the coil, and it'll literally spit the thing into the water.
Yeah, I've seen those
At
videos.
speed. Huh?
I've seen the videos.
Harder than hell on your furnace to do that. Because I'm taking it, in my case, it's hard on my furnace because I'm taking it well outside the frequencies that it's supposed to be running at. Might not be full power, but I'm still going well outside where that coils and inductors are supposed to be. So it's causing a lot of what they call magnetic saturation. Funny, I'm right dead center of this screen.
I'm watching the text chat. I don't even look
How
at
many
the.
how many flirts are in here? I know there's one in here for sure. I'm just curious.
Is Journey's End a flurf?
Huh?
Somebody? Not sure.
But yeah, as long as they talk to me nice, I talk to them. You know what I mean? I've actually managed to have a polite conversation with Nathan once. And that was a feat, I think. It only happened the once. You know who I'm talking about, don't you? AKA Natalie.
Yeah, Nathan Thompson. Yeah, I know who
I've
he is.
actually managed to talk to him cordially once on the line.
Did you pretend to be a flat earther?
Nope. Nope. Not at all. I might have been under. I was in a sock account, and I was disguised, but I did not pretend to be a flat earther.
He doesn't know who I am, and every time I've engaged with him, it's been immediate insults. Like I literally don't have to say anything, and he's already insulted.
I managed to just tell him that. Well, basically, I just told him you can insult a few times if you want, no big deal. And I told him that it doesn't harm me because I knew he was going to do it. See, that's the thing. I came in prepared. You know what I mean? The one that was yelling at me tonight, I wasn't prepared for it. I didn't realize there was any flat earthers in the chat.
Oh, Jake's just a dick, man. It's okay.
Yeah. But
wait, you got into it with Jake?
Which one was it that was
guys are
yelling at me? Which one was it that was yelling at me last?
That was Jake. Jake's on the plane. Jake on the plane.
Okay. But there was another one that yelled and then he calmed down and talked to me kind of cordially at the end.
Don, he's not really a flat
I don't know what I
earther.
was yelling about. Though.
That's
What did I say?
pressed on Teflon. That's what you're talking about.
Okay.
It's just getting kind of heated in here, guys. For a little bit there.
But it's just me. As long as he talks to me reasonably, I'll talk to them reasonably. I managed to calm that flurf down. Not in here. I mean, I managed to calm Natalie down the first time I talked to him, and just said it doesn't do us any good to yell. Just talk normal. And I told him right up front, there's no sense in trying to tell me that the Earth is flat. I just want to talk to you. After a few minutes, he calmed down. We talked.
I mean, Clarence Thomas got the Attica riot started by yelling.
Yeah.
Hot soup,
And
man.
during that conversation, I came fully convinced he doesn't really believe the Earth's flat. I don't think he believes it at all. I think it is absolute total scam.
Yeah, there can't be nobody that believes it because they keep saying they have no evidence.
I mean,
How can
Nathan.
you believe it
Yeah.
and not have
Yeah,
evidence?
I'm just referencing Nathan in particular.
With that said, Don, why do you believe it?
Me?
Why do you believe that,
No,
Rocket?
Don. I think Don's on the fence. I don't think he's fully on one side or
Rocket,
the other.
you're on the fence.
I'm on the
hope
fence.
I hope he
With what I do,
realizes
I'm
it
on
is a
the
globe
fence.
and just understands there's no reason for me to be, trying to, play this National Shield bullshit that they all go on about. Because what's the sense? It's just hogwash. You know what I mean? It's so silly. I wouldn't even watch the hogs in it.
Stuff gets tricky sometimes, man. Like I've had a math guy say to me that if he was on Let's Make a Deal, they would always switch because of the math. But what's funny is that math analogy makes prerequisites or whatever that aren't necessarily equal to the show. You know what I mean? And there's other variables that the show could be throwing at you that you would be smarter to study the show, like a Price is Right guy or whoever, a Press Your Luck guy, and actually find out the extra variables, and the way the math
Don,
guys
are you?
and it's just you got to be
stop this
careful,
extra
man. You got to
variable
be careful.
nonsense. Don has done this for fuck's sakes. Don does this all the time. He's like, there should be an extra variable in refraction, there should be extra variable in this, but he can't quantify what it is or justify why it should exist.
I'm one of them ones, Don, that if you can't provide me with an absolute citation that can be demonstrated, it is not an accurate statement.
Wait, is that
stuff like that?
Is the full Monty conversation still going on?
No, I think you just slipped into it here for a minute.
Not full Monty.
I didn't say it.
What's the full Monty conversation?
The Monty Hall problem we were talking about the other night.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah. My thing continues to light even when I'm not talking because of the noise in the room.
You're on the fence, Don. Just admit it, because you haven't indicated to me that you come down one side or the other.
I did model rockets when I was a kid, dude. I love that type of stuff. Okay.
What's that got to do with the price of
I
corn?
respect you for being deeper in the field, man. I respect you for sharing.
It's just a hobby.
Hey, does your company hire mechanical engineers?
Me?
No, Rocket. I always silence himself. Damn it.
Honestly, there's very few aerospace engineers. It's actually most of the engineers are electrical, comms, circuits, a lot of programmers. Not really maybe we got one dude in thermal systems. That's the only really area for mechanical.
I'm gonna say you're probably gonna find most engineers in general you encounter are mechanicals, just because there's a fucking lot of us.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
you
like
guys
the
breed like rabbits.
And yet you guys still get shit wrong.
I take at stuff the same way that the YouTuber Mr. Carlson's Lab does. Once I get a hold of something, I just start examining it, and I open it up, and I just start tracing all the parts. Then I start buzzing transformers if they're present, and I just start cross-examining every part of it until I figure out how it works. Basically, I back engineer the thing until I understand completely how it works before I even try to power it. That's how I can actually power some of this crap up without even having instruction manuals or nothing. Because you don't get that stuff when you buy that fucking surplus crap. They don't give you the manuals. Basically buying it as scrap.
So which
Don,
teams are
when you
doing
make
good and
comments
which
like,
ones are doing bad?
sorry,
No, my bad. I thought it was silent.
just gonna say, when you actually start talking reasonable and sensible, you almost make me feel bad for how I talk to you sometimes. Almost.
Which of the three of us are you talking to?
He's talking to the Rocket.
Don. I was talking to Don. Sorry.
Oh, Don. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Just talk sensible, and I'm pretty sure everybody else will agree with me. Calm down and talk friendly. We don't have to have a yelling competition like we did an hour ago. Doesn't get us anywhere. We just start talking over each other. There's only about three of us not muted.
Some of us get pretty heated. Like, I know I get heated when somebody just says something so fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Or just like something that like personally offends me sometimes. Like,
Yeah.
how can
And I'm like
sometimes there's like a priority, and the guy who sometimes feels like there's the higher priority just tries to dominate more. I try to play that game. That's
And
all. And sometimes I could be wrong, but
And I'm like an avalanche circuit. And once it starts to go, it's just bang. I complicate quite quickly.
I say I barely get heated, but if you want a quick way to get me heated, start telling me what I believe.
yeah, I'm not judgmental ever.
That shit drives me nuts.
Taylor,
Somebody
I
else
believe you're
speaking on
Canadian.
my behalf. You
I
believe
believe
I'm
it-
Canadian, but if
I
you're telling me
believe
I
you-
believe I'm Canadian,
I believe you believe the Earth is a globe.
I believe that you believe that I believe that you're a Canadian.
I am a Canadian. I have
It's
no
not to
wrong.
me, but maybe you are.
Sorry, that you glass monster.
There's a running joke
Glass
that,
monster,
that
glass
I'm a
monster is
Canadian.
a Canadian.
The best
So
thing
my-
I could say is
I'm
I
originally
was
from-
scared there's a possibility it might couldn't be. That's the best, you know what I mean, that I've ever felt was, oh, maybe I don't fucking know. Maybe these guys are piecing together, but that's the best. I never thought it wasn't,
Just curious. The phrase might, couldn't be. That's a positive and a negative together.
it might not be? That's what he meant.
Might
Glass
be
monster.
flatter. Might be flatter.
I'm
Someone
from Toronto,
might be
but I live in
deceptive.
Calgary now. Can I ask whereabouts you are?
New Brunswick.
Oh, cool. So that's you and Zant that are in the sexually deviant capital of Canada. Okay, got it.
Now, when it comes to my hobby, it is, I talk about it, yes, but it's extremely private. You know what I mean?
I get that.
I don't usually aesthetically show too much off. There's a few people that have seen here. Shitlord has seen some of my stuff. So, I think there's at least one in this chat room that has seen in here deeper than just the computer bench.
Saw you eat a banana.
Huh?
I saw you eat a banana,
Who's talking?
Andy,
The
the other day. I
what
watched you.
color are you thinking? What color is your icon?
I'm the sun. It's orange. Top left.
720, you mean? Oh, okay, I see now. Okay. Yeah. Remember, I'm shit with names.
Yeah, you you keep sending me the 24/7 link, and I'm like, yeah, you sent me that 3 times. I got banned.
You have a different name, don't you, on my Discord?
I have an M on my name.
Huh?
Just Andy M.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Same
changed-
icon.
Yeah, you change things a little bit, and you can. It's just me. I'm bad with names. It's absolute atrocious. That's why you notice no matter where you find me, I will always be Glass Monster. So if you see that tube and Glass Monster with it, it's me.
I did that with my name. I've never been confused when someone's talking to me ever since.
Caution, verbal diarrhea. Huh. Just noticed that. So who's this Jake on the plane? Straight below me.
He's still here. Oh yeah.
There's a Jake on the plane below me in baby blue.
He's pretty much the greatest scientist on the planet.
So it's not so plain to see. What about the wildly colored one there that's up and then to the right of me one? 50 or something like that.
I've never seen that guy before in here.
I've never seen him either before.
Who?
50.
50's in here. 50's been here.
50's in here all the time.
I've just never seen him. He doesn't pop.
Yeah. He's your new. Yeah. He hasn't been here recently, but he's usually here. I've been here a lot.
Yeah. The one there to the right of Coach H, I think he's a mod on this server, isn't he?
To the right of who?
The skull thing in the circle.
Dan Fessler? Is he a mod? I don't think he's a mod, is he?
Tommy Co Rig with a bunch of squares.
Oh yeah. He's a mod.
Yeah, I thought he was he was.
Yeah, he's the law.
Then we got a was somebody trying to be Apple, are they?
No. It's my real nickname.
Wozniak.
No.
Huh?
No. Nothing to do with Apple.
An Apple
How old
fanboy,
was he?
Woz. Why are you such an Apple fanboy?
What year was he born anyway? What year wasn't he born anyway?
50s, I think. 60, yeah, 50s.
No, it was before me then.
Yeah, I completely cannot stand that company at all, but I do in fact have an antique Apple One, just because it is so antique, old.
It's only the Americans that think my nickname has something to do with Apple.
No, it's Steve
He's a
Wozniak.
Canadian, man.
Same with Canadians, did you say?
No, he's a Canadian.
Canada always trying to claim the good one.
Yeah, same thing.
So it's interesting what people's nicknames mean. Mine is because I'm, like I said, I'm addicted to Valve electronics and old electronics.
Well, the old Valve guitar amps are nice. They got a nice warm sound.
Fucking sweet, yeah. All 74 of them are. All 74 of them work perfect too. I went through every one of them. Like I said, I play bass. I said that to one of you guys in the chat.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Do you use a Vox amp?
I've got 74 different
nice bass
amplifiers.
Yeah. Is one of them a Vox?
Yeah,
so.
3 of them are.
Yeah, nice.
AC10, AC30, AC15.
Well, it sounds like this guy we were talking to the other night in your voice chat on your channel.
Oh, probably. Glass Monster server. I seem to enjoy being on Discord a lot. Yeah. Well, I was actually building an amplifier while I was on Planar Walk's channel there for 8 fucking hours. Or, well, nearly 7, I guess. I was on it during that.
I've got a question for you.
Stream. I got in there about 15 minutes after it started, or 20, and I stayed there until the end. Never left.
I've got a question for you about valves. I've got a Marshall Silver Jubilee, and two of the valves have gone.
Nice can you got there.
Yeah, well, two of the valves have. Well, one of the two valves have blown, but I'm told I'm best to replace them both and have them biased together.
It's generally a good rule of thumb, but it just depends on if you can get a valve that's close to the one you have. You're not going to harm the amp if one's bad, one's good. That won't harm it. It's just your performance would be, as they say overseas, pants. But that would be the performance when they're out far enough.
What does biasing do for the valves?
You're setting it so the tube draws the correct amount of power so that it is turned on correctly so it will give its best performance and best lifespan. Now, isn't that 6
Right, so it kind of,
isn't it?
Kind of like synchronizes the. It's kind of like synchronizes them. Is that a way of looking at it?
Take the two rear tires on a rear-wheel drive car. If you got one that's got 10 psi in it and the other one's got 50, one tire will actually turn faster than the other, and the car will pull one way, and it will spin your rear end and make your diff wear out faster.
Yeah, that's the kind of analogy I was thinking. Yeah, all right.
I've learned to use mechanical terms for electrical.
So how much psi should I put in my valves? I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. That was a little bit funny.
Ha 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 ha.
That's a little bit of a laugh. So
my camera was on, you'd see me yawning.
That was hilarious. Was.
It was hilarious.
Yeah.
It was hilarious.
I am a dad. But as funny as a fart in a spacesuit, I know.
These young ones just don't get humour, do they? What?
No, just wait till they're dads, they'll get it.
Wait until they're what?
Wait till you're a dad, then you'll get it.
Hasn't happened yet, and that's been 47 years.
Well, you're doing something wrong.
Probably doing something right.
Yeah, I'm able to afford to own a giant telescope. It's more fun than the monsters would be. There is one staying here. There is one staying here quite regularly right now, but looks like we lost a few, or they're just coming and going like crazy.
Most of it just sit here and wait till somebody says something wrong, and then we pounce on them.
The Earth is flat, I tell you. The Earth is flat. It's not round, kids. Space is fake. There you go.
He sounds legit. Get him.
Nathan Thompson. That's my best Nathan Thompson.
Now, see, if I had my camera on, you'd see me yawning.
Why, thank you.
Yeah, just returning the favour.
And I hear crickets. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Lots of them are laughing. They just got their mics muted or their earphones shut off.
Yeah, that's what I tell myself too, man.
What's the name of this? Yeah. Debate Flat Earth. That's the name of the server. Yes, I forgot the name of the server.
And more. Don't forget the more.
Though every time we debate more, someone complains that we're not debating flat Earth.
I know. It's so annoying. We even just talk about more. People start to complain. It's weird.
More's a good topic.
Flat Earth server.
Yeah,
a lot of people have opinions about more.
I know.
So a red microphone means that they're forcibly muted, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
So there must be 3 flurfs.
Nah.
There's 3 of them that way.
Flashburn's not a flurf.
No, some people don't talk and they prefer to be server muted.
No, Flashburn's cool. Flashburn's good people.
Server muted, anyways, it says.
Yeah, he's been server muted since I've been here for like a month.
Server muted.
It's a request. He's requested it.
He doesn't want to accidentally talk to us.
Johnny's in.
Just wants to post
server
memes.
muted. And then welcome to Flat Tardia. Is that what it says?
Not just memes.
Huh?
That's demic.
Yo, so what exactly are you looking for people who believe in the flat Earth for?
Oh, I just noticing, I mean, just so that, hopefully they don't explode when I try to talk to them. So at least if I know they're a flurf, I can try to come at it a little bit differently to stop the explosion.
What he means to say, Don, is mostly sex stuff.
Ha, ha, ha. Most annoying one I talked to was Cece.
You never talked to Paige before.
Stacy B?
Huh?
Or Chemo. You ever talked to Chemo?
Yes, I have. I've got a few socks, and I use a sock.
Chemo comes in here a lot. So does Lemon Bird. Lemon Bird's awful.
Thanks for the
Much
warning.
more distress. Chemo comes in here a lot.
Just
Never
don't
heard-
engage with Chemo. It's not worth it.
No, don't.
When you
Is
stop
Chemo
saying
here
his
right now?
name, you know what happens if you say it 3 times.
Chemo.
Just don't engage in any of them.
Bugger.
Andy, you suck.
What's the purpose even engaging with them?
Chemo comes in the next 5 minutes, Andy. You're going to get a virtual beating.
If he's that bad, there's always that other button down at the bottom that says boot. Or kick, I guess it is.
No, we like having the flirts on here so we can argue with them. That's the point. Except for Brummy. Is Brummy still banned?
So Andy's a masochist, is he?
Do you know Brummy?
I think so. Am
He
I
was
right?
on,
You're a masochist.
If you talk to Brummy, you know who Brummy is.
He's been calling himself Reasons. That's been his screen name lately.
Is he still in the group? Is he still in this Discord?
I don't think so.
Did he leave? He comes in here all the time.
Rumi just keeps getting worse and worse every time I see him.
It's because his concussion is getting worse and worse. That's why.
Brain's rotting? Is that what you're trying to say?
Lemonbird keeps falling more and more into his delusions.
But Lemon Bird also doesn't go by Lemon Bird, so you won't know right away. Unless you know who Lemon Bird is. You can find him on his YouTube.
So who can do a good impersonation? Can I?
Well, think of a more annoying.
So who's Space Pipe?
Space Pope?
Yeah.
Ugh.
Lemonbird is a more
typing something.
Lemonbird is a more annoying Steve Urkel voice.
Did I do that?
It's like just like a monotone, but like nasally monotone. It's really weird.
Maybe somebody should offer him some
I
nose
said,
spray.
Steve Urkel.
I'm sorry, I'll leave.
Hi, Lale. Bye, Lale.
Oh shit!
Hi, Chris. Bye, Chris.
Hi,
What's that,
Lyle.
Chris?
Chris, you okay? You sound a little down. You all right?
Can I just say glad that Brian?
Scott's here to cheer me up. He's my white knight.
I'm just glad Brian is not in here right now. Holy crap! And Jeremy. Jeremy just keeps
So, any
getting
more
worse and
questions?
worse.
Who was asking all the questions? Glass Monster.
Well, you're just shooting the shit. So. Bored, I guess. Building empires is too easy.
I think Glass Monster is a flat earther.
Don't tell him that.
Well, he can think what he wants.
He's a flat earther that believes in gravity.
Is that
Whatever.
possible?
I need more flat earthers for my channel and Discord.
Lee Jam can have his paranoid delusion if he wishes. You know, it's okay. I understand.
I don't think I've ever met an actual flat earther in real life. Like, there's so few and far between in real life. Seems like they're everywhere on the internet, but that's just what I expose myself to.
It's funny. There's 7 billion people. That means about 15,000th of 1% of the people are flat earthers. That's probably why you haven't run into any in real life.
If you ever meet a flat earther in real life, get their autograph and sell it on eBay. You'll be rich.
Who's that? There's a.
There must be more than one members list in this server, is there? Because every one of the ones in this list is online, and I can't see that being because it's not a long enough list.
Some people are in the offline too.
If you look at Scott's last post, I think he's part of the Me Too movement.
Try general. Who knows? Don't matter. Debate chat's my favorite tab. The hell is that thing? No idea. No idea what that thing is he's got for a thumbnail. Somebody probably knows what it is, but I don't.
Do you guys think it's an oxymoron?
No, the guy right to the beside, right to the left of me. There's a weird picture thing. I'm not sure what it is.
And only Aussies know what my thumbnail is. The Americans and British have got no idea.
The magnifier maybe it'll help a little bit.
My thumbnail is a backlit pecan leaf.
Some kind of stuffed
Terry, isn't
toy.
that a Ford Edsel?
Looks like some kind of a stuffed toy with a Santa Claus hat.
Rocket, pick a finger.
General Strike something.
Just kidding,
crazy.
Terry.
I know.
Very clear. I didn't even know he was here. How are you tonight, Terry?
Your microphone is completely pathetic.
He's always quiet.
That's Lyle's normal voice.
Because he sits in the bathroom and yells at the microphone, which is in the other room on his desk.
The thing is, like, he can talk loud, but he just never does.
There's no in between.
He's like 5 feet away from his microphone.
It'll either be this or he'll be screaming next.
Yeah, he will.
Hello?
It's a pretty bad microphone. I thought mine was a piece of shit.
It's actually brand new. It's only a couple months old, but every time Windows has an update, it screws up my microphone, and I haven't been able to fix it.
It kind of sounds like every time Windows tries to do an update, I haven't been able to fix it. Yeah, she's really out of whack. Oh, you'll fix it someday.
And Windows screwed with my Windows settings about a week ago. I've only just got them right now.
Yeah, it's annoying. Good thing for Raspbian, isn't it? What do you think? Never ever see tons of mice in anybody's server on. Never see them talking.
I want to get back to that push-pull conversation. That was very educational with all the nuances with the technical stuff.
Is the tin can gonna ever say anything tonight?
No, actually, I was thinking of upgrading it to a Wi-Fi version if it's possible.
No, I mean the tin can, the suit of armor. Gizmo's Dick Stomper. I guess he's called in here.
Yeah, Cypher talks sometimes. But you can't tell the difference between him and Davros. Where's Davros at?
And he calls himself. Says Cosmos Dick Stomper in here. I say
Cypher
that I
talks,
call
but only when you've pissed him off.
Yeah, I call him the tin can on the other server. Can spam.
Oh, is that what you mean? Yeah. Okay.
Huh?
I didn't know what you meant by tin can.
Suit of armor, tin can. Come on. To get at him, you need a can opener.
I like my suit of armor better.
You mean your Superman underwear that you wear to?
Hey, look, a flurf.
Where? You made me look.
It's done.
I'm sorry, but I mean, I'm honest.
Like a flurf and talks
I'm
like
honest.
a flurf. It is what it is.
I'm honest, and I'm desiring to work together. Like again, why did you say you're so interested in the conversation with them, or what's going on with that?
All right, would you move so I can move back in the chair where I belong?
Glass.
Don't drop it; it might break.
Okay. All right. Do y'all ever play Laden Things?
So what? Where? Who? Is she cute?
He's kind of cute.
I just distracted for a minute making a cat purr.
You stroking your pussy?
Well, it's purring anyways. His name is Rat. think you heard it. Maybe the noise gate's set too fucking high. Oops. Somebody disappeared.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I mean, listen, man. But what are you saying? Like entertainment, or actual education, mental exercise, or I mean, I know there's a range, but what is predominant?
I'm just sitting here. I'm just sitting here waiting for something to be said that might be interesting.
He's waiting for Woz to tell us a joke.
No, but I've heard you like probe or inquire a few times, and you're like looking for people with labels or something, or beliefs or whatever. Just wondering
I'm
what's
just
up.
sitting here
What's
now.
up with it?
I'm just sitting here now.
Speaking of beliefs,
Fun.
Has Slick James been in here recently at all?
Slick James hasn't been here for months.
Oh, nice. Good to hear.
Thank God for that.
So that means he's due anytime then, which sucks.
Hey, look, it's Natalie.
At least it's not Stacy.
That'd cause a fucking shitstorm, wouldn't it, if Natalie appeared in this chat?
He has popped in here a few times.
He's not bad?
It's
Don't
very
think
He
so.
rare.
comes in drunk, raves for a little while, until finally he just gets unbearable. Then everyone turns his volume down till they can't hear him, and he gets tired of not being listened to and leaves.
Sounds like Branch.
And Branch comes in. This is boring. Why, Branch? Because we're not talking about you. Yeah, this is boring.
Branch was in VC yesterday. It's quite good. It's all right.
Was he really?
Yeah.
Does anybody actually miss Adam?
Who?
Adam? Yeah, who? Exactly.
Yeah, who?
As long as that leprechaun there is holding a giant joint and not a cigarette, we're all set.
I'm kind of curious whatever happened to his website. I wonder if it actually ever opened or what.
Did you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you. What was the question again?
Ritza or Rizla? Rizla?
Oh, what about Rizla?
He's not saying anything. He's got his earphones off. Somebody you just have to text him and tell him to get his attention.
Yeah, he pops in once in a while.
Is the chat ever empty in here?
Yes, once in a while.
There's a dead period from about. Okay, I was about to say my time, like late evening my time, and I'm in Calgary, so.
It's
Well, Scott, you're
3:54
vertically challenged, Scott. I didn't realize that.
Actually,
Oh, those are not in the units you think they're in.
Usually there's a small gap between like the US and Australia.
Scott, are you seriously 5 foot fuck all?
No, come on.
I didn't think you were that short. Where did you get those 5'7"? I've never
I
said my.
didn't. I didn't. I was
Okay,
just,
all right.
Yeah.
So if he's 5 foot fuck all,
He's 5 minutes
I
tall.
thought you would know right away, but no. Yes, you definitely did not tell anyone you were 5'7". I just made all that
Well,
up.
I'm pretty careful what I said, but I don't hear you. If you want to know my height is 5'9", big deal.
Yeah.
So if he's
Google me
5 foot
online.
fuck all, that
5'9".
means he's got to drown first.
Just hear a bunch of midgets in chat now.
How tall are you, Taylor?
6'2".
I had a feel. For some reason, I knew you were going to say six something. I just had a feeling. Yeah, that. I don't know why. I just thought that.
I'm not huge.
You're 6'2", Taylor.
Yeah,
6 even.
Then I'm 6'2" and 1/8.
If it makes you feel better, I'm just shy of 6'2".
God damn it.
Okay, well, I'm actually 6'2" and something.
Scott's 6'2" and 400 pounds.
Dude, you guys are making me feel
Yeah, I
short.
know.
You guys suck.
That's because you are short.
Why would they suck? They're not Electroluxus.
I agree with Space Pope. I've got a bloke from down the road, mechanic, and he said he's
Taylor,
6'2",
how much taller would you be at the equator?
and I'm 6 foot.
I'm 5'6".
I've got a fucked up spine, so probably a lot taller.
Well, radius is more, so therefore gravity is less, and also you have more outward force. So you'd be a little bit taller. Maybe you can get to that extra bit that you need.
Fraction of a percent.
I think we're going to have to do a scientific experiment to actually measure what actual height people are.
What about the scientific experiment to see if there's any brain inside of Natalie's head?
When I was in Berlin, for some reason, the guys on my team get bored, and they measured like everybody's head diameter, their calf diameter, their arm length. I don't know whatever else. I almost know my buddy's name, but they would take measurements of everything.
What sport?
Well, in order for them to measure each other's wangs, they'd have to use measurements in the length scale.
So one colleague, he actually had a laser thermometer, and he would take everybody's temperature. And I said, you cannot point that at any of the female staff and take their temperature without their permission. Okay, I don't want to deal with an HR complaint.
You sure that's the reason why they were staring at you, Scott?
Why would I use
Why
would I use the laser thermometer? I'd just use a
That's the only
FLIR.
thing I could. That's the only thing I could think of because we were there for like 2 weeks and it was like weirdest thing ever. Every time we went anywhere, I would just keep catching like people would be like, it was weird. I thought at first I thought, do I need to worry? Are people trying to pick fights or I didn't know what the deal was. And then finally we look around at one point and we realize, oh, we're unusually tall here. We're not normal height, and that's what I decided it was. But then I realized this must be what it's like for hot chicks. Like when they go, you know how like everyone's head turns whenever hot people show up somewhere. That must be what it's like. Everywhere they go, people turn and look, and they're just used to it.
And
You don't sound like a hot chick at all.
Wait, Scott, it wasn't because you were an astronaut's son. That wasn't the answer.
Well, I did have that written in a big sign that I was carrying around over my head. But I don't think people. But it was in English, and we were in Mexico City, so I don't think people could read it. So I don't think that was it.
You weren't wearing high heels or anything?
Isn't height? Isn't height generally genetic or hereditary?
Partially.
Yeah, I think.
And nutrition.
He was wearing those cowboy boots.
But no, I was walking in San Salvador. I was in high school on a trip, and at one point I was walking down this like main road, and I looked around and I realized like, oh shit, I'm like the tallest person in this entire country. I'm not standing out because I'm the gringo. I'm standing out because I'm a freaking head taller than everybody else.
Tell everybody to wear high heel shoes.
Someone said something very quietly.
I said, tell everybody to wear high-heeled shoes, like you.
Well, my group found it useful because they could use me as a beacon to locate each other.
Now we know why people were staring at Scott. The shoes he had on.
a.m. Decide to fucking actually try to go to bed for once.
I'm like a lawyer the way I always try to get you off.
Excuse me? What?
Exactly. Second that. What?
Okay, now I get how you meant it, but my brain obviously interpreted the worst way possible.
Best song title ever. Me and You.
The SJW room is just down the hall.
Hey Scott, did you do the tequila dance? Like Pee Wee Herman?
Oh, you think I was what did it? Is that why? I didn't even think about that. And probably the thong, just going out with the thong, the high heels, and the pasty. You know what? Now that you're saying these things, I'm suddenly wondering, was it because I was tall or maybe because I was dressed like that? Yeah, that's a good point.
Does anybody know what an oscilloscope is?
Yep. Oscilloscope, yes.
It's interesting. When each one of you talk, the waves are totally fucking different on that screen.
Right. My sincere train of consciousness was, and this, I don't know why, Scott, but something about Scott's thumbnail or just personality. I don't know. I think a Fallout Boy. Scott. I don't know why. Okay. I don't know.
That's the most insane thing I've ever heard in my life. I'm only vague on who they are, but I can assure you that they do not Fall Out Boy.
I don't know. I like them.
Rotation.
Scott. I don't know what it is. I like them. I like you. I don't know. You guys are both just chill. You're chill, dudes.
What do they sing?
I don't know, dude.
What's their song?
Sugar, we're going down.
Like what's the Fall Out Boy song?
Sugar, we're going down. There's a bunch of them, but anyway, they got
They're like gothic, right? They're like it's like Gerard. Is that Gerard Way? Or is that something else? No, that's Chemical Romance.
Listen to their playlist, guys. It's great, okay? But that was my train of thought. And then Fall Out Boy was in my head because you guys were talking about Scott so much. And then thought about the song.
No, I'm strictly the only things I listen to. This is true. The only things I listen to are hip hop, heavy metal, and 60s folk music. I'm not making that up. That's like it is hip hop. You're right. That's why. Actually, people don't realize that, but it's totally hip hop. You're absolutely right on. That's why I like it. And heavy metal is too. If you listen to heavy metal, it's shockingly the same thing. Like the actual sound is different, but the lyrics and the structure and the story, the love of narrative. I mean, it's very similar if you really get into it.
So you like the sound of lead and mercury and plutonium. And you said you liked heavy metal.
I thought you said you didn't. I thought you said you didn't like puns.
Uranium.
I was pretty sure you were anti puns about an hour ago, and now look at you. Yes, I like them all the heavy ones.
Schrodinger's puns.
What's the strangest kitchen appliance you've ever seen?
Oh my God.
I've got a 3-way appliance here.
It's probably one of those gimmicky things. Yeah, you see on infomercials.
It's a 2-burner electric stove with a sink and a fridge all in one assembly.
Get the fuck out of here. Oh my God.
I'm not joking.
Take some fucking cake.
It's a single ball kitchen sink with a 2-burner stove on top, all stainless.
Inconceivable.
And then the lower part is a small fridge.
He said one appliance, and that's 3 appliances, but it's one appliance, guys. It's fucking insane.
Saves space. Makes more room for stereo equipment.
I grew up in kitchens and worked in kitchens, but the craziest one, it's just weird to say what's the craziest one. I think the new thing that's funny to me is these cold pressed juice thingies. Those are kind of funny, but air fryers are the shit.
Oh, who was it? Ave did a review on one of them, AVE on YouTube. Juicero is the name of that, I think.
Juicero.
Yeah. And if you have the bag of juice a day past the calendar date, it won't put it out. So you just take the bag in your hand and you squeeze it. You just squeeze it. Get more juice out of it by squeezing it than you do by using the machine.
That's wild. Wait, it digitally knows the date and won't serve it to you?
It won't serve it. Nope.
Oh my god.
And it's a subscription thing in order to even get the juice packs for it. And they're fucking expensive.
Dude, I love the idea of that. I refuse to eat any food past this expiration date, even though technically I guess people say you can. I'm super paranoid.
What about water, Scott? What about water,
It doesn't
Scott?
have an expiration date. It doesn't have an expiration.
Some of them
And then I wouldn't drink it past it. If I had a bottle of water that had a date on it, I would not drink it past it. Not 1 minute past the time of the day yet. Honestly, I don't even like drinking. Like I wouldn't even eat it within days of it. If we're getting close to the date, I just think, nah, it's not worth it.
That's that Glober we know and love. There you go.
I'm totally paranoid about food expiration dates. I know that they put them there conservatively, but I just wish they wouldn't put them at all because I take them so seriously. I can't get past the date.
Well, I had a
summer spot.
I had a bottle of beer that was sealed in 1999.
Some you definitely don't want to go past that date. They may be a little less conservative. They're conservative the other direction.
So Scott, you wouldn't drink wine then?
No, I'm not a big alcohol fan in general, actually. But yeah, that's a good point. If I did like wine, I'd have trouble with this particular. But that doesn't really have an expiration date.
Beer?
I did have a Coke once. I had a Coke once that was about 10 years past its whatever. And it was, one sip and it was just the most disgusting thing I ever had. It'd gone so wrong.
The dude who opens the MREs from like 50 years ago.
Oh, yeah. Like the 50s.
This business on a tray.
I had a World War II one the other day. MRE.
Oh, really? For World War II? Did it last?
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, it was just fucking fine.
You would eat literally everything on the MRE.
I ate everything when I had them. You're so hungry when you usually get them, but I'm trying to think. Did I ever not eat everything?
No, but like from the past, you just do it for the videos.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I can't remember his name.
Yeah. How about that canned stinky fish?
Tuna?
Huh?
Talking about canned tuna?
No. That stuff is designed.
Sardines?
Nope.
Lutefisk?
Oh, it's Kromol, some fucking weird name.
Surströmming?
Yes, yeah, something like that. Have you ever had it?
Swedish. No. I just know what you're talking about.
That I have had. But I won't. I draw the line at maggot cheese. I won't touch that one. Yes, there's a cheese that's got maggots in it, and you're supposed to eat it with the maggots.
That just sounds too good to be true.
No, it's true.
I've had Spam before, Rocket. It's not bad.
Damn.
Yeah, stands for stuff posing as meat, but it's
you
not
don't
bad.
got you don't get the settings set right on your email folder if you're getting spam.
Badumcha all week long. Last month, sir.
Isn't spam essentially just like a block-shaped hot dog?
It's special ham.
Special ham.
Hey, somebody's got a photograph of my fridge on there. Rocket Boy found it. That's the one I got.
So I had that when I was a student, and I had a one-room apartment, and in the corner was that, and that was my kitchen, right? So yeah.
Yeah, I got the exact fucking one.
Anybody ever eat chicken from a can? Like a whole chicken from a can?
So if anybody wants to know what my stove is, it's right there on the chat.
I don't know why everybody in chat is shitting on it. It's if you're just one person, right? It works fine, right?
I think it's kind of cool.
To
Yours
cook
is
myself
all
5 course
110.
meals.
I slightly modified mine so that the burners are 220. You got a little bit more cooking speed.
Do you guys remember the little spindle things that you could like put an apple on or like a potato, and it had like a weak little spring arm with a razor or something that you would set it up next to and then twist on a spindle on the axis, and it would shave the skin supposedly, and they never fucking worked good ever.
Well, that's because it's a gimmick.
Like fucking gimmick bullshit.
Yeah. I probably got a pretty odd microwave though.
Don, you mean something like that?
That's it. As far as I'm concerned, that's a gimmick.
That one looks a little more sturdy.
Yeah, those ones actually work.
Why was people bother to peel an apple? Why not just eat the damn?
That's a thing. Some places, like I think in Japan, they don't eat the apple peel. Or
You might want the actual peel if you're making something like in some baking recipes, you need the actual peel off of it.
Well, I think it would be good to make like pasta out of something.
Yep, yep.
Like maybe
call the side by side Space Pope.
I feel like if you're peeling apples, you've misunderstood how apples work.
Interesting toilet.
I know. I knew this autistic kid when I was in Boy Scouts, and he always had to have his apples peeled. He wouldn't eat them otherwise.
Hey, that's where all
Please
the
tell me that
fiber.
those toilets are not in a public bathroom.
Apparently, they probably are. In lieu of the situation, if you have to go, you have to go.
I can't believe they actually made a toilet that looks like that.
Or Don, did you mean more something like that? Apple peeler.
You know, that would be good for potatoes.
I just use tear peeler if I want to actually peel a potato. But you know the best way of peeling a potato, don't you? You just scrub it with a good hard scrub brush and then rinse her off, chop it up, and throw it in the pot.
Man, I remember using a mandolin to make French fries. Fuck.
You know what a centrifuge is?
I think that spins very fast.
Yeah, you put your weed in it, and it makes the, when you're doing your oil. I use a centrifuge.
And yeah, they use like a lot of these gadgets for like medical for food now.
Word.
Didn't they use like a sous vide originally, like in the health department or something? Or I don't remember for what.
A what?
A sous vide machine.
I think so. You grow your own weed? Whichever one of you I'm talking to?
Nope.
You guys play auto chess?
Oh, I thought somebody was designing a circuit board. I thought somebody was designing a circuit board.
Okay.
Isn't that what I'm watching? Isn't that what that stream is?
Yeah, that's me. It's a game called Shapes.io. You build factories to produce shapes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I guess that's the first time I've seen what it was. Somebody else just disappeared. Torture on the old guy.
So say Space Poop is talking or typing? I don't know what he's typing. Interesting name, Space Poop. See in the chat.
Just don't light your farts on fire, man.
You'd hear it there if I did. They're fucking huge. I wouldn't need the mic turned on. You'd hear it there, wherever you are. I'd probably never see the cat again because the racket would probably scare him to death. Explosion. Hello? Hello? Anybody
Let me
know?
out! Let me out! Let me out!
Hello? Hello? Good. Watch that first step. Deep one.
I have a question. Does anybody know what Jeremy is trying to accomplish with the drone going in a straight line?
He doesn't
This
like
is just an evolution of his draw a straight line on the wall test.
So there was a conversation earlier with Brian Muppet. That's what I call him. He's talking about flying he flew his drone at whatever, like 100 feet, and then he flew it at a certain distance, like I don't know, a certain distance. I went and retrieved it and looked at the data and showed that there was no change in elevation, because obviously the altimeter is basically a barometer, right? So
what was his name?
Brian Mippet.
So it wasn't Muppet, like you just said.
No, I'm calling him Muppet because that's just what I had in my head, but it's something. It was something else.
Mabbit.
Sorry?
Mabbit. Brian
Yes,
Mabbit.
Yes, thank you.
He was a fucking muppet, though.
Granted, yeah, that's why I remembered him like that.
Jeez. Oh, the push and pull ordeal. Holy.
Which is
fuck.
smarter then, a block of wood or him?
So I said to Jeremy, well, what you could do is if you had a drone, or let's say you had a telescope with a sight, you could fly the drone out at a distance and then establish that it's at horizontal to your position and have a buddy down there and then take the elevation reading of the drone so that you're not obfuscated by either the barometer, by the altimeter, or because the raw GPS just takes the raw GPS. Well, you need the raw GPS to do the calculation. You won't necessarily have that. I just thought it's another way of doing his flatline test.
But the thing is, it's not gonna work.
So he's not gonna buy into that one.
He's just gonna talk about it forever. It's never gonna happen. It's never gonna.
Oh yeah, more importantly, he's not gonna do it.
Because the drone's going to level itself out constantly. It's not going to go straight.
So it doesn't matter as long as if you can get the drone out to the distance and use the sight that you from where you started from, you could at least you can have it move it up and down so you can get it pretty close to horizontal to your local position. So it doesn't matter if it flies straight. At least at the end, you can make some adjustments to try to get it approximately equal to its launching altitude.
Take a buddy and put 120 kilometers away from you on the opposite side of a lake and see if you can see his feet from where you are. Both of you standing at the shore.
Well, you should be able to zoom that back into view, shouldn't you?
You heard how much distance I said to try that?
I heard. I'm being ridiculous.
Sure, if you're just, a kilometer away, it'd probably be no problem, but even then, a bit of it would be disappearing.
What was there was some, I think it was on the Discovery Channel where they flew a helicopter across the lake and descended until you actually couldn't see the helicopter, but the helicopter hadn't landed on the other side of the lake. It was actually still flying.
I really like how you guys try and get Brian to say push or pull for whatever with the apple and the human body skydiving.
Even I lost on him for a little bit because it was just ridiculous.
I actually did take 2 metal darts up with a drone and dropped them, with one being a massively denser metal than the other, and they did both hit the ground at the exact same time. And they only hit 6 feet apart.
Relative density is out the window, as if that wasn't the case.
Yeah, I just did the experiment just for the fucking sake of doing it. I knew how it was going to work, and you did too. Everyone knows.
It's fun to do that kind of stuff for shits and giggles sometimes.
And I did the Cavendish experiment with 62-inch diameter lead balls. Five foot 2 inches in diameter, lead spheres. Them bastards are heavy.
Actually, that's kind of scary thinking.
Huh?
That's kind of scary. One thing could be light, and the other one could be very heavy and flying at the same rate. I mean, if you're just looking up, you don't really notice the difference.
Yeah. Just imagine the 62-inch diameter lead balls, and one of them lands on a flurf
Oh God.
from 5 kilometers. There's gravity for you. Now do you believe in gravity?
Is there any hope for Jeremy?
No.
Wonder if there'd be anything left.
I think Jeremy just gets worse and worse. I think he's almost
He
beyond
does.
saving.
I initially thought that there was some hope for him. Like he would ask questions and he sounded reasonable, but I think he just spent too much time in 24/7. Honestly, I think it's just what it is.
What surprises me is he'll like come in here and people will spend a really long time talking to him, explaining things, going through it with him, going through why X works and why it doesn't work. And he'll go in there and it'll take 2 seconds, and someone go, "Oh, well, this flat Earth explanation." He goes, "Oh, well, okay, that must be why that hour and a half of explanation I got from everybody else is wrong. So I'll just go with that."
Who in this chat has actually been in that dumpster fire?
Fucking months ago, they screamed
It's a
at me
while
and
ago.
banned me, and I
Jeez,
decided not to go back.
Got booted.
I'm curious, these 5-foot lead spheres, what did they weigh?
A lot.
What's a lot, though? Like, how much?
Do the math. That's your job. Someone in here smart other than me?
Couple hundred pounds, I'm guessing.
So should the flat
Where did
earthers
you find them?
Yeah. We cast them, and it took a long time.
Was
And you don't know how much they weigh. You had to look them up. Sounds, if it smells like bullshit, it probably is bullshit.
That's all right. Because it wasn't mattered. Because I never actually weighed them. I have no idea what they weigh.
You realise it does sound a bit hard to believe, don't you?
I know.
So should a flat earther wear a hard hat, or is it no point for them to wear one?
Give them a hard hat if you want. I'm pretty sure the result's going to come out slightly the same.
So, where did you get the lead to cast these balls?
Decade of saving tire weights. Old batteries.
Yeah.
100,000
100,000 pounds of tire weights?
It ain't 100,000 pounds. I can't see it being that.
5-foot diameter spheres of lead? Yeah, it's 100,000 pounds. Just shy of it.
Took a long time. Anyway.
Yeah, the market value of lead is about.
You're a digit off, Jake. I think. Although I did the math pretty quickly.
I got 40.
No.
I got 46,334 pounds.
Yeah, they 2 balls.
Oh, 2 of them.
Yeah. There was
I
10
still
of
got
us
more.
all. There was 10 of us all worked together to
Over 90,000
some
pounds
round
in
here.
lead.
There was 10 of us
By
all
the
worked
way,
together to get
the
them.
market value of lead is about $1 and some change a pound. So we're talking about over $100,000 in lead.
Yeah, I didn't say I own them. They're here, but I did not say I actually own them. But we definitely did a good Cavendish with them fucking things. I wouldn't mind just taking one way to fuck up in the air and dropping it on something. See what happens. Know anybody don't like Priuses? Or does that sound like fun?
Just save yourself some trouble and take somebody really dense like D-Mock next time. Just use him as the sphere. That might work.
And it's the thing to drop it on? D-Marble?
Yeah, that would work. Get 2 really dense flat earthers and do a Cavendish experiment. That would be fucking hilarious.
Is D Marvel even relevant anymore?
Hey, D
Okay,
Marble.
I'm gonna
Hey,
take-
D
I'm gonna
Marble,
ask-
look up. See the ball? It's round, isn't it? Here, I'll unhook the catch it.
You know, I gotta say, you hearing the word you say relevant and flat earther in the same sentence is a bit odd to me. But I don't know. I don't know if he would still be considered relevant in the flat earth scene. I mean, he's such a normie too. Like, if you hear him talk about anything other than flat Earth, like he's like one of the few flat earthers that's a legit, kind of likable guy. If you stay away from
Oh, and by the way,
do what?
Jake works at a battery Jake works at a battery recycling plant. Just to let you know.
Jake who? Jake on the plane?
A friend of mine.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's some serious
So
shit.
he
'cause
just gave you $100,000 worth of lead?
I didn't say he gave it to me. I
You
don't
said
own the
they're just
balls.
hanging around in your house, right?
Yeah, well, they're not in the house. Come on, think about it. The floor wouldn't take them fucking things. But they're here. They're sitting outside in the dooryard
Yeah.
right now.
Well, why would he
They're not
leave
going anywhere.
$100,000 just in your backyard or whatever?
They'd be basically impossible to steal them, I think.
Right, but why
How did
wouldn't?
he move
Why
them
would?
at all?
What's the utility of having $100,000 worth of lead in your backyard?
We used the old barn to do an experiment, so it was in completely indoors, out of the weather and out of the wind. It was something he wanted to do, so he did it. And I had a big barn. Had.
Yeah,
It
but
fell
before
down.
that, you said that it was just tire weights. Now you're saying that it's what, from recycled car batteries?
Car batteries, tin roofing, tire weights, anything that we could get lead from. The batteries came from him. Well, the lead from him. Takes a long time to gather that shit up.
what was the poundage?
100,000 pounds of lead. Yeah,
100,000.
it's
Fuck me.
Where are you that lead's that amount of money?
look up the market value of lead. It's over $1 a pound.
Fuck, it must have gone up then.
Yeah, you should melt those balls and cash in.
That might be actually an idea for him. They don't belong to me, so I wouldn't be the one cashing in.
Yeah, I'm sure that they got 5,000 car batteries together for your experiment. Sounds legit.
To you. I don't give a shit, like I said before. I'm just one of the people that don't care.
I'm trying to find out. There used to be like a streamer. I don't know if he still streams on YouTube, but he was like a flat earther, and he kind of talks like really slow. I guess I killed it.
I wish you'd hurry to fuck up and wake up.
Yeah, right now I'm trying to find this old YouTuber, but I don't remember his name.
It's 9:33 there. You should be awake by now. Should be 9:33 a.m. where he is. He should hurry up and wake himself up. Kind of half waiting for Shitlord to get out of bed. He's in Germany. You can talk to people all over the fucking planet. It's pretty cool, isn't it? So is any of you guys from overseas?
I used to live in Germany up until a year and a half ago.
I mean, like presently there. I mean,
No, we're all where you are.
There's a bunch of Aussies in the room.
Technically, you can't be overseas from your relative point of view.
potatoes, potatoes.
Only other people can be overseas.
Boomer, are you other people?
I'm hiding.
He's the anonymous Australian. That's it.
Yes, I am an anonymous Australian. I've got to do a shit American accent.
I'm gonna go fucking take a nap. Like, see you later.
So just tell me right now, was I just being mean? I mean, I was trying to give the guy some latitude, but I just can't take the constant bullshit.
I don't know why you have
Yeah,
to be
people. Yeah.
What's that, Dan?
What was the point of being so skeptical?
Because he's full of shit. He told us he did a moon laser bounce too.
Oh,
He was
really?
telling us about his high power that he did a moon bounce with using the NASA retroreflectors. He also said that he could actually see the retroreflectors with his 8-inch telescope.
What?
And then he went on to talk to us about how he's figuring out the Chernobyl explosion with Thunderfoot.
Okay, yeah. I don't think you're too mean.
By the way, I had to go and look up what it takes to do a moon bounce. Do you have any idea?
I saw a segment on it from some show.
Yeah.
And I don't think even in their telescope, I think they saw it, but it was barely distinguishable. And
They get one photon at a time and not every pulse. And the pulse is over a gigawatt of power for like 90 nanoseconds. And they use like a 3.5 meter telescope with some very, very fancy filtering equipment. And they only get like one photon at a time in return that they have to really filter and look at a very narrow window within the return range because of the noise. So yeah, he's not doing this himself with his quote unquote 1960s technology.
What was the issue with he was using a chemical laser? Jake?
Yeah, well, you're going to need a chemical laser. Only a chemical laser is capable of producing such a high output.
Yeah, a little like. But he said, "How old is his gear?" Like that's. I
He was
understand
saying
what you're
1960s surplus or some shit. Of course, I asked him the specifics of his. Well, of course, as hokey as his 100,000-pound lead balls.
I mean, those tails are to the point where they're so large. If you don't call them out, it's kind of odd, right? Like it's just.
I mean, really, you think that someone is gonna, melt down 5,000 car batteries and fucking tire weights and shit to accumulate $100,000 worth of lead to make 50,000-pound, 5-foot diameter lead spheres for a Cavendish experiment? I mean, are you kidding me?
I don't think he said it was for the Cavendish experiment. He just said they were doing it for fun and they had it.
Yeah. You think melting 100,000 pounds of lead is fun?
I don't know. Look, that part of the story didn't seem too far-fetched to me. It's in the context of all the other stories that he said, apparently, which I wasn't paying attention for, that it starts to lose believability.
You don't think it's that far-fetched that someone would melt 100,000 pounds worth of lead?
I don't know, if you have like access to a junkyard or something, I don't know. I mean, I can imagine.
Yeah, I've also seen some people do some pretty stupid shit.
It'd be interesting to do that.
I don't know what
it'd be interesting.
Would move that.
Well, aside from the fact that the material, the raw scrap value of it is over $100,000. Lead is running about $1.25 a pound in scrap value. So, aside from the scrap value, which is like, okay, it's basically like a Lamborghini Huracan worth of lead in your backyard. We should calculate how much energy it would take to melt that much lead into a ball. Because now we're not talking about a very small amount of energy to melt 100,000 pounds of lead, right? Probably a fairly substantial amount of energy to do that.
It just wasn't even worth asking him for the hard facts. What sort of vessel would you cast it in? What's your method of casting? How did you lift it up? How you don't know how much it weighed when you'd have to have a crane with a weighing meter on it, because I think cranes have all got a pressure gauge. It was just so too far-fetched to even be worth entertaining. It was full of bullshit.
It's just ridiculous.
I mean, that would call for all special equipment. That'd be massive even on an industrial size scale. 100,000 pound casting. That's fucking unusual.
I say, you know how much it would cost to make that fucking mold? It would be insane.
Yeah. I mean, it really is. It really is. It's just so far fetched. If you don't say something, it's just
Can I go in there?
kind of letting him get away with it.
Yo. Good morning, all.
By the way, canals aren't fucking flat. They have a 5-degree tilt down towards wherever they're going. If a canal was flat, the body of water would stay still and not move anywhere. Water is inert. It doesn't move. It's a dead fucking object. It has no memory, nothing. It doesn't have arms and fucking legs. It can't climb over fucking rocks. You know what I mean? So, no. So all fucking canals have a 5-degree slope. The further the 5-degree slope, the longer the fucking hill, the further the fucking you go down. So that the 5 degrees turns into 15, 20, 30, 40, 50 degrees. Yeah.
Tao. Hey, Tao.
Aye.
Are you trying to pull a chemo entrance?
Yeah, I was going to do a chemo and go, chemo! But I didn't have that one. So I was using it on. Here we go. That's a good one, isn't it?
I'm kind of confused.
Hey, with his before Tao jumped in like that with irrelevance, there was a guy in England tried to cast up just a steam engine wheel. Someone his name is, and the amount of effort from about 5 other people to sandcast a steam engine wheel, it was phenomenal. And this guy casting up a lead ball that size, yeah, bullshit.
Yeah.
How are you,
Wow,
Tao?
how big? 300 and what? 85 pound lead ball. Yeah, he's going to need a big set of balls to cast that, isn't he?
Tao, a 5-foot diameter lead ball.
I know, 5 foot, and what's he going to put that on a boat? Yeah, right. Good luck with that one, mate.
62 inches, he said it was.
It'd get it on it, and it'd just fucking collapse and sink.
I wonder how he lift it.
If you built an Egyptian boat with a flat bottom, then it could have carried a ton. But no, it was thick bastard. Used a fucking dinghy, probably. Or one of them old fucking rowing boats you get that go out there, you know what I mean? Them things, as soon as you get weight in the middle, they fold up. They look like fucking, like a giant clam. Comes out of the fucking water and eats you. Then you go down with it. What a downer. Davy Jones locker. See you later. There be some pirates out there. Sorry, I was watching this fucking thing about Pirate Island this morning. I just tried to get that in there. It was actually Drake's Island. It was quite interesting. A couple of guys went out there on a boat, fucking left it too late, and ended up fucking coming back across in the dark, and they all got lost. It's like, you said, fucking idiots, you know what I mean? Fancy trying to navigate a dinghy in the fucking pitch black. Idiots. Anyway, yeah, they got there. They managed it. 4 hours fucking later, but, you know, very strange. Sorry if I blew the lid off your conversation. You know, I tend to do that because, you know, everything that he was talking about really was just like nonsensical. So I had to correct you all on it because the more I hear of this bollocks, the more my head goes, rah! Go on then, whoever that was. That Terry? Or was that, yeah. Did I hear someone say something?
Yeah, I mean, how do people like that are just so funny to me? How does he not realize that people aren't going to catch on to that? I just looked up. I looked up the weight of a steel I-beam, and a 40-foot steel I-beam.
Yeah, you got to go into load bearing fucking structures and load bearing, you know, all that sort of shit. It's all fucking weights and measurements and shit, isn't it? You know, it's only a little bit of math. It's not like fucking, you know, complicated. You know, if you've got something at 2 ton and you want to fucking carry it across something, you're going to have to build that thing to carry at least 3 ton just to keep the safety margins there, you know?
I'm trying to think of like an equivalent thing he told us, like in terms of like a fish story. Like he told us basically that he caught, I don't know, what, fucking Jaws. I mean, I'm trying to think of an analogy here. What size fish did he catch with that story? He caught a blue whale, maybe?
Well, he did, yeah, and it fucking jumped up out of the water, swallowed the cunt, and then he turned into, I don't know, Captain fucking Ahab. I have no idea.
I think that's about what a blue whale weighs, actually, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's just his penis. Have you seen his penis? Fuck me, man. Yeah, they're like 8 foot fucking long and weigh about 7 pounds. You know what I mean? That's some dick.
Damn.
It's probably good to not know so much about animal penises.
Well, you know, the
biology
bigger
generally, but
the harder you fall.
It gets disappointing, man. Trust me.
It does. Oh yeah, women just sort of like say no. Sorry, mate. You ain't sticking that fucking thing in me.
It's just hard to weave into a conversation.
I know. It's strange, isn't it? That's life.
Standing on the station. Did you know a whale's penis is 7 foot? Yeah,
I know.
You just slowly back away. I'll just go and get cigarettes.
Everyone looks at you thinking, what?
Hey, Tao, can you check the chat? Because Bev is asking you for a citation or something.
Maybe a quote even. I don't know what's all this about your and your fucking contraction words in fucking sentences. Come on. Nouns and fucking pronouns. You all know your shit. Yeah. Your is a contraction of you are. It's a contraction word. Get it?
I've got one for English. Things the word presupposition. Isn't any supposition a supposition? They're all either before or after. It's a presumption or a supposition. So some dickhead didn't even get
with
past.
just one position. Usually, you usually should have multiple meanings when you say things, or you're just like you're not trying hard enough.
Yeah, there's a
It's
presupposition.
It's
Well, you know, assumption, then yeah, and then, yeah, well, I don't know. You know, whatever you want to call it.
Well, assumption, presumption, I think is similar. And a supposition, a presupposition, sure, while it does imply it, you just need to say a supposition. You don't need to know where it comes from unless you're trying to dictate a particular narrative, which is a bit of word trickery. Yeah.
A bit of word salad, yeah. But like when they're trying to fucking explain how fucking air pressure works with thermodynamics, what the fuck's all that about? Using the second law of thermodynamics. Fucking, I heard some fucking guns say something like reverse fucking air pressure yesterday. I thought, what? That means that you'd be upside down and they'd be upside down and the fucking air would be going up instead of fucking down. I don't get that. Inverted air pressure, he used the word of, yeah, inverted. That was it. I heard someone say, I thought, you can't have fucking inverted air pressure, you nugget.
Did I hear somebody say a canal tilted at 5 degrees earlier?
Yeah, down towards the, wherever it's going, yeah.
A canal?
Yeah.
So
it has to.
Tilts which way?
Well, it has to tilt downwards, doesn't it? Because a body of water on fucking level ground will stay still, won't it?
Will it?
Well, yeah, because it's fucking still in it, because it's not going anywhere, it's level.
That'd be horizontal, would it?
Well, if you want to call it horizontal or whatever, it's level, same fucking thing in it.
What, horizontal and level are the same thing?
Of course they are, they're both fucking flat. You plank. Do you know what a plank of wood is when it's level? It's fucking horizontal, you plank. Get it? Plank, flat, yeah, plank of wood. Horizontal and level.
Okay.
Why do you try and put two different meanings to horizontal and level?
Tao, or are you trying to be serious?
You're trying to be serious.
Are you trying to be serious?
No, I'm just trying to be what? I don't know, maybe facetious towards your answer?
Okay, so the canal tilts at 5 degrees.
Yes.
And it has to tilt because otherwise it would be horizontal.
Yeah, and water flows downhill, mate, you know.
But the water in a canal doesn't flow. That's the
I
point, mate.
fucking hope it does, mate, or else you'd be fucking having no water in it, would you? You nugget. Think the fucking water got there? Do you think it just fucking beamed in?
It'd be a lake then, wouldn't it?
So
Fuck me.
You are being serious then?
Yeah, the water does come downhill, nugget, and you know, it comes down by gravity, you know?
Okay, so the water in the canal has a tilt in it.
Yeah.
At 5
you know, the only thing that is flat on a canal is a fucking boat lift. Because that holds a body of water and then comes down to the level of the fucking next canal, releases that body of water and the boat, and carries on going down fucking hill. I mean, what else do you need to know?
Okay. Is this the consensus of the whole server?
No, you need to go and fucking see how a canal works. Go and ask
No,
a
it's
fucking
not.
keeper.
Okay.
No, it's not. I think it's 0.05 degrees, actually. But Bev, don't try this trap shit. If you got something to bring up, bring it up.
0.05 of a degree.
You're also dude, how'd your Homer Simpson water level experiment go? With a 40 million to 1 margin for error. God.
A what?
Your Homer Simpson water jacket level, presume, a 40 million to 1 margin for error.
You know, the land
1 millimeter out.
You mean the auto level thing?
They land out the bottom of those canals with wood and clay to keep them waterproof. So yeah, water flows downhill, mate. Work that one out.
Yeah, I know water flows downhill, but the water in a canal is horizontal because it doesn't flow.
All right, so how does the water get into the canal then? Do they pump it in? Huh? Come on, answer the question. How does the water get into the canal? Does it just fucking walk there?
Yeah, a bit comes from rain, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, there is a little bit of rain, yeah, but not all of it. You ever heard of?
It must come out.
You ever heard of undercurrents?
Otherwise, it'd flood the land.
Yeah, you ever heard of undercurrents? Whoever I'm talking to, this guy, whoever he is. Yeah, undercurrents, right? They flow under the fucking water. There are many different undercurrents that rip fucking different ways, you know? You can fall into a canal and get sucked into one of them and fucking go, you're gone, see ya, you know? If you're not a very good swimmer. Yeah, there are undercurrents in canals, yeah. They're flowing fucking bodies of water. They're not fucking still. Of course they're flowing bodies of water. They move across the fucking land.
Have you ever seen the Leeds to Liverpool Canal?
Yeah.
Okay. It's not known for its dangerous undercurrents.
It comes up and it goes down. Yeah, that's called the tide.
Not on the canal.
Well, they can lock it in, can't they? They can open a couple of fucking sluice gates, let the river in, then shut it again. Come on, use your brain.
The river.
Yeah, there usually is, like, you know, something connected to a fucking canal that's going to feed it water. Maybe a pumping station or something, but, you know. A reservoir even, you know, but canals just don't fucking grow on their own. You've got to make them.
Nice one, Zebra. Nice one. Love it. That's beautiful.
What, have you never
Was
seen
that
a
called
water
how
level?
to look stupid? Was that called how to make someone look stupid in one photo?
I know, pointing at a fucking water level in a glass rod. How fucking exciting is that? That's on a fucking on the edge of a reservoir anyway, so obviously there's going to be a water level in there.
On the edge of a reservoir?
Looks like it, yeah. Looks like a reservoir, that.
That's a canal that we're doing it. We're just doing it on the side of a canal.
What the fuck is that? That glass thing's connected to? Oh, it's a tripod, isn't it? Yeah, I see what it is now. So using a water level on the edge of a canal. Yeah, and what was your answer?
We have we have an auto level looking at that.
Right.
Auto level.
What sort of auto level?
Pardon?
Sort of auto level. A theodolite? A fucking, a spirit level? Whatever.
An auto level.
I want
a fucking spirit level's a fucking auto level. You leave it on a piece of wood. If it ain't fucking straight, mate, and the bubble don't go in the middle, then, it's bent.
Came in to ask about your 5-degree tilt on
Yeah.
canals.
Yeah.
Right, so I'm obviously not going to be able to get into a water level discussion with you.
No, you're not. Definitely not. No, because I don't take any of that bullshit you come out with and all that fucking word salad crap.
How much water tilt do you reckon there is in a water level?
Depends which way you fucking tilt it, you nugget.
Or would that be horizontal, the water level?
Not unless you tried making it horizontal, and then how would you know it was horizontal with the fucking ground that you were stood on? You'd have to make the fucking ground horizontal first, wouldn't you? And then you'd have to make you horizontal. There you go.
The tool that water levels for, Tao. Yeah.
Stood on fucking uneven ground. It's going to be fucking not level, is it?
Okay.
You've got to level your ground first and put a 5-degree tilt in it. There you
Pretty
go.
obvious, Tao. We're not going to get a good discussion with you.
No, you're not. No, mate. No, I'm going to go around the fucking mulberry bush and round the mulberry bush, mate, for days with you. Because you're just going to answer the same circulatory question that you always ask. It's all bollocks. You do think I've been sat here listening for 5 fucking years to this bullshit to be sat here and then be questioned by a complete fucking moron about what level and fucking flat is? Yeah, right. Go and sing another fucking tune somewhere or fucking do another dance because your Michael Flatley routine in here, mate, is getting fucking boring.
Okay. Well, I came in to have a word to see if Curved was in here because apparently he thinks I should be in prison.
Well, I don't know where you should be. You can do what you fucking like, mate. I don't know. It's your prerogative, your life, your explanation.
Is he in here? Has he changed his name or is he just not in here?
It's too early. You don't get up while 11:30 our time. I don't know what time that is yours.
Oh, he was in here at this time yesterday.
That's Sunday, mate. That was a very rare occasion for fucking Kev to be in here at 8:30 in the morning. He must have shit the bed.
Okay. So I'm gonna go now because conversation's a bit getting a bit aggressive. I don't want to upset you anymore, Tao.
Well, I can cool it right down to nothing if you want. That's easy.
Okay,
I mean,
yeah? I might stick around for a bit then.
Yeah. No, I'm not really an aggressive person. I mean, I'm aggressive in my answers sometimes, and I'm aggressive sometimes when I come forward because I'm passionate about these things. You know what I mean? They're like, when I know something's right, it's right. And when you're trying to tell me that it's something else that I know that's fucking logically correct, it's like, you break my brain in half. You know what I mean? You like snap something in there. It's like, well, you fucking stop snapping bits of my brain out, please. I need that fucking brain cell there.
Yeah,
So the one I've got.
I said that yesterday as well.
Yeah.
That's all I've ever had as a flat earth apologist. Dumb globers snapping my brain on some things.
See, Don, I told you on the fence. A flat earth apologist.
No, that has nothing to do with like being in conclusion about like on the fence. You know what I mean? Like, but it definitely lets me be certain that 85% of globers don't know what they're talking about. That doesn't mean I have to be on the fence about the shape of the earth.
Yeah, well said, that man.
Well said. That was a pile of bullshit.
Like I said, everybody's fucking prerogatives their own. They look at the fucking world out there when I look at it. If they want to fucking tell other people the world's flat, let them. I don't care. It doesn't make no fucking difference to my life or anybody else's life on this planet what fucking shape it is, really. If it's flat, it's fucking flat. Who cares? If it's round, it's round. Who cares, Just another fucking shape in an abstract fucking world we live in, mate.
Well, Tao, I, for one, care.
I also care.
But if it was flat and there was an edge, would you really go to it? No, you wouldn't. You'd want to stay in the middle, wouldn't you? Because you'd live longer.
He wouldn't care. He'd toe the line. If it was murder or fucking run your mouth, would you run your mouth? Would you really?
Depends on how many guns I had around me and how many tanks and how many fucking planes and ships and fucking armies I had. Then I'd run my mouth, yeah. Because that's what people do when they have fucking big countries and big fucking armies and shit, they run their mouths at each other, and then they end up going to war for running their mouths at each other. You know, this is what happens in the world. I mean, there's been one country that's been fucking taking Australia to war for like the last 60 years, and he's just one guy, and he ain't got an army. I don't know how he's going to do it, but, you know, he reckons he's taking Australia to war, yeah.
Who's that?
Some old fucking guy that's the king of a fucking country that lives next door to you in Australia somewhere or something like that. I'm sure he's Australian.
You mean Hutt River? You mean Hutt River Province? Is that what you're talking
Like
about?
that, around that area, yeah, it could be.
Oh, he declared himself a principality. Yeah, he's
That was
like
it.
probably the first.
Then he declared war on the fucking nation of the same country that he's in. I mean, how is he going to do that? The fucking idiot. He hasn't even got an army.
No, well.
Never mind. You're allowed to declare war if you're a king, aren't you? You know?
Absolutely. I'm just saying, imagine if you're like the lone scientist that didn't have the army, but possibly found out the flat Earth. It would be a lot harder to run your mouth.
And he went on the premise that it was flat. Yeah, and he had to fight a battle on a flat world. That'd be like tabletop fucking war games, wouldn't it?
Foosball.
Can I get a citation for the canal 5-degree tilt thing, Tao?
Why don't you just go and fucking do some? Why don't you go and do some research on canals and how they're built?
Yeah. Do you not think I have?
In 2 seconds, wasn't it?
Tao. Do you not think I've been doing this for a year?
I don't know how long you've been doing it, mate. 5 years, I think.
No.
Only a year now.
Yeah, just this water level thing. Just before.
Oh, what for it? You've been a fucking year on water level, mate. What didn't you get?
It's horizontal, right? It's not me that isn't getting it.
It's everybody else.
Yeah, it's finding a way to prove it.
No, it's finding a way to explain it explicitly.
What?
Explain it explicitly so that you so that you're actually part of it. You know what I mean? Use your neuro fucking logical shit. That stuff, you know.
No, that's not how you do it, is it?
Yeah, well, if you want to become part of any machine, you make sure that you can feel what it's doing.
Repeatable, observable.
Yeah. To become part of the land, you've got to feel the land.
So does that water level establish a horizontal, Bev?
Which one?
The one in the chat.
Yeah, in between the two bits of the water level. Yeah, from one end to the other. Yeah.
Well, then how come that horizontal isn't congruent with the horizon?
What do you mean?
Everything is below that horizontal.
Because you've took that up higher than everything else.
Well, so you went up 550,000 feet with a water level and you tried to do a level with it. And what did you fucking get? Just a level. I mean, well, you will. Because you're only 550,000 fucking or whatever it is. And then you go and try and do a level at that height. Well, it's going to be fucking level, isn't it?
Yeah, you tell them, Tao.
So, I don't know. I mean, what are you trying to achieve by that? I don't know.
Yeah, any answer? What we're going to achieve?
Well, it ain't going to come out
the horizon
flat.
doesn't rise to eye level, doesn't it?
Who said it did?
No, they don't rise to our level. They stay on the fucking level of the perspective that you're stood on.
You know, that's how I came into this. I said somebody said something like that, and I said, yeah, the horizon doesn't rise to eye level. It can't.
No, because it's not moving. You are.
Oh, yeah. It might be an optical effect that makes it look like it does, but it can't rise to eye level.
Fucking just there. You walk towards it, it moves away from you.
A horizontal surface doesn't rise up in front of you, does it?
No, it moves away from you. The fucking further you get towards it, the further it moves away from you all the time.
It down. Stays horizontal.
Well,
that's what
horizontal
is.
forever as you go around it then, yeah? A horizontal circle, that's fucking new. Is that a tangent on the edge of a circle?
Oh, no, you just
You got to keep taking tangents all the way around the circle to find your horizontal.
Yeah,
you never do it. You're going to end up with a fucking
inject the bend in somewhere.
A trillion-sided fucking shape. A dodeca fucking billion or something. What is it? A dodeca Google? A dodeca Google, that'll do, yeah. You'd have a dodeca Google, mate.
You're struggling.
Funny as fuck.
Hey,
It's so
mate,
eventually,
if I
but
may-
be a funny looking bastard.
Hey, Tao, mate.
Come on,
hey, Bev,
Tao.
before you put up a meme that said that look on your face when you get a spinning ball earth that'll look something up. So you're not here to prove anything. You're just here to waste people's time. And is that seriously what you rate as an achievement in your level of life? Because, dude, I think you don't need to be looking at us. You need to be looking inward if that's what you think. You've achieved making someone look something up. They get the knowledge. You don't. I think that could be what you call checkmate, buddy.
You're talking to Tao then?
But I already had the fucking knowledge, so I don't really need to look out.
Bev, Tao, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Bev.
All right,
You
sorry.
put up a meme that said, when you make a spinning ball monkey, look up something. And with a smile on your face, insinuating you're not real.
Yeah,
Full
no,
of shit.
that's because Jesse Kozlowski said that Belu gave him the inspiration to look for the tilt. Did you not know that?
Who's fucking Belu?
Is that Alien?
He's been talking to fucking aliens now, mate. What is going on in this room?
Yes,
Shit,
yes,
man.
yes.
It's getting fucking crazy.
Like,
this
wasn't
shit.
that a joke? That sounds like a joke.
Wow, that sounds like he was serious, actually.
Yeah, Jesse Kozlowski said it when he was
Yeah.
talking to Soundly.
I did actually hear
do you
something
know
about, yeah, I'm not going to go into it, but I do hear
you
about
know who
Belu
Jesse
shit.
is, you mong?
That Belu shit's been going around for the
Hey,
last fucking
Tao,
4 or 5
you
years. Sorry,
mong.
mate.
Do you know who Jesse Kozlowski is?
I ain't a fucking clue. Some fucking flat earther,
He's a
probably.
surveyor, an actual fucking surveyor,
Oh,
an
is he?
glober. You fucking mong.
And he talks about aliens. I
Yeah,
think he needs
because
to go and see a
most
fucking
likely he
doctor.
was making a joke, right?
Oh, hopefully it was a joke, yeah.
And do you
Maybe
even
a
know
joke.
who Belu is? Like what the alien is? Like it is in the fucking concave Earth document that supposedly revealed the concave Earth secret to fucking flat earthers or something. Like it's a complete
right.
fucking joke.
I see.
So are we clear
You
on
were
that
talking
now?
out of your ass. I'm sorry.
Well, the wind of change blows in different directions, doesn't it? So if it's blowing out my ass, then, you know, it's blowing out my ass. Like a bitch.
You can't go against Jesse's tilt.
Yeah, the 5-degree tilt. I'm not forgetting that, no.
Tao, I think it might be 0.05 degree tilt. Because if I remember rightly, I was watching this thing on the aqueducts and the Romans managed to get a perfect 0.05 degree tilt for like 7 or 8 kilometers on their aqueducts. So I think maybe, yeah, I can't remember exactly. When you said it, that number rang a bell. The Romans. There you go, Bev, the Roman Empire.
That's to get the
Ask him if they
water to flow, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they used aquifers and fucking all that
Doesn't
shit.
sound like an awful lot, that. How far did you say they got that sort of a go for?
No, the fucking built those bastard things that went across fucking the whole of the fucking
Hang on,
land
Tao.
and carried the water across it. You know, it's like, wow, that's some fucking engineering achievement that is for their day.
Hang on, Tao. If you got off your ass and actually watched stuff on the Roman Empire, mate, you'd learn a lot of shit. I'm not doing your research. I already know that stuff and find it interesting.
I'm
you don't
still
want
in
to get off
fucking
your ass and
17th dynasty fucking Egypt, man. I haven't got to the Romans yet.
I'm not you, Tao. I'm going to
All
Bev.
right.
So, Bev,
Sorry.
if you watch the docos, why come in and ask people about it and say, oh, no, that's not right? Go and watch the documentary. No, you can't yell back at it, though, can you? Hey, watch the Romans. Mate. You'll look
Someone
like
just
shit, son.
brought up
You're
the
doing yourself a
Romans.
disservice.
You just brought up the Roman aquifers. I think that was you.
Yeah.
And then Bev asked you a question, and now you're going to go and do your research. Don't bring it up if you don't want to talk about it.
So I came in because Tao here said about the 5-degree tilt. Now I've noticed that you've tried to change his mind for him to point out that he's wrong. I know you're doing it very nicely, but Towd's not going to like being told he's wrong, so that's why you're doing it very nicely.
No, I'll accept if I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. You know what I mean? And I'll be re-educated. And if it's 0.5 degrees, then fair enough. But you know what I mean? I
think he said 0.05. You best just make sure. Is that?
Oh, is it 0.05 now?
I think that's what he said. But that is that. Like I was about to tell your man here. That's the slope of the water, right? That's the tilt that they could get the flow of the water to run through the
aquifer. The Nubians used a 0.04 degree tilt in theirs.
Quanats used a very, very low grade, let's call it.
They had to bring those over the top of a mountain, didn't they? Yeah. Into Peru and fucking... Not Peru. Yeah, it was actually. It was Petra in Jordan. So, yeah, they had one of those aquifers and it ran all the way fucking down the side of the actual, you know, like crevice and shit that goes into it. The actual walkway, I can't remember what they call it now, but it runs all the way down the side of there across the top of this mountain, and they build dams and fucking all that sort of shit just to get the water to flow across the top of that. It's fucking amazing. I mean, we can't even...
It has to have a slope or a tilt.
Yeah,
or a grade in order to flow, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Yeah. Oh well,
canals don't flow,
but they do.
They don't.
They're not a still body of water.
They are.
Well, wouldn't that stagnate and you all get sick?
Yeah.
From stagnant water.
I mean, all the canals and fucking rivers and shit that I've been on have all been flowing and connected to something.
Okay, so you said you'd seen the Leeds to Liverpool Canal. I guess you haven't.
If the Liverpool Canal's an inland body locked of water, then that's been an inland body locked of water for a reason. That means the city's been built up around it and locked that canal in the middle, just like Gravelly Hill Interchange.
Way back in the 18th century, they decided they wanted the coal bringing from Yorkshire.
Exactly.
To the docks in Liverpool.
Yeah, so you know Spaghetti Junction, yeah?
A canal.
Yeah, you know Spaghetti Junction. Why they built that? Well, it was called originally Gravelly Hill Interchange, where all the canal barges used to fucking cross, yeah? But because coal and all that shit, like you just said, was on the go at the same time, they had to build the motorway over the top of the canals. That locked them all into the fucking city. They couldn't fucking do anything about it. So, yeah, they became landlocked. But no, originally... They all connected to the fucking sea.
You're explaining now, right now, Tao, why I don't come in here very often, right? I came in to see Curved because Curve said I was being criminally
you
evasive.
get wrecked whenever you come in here. That's why you don't bother. You only came in today because Emma sent you a message. Because Tao's being a goon. Yeah.
No.
Whatever Kev says is Kev's prerogative. And,
you heard that Tao was being a goon, so you thought,
hang on, I'll go live now. I'll go live now and show you my messages.
It isn't. Tao's a fucking goon.
Don't talk shit.
So whatever you say from him,
send him
it
a
isn't
message.
from us,
Rizzler,
okay?
stop talking out
What
your
are you on
ass.
about, dickhead?
Stop talking out your ass. I didn't send him a message.
Yeah,
I was sat in here
okay,
listening and they've arrived.
I don't believe
Great.
you.
Right, let's go live
You
now.
speaking over each other doesn't help anything.
Let's go live and I'll go through all my messages right now live if you want.
Oh, what?
I'll show you.
Like you couldn't delete anything?
Oh, jeez. Rizzler, grow up.
Well, Emma, you
ain't
telling
getting
me
your
to grow up
PS5.
and you think it's fucking flat? All right, love.
No, I don't think it's flat. That's
Yeah,
the
you
thing.
do.
You make
Yeah,
that
you do.
up.
But you
make
know
that
it's
up.
not a globe, right?
Yeah, that's different to being
No, it's not,
saying what
you
you say.
fucking
Yeah, it
idiot.
is. Yes,
Anyway,
it is.
back to Tao and the other goon. Go on.
Yeah, go and buy yourself a PS5, you prick.
I will do if it when they come out.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
I'll probably get a goon to buy it for me.
Wow, you get. Oh, please, someone buy me a PS5. Go and
Well,
buy
you
yourself
really
one.
think I was serious about that, Emma?
No, you were being a troll to start with.
I was having a laugh, yeah.
No, to start with, you were being an ass.
And you laughed immediately, right?
Back at the beginning, when
You
I first
laughed
came in,
immediately. You
I
laughed
thought,
immediately.
that's nice how the men are going after the victims, but they won't call out Jedi.
And I didn't
but
go
they'll
after
call me
anybody,
out.
did I? I just said, Emma, can you buy me a PS5? That's all I said,
Yeah.
right?
Hilarious. A woman coming into the server and she gets that.
Did I do anything but say, Emma, can you buy me a PS5?
No, that was the limit of your
That was it, wasn't it? Nothing else. None of
intelligence.
what you just said I was doing.
Didn't say you were doing anything about from asking for a PS5. I'm trolling.
You just said that I was trolling you. No, I
That
didn't. I
is
just
trolling.
said, Emma, buy me a PS5. And we had a joke about it, right?
Fuck's sake, do we have to go back through your messages as well?
Did
Jesus.
we? Did we have a joke about it?
Eventually, when I realised you weren't
The
actually
very
that much
first
of a
day.
prick.
The very first day.
If you say so. I mean, if that's
Well, that's what's the truth.
you
is.
guys know what goes on
Don't
inside a
put
woman's
me in
head
with
better
you,
than
mate.
women.
I know nothing about 24/7. I don't do that shit.
I'm talking about women. You obviously know what goes on in women's heads. You know how they think, so that's fine. I don't know why you're asking me.
What's this got to do with it now? You're just full of deflection, love.
Finish. Anything else, or can we get back to having an actual conversation?
Is this an actual conversation?
No, it kind of was. But...
Well, it wasn't, though, was it?
Oh, because there's people like you that jump in the conversation.
People like me? Oh, you mean people like Bev? Who just have one trick and you think it's fucking... You think he's onto something because he can say horizontally level fucking 10,000 times a fucking
Okay,
day.
so you're saying now that this server is not welcoming people for conversation. Is that
Is
what you're
that
saying?
what I'm saying? Is that what I'm saying? Is that
Pretty
really what
much,
I'm
yeah.
saying, Emma?
Pretty much.
Is it? All right,
Pretty
so
much.
you know what all men think then, do you?
This is going.
See how I
This is
did that?
going out to
You
YouTube.
fucking
Let the
dweeb.
audience decide. If
Let the
flat Earth
audience
people
decide
want to come
what?
in here and talk to you and have a discussion,
About
let
what? About
let
the
them
Earth
be the
not being
judge.
fucking flat?
Why have you got a bloody server called Debate Flat Earth and More? Why
I
are you
don't
in
have it.
here?
What are you on about?
If you don't want to talk about it, why are
Who's
you in
saying I
here?
don't want to talk about it? Again, again, you're just lying.
You're derailing the conversation. Everybody was having a kind of decent
Not everybody was
conversation.
having it. You had Tao and fucking your mongy mate fucking being goons.
And now it's derailed into you calling everybody names.
No,
yeah,
not
now it went to
everybody.
double mongoloiding. Fucking goddamn.
It's
Now
just,
it's nothing but goons.
just let the conversation happen. I mean, if
Well,
really,
fuck up
if
then,
that's
love.
what, it's not going to entice more people
How
to
about
come
you
in
fuck
here
up
and
and
talk
let
to
it
you.
happen then?
Well, I'm waiting for you to shut your gob.
Well, you first, bitch.
Oh my fucking god.
It started.
Wow.
Damn.
You guys are grown-ups. Are you guys grown-ups?
Oh, says the guy with fucking a soundboard.
None of us are grown-ups. We're all fucking children at heart.
Drop your word salad, fucking gif.
Flobber-lobber-lob.
I don't have a soundboard, dude. You got the wrong guy.
Well, all you Aussie goons sound the same to me.
Wow, is this just the particular conversations that you can't
It's
have?
you, actually. You really annoy me.
Yeah, I get that. I do. I get that
I'd love
quite a lot
I'd
from you
love
guys.
to meet you at Leeds Liverpool Canal, actually.
Does Rizzler annoy anyone in this
Bring
room?
your water wings with you.
Oh, and you fucking rubber duck. I'll chuck a fucking bottle of shampoo and you can have a bath and all you mucky cunt.
Wow. So, I came in to let you know
you're a
that I'm
fucking
not
goon who thinks
being
the Earth's flat.
evasive.
So you think
okay?
the Earth's flat? What a fucking mong you are.
Not even when
Is
you're
that
being
racist?
like this,
Not
people like you lot
every
here.
observations can change
So-
your mongy mind.
I'm here for when Curved comes. All right, tell him.
You've been waiting a
we've
while,
got-
hour and a
He
half.
destroys you every time.
We've got a debate to happen, right? He wants a chat.
There is no debate. The Earth isn't fucking flat.
Why does he want me
Why
in
do
jail
you want to
then?
be here?
Just to hear your goonery.
Is it? Is it because you don't like the conversation? Is that
No,
what it
it's because I
is?
don't like you.
Okay. So is that why Curved thinks I should be
Why
in
are you
jail?
asking me what Curve thinks?
Because it seems to be like a common thing between you lot. You all talk about me, don't you? Yeah.
You lot.
You not talk about how
Who's
you dislike me.
you lot? Please, who's you lot?
You lot.
We talk
Who
about you.
is you
Nah,
lot?
you're not that fucking interested.
Okay. So it's just the conversation that you
Whenever
don't like
you're
then.
brought up, it's usually in the form of a joke.
Yeah. Okay. So you'll tell Curved he'll have to come out of his little echo chamber here
No.
if he wants
We're
to
not
chat
your
with us.
fucking message boys or
Because
girls. Why
we're
don't you
not.
go fucking find him? Go
You
message him.
should have seen that, you fucking dad.
Get to talking
It's
here as much as
going
you
on
like.
live. It can all
You're
be
actually
recorded.
protected
This.
by a lot of the mods because you're
Bloody hell.
junior.
Hello?
I can't hear when you all talk together.
Well, maybe you should shut the fuck up then.
I wasn't saying anything. It was you lot trying to jump on
You
each other
lot.
to say something.
Just DM him. If you got a problem with him, send him a DM. Probably the best thing because people might not convey the message properly. So it's best you do it yourself.
No, he does it. He does it live. Remember, he was the one that said I needed to be in jail live. He didn't send me a DM about it.
Who was that? Give us a link. What the fuck are you talking about?
It was Curved
That's how important it is.
yesterday.
We don't give a fuck. Seriously.
Well, you're not him, and I wasn't coming here asking for
Not
your
here,
permission.
so who cares?
Okay, is he
Try
not?
half 11.
He's not a regular here, then, is he not?
Try about 11:30 our time, UK time, then he'll be up.
Okay. I'll pop back later then, guys. All right.
Oh, I won't hold my breath.
I'll just go on mute for a while.
Okay.
You do that.
That benefit us all. Great.
You can do them as well, so.
Who? What? Gone deaf again, Riz.
What?
What? Yeah, no.
This twin letter phrase is a magic card and also a Michael Jackson lyric.
I kind of wanted to hear about Bev's piece of equipment. If you're still listening, Bev, I want to know what you're using. My first thought whenever I heard you doing this experiment was, what's the equipment and what's its tolerance? So that's basically all I want to know. I don't want to get. I'm not trying to get in some long conversation with you, but if you can tell me that, I would be.
I don't think we're allowed to talk about it. Triggers too many people around here when they hear the So.
Yeah.
Aw.
You shut the fuck up. You do as I tell you, bitch.
Bev, do you know what a datum line
I
is?
mean, Bev, don't be. I mean, you're gonna let him treat you like that? You're not gonna whip out your big dick piece of equipment and tell me about it?
Measure it. About what, 5 mil?
Well, we did just get told like 5 minutes ago to shut the fuck up.
No, you
Nobody
got
wanted
told
to
it less
talk
than
to
30
us.
seconds ago to shut the fuck up.
Well, that wasn't
Yeah,
by me
well,
though.
no, I know, but what do you do when the whole room's just like, no, we don't want to talk to you, and then the room goes silent?
We usually stay silent with it, but I can't be asked.
Like I say, I came in here to talk about somebody saying I should be locked up for being criminally evasive. And now it seems like you guys don't want to talk.
Well, no,
It's a bit
because it's
weird,
not
isn't it?
for us to talk
All right,
about
fuck
it.
it.
It's
You've
because
got
you
to get
can't.
it. It's his problem and your problem to sort out together. We are not getting in between
Obviously, your
yours and
problem
his
as well, Ben.
conversation, obviously. We'll wait till it happens and then we'll listen. And if we have an objective or a, you know, an understanding or anything like that, then I'm sure we'll fucking put our feelings forward and quite clearly to you.
You don't have a common sort of ground, do you? That's why you're all
Yeah,
struggling.
I've been here for like 5
You
years. So
all
yeah, I have a common
struggle
ground
with it
here.
individually in different ways.
Not really, no, but I don't
Bev,
really know everybody in here, but I'm like on the general consensus that everybody would probably agree with me, yeah.
No, you have a 5-degree tilt.
Yeah, but I've just been corrected by yourself that it's 0.05 degrees. So
No. It's
0.5
horizontal,
degrees.
the
So
water
I'm
in the
quite happy
canal.
to go with your idea if you want. I'm not really that fussed.
Well, you already went with the horizontal. Level is horizontal.
Well,
That was your opening statement,
Well,
dude.
yeah, level is horizontal. Why do you call automatic levels and then look for a fucking horizontal then, you nugget?
That's what a lot of people say.
Well, exactly so.
Not everyone, though.
What's a datum line then?
Yeah, Bev, do you look at the WGS?
Do you look at what a datum line is and why we set datum lines?
Yeah.
There you go, then you know what a datum line is. You found your level. There you go.
It's horizontal.
Yeah, we bring everything from the horizontal level, yeah, that we find, exactly. And then we build from that.
Yeah, everything's horizontal at a particular point, but one point's horizontal is not the same as another point's horizontal.
No, because tangents occur all over abstract fucking earth.
Yeah.
Okay, you go
See,
abstract.
They've
See,
supposedly already done a thing. And see, the thing is, I'm not smart enough to challenge the data, right? If you want the data, they have it there. It's all freaking open. The WGS shit. It's there. All the stuff you're wanting to collect, you can just look at how they've collected it and try to bust it open.
do it ourselves. It's a test, right? The only thing you've got to get in your head is like, is a horizontal over a mile possible by surveyors? Is it possible for a surveyor to run a horizontal line for a mile?
I don't think they'd do that. They'd set
With the
a
level
datum
of
line
top.
first, and
Yeah,
then
they
they'd
say
work
yes.
from that.
Yeah,
Don't
they
use
say
a-
yes.
Oh, yeah, I know. Well, yeah, all right then.
Yeah,
I
no
mean, they'll
such thing
say
as
yes
perfection,
that they
Bev.
could
The whole
pinpoint it
idea
with the
is
theodolite, a spot. They'll say it's perfectly horizontal.
Oh, yeah, theodolite. I forgot. Yeah, he's using a
Or
fucking
just
datum
for a
line.
mark or a water level. I mean, you know,
He's
and
using
people argue it.
He's using a different type of fucking mechanical equipment, isn't he, to a theodolite. Theodolites give you the fucking datum line over a mile, yeah, but that thing won't. It'll just give you the level.
Probably using a dump level, which is way less accurate than a theodolite.
It is a dump they're using. It's a dump level, yeah.
Who just said that?
Is it?
So
No, like I said, Beth, that was my first thought when I heard you were doing this.
That's why I looked at the
What's his
picture.
piece of equipment? How accurately can we measure his dick? Right. That's my first thought. Are you 6 inches? In the 16th, or are you like 7 7/8? saying, what's the level of tolerance here we're working with?
Look, dude, you can't get into this discussion here. You'll trigger too many people.
Well, I'm just asking you, Bev. I'm just asking you the most basic.
No, you'll have to come.
Your
You'll have to come to somewhere where it'll be a bit more civil. You all over talk each other when you get triggered and you hear certain words. It's too much. You know you can't do that here in this server.
Well, it's been a while since I've been in this server and actually talked to a flat earther in this server. So, I mean, I've heard many conversations.
You don't think I'm a flat earther, do you?
Well, no, you're a globe denier. I mean, that would be more accurate.
Skeptic.
So you stand on the fence.
Well, skeptic.
Well, we're trying to find out. We're trying to do tests, right?
Like him claim, just so that they don't be put in the same category as other flat Earth goons. He is a flat earther, as is Emma and all these other fucking
Yeah, no,
people
that's
who say
just
they-
your
As is
label.
Emma,
Yeah.
That's
and
your
all these other
label,
people
Rizzler.
who say they deny the globe. They
Shut up,
don't
Rizzler.
know it's flat, but they know for sure as shit it ain't a globe,
Yeah,
right?
just keep
How do you
talking.
fucking know that
Waffle,
then, you
waffle,
dumb
waffle.
If you don't know what shape it is, it could be a globe then, right?
Let's measure it, right?
It's been done.
Let's
It's been done. So
measure
don't worry
it.
about it.
It's been done many, many, many times.
They did it 2,000 years ago with Stadia.
Stadia.
Yeah.
What's a stadia?
The length of a fucking stadium.
What's that? How big's that?
I don't know how big they fucking built them back then. You go and fucking measure one. I don't know.
It's about 600 in it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's 600 Roman feet, which
There you
equals
go.
about
So
606.9. I think.
Yeah, but they realised that
equivalent.
the stadium was a bit too small, so you know.
I didn't know that. I just made that up, didn't I?
Well,
Did I just
yeah.
make that up?
No, they had to bend everything in on their
Because they don't
maps.
know what a stadia is, did they?
No, they didn't know the full fucking. They didn't know
You do
all
know
of it.
those, though, right? Every time you look through an optical device, right, you see stadia hairs. You know that, don't you?
No, never heard of one of them.
Right. Oh, well. Perhaps you should ask your mate Jesse Kozlowski.
What do you mean? He's never even fucking met the guy. Why did you refer to him as his mate? Why
is he
would you
anyway?
refer to him as his mate then?
Wait, did
Is
you
it
say
'cause you know he's
Stadia?
on his twat?
Say Stadia was 666 feet.
I don't know.
Right.
No,
No, it's
it
not
was. I
670.
think it was 600 Roman feet, but they don't know. They're just making it up.
We know the history, and we know why
They
the
make it up.
history
They don't deduce it from any other evidence, do they? They just pull these numbers
Yeah,
out
they
the
say
fucking
they
arse.
don't know the official dimensions. They
but
say it.
give you a good fucking guess. So they're not just making it up, then, are they?
Yeah, because they don't know. They say
it's
they
not.
don't know.
But it's not made up, is it?
No, the
It's
stadia
deduced from
that they use
it's
today.
a very, very good guess
Yeah,
from the
okay, but
evidence that
it's
they have.
not the same as stadia today.
How
like
do you know?
modern
How
day?
do you know they
Because
don't have it banged on?
stadia
If we
hairs
don't have,
are
if we
within
don't
the
have
optical device.
If we don't have the exact measurement, how do you know that we haven't guessed it?
So it's regardless of what a stadia is, we've measured the Earth in modern day units, and it's curved.
Is it?
Yeah.
Who's measured it then?
We've also seen it. Direct fucking observation.
Who's measured it though, please?
We've seen it. It doesn't really matter. We've seen
Yeah,
it.
but that's what I'm all about. You guys
It
know
doesn't
that.
matter. We've seen it. We've seen the Earth is a
Right,
fucking
so
sphere.
you just claim it's been measured, then
No,
say it doesn't
I didn't
matter.
claim that, but it
and
has
you've just
been.
seen it.
I'm sure you can go and do your research and find out who's measured it.
Well, you guys don't know. See, you guys are just saying it has been
You're
measured.
not saying I don't know.
A clue who did it. You go and look who did it. I need to look who did it. I was just the one who claimed that it was done.
Direct observation. Why are you avoiding that?
He's sea lining, is he?
Soundly did it, Bev.
Is that what you call it?
In
Sorry?
Soundly did it in recent times.
Soundly measured.
Yeah,
Did
yeah,
he?
across the globe monument, the monument to globe Earth.
No, he said measured the Earth, not measured his imagination.
Bev, I've done it.
Direct fucking observation.
So
That's
I'm
all we fucking need.
keen on the
See
soundy
you.
one as
You
well. I don't
have
want to lose
fucking
that.
Jump through hoops for idiots like you.
Who's
when we've
the
got
one that
pictures
thinks
from space
Soundly's measured
confirming that
the
it's an
curve of
oblate
the Earth?
sphere.
50.
What a
Who is
goon.
we?
I'll post it in a second for you, Bev. How about that?
That guy's got a lot of mice in his pockets, doesn't he?
I mean, you agree that GPS works? I would imagine. You use it to navigate, and high
That
precision
what?
GPS is a thing we know exists. This is something you can actually do
So does a
yourself.
piece of string that goes from point A to point B. What is your damn point?
Who unmuted fucking Demok?
Common sense unmuted me, punk.
Yeah, Demon, why don't you show us how your son works on a flat Earth, huh?
Why don't I show you how a string can go from point A to point B?
No.
Is that what you asked?
Show us the
Or
tides.
why don't I show you how hot air balloons work on a flat surface in any scale? Or
don't
boats
answer my
or
questions with
planes?
questions,
But you
man.
can't show me a ball working
D-Mark, don't
with
be a
boats on it
hypocrite,
on any
bro.
scale? Hello, I
D-Mark,
can get the same size table and give you the same size ball. We can have the same size area, the same size grid. You can have the same size thing. You take the ball, you flatten it, you put it on the tabletop. Guess what? I can do everything on the tabletop. Guess what you can't do? Not a fucking thing on your little globe ball anyway.
Guess what
And
you
we can do
can't
it in a
do? Make a
classroom
flat Earth map.
every
Can't make a
damn
flat Earth map that
time.
shows all the cities in the
Every
world, the
damn
distances
time.
between
Aren't
them.
you sad? Aren't you sad boats only work on a flat
Can't
Earth?
make a flat Earth
Planes,
map with all the
trains.
cities and show the correct
Are you
distance
listening?
between them all.
Can you hear?
Can
Hey,
you hear
Narnia.
me? Can you hear me?
Narnia, boats,
Let's
trains,
map it. Let's look at
planes,
the oceans.
cars.
Let's look at
Everything
Antarctica.
works on a
How
flat
come,
table.
Demok, you haven't
can
got a
have the
flat
More
map?
same
cameras
size
out in
Distance
globe.
of all the
space, a
cities to
Mawari
them.
type
Listen,
one.
turn your camera on. Listen,
Like
I can
public
help you. Evidence is what we
observatories,
need. Physical evidence,
public
right?
satellites,
Turn your camera on.
security
I'll turn my
cameras.
camera on. We'll
Yep.
see what we can get to work on a live table the same size as your ball. So you get a 10-foot ball, I'll get a 10-foot table. We'll see what we can do live, me and you. Real water, real table, real ball, real water, real table. We'll see what we can do. Same amount of water on my flat table, same amount of water on your ball.
You
The fuck is that
first,
supposed
because
to
you're the
show?
one that claims you have a ball. You think you live on a
Yours,
ball?
your
Let's see how it
proposition.
works. Ty.
You first, bro. Go ahead. Whip it out, big boy. Whip out a sunset or tides is what I want to see particularly.
Yeah, we want to see that sun rotating above your table.
Thankful Demok's been muted again.
There's not
Kraken
flat
back.
Earth there.
Thank fuck they took the fucking Kraken back into its little cave there with them bars over it, you know. Last time I saw that, he swam down and fucking did this fucking thing, you know. And then this big fucking metal cage came up and he swam out, man. You should have seen him. Fucking Moyock in all his fine glory with a big fucking beastie head on him and all that, you know. So I just thought I'd change the subject and take you in some fantasy realm like you're in now.
Where were we?
Just coming out of the fantasy realm.
What, can I have that ball with gravitational acceleration on it? And we'll see.
Equals my balls are squared.
I think you're establishing who's measured the curve, Bev. Something like that.
No, I think it was
yeah,
the mass of my bollocks as I fucking wrap them around your head.
I was asking for your who are your guys that have measured the curve of the Earth. That was very good, thanks. But it's particularly over water.
Stanley. High precision
Soundly.
GPS, something you can reproduce
Soundly, yeah.
yourself, Bev.
Nice.
Why does it have to be over water?
What did Soundly measure it to be at then, please? What,
Take a
what
guess.
meament did
Take a
Soundly
guess.
get?
Take a guess what it came out to be.
I've not got a clue. Come on.
You know, I bet you. I'm gonna take that. I think you're being a little facetious. I think you do have a clue.
Oh,
I think
okay.
you know about exactly what it came out to be. And that bridge,
Maybe a 20-meter hump in the middle of the water.
No,
right
no,
in
the
right
arc
in the
of the
middle
bridge.
somewhere. 20 meters
No,
above the edge.
Bridge. Well, I'm telling you, Bev, the arc of the bridge measured as a radius value of 3959. On the money.
No, there was a 20-meter hump in the middle. Although when Jesse actually drove over it, it just gave measurements of about 5.8 meters all the way across. Somehow, when Walter Bislin made his model, that they then wrapped that straight line around, it came up to give a 20+ meter hump in the middle. Fantastically, yeah, amazing.
And these were flat earthers.
But that was
slopers.
I don't think that was Soundly. That was Tau's mate Jesse Kozlowski that did that. He drove over the bridge. Yeah, it's one of your best claims. Like your man here has just said, Soundly actually measured the curvature of the water in that bridge.
Well, to be precise, he measured the bridge that's sitting on top of the water, just like you would.
He measured the bridge. How did Soundly measure that bridge, please?
Well, it was him and another gentleman. The gentleman that he was working with had a high precision GPS logger, and it logged his GPS position in raw coordinates, XYZ coordinates. Not running it through any kind of model or anything like that. It just gives you raw coordinates with the beginning point being 0, 0, 0, right? So if you plot that out, that gives you the radius value of the Earth. And they have
that Walter Bislin made an entire model for it to do that. That was Walter Bislin's model, not when you map it out. When you map it out on the Walter Bislin's special model that he made for it, then you might get that, because that's may be what he put in his model.
Well, you're thinking Jesse Kozlowski can't make that calculation?
Well, I'm just putting in the debate chat box now. If you want to have a look, is the where Jesse went over the bridge, and I got my son to mark up all of the distances, so you get to read the actual distances that he reads from his GPS as he runs over, and he points at them. There's loads of distance. I mean, he didn't do all of them. There you go. Jesse's. That's a clip taken from his actual video where he goes over it. Well, they're all 5.8 meters ish.
The distance between points?
Yeah, above the water, right? The distance, the markers that his GPS thing got are all about 5.8 meters. 5.7, 5.8. They wander a little bit and they go up and down, obviously, over the rises in the bridge where for the boats to get underneath it. But yeah, they're mainly the same all the way along. So how do you get a straight line to bend and raise up 20 meters in the middle? Because that's what he ends up with the model that Walter Bislin makes for them. So what Soundly does, Soundly, I don't know which order they all came in, but Soundly's the photographer, right? He takes a picture, Walter makes a model, and Jesse goes across the bridge, measures a load of points in a straight line that's above the water, obviously. And then they put them all together on Walter's model, and Jesse goes, turn it. And as he turns it, it just makes more of a curve in the middle of it. It's fantastic.
No, I don't believe that. Walter
Watch it.
Bislin made the model after the fact.
What does northing and easting mean?
So
please?
Walter made the model after Jesse's Jesse's gave him the numbers. And Walter made the model to fit the numbers.
Can you tell us on that in that data what northing and easting means, please?
What do you think?
I know. I want to know if you know.
In where? Which model?
You just showed.
Sorry?
In the video you just showed the data.
Yeah.
What
It's a GPS positioning system, right?
Yeah. What does northing and easting mean?
What do you think? Northern it will be the line in the northerly direction. But it depends what you call the northern, right? North and east. Are they perpendicular? I think on your GPS model they are, aren't they? The northing and the easting, because the two lines that are perpendicular to each other, aren't they?
You're pointing at a number that is
Are they
calculated above mean sea level.
perpendicular lines? Because that
But
would
you're
make
ignoring the fact that he has actual coordinates there.
it's a GPS system thing, isn't it? Yeah, I'm not
in
denying that. But he
in
gets
millions of meters. What do you think millions of meters
yeah,
away
but we're
from
not
what?
bothered about the actual GPS coordinates,
what?
the northings and the eastings. That doesn't really matter.
Oh,
All
yeah,
we're
it does.
concerned about is the
Oh, yeah, it does.
elevation markers.
Because the elevation itself is a difference in the geoid and those points.
Like you say, yes.
And of course, it's going to show
your
and
horizontal.
Of course, a level bridge is going to show 5 meters above mean sea level. Do you not understand that?
It's the water level, and it's a lake.
It's mean
Sorry, I've got
sea
a phone
level.
call.
That is what that is. Yeah, run away.
No, I think he literally has a phone call. He'll be right back.
Blue, you are the big guns, mate. You always blow them out of the water, don't you? Nice work.
I don't have time for this horse shit. See you guys.
Yeah.
No.
See ya.
Later, boy.
Later.
He's probably got a very nice rose garden at home, though, the old Bev. He had a horse shit.
Did he just
very
call
well.
Bev out for running away and having a phone call and then went, oh, but I can't take this, I'm off? Was that not slightly hypocritical of you guys to be going, oh yeah, Bev's run away, and then Mr. Big Guns has just done what you've laughed at Bev
Why do you
for?
keep saying you guys when it's only one person who said it?
You're all sat there giggling in the background. Do you
No,
not realise you have open
not a
mics and that people can hear you?
Not one single person giggled.
No, of course not.
So why do you keep
You can get your
why do
hearing
you
checked,
keep
right?
attributing what one person says to everybody?
I'm just reciprocating how you act.
Absolutely not.
No?
No.
You don't lump everyone in the same. No, you treat everybody as an individual.
I do, yes.
Sure.
I do.
Sure. I believe you. I will look forward to seeing
But you
that
don't.
happening. I'll look forward to seeing that
You've
happening.
demonstrated that you don't. You group everybody together. You've done it at least 3 times this morning.
Yeah, well, I'm just speaking like you do. I'm reciprocating
No,
what
you're
I
not.
get.
We've already established that you're not, because you agree that I treat people as individuals.
Well, you just told me, so I'm going to take you at your
You
word, and
agreed with it, though.
we'll see
You
how you
agreed with
go going forward.
So
I'm looking
don't
forward
say
to
you
this. This will be
guys
interesting.
when it's one person you're talking about, right?
Fine, I will address everybody
Okay.
by name individually as long as that is reciprocated.
Well, that's the honest thing to do, isn't it?
Okay. We agree then. Perfect.
I'm a little disappointed he won't tell me his accuracy of his equipment. I gotta be honest with you.
I'm
Emma,
back.
why do you think that is, Emma?
What was that? Sorry. A phone call.
Sorry,
I was
what did it?
Well, I was just saying I'm a little disappointed that I can't get you to tell me the exact kind of the tool that you're using and the precision, its accuracy level for your level experiment.
It's Bev's. Bev has the equipment.
Yeah. What was it you wanted then? 50?
I just want to know basically the exact piece of equipment you're using.
It's a Datum AL32.
Do you know the tolerance levels of that device?
The tolerance levels, it's got it's been calibrated, right? So it's good for a year, but if I notice anything wrong, I'll take it back and get it recalibrated.
As you can see,
So do you not want to let me finish?
Go on, then.
But it's it's at a millimeter over a 1 kilometer double run. So yeah, that would that be the accuracy that you're talking about? Well, it's an error, right? You know what an error is?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's an error of 1 millimeter over a 1 kilometer double run.
And see that picture that I posted? Aristophanes of whenever he was about 100 and fucking God knows what AD, he got the shape wrong. So when he drew the map, yeah, he had to squash everything up into the fucking like top corners and shit. So if you look at Italy, just on the bottom of Europe there, it's all bent up in it. That's because he got the shape of the earth wrong with this fucking stadia. And then a couple of fucking 1,000 years later, somebody else remeasured it and realised that everything was a lot straighter than it was. So we have the map that we have today.
Geometry do you think he used?
Well, he used the fucking stadia fucking bullshit that he was on about earlier. Aristophanes, his name.
Yeah. Like Euclidean geometry, that would be.
I'm not sure about Euclidean or non-Euclidean geometry.
It would have definitely been Euclidean back then.
Not sure if Euclidean was around the same
Absolutely
time.
certain it would have been Euclidean geometry back then, yes.
Was Euclidean around the same time as Aristophanes?
Yeah.
He was in the same century sort of thing, so he may well have used Euclidean, yeah.
He would have definitely used Euclidean geometry, yeah.
There you go. So if the time man's fit, then yeah, you've got a little bit of research you put together.
He thought it was foundational into the learning of people to learn geometry.
Yeah, but obviously we know a different fucking story now. It all changed.
Yeah, you do. You do, anyway.
Yeah,
I'd say it's still fundamentally useful.
It is, because it's research you need to back up your claims.
Okay.
Yeah, you do. All the research you think that's not relevant really is. You're looking for all the mistakes and the errors in the fucking data, not for the correct answers. You're looking in the wrong direction. You're looking for the mistakes, mate, in all the errors of the data, and then you'll find the answers. You're looking backwards. Don't go looking for the answers. Look for the mistakes. There you go. Now you've got an idea of how to research. And if you find a mistake, you can research the mistake and make it correct. There you go. There you're researching, mate, like a real researcher. Don't look for the answers. Look for the mistakes.
Interesting concept you've got there, Tao.
Certainly is. That's what we all do. That's what all the scientific methods in the world come down to. Looking for the mistakes in the data to see something different to what they already fucking know.
But that's where geometry comes in.
Well, it maybe does. I don't know. Geometry can sometimes show you data and fucking different directions.
Definite proofs.
It gives you an abstract proof. Yeah, it gives you a mathematical abstract proof of what you're looking at. Yeah, and you can formulate that and turn that into a three-dimensional object if you want, but will it? Does it have a third side? You know, you don't know. It could just be flat.
I mean, Bev, how do you get around the fact that all cities on Earth, all points on Earth are mapped to a sphere? How can you get past that?
They're all flat maps. I'll give you that.
No, no, not all flat maps. I'm just saying, right? Any flat map is a globe projection, right?
All
it's stated
no,
in the actual.
No, that's not. That's not. It's not true. Can't be true, can it? Because all maps that are to scale and on a flat surface cannot be a projection.
Well, the reason why we fucking make let me cut in there. The reason why we make fucking maps that fucking shape, yeah, is so we'd have to keep turning the fucking map over to look at the other side. So we stick it all on one fucking side, you know, it makes reading the map a lot easier and plotting charts and fucking, you know, drawing fucking pencil lines over something. Imagine if you had to go to the edge of the fucking page and turn it over and draw the fucking line out again. That'd really piss you off, wouldn't it, when you was on the ICs trying to stick a pencil in a fucking bit of fucking paper that's rocking around all over the place, you know what I mean? So yeah, that's why they drew maps on the fucking flat on one side of the paper. There you go. It's common fucking logical sense.
I've never heard any flat earther give me an accurate map. Right? We'll put accurate in there.
Is this a double team job, right? Do you get Tao to sort of just verbally abuse people and then you just carry on with the conversation that you were having? It's a bit.
You can do that if you want.
Tao's beating you
System
up
you seem
on
to
his
have
own
here.
time. Tao's beating you up on his own time via his own will. Okay.
Very rarely are talking here. Very rarely, mate. I have the odd comment through the day, or I might say the odd daft fucking thing, mate, that makes me look a goon, but I don't care. As long as I'm fucking having fun, having a laugh, and I'm enjoying my fucking stay in the room, that's all I'm worried about. If we're fucking having a screaming session, it's not because we're having a screaming session to destroy each other, it's because we're having a laugh. Yeah, sometimes we do take it to the extreme, but we know where the extreme line is, and we cut it off at that and stop. You know what I mean? And then we go on to some other fucking daft subject they want to rip each other to fucking bits about. So you might hear it as a fucking battle in the room, but to us, it's just fun. It's a fucking debate about funny shit. That's it. And we can rip each other to bits and kill each other, but it's all in fun. We never go that far to make it that serious that we're going to go knock on each other's door and blow each other's fucking heads off. Come on.
Jeez.
That's just an extreme. Fucking hell, man.
Yeah, Rizzler agreed that we are not going to talk about a group of people, as in you guys, you. We're going to address people individually. And Rizzler is going to reciprocate. Apparently that's the way it's going to be going forward.
Sounds like a good...
good plan.
Yeah.
We need a chairperson because this is going to turn into an individual debate about everybody individual ideas about different things. So we need an idea, we need to lock it in, and we need to stick to one question.
We were having a discussion before you jumped in, Tao, with your verbal abuse.
Yeah, but your discussion was going nowhere. It was still circular. That's why I jump in.
Somebody else was asking me questions.
Daft questions. What's the point in even answering that question?
Exactly.
Well, if you don't like it, you can mute your mic and not respond.
Yeah. Well, say we're not used to this because we're used to being over at Emma UK, and we can actually have civil discussions over there. It's good.
Yeah, we can as well in here. We can have civil discussions, and we can fucking.
Can you, Tao?
Yeah, no problem. It's easy to have a civil discussion. It depends on what level you want to take the discussion to. And it depends on what bollocks you want to start talking before it turns into stupidity. And I'm going to step in and say, look, sorry, you're talking shit.
Tao.
What?
I think somebody wants to ask Bev a question or two. Do you mind?
No, I don't mind at all. Yeah, go ahead. Fire away.
Thanks, Tao.
No worries. Be happy.
I just kind of wanted to ask him about how do you get past, right, the fact that all points on Earth are mapped to a globe, to a sphere. And I didn't really understand your answer.
I said that all maps are flat, right? And they're also to scale. And now that scale is the same all the way across the map.
Not though, because they include distortions.
Where? How do they
if you try to put a number
distortions on a scale map?
Because if you try to put a number of those flat maps together, they won't work.
Tell us a map, and we will tell you the exact distortion caused by the type of projection it is.
I mean, if the Earth was flat, I'd like to see a flat map with Perth, Moscow, Johannesburg, New York, and London all put on there with the correct distances between each of those cities.
I mean, that's kind of that's step one. That would be step one.
It's a bunch of stories that you can't repeat anyway.
Yeah,
So,
50. Unfortunately, step two, D-Mock, real quick. Unfortunately, step two is going to be real hard to verify because there's this whole Coriolis and Earth rotation thing and dynamic winds, and you can't really just measure the whole map, man. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, they think they know everything. They don't know half of it.
We can do heart transplant, right?
You can stutter
a
step.
Story I was reading a week ago. They literally did a dick transplant, and you're telling me we can't measure distances accurately? No, that's a bit of a red herring and
Nope.
non sequitur.
Apparently not, because you always talk about the stars and
Sure
this other
can.
shit every time we're talking about the map.
You lose airplanes and boats, guys. There's no way in hell you're measuring anything correctly.
What?
I've never
I mean,
lost an airplane or a boat.
You lose airplanes and
Are
boats.
you the U.S. military?
And I bet a lot of other people, and I bet a lot of other people aren't the U.S.
And I
military
bet
either.
you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Wow, so now you're just going to resort to insults, are you?
No, I'm gonna bet like you, bet stuff I don't know about. Do the same as you. Wouldn't that work? I was just learning
They
from
find
you.
aeroplanes and boats all
I
the
was
time
learning
too.
from you. See how that works? I can learn good. See?
I don't understand what losing a boat has to do with anything or an airplane, right? Wouldn't you expect the U.S. Navy to
Saying
get a plane
Amelia
shot down once in a
Earhart
while?
couldn't find her. Boats couldn't find them. Planes 2020 couldn't find them. 2019, 2018 stuff gets lost, can't find it. Why is that? Global knower of everything,
The fuck
satellite
does that
boys.
have to do with globe Earth?
That means you don't know anything of what you're talking about. It has everything to do with it.
Okay, so if I lose my keys in my house, that means I don't know the shape of my house.
Well, tell me where the hidden military base in Russia is, real quick.
It's at
I'm
62,
waiting.
62 north.
Exactly. You don't know what the fuck you're
32
talking about. You just make shit up. All you guys do.
Dude, I just told you exactly where it was.
No, I don't think so. And then I want China's, then North Korea's, then Israel's,
What
then
does this have to do with
America's.
globe?
We done. Because you ain't got, you don't have nothing. You don't even know what you're talking about. You just make stuff up and just keep saying it
reason-
and saying it and saying it. And it gets old.
Why are you
It gets old.
projecting
Repeating
again?
The reason
No,
we
no, no.
lose airplanes
I'm
and
saying
boats.
stop projecting.
The reason we lose airplanes and boats is because of technical difficulties. Everything has a option to fail. When that fails, you lose the airplane or the boat. What does that have anything to do with the round or flat Earth?
How far can you make a phone call through material?
Again, what does that have anything to do with the shape of the Earth?
Well, how you measuring the planet? Tell me how you would measure this whole planet real quick. You, by yourself, you, alone.
Me by myself, I don't have the
Then stop talking.
Why does he
That
have to
means
do
you
it by
don't know.
himself?
Wow.
Why
Because
the
he couldn't-
why the
because
requirement
he
to do it
couldn't
by
even
himself?
fathom. He
Wow.
couldn't even fathom a way. Did he answer it?
I mean, let's put
No,
severe
he didn't.
restrictions
Thank
on what he
you.
can do,
Good.
eh?
Thank you.
there's nothing
Next,
I
how would
myself
you do
can
it?
do.
How would
Wow.
you measure the ocean, next guy? Since you're so fucking smart.
How would I measure the ocean? Well, if I had the money to, I would actually travel it and then use that to actually measure it.
We'd launch a satellite and use radar.
That too. Launch satellite, use radar. That's a better
Oh,
option.
gee, that's already been done.
Yeah, and what happened when that happened? When they did that?
It was a sphere.
There's also the undersea cables that we yesterday that, you know, when they measured the lengths of them and how they were laid out, it matches the distances on a globe, not a flat plane.
There's a variety of ways of measuring it, and every measurement comes out to sphere.
You know, I'll
And
give
can
D-Mike-
anyone explain the measurement by satellite thing? I've never really had anyone explain that to me.
You point a satellite at something, you take a picture.
Put satellite in orbit, put radar on it, use radar to measure distance from orbit to the surface of the Earth.
Radar?
Right, so
we know what shape the
what
orbit is
receives the
because we know
radar
what-
then?
The ground stations on Earth that then bounces it back to whatever, you know, control room
No,
you.
it's just reflected from the Earth's surface back to the satellite.
Back
Oh,
to
the
the satellite.
radar beams, yeah.
How far away are these satellites supposed to be?
A varying
about-
distance.
If I may, being
from
being
lower Earth
Canadian.
orbit to higher.
Nice.
If anybody's heard about the RadarSat satellites, the Canadian satellites, they're in sun synchronous orbit about 550 kilometers altitude. There's 3 of them.
What's Canada?
Ah,
And they-
shut up.
They do what? They bounce the thing that tells you how far away they are or the Earth is, or how do you get that information?
How do I get that
Because it
information?
has a downlink to send the data back to you via a microwave data link.
Wow, that sounds cool.
They are presupposing the speed of the radar waves.
No, I'm not presupposing the speed of the radar waves. I know the speed of the radar waves because I have measured them myself personally from my time as a radar technician.
It's the speed of light? Is it the speed of light?
It's
Or
the speed of light, yes. It's 2.997 times 10 to the 8 meters per second.
Amazing.
Amazing.
Yeah, I heard that also gravity travels at the same speed as well. It's kind of cool.
It does indeed.
Like, yeah, it would take like what 8 minutes if the sun were to just disappear. It would take like 8 minutes for the light to stop hitting us.
Yeah, the download station are the prime one is in Inuvik. It's in northern Canada.
You're in Inuvik.
I mean,
Not that far north.
They even fitted one of the space shuttles with a radar system to do that survey where they didn't need to have a downlink because they were able to bring the data back with them.
The Nixon called the shuttle directly.
Nixon didn't call any shuttle.
I know. Yeah, I know. But yeah, I think he did, didn't he? Or did they fake that?
Nixon would not have called any shuttle. The
No.
first shuttle didn't launch until 1980.
Ooh,
Yeah,
you're
it's like
really
the timing
great.
is
I like
off.
that, Mr.
Yeah.
Kubrick.
Sometime after September
Reagan.
1980, because I remember watching the very first shuttle launch live on TV during a physics lesson while I was in sixth form college
Did you cry?
at the age of 16. No, I didn't cry,
People
but
cry.
it was rather interesting. It was rather fun to watch.
Were you there or was it on TV?
It was on TV. I just said on TV.
Oh. Okay.
Like I just about remember watching a Saturn V launch in mid-July 1969. When I
Saw
was
Star
not quite
Wars on
5 years
TV
old.
too.
Star Wars on TV. What?
So there, Bev, that's how you get radar images from space.
Yeah. In exactly the same way we get radar images from aircraft and
I
from.
don't think you really
ground-based
explained
radar.
it. You just said because they
The
send a
satellite
radar
sends a signal to the Earth. It reflects, it captures the images, and it processes it, and then
and
it's
it goes back
downloaded.
to the yeah, and then the satellite has to send. Well, I know where I am, and I know the Earth underneath, but I need to tell you where you are because it's the person that's the GPS, right? Not the satellite.
We're not talking about
Oh,
GPS.
fuck are you
Yes,
talking
that's
about?
what I said. Can you explain how these satellites work the GPS, please? And you said radar.
We're not talking about GPS
These
satellites.
satellites are not GPS satellites. What are you talking about?
Well, why did you start answering about them then when I asked? Nobody's really explained to me how. So GPS isn't satellites then.
You asked how we would measure.
Okay, you want to talk about GPS satellites? We can talk about
But they're
GPS satellites, but
different.
they're 20,000 kilometers out.
Yeah.
Okay. The next one would be what sort of accuracy can you get with that sort of
Pinpoint.
things?
Endpoint. Perfect.
GPS or SAR?
Like
What do you- or
military
the radar
GPS.
images.
Talking about vertical, not like
Are you- right,
like a
are you-
horizontal plane position.
Are you
Just the
talking
vertical?
about measuring? Are you talking about measuring the surface of the Earth with
Yeah,
radar?
I'm talking about
or
how you
are
would go to
measuring
do.
the GPS.
Yeah,
location?
surveying. Yes.
What is your
Right.
question?
That has nothing to do with the GPS satellites.
Yeah.
We're
so-
talking about putting radar satellites in orbit that measure the distance from the satellite to the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Yeah, that'd be your elevation check, right? So
Yeah.
that's what I was saying. How accurate on the vertical is that?
You can make that accurate to within less than a meter.
Less than a meter. So it wouldn't really be any good for measuring sort of a water level, would it?
You can measure
that particular system. Wouldn't
Yeah,
that'd
you
be
use your dipstick.
terrible accuracy? That
That's
You
that's an
can
accurate.
measure the tide heights with it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that shows it's good that we're using an auto level because we're much more accurate than that.
You're
1
not-
millimeter over a kilometer double run, right?
You
It's
are
much
such
better than a
dozy
meter.
sod.
Never mind. That's all good. I like this guy. He's a nice fella.
You're talking about You're talking about levels of accuracy of a meter or less when measured from 500 or 600 kilometers away.
Yeah, that's rubbish accuracy. That's no good if you're going to try to measure what.
What would you use?
I'd use an auto level, right?
But we can. But we can measure,
use a
but
water
we-
level, but
we
I mean,
can
that's the
measure the
contention, right? That's what
but
we've
we
got
can
to
measure that. We
Well,
can make those. We can make those measurements over a distance of I don't know,
all around the world.
everywhere.
Okay, and what sort of accuracy do you reckon you get anywhere? Would it improve
Well,
anywhere?
Bev, when you're talking mapping the entire, going around the entire world and using GPS data points of less than a meter accuracy, trust me, you'll get the Earth radius out of that.
That's
data.
like a plus or minus as well, isn't it? You know, it could be like so
Right,
that,
plus-
yeah, plus or minus a meter.
within a meter is plus or minus half a meter of accuracy.
No,
if you
no,
want to
that's
do
within.
pedantically.
It's plus or minus a meter, isn't it?
Sorry, were you saying 1 meter sphere or plus or 1 meter band?
Okay, GPS.
We're
gives
talking
up-
about a vertical height, right? So what you're talking about
It's
a
the
sphere
same
for?
fucking
You muppet.
accuracy, Bev. What the hell are you talking about, you
GPS
mug? Okay,
elevation is not so good.
it's
Like,
an
it only gives
aerosphere.
elevation. Okay, I'm not saying anything.
Sorry, sorry, no overtalk.
It's okay.
I was yelling at Bev,
No,
not
it's
you.
okay.
Sorry.
I know.
Yeah,
I know,
it's
I know.
different accuracy over the horizontal, though, isn't it?
GPS elevation data is only has an accuracy to range of 10 to 20 meters, like 35 to 70 feet post correction. That's not very good.
Oops.
It depends on the receiver that you use. A smartphone is like five
Modern-
meter error.
Modern GPS receivers should be able to give elevation data accurate to a range of 10 to 20 meters, 35 to 70 feet post.
We're not talking about using GPS to measure the elevation data. We're talking about
Jesse
putting a
Kozlowski
radar.
was.
We're talking. I don't care what he was talking about. That's not
He's
what
your-
I'm talking
he's
about.
your
It's
top guy.
irrelevant. It's irrelevant because we're not talking about that, are we?
What you're saying
yeah,
is kind
we
of
were.
irrelevant.
No, we were talking about using a radar satellite in orbit to measure the distance from the satellite to the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, the vertical height of the land, the elevation. That's exactly what you were talking about.
Yes, but we're not using GPS to do it. The accuracy, so that the accuracy of GPS is irrelevant.
We can use topography
So why
and
we talking
LiDAR
about
to measure that.
GPS? Why aren't we talking about everywhere that you guys live? Every horizon is flat and level from left to right, no matter where you're at, what angle, what place you stand, what height, what elevation. So how about that? Put that in your pipe and smoke it. How does that happen?
I will immediately do so.
Very simple. What shape do you get?
Yeah, straight horizontal lines everywhere.
No, hang on, Mr. Geometry. What shape do you get when you take a slice off a sphere?
We've never seen a sphere. Show us one.
How do you take a slice off a sphere? Usually.
Take a chord through a sphere. What shape do you get?
Why are you doing that?
Because some dimwit wanted to know why the horizon looks flat. It's
Because
very
do
simple.
you slice tops off spheres?
Take
Off
a
it.
slice off a sphere. What shape do you get?
Is that where you go on holiday and look at the beach? You slice that bit off there.
Bev, you're Mr. Bloody Geometry. Answer my
don't
question.
get a sphere.
If you take a sphere,
You
and
answer
you
our
take a
question. Do you
slice
get
off
a
the
circle
edge,
if you slice a piece
what
off?
shape
You get a
will
circle.
it be?
If you cut the top off a cue ball, Smarty, what shape is that? You tell us. It's not a cue ball anymore, son.
See, why are you chopping the tops off spheres? I mean,
Because-
is that to explain something?
Alan, it's an ellipse. Go on, please.
You're going like, here, I've got a model, and then what I'll do is I'll slice a bit off it to show you what it looks like when there's a flat bit on top of it. You're that
They're
willing
just
to
being
slice a bit
disingenuous
off the
now,
top
Kev.
of your model.
Somebody tried to overtalk me by saying that because obviously they have no answer for we measure the height, we measure the distance from the radar sat, and can measure the topology of the Earth from it. So they wanted to know why we always see a flat horizon at all distances, and it's very, very simple. Because when you're
I
standing
didn't
just
say
above
at all distances. I said everywhere everyone is right now. No matter where you live, I live. No, I didn't say all distances from a certain point. I said right now, if you walk outside and everyone on here walks outside live and looks around from left to right, the horizontal horizon is flat and straight.
Yeah,
Especially if they got water around them. Especially.
If you're in the middle of the ocean, because
What
obviously
kind
the
of
middle of
cube
the
are we
ocean is
on?
the only time when you can when that really works with any level of closeness. Your distance.
So can you draw me the shape that fits all these flat horizons and it still fits a sphere? Can you draw me that?
On a sphere, when you are, if you are if you are slightly above the surface of a sphere, looking out, the distance to the horizon will be the same in every direction that you look. This is because it is simply a circle.
We'll draw all your flat, horizontal, straight horizons on a piece of paper and show us how that works out to be a circle, please.
Draw me a flat map with all the cities on it. Go on.
Yeah,
Go.
that's what I would like them to do as well, Paul.
Draw me a flat map with all the
You mean
cities
a
of the
picture
world
of the
on it,
city
please. Go.
from a helicopter
Go on.
looking down? That's easy.
Yeah, go on. Do it.
It's a square
Do it,
picture.
come on,
They're all
give it to
square.
us.
Every picture you ever seen
I
is
want to
square.
see it now.
Done.
Go.
Every picture you ever had is square. You ever got a globe picture?
Actually,
done. Welcome to Flat Earth, son.
Not with accurate distances. Welcome to Globe
No,
Earth,
I
son.
said a globe picture.
And I would like to take umbrage
Camera
with
spread
your
out flat paper,
assertion
flat
that
pictures.
every picture is square.
they're
Actually,
flat.
in every photograph
Yeah,
that
they're
you will ever
flat.
see, the image that was projected by the lens was circular.
No, it's square.
The image projected by the lens is circular. If it wasn't
Hell no.
circular, your lens would be broken.
Oh,
Yeah,
your
there is no
eyeball's
square
circular.
lens. There are no square lenses.
No, the pictures, the papers, the maps.
Yeah, whenever
squares.
you
Every
take
time
a
you take a
picture
picture of a left to right or anything or panoramic or anything, it's a flat image that comes out.
Yeah, it's
I don't comprehend what the fuck you guys are
Because
talking about. Show me the
Do
ball.
you like
with it.
exist on
understand
opening your mouth and just
photography
dribbling all the
either.
time? Like, do you talk all the time just to survive or something? Do you have to keep your mouth open to live
Well, I
or
don't know.
something?
You guys say the dumbest shit ever about
No.
asking you how
Not
a
half as
flat.
dumb.
When
Half as
every
dumb as
building
what
you've
you
ever
say.
seen in your
you
life
know-
has to be done through construction, leveled out.
Do you know how
Are you guys
pictures
ignorant?
work?
Do you know how
You know-
You know
lenses
how
and cameras actually
leveling the
work?
ground and you know how a flat
Whenever-
horizon works? Show
whenever-
me on a piece of paper with a pen a whole bunch of flat horizons and everywhere you can imagine and draw me a ball with that.
Show me on a piece of paper with your crayons
Hello, I'm
all the
waiting
cities of
for
the
all of you
world
guys to do it.
drawn out to scale.
All you ball
please.
believers, show me all your flat horizons in Hawaii.
Draw me on a piece
Florida,
of paper
Cape
with your
Canaveral,
crayon, Denmark.
Russia,
The cities of the
Antarctica,
world with the correct
Argentina,
distances between
Brazil,
them all. Go.
Australia,
Perth,
China,
London,
all the flat
Johannesburg,
horizons
Moscow.
are the
New York.
same.
New
Let's
York.
see how that works.
Vladivostok. Sorry, Paul, I had to go with that one.
Yeah, it's
The
all
only way
right.
you can get the only way you can get all those flat horizons is by having a flat Earth.
The only way you can get all
Check
those
that
cities
out,
with the
isn't that
correct
fucking
distances between them
Can't work
is
on
on
a
a
ball.
globe.
Impossible on a ball. to have even one.
Only way you can get a
Impossible.
correct model with
A
all the
ball
distances
is
correct between those cities
impossible.
is
Your
on a
ball only
sphere.
exists-
Is on a sphere.
Impossible.
On a
Your
sphere.
ball only
Dude,
exists in
dude.
cartoon, Warner Brothers.
Do you ever shut the fuck up?
No,
Do you ever
that's his
show
job.
me
That's
your
what he
ball?
does.
Draw your
Yeah,
ball.
he just babbles
That's
on.
his MO. That's what he does.
Well, your
I've turned the
specialty is
wank
to
again.
imagine
He doesn't
balls.
have any evidence, so he just has to overtalk people.
You
I
never
got
really let
reality.
him get a
Real
sentence
water
out, though,
works
to
on
be
the
honest.
table.
We do.
He never shuts his fucking
what the
mouth and let
Real
anyone
water works on a
have
flat
that
table any
sentence
day,
spoken.
boys. Real water doesn't stick to the
Let's-
bottom of your ball,
He was
son.
talking the
Let's
whole
Not even the
face
fucking
bottom.
it, he
time.
just
Had
keeps talking
to
over
talk the
me
whole
and
fucking
not letting
someone
me
started
talk.
to speak.
Yeah. You
Demok
guys got
haven't
the
opened his
evidence,
mouth
or you
3
want to
words
talk
into
about
it.
a book?
See, there's like three of you
Yep.
just talking
Emma,
over, so you've
shut
got
the
to. You
fuck
just
up and let me
Well,
finish.
right. Got to
we
keep
have
Yeah,
to
they're
because he
talking over
doesn't
each
stop
other
talking,
too.
Emma.
Yeah,
Oh
because
my
they don't
God.
have
You
That's
notice
what
that
I
whenever
just
nothing but a cartoon.
whenever one of us start to talk, he
About
just starts talking
14
over us
queer
automatically.
Asians
Demok
holding each
started
other's
fucking
dick
opening
talking
his
about a
mouth
cartoon.
like a fucking cunt because he can't
Yeah,
fucking
you
Yeah,
quiet
you've
so
down
all
what's
open
just
some
his
you've
fucking
all
evidence?
mouth.
just done it.
So every
Is that
time
all you
Demok
We're
got?
all
starts
just
Is that how
talking,
talking
your
we
over
start
evidence
each
talking
other.
works?
over the fucking top of
Brilliant.
Demok now
Is that
because
how your
everyone's sick of
evidence
hearing
works?
Yeah, that's
Demok. So now we're going to wait and see how long it is before Chemo
Because
gets
your
up his ass
evidence
and
works
actually
like
mutes the
that?
fucking
Is that
wanker
how you show us a
so
globe?
someone else can get a fucking word in
Is that how you show
edgeway.
us a
Calm
flat globe?
down.
Thank you for all the evidence, boys.
Thanks for
Still
no
haven't seen a
evidence,
sphere.
Demok.
I don't even know what a sphere looks like still to this day. I've been in
Still
flat
don't
earth
know what
for
a
7
flat
years
map looks
now.
like,
I've
Demok. Still
never
haven't
seen
seen
a
a flat
sphere.
map.
All right,
I
Dim
don't have
Dim.
thousands of years of lying ass globes.
I'm turning the fucking wanker
All right,
down.
Dim
He's a
Dim.
Cartoon
fucking
globes.
idiot.
I don't have thousands of years of
Just a
imagination,
fucking
buddy.
idiot.
Been
All
waiting
right,
Come on
2,000
now.
years for that flat
I
map
don't have a
of the flat
military.
Earth.
I don't have anybody
Well,
going
they
to
had
check
one, and
shit.
then
So
they
Don't
don't
have any
talk about no
brains.
fucking nothing else but a
flat
globe that you
anymore.
don't have.
You
The
don't have
thing
any
here is
brains
supposed to
either.
be all you boys are supposed to have globe evidence and just say it. You're not
We
supposed
do.
to ask about nothing else. You're all, well, stop saying flat. Flat shouldn't be in your vocabulary. You don't have flat. All you should say is globe, right? So fucking keep repeating your ball globe and show us all the evidence. We're talking about
We've
flat
shown
if you
you
got
all
all
the
globe.
evidence.
If all you got's a
We've
globe, why
shown
would you
you.
ever speak of
We
flat
have
ever?
Shut
we
Why
have
would you
shown
say
all the
flat
evidence.
if you have nothing but a
you
globe? Please
fucking
tell me
ball.
that.
You're a fucking
We
pain
have
in the
given
fucking
you.
ass. Make your balls away.
If you got 1,000,000% globe in one
We
hand
keep
and
going.
nothing in the
Just
other
keep
hand,
talking
why
over
would you talk
each other.
about the
Whenever
nothing?
you fucking talk, someone's
All
gonna.
I keep hearing is, what about this flat earth? What about this flat earth? Hey, how about your flat earth? When you boys are supposed to have all the science, all the NASA, all
Yeah,
the
we do.
GPS, all the stuff, all the
Well, there
boats,
we
all
go.
the planes, all the
Posted in the
military,
chat. Here you go.
Yeah, we
Someone
all
do.
the
We have all
leads,
that, Demok. I agree.
There you
We
go.
have
all
all
the
that.
There's one.
surveyors,
There's all your
all the
flat maps
lying
making
ass
us steer there,
science.
Dimok.
You're right,
Yeah, you're
Demok. We
supposed to
have
have
all
all
of
that,
that.
but you got a cartoon. Now show me your water, your
No, we
soil,
don't.
and your hot air balloons working
Look out
around a
the
ball in
window.
a room setting
You'll
live.
see the water and the
In a
soil if you look
classroom
out your
setting
window,
live.
Demok.
Classroom setting. In a
Dim
classroom
Dim.
setting.
Emo's
Try
map, which has got the
opening
wrong
your door and walk outside,
into
Demok.
the
You'll see the
correct
water.
configuration.
Yeah, walk outside your door, Demok. You'll see the water and the soil.
Right, nice chat, guys. I'm going to get going. I'll come back in later on and have a word with Curve to see when we're having this chat. Just
Ben, can I show you one quick thing? Have a look at the diagram. Have a look at the figure that I posted. You said the flat maps are to scale. They're not. Look at the distance. Look at the distance I measured across the U.S. into Canada. That's the same proportionate distance that I measured across Greenland.
Is that to scale? Is that map there to scale?
It's from Google Maps. What do you think it is?
It's not. Is that to scale then? Or just
It's
sort of a map
Google
that
Maps,
you've got from
dude.
Google?
You can zoom in and the scale changes. Yes, it's always to scale.
The scale changes, so it's not to scale then. The scale keeps changing. It's not to scale.
It's a flat map. That's what you asked for.
Listen,
A flat
Dad,
map.
Listen to me. Listen. I'm trying to show the best representation of the size of Greenland because of the projection. Those two lines are approximately the same distance on that flat map. But when you measure them on Google Earth takes into account the fact that it's a curved surface. You have the difference between 1,000 kilometers and 4,000 kilometers.
Problem with
Can you explain
Australia,
that to me?
on the flat map, Australia is about 8,000 kilometers
Nobody
wide.
cares about Australia.
That's not a to scale map.
Yeah,
is
the
it?
point. That's exactly the point, though, Bev. The point is that this is a
It's
flat
not-
map,
well,
and
it's
it's
not
not represent. I'm still talking. It's a flat map, and it's not representative of reality, right? It's distorted.
Yeah, I said all maps are flat, and the ones that we use are to scale. Those
And
are
they're all distorted.
No,
the
they're
John
not.
Leeson map. The John Leeson
Yes,
map,
they are.
The John Leeson map is azimuthal equal distance map, meaning
Have
they
you
start
guys ever
it out.
used any maps for orienteering or anything
Sure
like
have. And a really good map
You
will
got a map
have.
of your country in front of you.
And a really good map will
Does it have a
the
scale
level-
at the bottom of it?
Jesus, I wasn't finished. And a really good map will have a level of the distortion printed on it. It will tell you what its distortion is.
Underneath the scale.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What
No,
the
they don't.
DIST usually is on a map.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
On the map where you read it, where it says DIST, that's the distortion, not distance. That's distortion.
Bev, there's a scale. When you zoom out of Google Maps all the way,
The
that's the
distortion,
scale.
distortion where it says distance for like when
No,
it has a ratio of 1 to
no.
something.
No,
That's not
DIST
distance.
means distortion. That's
No,
the distortion.
there's a distortion graph. There's a distortion graph next to the scale. It will say DIST under what looks like a curving graph. That's the distortion scale.
No, it just says the scale.
Bev,
On
I'll tell you
scale
what.
maps.
Yeah,
I make
on
it.
a-
Oh,
on a
give
1
me
to
a
50
challenge. Measure
on
me
a
the
1 to
distance of
50
Greenland on a flat map.
Yeah, I think Bev's
Have you
confusing
got a
using 1
map
to
of
50,000
Greenland?
a 1
Scale
to
map.
A 1 to 50,000
Yeah,
scale
just like you. It's called
ordnance
Google,
survey map
Google Maps.
covers such a small area that the distortion is low enough that they don't really bother with it. But you will find that distortion if you actually try and stick all the ordnance survey maps together.
Of the UK, they're all on a grid, right?
Yes.
And you can get the different portions of maps.
Yes.
And they all
If
link
you-
together. There's no distortion.
There is distortion, Bev. If you try and stick all of those ordnance survey, if you buy the complete set of Land Ranger 1 to 50,000 maps, you will not be able to get them all to stick together and be accurate all around the edge of every map. We don't worry about the distortion on each sheet because each sheet is a small enough distance that the error is going to be non-measurable on the map. But you start sticking multiple sheets together, you will run into errors. I've tried this myself in the past, so I know this is a fact.
And it seems like we know more about maps than you, Bev.
You definitely talk a lot more about them than me. But I'm not so sure you're aware that the Ordnance Survey for the UK, they're pretty proud of the work that they do, right?
Yes, the Ordnance Survey is. The Ordnance Survey is brilliant, or was. It's not, maybe not quite so much now, it's a private company. But back when it was a department of the Ministry of Defence, yes, the Ordnance Survey was absolutely brilliant. The Ordnance Survey 1 to 50,000 and 1 to 25,000 series maps are brilliant.
You see all of that? I've just put it in the debate chat box, right?
Yeah, yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they all fit together. They're on a grid system.
Yes, they're on a grid system. But the problem is that you can't actually stick all the paper maps together.
They're all on the same grid system. So yes, you can. That's the point of a scale map. The UK's been mapped very well for quite a while.
And it's not flat.
All of the maps are to scale and flat, yes. Specifically for the UK. I mean, I can't speak for anywhere else. I've never really tried to do this anywhere else.
You can't actually stick all the Ordnance Survey maps together and have them match exactly. In fact, it's almost impossible to get the edge of one map to exactly align with the edge of another map.
In fact, you can't.
On the one at 50,000.
Yeah.
The one at 25. Yeah, you can kind of get it to right, but a single sheet 1 to 50,000 map doesn't cover a very big 1 to 25,000 map doesn't cover a very big area, but they are brilliant for walking. I have extensively used both the Land Ranger series and the 1 to 50,000 and the 1 to 25,000 maps for navigation while on foot, while in what passes for mountains in Britain.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't. You won't actually get the paper sheets to line up at the edges over any significant distance.
They seem to do on that thing, don't they?
That's just because of the projection that's used to display it.
It's not projection, is it? It can't be projection.
Of course, it's a projection. Everything.
It's literally a projection.
Every single map is a projection.
Yeah.
I think you might find you're wrong.
Well, no, because otherwise.
I'm sorry, Alan. I was in one of the Gleason map descriptions. There's a box up in the top right corner that actually says this is a projection of a globe.
Yeah. Can you find that? I can't find that anywhere on my map from the OS that I've got here.
Right. I'll find the one.
Where?
Actually,
on the map where it says this is a projection of a spherical
one Eric Debay used recently. Mr. Sensible. I'll post the video Mr. Sensible got of Eric Debay using that map where it says this is a projection of a globe.
Yeah, this is a developable surface of a non-developable surface.
Why would the Ordnance Survey print on there irrelevant information to the people who are actually using the map?
Well,
I mean,
because
pretty much every single user of the Ordnance Survey maps will accept that the Earth is a globe and will therefore accept that, yes, it's a projection, because all flat maps are projections.
Let me try this a little differently, though. Don't be looking for where it says this is a projection of a globe. Tell me the types of maps. What are they called?
You know, a sphere is a non-developable surface, right?
You know of the Mercator map? What is that called specifically? What is the actual name for the Mercator map? You're familiar with it, right? This is a classroom run.
Who are you
Oh,
talking
gee,
to?
it's called a Mercator. It's called a Mercator projection, isn't it, Sort?
Oh, is it? That's interesting. What's the Gleason map called when you're very specific about what it's actually called?
It's called an azimuthal equidistant projection.
Based on the north.
Oh, projection! Imagine that. You try another one?
Yeah, you've got loads of them, haven't you?
Yeah, and you. And you have none.
What?
There's not a
Yeah, I try not to project anything.
There's not a single flat map that doesn't have a distortion in some way.
Apart from the scale ones, the ones that are to scale all the way across, the same scale.
All maps are to scale, but they all have distortions in some way. Some preserve angles, but not length. Some preserve length, but not angles.
Oh, look at those little circles right there on Nick's map. That's the Mercator, right?
Yeah, have a look at the one I've just put in there. Oh, look at all your
you know what
different
those little
ones that you
circles
can
are
have.
called? Those little circles are called
Loads of
Tissot
them.
indicatrixes. Look that up, Bev. A Tissot indicatrix.
Oh, cool.
What's that?
You can't. It seems like you can't decide what you want, how you want to project. Yeah.
Oh, we project it multiple ways because it's practical when you can roll it up, isn't it?
There you go,
But
Bev.
a sphere. Okay, I'll say it again. A sphere. The surface of a sphere is a non-developable surface. That's why you have so many projections.
Oh, because
with so many distortions.
You need
So which is the real one?
map or something.
These are your guys. All your different projections on the model.
Imagine carrying a map on your ship that was an actual globe.
A chart.
So you could go everywhere on the globe.
The sea
You would have to have
navigational charts. They're flat, aren't they?
with a huge, 50 feet ball to just have a mostly decent map of locations.
Yeah.
See, the flat map you're talking about is useful only in short distance.
Can you show me a curved map?
Yes, it's called a globe. You can also have the Google Maps. That one.
Yeah, you can use Google Maps. There you go. That's a globe map.
Yeah.
And it's pretty darn accurate.
Yeah,
It
there's
actually
the
is.
map.
Oh.
Yep, and this bit is posted in that top right corner. I'll post it again because I don't think you saw it.
Google Maps are on a flat screen. All your maps are on a flat screen, so they're flat, son.
Yes. Well, incidentally, your computer screen is not a ball now, is it? It was.
That's why it's flat, son. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Welcome to Flat Earth.
You're flat. You have a flat brain then.
If the computer screen was a ball,
Welcome
you get
to Flat Earth, boys. 2D screens. Have you ever seen anything but a 2D Earth
Okay,
map?
you are definitely a foe. There's no way in
You got
hell
a 2D
that
flat
you actually
screen.
play.
Your phone
There's
is 2D, but you keep talking
no.
about
The
GPS on
only-
globes. Looking
You
at
are
a
a
flat
fucking
screen.
foe.
You're
You're a
looking at a
fucking
flat.
foe. You're a foe.
Yeah, he's just a
You're a
troll.
foe. You're a foe.
He's a worse troll than Chemo.
That is the stupidest fucking argument I've ever heard. You
really
are a foe. You are a fucking foe. There is no way you're actually a flat earther and that you're actually that fucking stupid. No way in hell. You just outed yourself, dude.
Oh, Christopher. Hi.
Give up.
I'm not see.
Hey, I'm Scott Walsh.
I'm not. I'm Scott. I'm
Scott.
Sword. Bo Nelson.
Sword, yeah.
Yeah,
That has long-term memory problems. A lot of short-term ones.
Sorry, I got a little bit energetic there, but I had to say it because the dude.
Here when I've gone off.
He's a pope.
You've never been here when I've gone off, have you?
What does it say right there?
You still here? Thought I'd chase you off though.
I can't hear him.
Oh, I'm not sure it's somebody else.
Whoa.
Sorry. I'm a little bit triggered by him.
See, the more people that turn Dimong down to 1 and like just talk over him, the better.
Yeah.
We can start a conversation without him and he'll leave.
Wow. Open conversation here, right?
I think he already left. I think he already
When it comes
left.
to Dimong, he is hopeless.
No, I'm eccentric and you can't handle the truth, son. You can't handle that the flat screen you're looking at it. You're trying to tell Bev is representing a ball when it's a flat screen, just like he's telling you a flat map.
Look at that.
So stop pulling around and show me your unflat screens. Show me your globe picture screen.
Aight, you little po.
Yeah, all right, liar.
Liar?
Yeah, do you have a
What
globe
lie?
screen you can
What
show
lie?
me? Do you have a globe television? Let me see it.
Liar? Really?
Let
When
me
did
see
I
your
lie?
globe map TV
No,
for
no.
GPS.
No, you made a claim. You made a claim.
Yeah, you're a fucking
Back up the
retard
claim.
liar. You said screens aren't flat. That's my claim.
I never said that.
Screens are flat, bitch. You said ball.
So
How can
fucking
you have a
what?
ball on a flat screen? Stop laughing and
3D
tell us
screen.
how you can have
3D
a ball
screen.
on a flat fucking screen, idiot.
3D screen.
Awful lot of tits on my screen now and then, and they're spherical. I'm
Yeah, well, your
Yeah.
screen's flat, especially when you're looking at maps, highways,
balls on my
streets, roadways, waterways. Anything you're looking at, they're flat. Go ahead, Bev. I'm done with them. They're slow.
Dumbass. Dumbass.
I'm on my way out anyway.
Okay, flat screen.
It's pretty obvious that you guys aren't after conversation. Like I say, I'll come back later on for Curve to see what he's talking about wanting me in jail.
Curved is
Right.
here.
What's your problem?
Curved
Is
is here.
That's
Yeah.
hilarious.
Hey,
Are
He's
you
here.
you dumbass?
Curve's here now, Bev.
sweet.
I get it that you guys
When
have
we
a
have an
thought
art
experiment.
curved.
I get it. You have a thought experiment that the Earth is flat, but you don't actually believe that nonsense, do you?
Do you understand
Sound like
English,
Curved.
Professor Phil? Curved is here now, and Bev wants to ask him why does Curved want to see Bev in jail?
Ooh, Chemo's a bit triggered.
Why
Isn't
should
it
we
a little bit
want to see
upsetting, Cypher, just to think that the flat earthers should be locked up for wanting to tell the truth?
No, you don't have to. Flat earthers might be a bit silly, but they still can function.
Anyway, Curved is
They
here
can still
now.
do some. They can still do some jobs. They're just a bit eccentric, but most of them, I think, are just having a bit of a game, because seriously, you can't be serious and think that the Earth is flat. That
Yeah,
just can't
you
be a
can't.
serious thought.
It's the other way around, son.
How many hoops do you have?
You can't be serious because you can't
think that
present a
nonsense?
globe. Can you show us a globe in a small scale? You
Plenty.
can't present it on any scale.
intellectually honest.
1,000 foot tall, a mile tall, 2 miles. No.
Okay,
Then
Phil.
shut up.
What I was
Present some
saying,
evidence.
Phil, I don't know if you understood what I was saying. So, Curved is a user, baller.
Yeah.
Bev, flat earther, user here, guess, wants to have a word with Curved about why Curved wants to see Bev in jail.
Yeah, well, I would disagree with Curve then. If Curve wants to see Bev in jail, I
No
think
one
Bev-
gives a fuck.
But
Bev's
Phil, can you let
Can you
Curve?
take a hit? Seriously, Chemo politely asked you if you spoke English. We need to ask
Curved,
you.
your mic's
do you
still
understand
shocking.
English?
Terrible.
Really bad mic.
Dude, he's trying to be polite and telling you to shut the fuck up.
So does Bev think the Earth is flat?
Oh my god.
Yes, there are
Phil.
stupid people.
Oh my
Phil.
fucking god.
Phil, are you deaf? Can you hear anybody?
I can hear everybody, I think.
Okay, Chemo's just asked you to be quiet, so can you zip it for a minute?
But maybe we don't give a shit what Chemo says.
Yeah, I think
But
so.
maybe he cares about his own ball earthers, Curved, who would like to have a word with Bev. Yeah? How about that, Alan?
Well, wait.
With
You're not going to represent it that way either.
No, Bev wants a word
Chemo.
with Curve. Sorry. Oh, yeah, the other way around.
No, listen to me. Chemo, I've already addressed this with Bev. Okay? Bev is thick. Bev is a brick. I've already answered this question to Bev yesterday.
No, you didn't.
Who is running their mouth now?
Me? The person that you're talking bullshit about again.
You sounded like a woman. I didn't
Your
recognize you,
mic
Bev.
is shit, Curve.
Yeah.
So?
No one. We can barely understand what you're saying. And yesterday, I told you about it,
Right.
and you told me I was a lying bitch.
You never. What?
We can go back and listen to it.
No, I just asked you what because you fucking continually talk while I'm still talking. So I can't hear you.
Down,
I have to say what? I don't need a recording. I need you to talk in your turn.
It's hurting my ears.
You're not even involved in this. Why don't you just shut the fuck up, lady? You have nothing to do with this.
No, I wasn't the one who came in and chatted to you yesterday then. No?
You have nothing to do with what Bev is crying about at the moment.
Not
that I have
So it's
already
just Bev you want locked up then? It's just
and
Bev you want
answered the
locked up then?
question yesterday. You're doing it again. You just can't shut that trap, can you?
It's just Bev you want locked up then? You seem
I
to be
don't give a
contradicting
fuck.
yourself every 5 seconds. So I'm
I
just trying to
don't give a
clarify.
fuck.
Okay?
I'm not talking to you about this. Why are you doing this? What is wrong with you, woman?
You don't say you're not talking to her and then ask her a question. That's
Bev,
Doesn't work, what does it?
Bev, I answered you yesterday during Jem's show. Remember, you guys were all there in the side chat, throwing
where we couldn't
comments
speak.
at me.
No,
So
I don't think I heard it. You have to do it again.
Yeah.
no, I don't have to do
Please,
anything.
please address it again.
Hold on, motherfucker! I don't have to do.
Yeah, you
thing.
said it
Got that right.
live on video, right?
got that
When
right.
you said it the other day.
You got that right.
Right.
I don't have
and
to do
I
anything.
got that
Bev.
because Emma showed it to me.
Bev, I don't care what she showed you. Bev, listen to me. I don't have to do anything.
You just said I needed locking up for being criminally evasive. Now I'm here, Curved. Like I've been all the time. You know where you come and get me. So why are you saying that I need locking up? I need to do prison time.
No. Oh
yes,
my
that's
God,
what you said.
Bev.
For being criminally evasive. Now I'm here, Curved.
Holy shit. So you know that I answered the question. I told you it was a bit of a joke, and you're still here asking me why.
It's a bit of a joke. Is that how you answered it yesterday?
You said I didn't. That
I've never heard what you said. Is that how you addressed it yesterday by saying it was a bit of a joke? Please?
I said, no, I'm not going to do this again. I answered it. You heard the answer. You repeated the fucking answer. Fuck you.
You sound like you're being evasive there.
No.
We're checking with a lawyer to see whether criminally evasive is actually a thing.
Rag. Fuck off. Go die. I don't care what you do.
When
The insults might sound.
Nothing.
The insults would sound better if you had a
owe
decent
you
mic.
nothing.
Are we going to have a chat then about what you were thinking I was being evasive about?
Curve just talks shit about people. He sits
Yeah.
here, talks shit, and then when people come in to talk to him, he just
Bev.
rambles.
No,
See, he
Emma.
keeps calling me
I
Bev.
can't tell you apart.
Oh,
You're both so fucking stupid.
all right.
It's hard to tell the difference
These people
between
can
the
hear
two.
what we're saying.
Yeah. That's not a good thing that people can hear you, Emma. You guys say stupid shit. You'd be better off not heard. You're really dumb people.
Yeah, says the guy who can't fix his mic.
It's not my mic, you stupid cunt. How many times you got to be told that?
Was it
This is why
was it a
it's
joke?
pointless to talk to you people. You
Was
have
it a joke,
zero
Curved?
brain cells. Zero.
When you said you wanted him to go to prison, was it a joke?
No, it wasn't. He was being serious.
Well, I'm asking Curved. If it's a joke, we
It
can
was
just all
not.
move on and agree that Curved's not funny.
I was asked why,
Okay.
and I answered.
All right, so
I
Bev knows
said,
why.
For being. I did!
I've never heard you. What? Did
Because
you say?
you're being
please?
evasive, Bev. So that he thinks you want to go to prison for that. He'd like you to go to prison for being evasive.
How am I being evasive would be another one to answer. Then.
Yeah. It's a bit like what you're doing right now.
Coming and asking you how I'm being evasive.
Except it's worse when we actually try to talk to you about your stupid ass experiments and your stupid beliefs.
Not an experiment.
She's getting very meta.
See, you're not very listening very much, are you?
Look, dude.
So I just came by to decide when we're going to have our chat.
What chat?
Because you think I'm being evasive, so
What
then you
chat?
can line up all of the things that you want to ask me, and I can explain to you all of the things we're doing with our test, right? That seems fair, doesn't it?
Guess what? We're not talking.
You're being a bit evasive there, Curved. Yeah, well, might it be yourself that you were talking about when you were saying
I've answered the question too many times.
Would you like to go over it again, Curve, now, or
Go
would
to
you
a
just like to?
doctor, get some help, whatever you need.
You want to
But
leave it
I'm
at
not
he's
going through
evasive?
this stupid charade with you. It's over. It's done with. It's
Okay,
been
it's done with.
addressed.
It's done
I
with, Bev.
told you what I said, why I said it, and you act
Okay.
like I didn't. Bev, it's this simple. You're dumb. I have no interest in talking to you about any of this shit.
He's
You're
being
just
evasive
fucking
about how
stupid.
you've been evasive.
Your
So we'll have
test
to
is
leave it there.
stupid.
Very evasive
You
about
don't know
You're gonna
how
have to
to
leave it
determine the difference between level and horizontal. You're gonna die that way. You will never know the difference between level and horizontal because you choose not to. Now that's it. That's the end of it. We're done.
So you don't want to know
Have a
about
nice
the
rest of
test
your
we're
life.
doing then?
Have a nice rest of your life, Pep.
Have you
Go be
finished talking
stupid.
now? No?
Go be stupid on somebody else's time. I'm done with you.
Okay. So I'd like to say the office still open to anybody else that wants to know about what we do. But I don't think it's much point coming over here and talking about it because you've got people who call me being evasive. So I'm over there at MEUK. Anybody wants to know anything about the test?
While you're
Come
here,
over.
Bev, I'd like to say that I also think you are evasive.
Oh, how?
Just in all the ways when anyone tries to ask you a question, you tie them up semantically in utter nonsense. So I kind of agree with Curve there. I don't think you should go to prison for it. I think you should just get on with your life and stay away from my children. But
Stay away
generally,
from
I
your
agree.
children.
I agree. You're very evasive about
How
your own
would I
delusion.
stay away from your children? What are you talking about?
Well, my girlfriend's children is what I mean. Please don't
Right.
teach them anything about what you think about what words mean.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure that won't happen. So there's no
You're a
need to worry there.
cool, funny dude, though.
Yeah. Okay. But I mean, earlier on, you did have Tao was saying that level is obviously so. So you've got a few problems going
I'm not
on
gonna get
within
into
your
that with you.
little community. I know you're not, but you say it's me. That's me being evasive. The fact that you
No,
guys
when
can't
people
decide
ask
what you
you-
think.
When people ask you to explain why you believe this stuff and where you got your definitions from, that's when you start to be evasive.
I give you geometric, logical.
What did the
and
test
practical
entail?
proofs.
How does this prove a flat Earth? And then you'll start being
It's
evasive.
not flat
at
Earth.
that-
I've
at
told
that
you
point.
it doesn't prove a flat Earth. It's just the level being horizontal. that
Yeah, which
guys
you think
have a
means
problem
all
with.
oceans are now horizontal.
No, that means level is horizontal. That's it. That's it.
That's a
Yeah,
lie.
that's
and
what we
wrong.
established first,
Just
right?
totally
And then
wrong.
from
It's
that,
just wrong.
well, see, Tao said it is. It's correct. So I don't know. You're struggling, like I say.
No, I'm not struggling. I'm fine, mate.
Well, why does he have to agree with Tao? Why does Tao have to agree with him?
Well, because you're saying that I'm wrong, but I just saying what Tao says.
Yeah, okay, so talk to Tao about it. What does that have to do with anyone here?
Well, that's fine. I'm just saying, like, the discussion is there for you guys to have within your own community here. I mean, we've
Mongols
we're
this
trying to sort it out.
conversation.
So,
If you have the idea that we're monolithic and somehow in some sort of converging agreement, that's just not the case.
so
Lots of
yeah,
people
it's a
disagree on
massive
lots of
echo
things.
chamber here, where you just abuse
No, it's the
people
opposite.
that come in. Yeah, it
No,
is.
it's the opposite.
You massage each other's egos
I was
and
in
abuse
the middle
people
saying
that come in
something.
that sort of
I don't know why you're
contradict what you
interrupting me,
say.
but
Hey.
So I was saying
They
the
all
opposite
parrot
of that.
the
I was saying,
fucking
hold on,
globe,
Don.
but they don't echo
I
that
was
shit.
saying-
I don't let them echo that
I was
shit.
saying-
They parrot it,
I
not
was
echo.
saying, I was saying the opposite of that. I was saying that we disagree about a lot of things, and in particular, I think you'll find that Tao is a bit of a lone wolf on stuff. But the idea that somehow you should talk to one person and get the exact same answer as another person is, if you had that idea, I think you should just disabuse yourself of it because it's not true.
Yeah, I understand that people have different opinions about things. Yeah, no problem with that. In fact, come over to MEUK. You'll find out.
But how is this an echo chamber though, man?
Because
Anyway.
people accuse other people of being evasive and say that they should go to jail when the only place they ever come is here. They never leave it, so they get to it's comfy in it. That's all I was saying.
The flat Earth's hit a dead end, though, dude. Like, you guys hang out and talk about flat Earth all day. Like, what do y'all do?
No,
like,
we don't.
What the fuck
Like,
work are y'all doing?
Have you ever been over there and heard what we talk about? And what you determine as flat Earth is just what you guys determine as flat Earth. I mean,
what the fuck
some of
work
us,
are you doing?
Some of us just say it's level is horizontal, right? And that's practically showable, right? We can show people that sort of stuff.
No, I'm saying y'all just talk about it, though, right?
Difference that makes in my life.
We don't just. What do you guys talk about? I mean, we talk about all sorts of different things. I mean, your imagination of what other people do is ruling your mind. I'm afraid. You should start thinking about yourself.
We both have these zones that we go in with friends, and our friends believe the same things as us. And we might be deluded, or it might be true.
I want to do work, dude, and by proxy, I want to use these people that have already fucking took measurements, and I want to proxy use that work as my own, bro. That's why I'm in here talking to the people that do the freaking work. What fucking work are you doing? Like, y'all talking about horizontal and level?
Who's that?
And you talk about a fucking echo chamber?
You're doing work. Somebody getting triggered. Who is that?
I'm gone.
Yeah, I mean, I'm doing personal work for my own personal mind, my own personal mental exercise. Yeah, I'm building
People
my
in here,
knowledge.
Don, do you think do work to work out?
I
what Earth
am
is?
in here. That's why
Anyone else?
I'm in here.
You said you like
And
coming
it-
here because these are the people that do work. I'm going to challenge
Some
your.
of these guys have
claim.
given me a lot of information from some work. Yes,
Sure,
Oh,
they
yes.
share information, but I wouldn't call that doing work.
Okay.
Bev was actually
I'm-
down the
that's
canal
work
the
for
other
me.
week. When was the last time you went down a canal?
I'd like to remind everyone we have 2 rocket scientists in the chat here.
Wow. Can I just say I'm
Supposed
going to
rocket
get going. If Curved ever wants to have a chat about anything that he's saying I'm being evasive about, you can ask it. All of his questions lined up, and I'll get the display.
Go away there.
No.
See ya.
Congratulations on your high score on the autism test. Good day, sir.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you. I'll see you later.
For short, they should call it
fuck
odd test.
I'd just like to tell everyone that because Cypher said there's 2 rocket scientists here, and there isn't. There's one person that works with satellite data, and someone else that's undisclosed something to do with satellites. So neither of them are actual rocket scientists. None of them do rocket science.
And there's
So-
difference
Love you
between
too, Dom,
rockets
but you're a
and science.
dickhead.
There's
Please
difference
don't
between
lie.
Rockets in space and rockets in the atmosphere.
John, I know you like saying
What you're
that,
saying
but
is
you
just
know what?
false,
You can
Don.
fuck off, okay?
It's totally true.
One has been substantiated, the other hasn't.
Someone that reads satellite data on a screen is not a fucking rocket scientist.
That's you're incorrect.
Completely
You really
different
just don't know what you're
jobs.
talking about.
Completely different jobs.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong. It's in the same category. I just think you're just wrong on this.
No, rocket science
Yes.
includes
You have
propulsion,
a third
fuel,
No, you have a third grade idea of what it means.
aerodynamics. Reading satellite data doesn't include any of those things.
Don, you want a
Of course
brief summary? I worked on mission. I worked for a launch systems company. Then I worked in satellite operations. Now I work in mission design and constellation analysis. You got a problem with
Sounds
any of
totally
that?
made up, mate.
That's fine. But you know the
You
person who
sound
can,
made-
who can actually
you sound
test me
made up.
is Dr. Phil. I'm happy to take any questions from him
I don't
because
have questions.
you are one of the last
I've
people
got one
in this room
question
that can
for you.
judge
One
my
question for you.
qualifications.
Why don't you get on with your job instead of talking to flat earthers?
I do.
Why are you here on a Monday morning instead of
because
getting
I'm-
on with your fucking job?
It's because I like
Why
having
you-
background noise when I work because I'm not in the office with my engineering team.
You like
Anything
talking
else?
to retards so you can feel clever, you mean?
You're so weird, Don.
Well, at least you
How
admitted
did you
they're
get from
retards,
that point to
Dawn.
this point? Like this, I don't understand.
Yeah.
John, during my work day,
really
most of the time
relax.
I'm on mute and I just listen in. I don't talk, and I don't talk because guess what?
Show me a
I'm doing
picture
my
of you
damn
next
job.
to a rocket.
Oh my god, you're such a weirdo, Don.
You next
So
to
question for the 2 rocket scientists here. How much would it cost to strap a flat earther to the side of one of these things and get them up there? Please, I mean, please, for God's sakes, we've got to get at least one up there.
One
Satellite's
dark
still
night and a
pricey.
lot.
Like it wouldn't be. I don't know. It wouldn't.
Yeah,
Maybe you
one
can make
dark
a,
night.
you can make a GoFundMe campaign and get rid of one
I'll
of
be
them. I
happy
guess.
with one.
Yeah. Anytime you would drag one of them
I
out.
mean, they don't have to come back. I never said that.
I mean, I think Dr. Phil has a better connections with the Indian Indian ISRO.
Don't take the bastard to the nose cone. They'll never see him.
$36,000 per kilogram. Yeah.
Ooh,
yeah, about that.
So,
it's quite a bit.
shit, that's $4.6 million to get me.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
Yep.
Something like that. I was just thinking it's a lot of money to launch a flat earther on.
$36,000 a kilogram to go in low Earth orbit.
We had a
Yeah, that's
physicist
about right.
in here once who claimed he was a physicist. He turned out to be a school teacher.
You know what,
Who are you
Don?
talking about?
I don't
Who's
care what
that?
you have to say because the people in this room have heard me discuss many topics on satellite systems aerospace design. So I don't care what you have to say.
Satellite systems is not rocket science.
Don,
Bro, he's
you're
been to school for that shit, and he
effectively.
works with them boys. And I bet he could talk about all the parts of the rockets.
You just lack
The
the
more you
expertise
stick
to be
up
the one
for
to
him,
assist
Scott,
this, Don.
the less I believe him, Scott.
No, but
Every
you lack
word
the
you say, the less
you
I
lack
believe
the
him.
expertise to be doing this. It's boring to listen to you just deny because you don't know what you're talking about. Now go find somebody that does know what you're talking about and see if they'll support you. That would be interesting. But you just saying I deny, it's boring.
Cast a spell for some scientific knowledge.
I'm allowed to deny. That's what you do against Flat Earth.
Not really. If all I was doing what you're doing, then people would tell me I was being boring.
Say,
and I
no,
would
no,
stop.
that's not true. I'll tell you how it's true. That's not true. I'll tell you what's
Yeah.
true. That's what you say all day.
Yeah, and that's not true though. That's not what I say.
Yeah. You base your life hobby around every day telling people they're wrong and this is what's right.
I don't tell them they're wrong. I'm almost
Don,
very
can I
rarely
ask
do
you
that.
something? Why are you such an angry little man every time you come in
I'm
here?
not angry. I'm fine.
Yeah, you are. You're bitter and
sound
you're
super
angry.
angry.
No, I'm not bitter or angry. I just like to mock people that think they're special and big and clever when all they're doing is arguing with flat earthers they don't believe in.
You don't see
So
the irony
you
in
chose-
that. You don't see how
you
much you're
chose that
trying.
position,
You don't see how much.
and
You
now I'm
don't see how
mocking
much
you
you're
for it.
demonstrating that you think you're so clever and special when you do this. You seriously don't see the
No, I
irony.
don't think I'm special or clever. I don't think I'm
Then
special or
why do
clever.
you act like
I'm
this?
simply
Listen to
mocking
yourself.
someone that is acting big and clever while talking to
No.
flat earthers.
I'm
No,
acting big
you're
and
mad that
clever.
he got labeled a rocket scientist, which is like
Someone that
not a
reads
big.
satellite
It's
data
not a big
and
deal.
likes to be known as the rocket scientist. I'm just mocking him for it. That's all.
I'm afraid that you just don't know what you're talking about. It's okay, but you just don't know.
Don, are you going to cast a spell on me now?
You're
I
not
would
really a
suggest that you
magician,
change
Don.
your name and stop acting big or clever, though.
Don,
You
I
go
would
around
suggest
telling
you
people
go
you can do
fuck
magic,
yourself.
but you don't really do magic, Don. You're not really a magician, are you? You're not a wizard, but you tell people you're a wizard. You want people to think you're a wizard. You like to say, I'm special, I have magic. Like you do all the stuff you're complaining about.
No, you.
Oh,
Don, how
okay,
about you
you.
get off your
Oh, no.
stupid ass and get a real job instead of sitting at home like you do all the time? How about you do that?
Don't argue to me about real job while you're sitting on Discord on Monday morning. Fuck you.
I have Monday. By the way, it's a 3-day weekend, which is why I can
That's
do
what
that.
all rocket scientists say when they're not real rocket scientists.
Welcome to
Oh, I have
America.
Monday off.
You're such a weirdo.
But it's Labor Day, so you can check if I'm lying or not.
Yeah, I can say it's
Like
public
all
how
the people in
many-
the US also have the day
You
off.
know how
too,
many
so-
claimed pilots and surveyors we've looked into, and all they
Don, you're
did
just
was
sad.
fly a
I don't know what to
glider
say to you.
or measure 10 by 10 meters for a building.
What Bob Nodell that you're talking about? Is it on Bob
They never
Nodell?
what they say they are,
You
ever.
caught me. You caught me.
I
Embellished.
think a lot of people are what they say they are.
I
Your disbelief
embellished.
doesn't really mean they're not.
Professor Phil here. He's
I
just a
gotta
teacher.
come clean. I confess. You
Just
caught
a
me.
teacher?
What's wrong with being a teacher?
What does just a teacher mean?
That's not a real professor, is it? Just have the name tag.
Oh,
You
Don,
teach
you know what?
children what someone else taught you. That's not a fucking professor, is it?
Phil, allow me. Don, go fuck yourself for that too. You can go fuck off, okay? Professor Phil, I know
someone's
I've
gotta
seen
mock-
his credentials,
someone's
okay?
gotta mock
You have
you
no
guys.
fucking Don, you have no fucking clue what it takes to be a professor. what it takes
You're
to get
here
to
with
that
your
position,
MI,
and what it takes to hold that
MD,
position.
doctor, and all you are is a Discord troll. So of course I'm going to mock you.
You're such a sad, pathetic little man. That's what you are.
Says
if
the satellite
you're
data
jealous of what
man.
Professor Phil and I have accomplished. That's why you have to come at us and make these pathetic little statements.
Fuck me. I wouldn't do your job if you paid me.
That's true.
So,
I agree.
Don,
People-
let's get something clear. You're
I
not even
would vote
remotely
nobody
close
should do that
qualified to
job,
mop the
and
floor
there
in my
should be
office,
more
let alone
voting.
do my job.
I would vote no jobs of that, unless it was for weather or for Space Force only. No communicate.
if you could
Private
live to
companies, you don't get
1,000
rocket scientists. It's not fair, man. It's not fair.
if you could live to 1,000, you couldn't do the work of my assistant.
Like me,
Oh, Don has
flying one
made it
drone
clear
as a
he's
hobby,
not interested in working for a living. The last thing he's going to do is do work.
calling
for money.
myself airline pilot, when all I do is fly a drone. That's about the extent of it.
What about the magician when you don't really cast magic spells?
But
Yes,
he
if I
does.
called myself the
He-
great mage, but all I did was
But
one
you
candle
do
magic
all the
trick.
time.
Don,
Yes,
you know the
that's about
magic's
the same.
there, but admit
You
you
do
fully
all
don't
the-
understand them, right? Right? You don't understand the magic, right? But it's there.
Yeah, I have magic, but I'm not boasting to be the great mage of all time.
But
Good
the
question
analogy's still kind of good.
question for everyone. If you had $1 billion, would you spend 10 million going to the ISS?
Damn right.
No, I'd spend 10 million on a drone going up there, like a submersible craft, and have my henchmen go as I remote control it and have video cameras wherever I want.
Who would?
Yeah, I'm not going.
Who would not want to go?
I think
Who
I'd
would not want to go to the ISS?
So, Phil,
I'd
it's
go.
4.6 million just to get me launched.
Yeah.
I want to go, but I have to convince my wife.
No,
Barring
thank
that,
you.
I'm going.
Yeah, I'd go. That'd be awesome.
I definitely
Float around in microgravity? Hell yes.
Yeah, but considering that I've got a completely buggered up back, and that gravity really is not helpful towards it. The
Yeah.
idea of being in
Doesn't it just
microgravity is
seem
like
unnecessary, though? Like, I mean, you guys are running around with masks on your face for coronavirus. I mean, it's guaranteed. If there were 0 people in the air, 0 people would fall out of the air and die. But when there's non-zero people in the air, guaranteed there's going to be non-zero fall out of the air and die. And you guys just risk it like it's less than 1%. It doesn't matter, you know, and you're fucking ready to go fly up there. You're fucking
Hey,
crazy.
I can die sane
You're
up into the
fucking
ISS
crazy. It's
if that were to
not
happen.
necessary.
Yeah, it's not
No
necessary.
food up
It's
there.
just be awesome. It would just be awesome.
No
to be up
pussy up there. You're fucking crazy. No video games. No
What are you
fucking army
rambling about, Don?
games. No fucking
You know?
gemstones.
Any idea?
Fucking
Yeah, he's talking
nothing.
about not going to the ISS. He's getting a little carried away, though. It's okay, Don. You
2
don't want
weeks.
to go. It's
I
fine.
mean, like a trip to the ISS is 2 weeks. It's not like you live up there.
I don't want to fly in an airplane. I don't know why it's that important to go fucking anywhere that fucking fast. It's just
And
not
everybody
necessary.
should be bound to what you want. Is that what you're
You
asking?
should have to listen to it, Curve. You gotta fucking listen.
Somebody asked if they would do that if they had a bunch of money, and he was giving his answer. He was giving a very detailed answer, but that was his answer. to the question.
Right, but the rationale he just gave is he wouldn't want to be in an airplane. So, you know, why
Yeah.
would anybody
So
want
that's
to be
his
up even higher than that?
I don't think he's trying to impose it on you. I think you can choose to go to the ISS on your own as per your. You have what is it, $1 billion? You have a lot of money. Would you go to the ISS with it?
Well, Don, what's a year?
10 million.
I said my lackeys are going for me, but I'm gonna make sure I
So
record it
you're
properly.
okay with everybody else who wants to go that's not afraid to go. It's
Don,
just
you don't have any
have a problem
lackeys.
with you going.
Oh, Rocket. Oh, contraire, mon frere. But boy, do I.
What lackeys are you talking about?
He has $1 billion. You don't think he has lackeys?
When
then he's
the
gonna have
when
like
the space
Yeah.
hotel
10
is
personal
finished,
assistants.
it'll be
I
about
got $500.
$100
I got lackeys. What are you talking about?
Hold the fuck. How did you get a billion? Did you wipe out Rakia on the poker table?
No, but I did embellish, and I'm willing to come clean. I don't know if anybody, uh, heard me earlier boast a little bit, but I'm willing to share the extent of the embellishment. Nobody. Scott, did you hear earlier?
Play 1,000 hands an hour for 24 hours a day for 10 years straight.
I'm talking about specifically tonight, Curve. Specifically tonight, I claim that I told the truth about basically everything. New place opened. They've been closed for months. There was 56 players. I did come to the top spot, but we chopped it 3 ways. I said I sent 55 players out. I really sent 53 out, and me and the other two basically all took second place money for top 3. But
Well,
see, I embellish, but nobody knows. It's like it's 95% of the truth. It's mostly.
Hey, Don, why don't you go over to Emma server for a minute and demand that Bev have a word with you?
Why? They don't know me, man.
Doesn't
I want to
matter.
hear about rockets, bro. Come on, man. I
Everybody
want to hear
should
y'all
go
get
after
mad at people
make
who
Bev
want
have a word
to hate
with
on
them.
y'all and all this shit. It's cooler over here.
It was really funny if anybody saw it during the Jim show yesterday, and Bev in the live chat typing furiously, to me, not highlighting my name or anything. I don't typically even watch the chat during the show. I just happened to catch some of it. And Bev was constantly making stupid, comments to me, asking me about, I didn't even know what he wanted to talk about most of the time. Then finally caught something. I don't even know why I'm talking about this. But it's why I was so pissed off earlier, because I did. I told him this on the show yesterday, and he acted like I never said anything. And today, he repeated my answer after saying that I never answered him. It doesn't make any fucking sense. So I'm pissed at this guy. And maybe I'm not joking anymore. Maybe I do wish he would go to jail for something. Maybe I wish he would go do something that was worthy of jail time so that he would have to go to jail. Just because I hate him. Because he's a lying mong in the way that he argues. And he's so fucking dishonest and deceptive. That's why. Oh dear. Now Emma's going to come back and yell at me and tell me she's a strong woman while she's lying to me and playing a gender card. And then I'm going to have to explain to Bev again that I don't want to talk to her.
In some of the.
Hey, Don, how did you like that? Did you like listening to me ramble on and on like that about really
It was
nothing?
okay. Yes, it piqued interest in
Well, then what's wrong
psychology
with
for
you,
me. I
Don?
wanted to probe you
Don, that
with a
should have driven
follow-up
you nuts,
question.
man. Listening
No,
to
it's
people
It drove me nuts. It drove me
do
nuts.
this all the time on various things, mostly
Oh
from the
yeah,
water
definitely.
side. How could that not drive you nuts? Why are you
Well,
good with
it
that?
depends. It depends on if there's an ebb and a flow. Like if there's like nothing else dominant and you're feeling
There was
the
no
whole. It
ebb or
depends on
flow.
what your attitude's like. It depends on your comfortability level with the other regulars and stuff. I mean, everything is dynamic to me, bro. I don't just make black and white decisions. But anyway, whatever. Your drama's interesting. I don't
And
know,
Scott,
man.
no one cares if it annoyed you.
Yeah. Of course not. He's
No, just
got to
kidding. We love
bear
you.
and take it all. He's got to bear and take it all.
Scott cops a
hot
lot
mic.
of shit, but well, he mostly deserves it.
What are you talking about? I'm not in this conversation. Seriously, there's nothing to do with me. Hey, Alan, hot mic.
No, earlier when you said to Curve that it annoyed him.
Well, we're.
Oh, I was being funny. I wasn't serious.
Yeah, I know. So I was trying. I failed. Sorry.
Okay.
So here's what I
Doesn't
find
happen very often.
I'd rather hang out here because like some of the flat earth areas that I've went and listened to or hung out, like I end up arguing with the leaders because they don't want to work on nothing or deal with the hard questions, or
whatever, you know, I guess it's weird. I guess I say act like me, like to get along, like y'all let me come in here and ask questions, but then they don't want to do the same thing. So
It's not
I'd be
really
like, it's
weird when
weird.
you.
Why don't
No,
y'all want to do
well,
that?
not really when you think
Um,
about it, because then that would mean they, have some actual evidence that probably
Right.
disputes what they think.
Right. And it's like, so, but then it's okay. Well, you think, well, maybe you can hear the fringe ideas over there. It's like, but really, nah, man. Any fringe idea is going to come over here and y'all going to make more development out of it
Well, I mean, have you seen?
within them anyway. Every time I hear it,
Have
it
you?
comes here and
Yeah,
you
but
guys
Don, have you
explain or
seen the
debunk
clip
it
of Bob
or
and Nathan
develop.
Thompson sitting in Bob's office, working the gyroscope and saying, "Oh, we can see it. It's as we sit here, it's doing something. It looks like it's registering a drift. What's going on?" Like they did it 3 times. They encased it in bismuth. They put it in a zero Gauss chamber. They got the same result every single time, and yet still refused the result that they got.
Yeah, you got to publish that shit, bro. Or, you got to share that data. You can't
Oh,
just,
that shit's all over the place.
yeah, not you. I mean, them. They got to be integrity. They got to have the integrity. You know what I
Well,
mean?
that's what I mean. That shit's all over the place, and that they probably wish it wasn't.
Yeah.
Like there's Bob doing it on the Behind the Curve documentary, and then there's Jaron with his little Bedford level experiment where he says interesting at the end because Enrique had to lift the light up to 23 feet as predicted, and yet they still deny those results that they got. They keep saying, "Oh, it could be something else. It could be this. It could be that." When they, they don't turn around and say, "Well, it could be curved too."
How far was that corridor? How far of a corridor were they doing on that?
I think he did it from 3 miles or something like that. It was a long distance.
That's long, but it's not long enough to where you're talking about a
Well,
23-foot lift is going to have
that's
a light.
no, that's why they did they did the math for it.
Kill
They
my
said
guy.
if
Kill
we,
that cat.
yeah, sorry, he's being a bitch.
I'm awfully tempted to go down to the Bedford Falls and try and repeat Wallace's experiment because I shouldn't have too much trouble getting my son-in-law to throw me 3 floats with big long poles on them in to check the heights from the bridge.
Sorry, I sorted the cat.
I'm
I
just
didn't
saying,
kill him. I put him out.
I'm really tempted to actually go to the Bedford levels and redo Wallace's experiment.
Why not?
But yeah, no, I think the distance that they actually did it was 3 point something miles, and they did the math on it, and that's why Sharon said, if we do it, if we do this, and we have to lift it to this height, 23 feet, then it's going to be curved.
Yeah,
They
there'd be
did
an
that.
awful lot of refraction, right? And
They did it at night.
yeah, that's one of them things where
they did it along a riverbed.
Yeah, you see him. He did such a fucking good job of crying, dude. You know what I mean?
And he did an
Because,
awesome job of proving the curve as well. So, there's that. He's one of the better paid NASA agents, actually.
no, I mean he cried so much after. Like he wouldn't. He wants to bury that result. That type of. He thinks they're dirty motherfuckers. Supposedly, like, come on, bro. He's like, they shouldn't have put me
that's
like
what I
that.
mean.
They
They
shouldn't have
want to
put me
bury or
interested
ignore.
at the end and all that. He cries about it, Then, okay, what y'all think about the one where they say they're crying about is it the PBS one or the one where they're across the lake doing the balloons and
yeah.
And they're like, no, they're fucking denying. They said they could see her, whatever. They were like, no. It was super fucking crying. Why can't they have an agreement? You know what I mean? Like, I swear to God, dude. Like, if you're
Is
coming
that the
from the other
one?
side, they really.
Is that the one Nathan Thompson was at where they filmed the flag on the boat from the across water?
No, this is. I think the balloon.
Balloon.
They were rising balloons up, and then they were like, he goes, I can see it right there. I can see it. And then the producer was like, No, you can't see it right there. It's fucking blocked, supposed to be blocked by the curve or whatever. And then it's like, no, I fucking see it. And the flat earthers were like, yeah, that happened, and they fucking hid it and denied it or whatever. Like,
No, I
what
haven't seen
the
that.
fuck? Like, oh my god. It's like every time though, every fucking time. The one with the Stephen Hawking, one with the kids on the boat, not the kids, but the sexy people on the boat, and the helicopter. You know, they cry about that one. I mean, they cry
That one
about
I've seen, yeah, where
every.
they shoot, yeah, where they point the laser at the boat, and as they go out a bit further on the perfectly flat lake, and as they go out further distance, the laser actually climbs up the board that they've got, and then they fly a helicopter out. They go to hover it, and they've got one girl on the shore watching the helicopter, or no, they've got the guy on the shore watching for a telescope, and they go down and then back up, and they're like, "We never landed." Like,
Yeah.
the helicopter disappears. It doesn't land.
But their flat earthers are like literally straight calling it like TV
Well,
magic or whatever.
I mean,
They're like, it's TV magic. It's, see, look at this cut right here.
It's the only resort they can resort to.
Yeah. So, but I'm saying, right. So put yourself in that position where you're like, you know what? Yeah, fuck it. Like, I understand how some generation, whatever, man. Like, some people build through generations, some don't. Power grows. Okay, whatever. I can imagine doing whatever the fuck to dumb motherfuckers. I don't care,
Done.
right? And then, just put yourself, say you're like, all right, I'll accept that premise. And then you just come in and you're like, oh, wow, they're calling every single science thing alive. Like, wow, there is a little, yeah, there was a video cut there. Okay, all right. Or yeah, did they level the laser? Who the fuck knows, It's like, it's kind of interesting. They do so much consistent crying is what I'm trying to say, that it opens the door and you're like, all right, wow.
Yeah.
But then the burden of proof can shift and it falls apart.
Hey, Don, question for you. As a self-professed, using your words, a flat earth apologist, what do you think about the helicopter across the lake?
Oh yeah, so I learned that word when I was labeled as such, but I did use it earlier today within the past 24 hours. I think you're right. What did I think about the helicopter across the lake?
Yeah, the one that disappears
didn't
below the water
land,
level
but
doesn't
you cannot
land,
see it
and then
across
it
the
rises
water.
back up. Yeah, they don't actually land. They like the helicopter goes below the level that you can see of the water. They don't land. They raise it back up, and they're on the radio the whole time saying, "No, we never landed." But the other guy says, "But you disappeared. I couldn't see you there."
Oh yeah, if I do remember correctly, I do remember seeing one cut where and of course it could just be terrible video production editing or what I would, bad consistency, where it looked like I was on shore A or wherever the guy was, and the helicopter was facing to the right, and then they did a cut and it was facing to the left or something like that. But they seemed to pose it as a continuous moment or something. It's kind of interesting. That's about all I can remember. That one was a couple years ago, and that's also a stem from Kat Bobineau within a year or two saying she was a scientist or not a scientist. I think that was kind of funny too. I think she was part of that crew. Seemed a little fishy.
Oh, you're starting to sound like Lemon now.
Dude, I'm just giving you honest
You
thoughts.
just
I'm
know.
not saying I'm judging them. I just want to tell you what's in me.
Don, way to flurf that answer. Good job.
Yeah, that's a Lemonism. It's
Whatever,
Fuck it off.
like if you guys haven't seen it from that side, I think there's a chance you really haven't, because you sound like nobody is sincere, but then you just think I'm dumb, but I'm like, maybe you haven't seen these exact little moments, these exact little thoughts, of
Let's look at this
coming in from that,
about the
from that
helicopter.
perspective.
They had hovered below the water line, and they had radioed each other, saying, "Can you see me? No.
And
Have
they're
you
talking
landed?
to each other.
No, we haven't landed yet."
With the cuts, like you can hear them talking to each other over the radio. as they're doing it.
Yeah, I watched. I remember that. And then they're like, "Oh yeah, boom! Now we see you. Oh look, it's exactly this height." But we should go back through the video and watch it. Why don't we do that? We'll talk about it.
Yep.
I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. Give me 5 minutes. I'll watch through it, and I'll see if I can make any notes if you want. I can probably go right to the Globebusters and get the highlights. Shit, you know they the all stars, guys.
Oh God.
Support science, man. Give them $1. At least they're trying. Like, you know, science is falsification.
Don,
That's
Don,
what they're doing.
Don. Why are you trying to trigger? Come on, be nice.
Or I could post it right there.
I'm in a bad mood. I'm going to put smoke in my body, okay? I don't know.
Yeah, you'll feel better after that.
Did y'all not think nothing was weird about that shit? Like, you were like, oh, it must have been cut right there or whatever. That looks like it was bad cutting. That can make people suspicious. You didn't think nothing of that?
If anybody's interested, go to 6 minutes and 30 seconds in the video.
Yep.
That's where
I'm watching it now.
It's an entertainment show. Why would you expect them to have it?
It's posed as educational is all.
It's
Not
it's
entertainment.
It's still on TV. It's got to be entertaining as well as educational. And they will not necessarily show you every little step of setting up and stuff, because it would be boring and nobody would watch it. And then they wouldn't make any money. And they are doing this to make money. They don't expect to have a bunch of arsehole flat earthers picking over every bloody shot in it because they want to disagree with it.
But that's the thing. I'm not picking over this like a flat earther. I'm picking over this like a parent. Like, you're going to fucking show some shit like to me and you want to sell that shit to me and you got a fucking 3 seconds of a fucking helicopter flying around the water. Like, fucking get real, dude. I hate some science that show the fucking
Stop
setup. It's not
monologuing for a second.
fucking stupid.
Don, they set up a telescope. It's horizontal across the lake surface. They scope in and they see the helicopter on the other side. Then the helicopter descends, but it hasn't landed. They can't see the helicopter over the water.
I can't fucking watch it. PBS fucking blocked me or whatever. What the fuck is this?
Okay, I was wrong. I thought I didn't. I remember them hovering down a little bit and then flying back up, but they actually landed and then took off again.
So they landed at the water
And
level
like,
so that the pilot could
No,
zero.
No, everybody shut up, man. No, see, this is what's the bullshit right here. Okay? You can't fucking go, it's an entertainment show, and of course it's not going to be fucking scientifically thing there for flat earth, and then act like it fucking means anything after that. It means fucking fuck all. You're fucking saying it's not supposed to answer the fucking questions, so fucking fuck it. Fuck it all. You get it? You can't have a double standard like that.
I'm asking what cut you're talking about that you think is suspicious.
Doesn't fucking matter. It's an entertainment show. You know, I was gonna say it meant something till your fucking side threw it out the window, so fuck it.
Did you hear what Alan said? It's not as to set up to document all of the measurements and all the sightings
so
they
fuck
took.
it then. So it's not fucking science. So
No.
fuck it.
No,
No,
not fuck it.
it ain't science for me.
This is
all of it. I want all of it,
This is
Rocky.
you flurfing it. This is you
Me
rejecting it
perfect,
because you didn't like something that didn't
Yeah,
sit
that's
well.
what it is, buddy. Yeah. That's you globing it, buddy.
Well, no, you did a couple of things actually. You said, well, that was a bit suspicious because of this one particular cut. And then when I bring the video up and ask you which particular cut, you get all, cranky. So,
No, I'll go listen.
no, you listen. No, stop. No, this is what you asked for. You said there was a problem with it. When I asked you
went with
the problem, you pointed out you've got on the defense and started yelling at everyone. No,
Fine, and we'll talk about the one, but with the other dude, I went with him because he's a fucking dumbass talking about it.